Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the Quake World Championship. We started this weekend with 24 players, and today we're down to just 6. But by the end of the day, after 8 games, we will find our next champion for Season 3. I'm DJ Wheat, joined at the desk by Lethal and Ketchup. Gentlemen, I hope that you're excited. We have had just an absolutely amazing 2 days of Quake, rounding off with probably one of the best championship days that we've had in quite some time.
As generic as it sounds, every single person that is in this final day has more than a good enough chance to take it all the way. I think you have your collection of expected faces. We have the likes of Raisey, the Rafa, Wenger, Kilsan. But then on the opposite end, we have players that have really used this weekend as the opportunity to ascend and reach that next level. And that's where Maxter comes in. That's where Chain comes in. People that are not necessarily underdogs, but players that have used this opportunity to rise above, and this is their moment.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've been most impressed with just everyone from the qualifiers and the challenges.
Yeah.
They put on, that was probably one of the best day ones I've seen, period. Like, it's just incredible where some people, or a lot of players, especially when they come into a LAN environment, even for their first time, expect to be a whitewash, a clean sweep. They either put on a damn good show or actually defeated, like, for example, Huron. He was 23rd seed, made it top 8. Can't complain.
Yeah. So if you missed day 1, you better go back and watch some VODs. If you missed day 2, we got you covered, because here's a little recap of some of the action that went down yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Quake World Championship.
Okron caught in a pretty vulnerable position, has to drop down. Out comes the orb, and immediately Maxter pounces on him. Okron able to make a stand, slow things down a bit if he can secure a frag now. Nope, Maxter using the orb to perfection. Strafes right back into that one. Hard read by Maxter. Excellent use of the grapple. Oh, what a fake rocket jump, catching him down below. That was lovely from Wenger.
Wenger heavily on the hunt, just trying to catch him if he can. Beautiful.
A lot more damage. Had not done it, but oh my god, he's got it from behind with the air rocket to finish him off.
Great rail, nice read by Chain though.
Sanaku knows that he's got the stack to work with, picks up Mega, out comes the punch, and he gets it!
Oh my god.
He's gonna go for another punch. Are we gonna see 2 Berserk kills in one match?
This is a very difficult route to take for Dramus. If this is not supposed to be in 2 directs, 3 directs in a row, what's that?
He's got to make it happen now, Lethal. The refrag's there, but Kilsan's got in, and he's got the winning frag.
This is so important, and Dramus does get the first frag, but time is ticking here, Dan.
Got a minute though. There's the Ghost Walk. This is a risky fight to take. Has to put so much faith on the Rockets and is able to do just that.
Oh, he's gonna hear the bounce pads. That's a bit of a Ghost Walk wasted. Raisey wasting with the LG. Okay!
Is he gonna go grab it? He is gonna have the benefit. Oh, the rocket jump!
He misses it! No!
Oh no! He hasn't gone for it yet. Oh my gosh!
Lovely rail combo, but Rafa's still stolen it away. He's sticking around with the HMG. And this is what Rafa's good at, just taking the map away!
Oh my god!
But we know what Rafa's going to do. He's been doing it all game. He's just going to bully his way onto the item. He's up top already.
Oh
There's
my
the double rail!
And as he pushes forward, Wenger standing true. Oh my good lord. Really can't be done. Not with how this map is unfolding, not with how Wenger is playing. And this has just been continuing. Look at these rails, looking for another one. There it is.
Dramus does hit the first rail. Juan is now pulling away back. Dramus is on the chase. This is understandable because in the amount of time he has there. Some good rockets there. Cleans him out with a shotgun.
caught in here with the LG. The inject comes out. Hon is looking healthy. Oh no, he's hit himself in the face. And Dravis is trying to do anything. Lovely rail coming out. He needs a second. Oh, he's not to be! Oh no, this is huge. Hon's also got an inject. He's got full stack. He can just go in and he can end it.
Pretty low, another rail and a follow-up one.
Potentially, but he's left it a little bit late. Actually, no, he has put himself in a good position up top. But Chase is going straight after him. Change is sitting there saying, no, like, I'm not going to deal with this like situation where he's just going to try and fall in, but he's done a lot of rocket damage to Avid, takes him out.
Comes out, but he's very vulnerable there. Awkward fight around the steps. Lethal, big shotgun to the face, and Sirius has to pop the inject if he's going to get out of there. Might even finish Zen just before he does as well. It was a huge mistake that's broken up this game, and there's the second frag.
And Sirius is coming at the LG. It's going to be LG barrel here, top mid, but even then, no, you're right. And Sirius is Sonic 4 HP. He's still trying to ticket him, but in the end, Zen's going to come in with the LG.
Right behind you. Here we go. Prawn takes first blood. That was a unusual encounter.
Oh, here we go. 40 seconds left. Chain, if he can get this frag, he's probably golden to take home map 1.
Jane knows there's no way Prawn's going to be able to fight for this Mega. Too weak in the escape. Mega collected. Heavy. The next objective. Actually, the orb used preemptively. The orb has been the one ticket towards stealing the Heavy, and this time he's not going to have it.
Oh, there's a great rail. Almost a follow-up here. A rail returned by Rafa. Both players super low. He knows he's so close to his opponent. Just hits the top of the wall.
Inject
There's
is
a
ready.
rail.
Inject, but he's still railable. And he is clipped from behind. But it doesn't seem like Rafa's going to be able to push forward to that Heavy in time, which means that Xenacu's going to pick that one up and put himself in a wonderful position. Rafa taking so much damage from that machine gun. 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, if Xenacu was this close, equalizing what?
There's the rail. First one coming out from Rafa. Piercing sight is going to be hit. Now Rafa coming around the side. Oh my God! How do you choose a favorite moment from yesterday? There were so many great matches. We're sitting up here just going, yep, that was awesome. Still that shotgun, like the last frag of the day yesterday. I still just, I don't know. Guys, day 2, it was absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at the brackets. I'm sure that you've been following along here at home, but we started with an empty bracket, and look at how filled out it is. You can see the 2 matches that we'll be jumping into here first in the day. Of course, Kilsan and Raisey and Maxter versus Wenger. A semi-final that is absolutely worth celebrating and so exciting. And, I mean, considering who you've got down there waiting on the lower side as well, Shane and Rafa, it is set to be a remarkable day.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger of a day. I haven't even got a particular favorite match throughout the entirety of this competition. Every single one is definitely going to the wire to some degree, and everyone has shown such a great pedigree of skill across the board. I'm just looking forward to see exactly the outcome for the majority of these matches.
I mean, it's finals day for a reason, isn't it? We're going to see the absolute cream of the crop from this point, and with a game as punishing and brutal as Quake Champions, you always know you're going to get something a little bit special, and we've just had loads of different storylines. You know, returning champion in Wenger, players that have won in the past, but now they want to get that big victory once again. You look at players like Kilsan, you look at players like Rafa, someone like Maxter, who was it's strange to call him an up-and-comer, but we actually have to remember this is still his first proper LAN.
Right.
So the fact that he's risen to this occasion and done so well already is scary. Chain, a real redemption arc by being in this position. And then Raisey, forever second place. This is that chance to get the big win. So really, pull your storyline out of a hat and you got a good one. That's what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule as well so you can get an idea on how today is going to play out. There'll be 8 matches leading us all the way up to the grand finals at the end of the day. We're going to start with the semifinals, then we'll do the lower bracket matches, upper bracket finals, go back to the lower bracket finals, and then finally the grand finals as well. So all right here, no B stream today, mainstream. Let everyone know. Hopefully you're already tuned in. Well, I don't know how you're hearing it if you're not. So, gentlemen, are you ready to hop into our first semifinal?
I am as pumped more than anything
I
right
am
now.
too. Start your engines, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Kilsan versus Raisey as our first semifinal. And good news is that, of course, if you recall, we sat down with a lot of the players leading up to the tournament. But as each player secured their spot here on the final day in the top 6, we sat down with them a second time to see how they were feeling. Let's hear from Kilsan first.
Reaching the top 6 is like reaching the first goal actually of this event. I mean, yeah, I'm considered one of the favorites, but you never know what's gonna happen within the tournament. Still, I've been going here like overall very comfortable. You know, going as first throughout the stage, and yeah, I mean, I know I have it, and I know I can take it. My toughest matchup so far, I would say it has been Dender King actually. He was a little surprisingly strong, but also caught me a little too much off guard actually. Like some things, yeah, I had to settle myself first, and I'm just happy I made it happen. I had a really rough start with the first map, lost the first map here at the event, but then I started to catch myself and yeah, slowly finding my flow. The win I'm most proud of is actually the win against Ramis. Just taking him out of my way showed me, you know, what I'm capable of. Reminded me a little about it again, because I've been doubting it a little after my first match, but it made me get back on track. I'm looking forward to play Raisey because he's a really challenging opponent for me. So it's quite a big test actually, and I know if I manage to pull it off, the victory against him, it first of all means a lot to me, but also shows me how ready I am actually at this moment. So I'm really looking forward. I was hoping to avoid Raisey, but now he's on my way, and yeah, whatever it takes. My mindset, of course, is to win the event. I mean, that's what I'm here for. Anything else, to be fair, is like a fail. I mean. I worked so hard to reach the first seed actually throughout the stage, and I worked so hard to be here and to be ready for this, and I feel I am. Any one of us can actually win the belt. Like we are such strong players here. Just, you know, a few throw-offs a little within the tournament, but I'm quite sure the biggest favorites gonna make it the furthest, and yeah, we will meet again, and any one of us can make it in the end.
So many really impactful things said by Kilsan there. So much I agree with, but I'm going to turn to you both for your reactions, starting with you, Lethal. Kilsan, let's talk a little bit about him.
Yeah, this is the player who's just been an absolute dominant force over the entirety of this season. Only losing one series, barely lost any maps at all. But when it comes to LAN, it's all about trying to get into that comfort zone as quickly or as physically as possible. He did mention that interview that during the beginning of that segment or beginning of the day, he did, you know, drop a map and he wasn't really feeling himself, but he's also said that now he's starting to find his stride. And against the likes of Raisey or Wenger or Rafa, where they're very well refined, he needs to make sure he's in his peak performance coming into today.
Yeah.
But after that victory versus Dramis, man said it himself. It kind of reignited some of that confidence. And confidence is one of the many things you're going to need going against someone like Raisey. And acknowledging that it's going to be a hard matchup, there's going to be a lot of pressure there to perform well. They have had those kind of matches in the past. Different story now. We are on LAN. This is where you have to bring the A game, because you can use those previous results for like information, right? Use them for a little bit of matchup knowledge perhaps, but then at the end of the day, this is what counts.
Yeah.
A victory here will mean more than any of the victories or losses prior.
Yeah.
This is the one to do it.
Well, during Raisey's interview prior to the competition, you know, he mentioned about his second place finishes and how he was kind of like a little bit tired of that placing. So now that he's made in the top 6, how's Raisey feeling? Let's hear from him next.
I'm quite happy with how I've been playing so far, so
getting to top 6 is something I kind of made as a goal. I expected myself to get here, but I want to keep going on and do even better. My toughest match was probably against Awoken out of the 2 matches I've played. I have lost to him throughout the season, but this time I tried a different approach against him and it worked better. I am looking forward to play against Kilsan actually. We have faced off against each other a couple of times in the recent past, and I'm just excited to play against him in a best of 5 on LAN. And hopefully I'll do just as fine as I have done yesterday. The person I would like to avoid, I guess Kilsan is not gonna be someone that I can avoid now. I guess Wenger and Rafa, but it's unlikely. We'll see. My mindset is I just try to focus on one map at a time. The current matchup I'm gonna have. I'll try to think about my opponent, the way I know he plays like, how am I gonna adapt to it, what character is gonna be played by him and me, and then just try to go through scenarios in my head and see if I can prepare myself that way. Other than that, I'll just try to take it easy, try to be calm, not get tilted. I don't want to rage. I usually tend to be quite calm during matches, and I try to be in the zone as well. I'll just try to keep doing this as long as it works. Am I going to win? I hope so. I've been second so many times. It's gonna be my time now, right? I'm hoping so.
I mean, based off of what we've seen from his performances this weekend, you know, we've always commented and said Raisey shows a phenomenal style of play and consistency. But you know, this weekend might actually be even at an elevated level of that.
Yeah, let's be honest, he's just fed up of being the bridesmaid, isn't he? It's been so many events, so many times he's had second places, and it gets to the point where it gets a bit boring after a while, doesn't it? And he's looking to be as refined as possible. And there's been times in the past where you probably think, due to the slight lack of creativity, it's kind of cost him that first place from time to time. And it's been multiple opponents as well. It's not just been Rafa the entire time. It's Wenger last year where he came up quite close, but slowly a little bit short towards the end. But this is his time. This is his moment now to really show what he can really be capable with here. But he's got some tough road ahead, like likes of Kilsan, whoever comes out in the other winners semis between Maxter and Wenger. But hopefully it will be his time, but I'm sure he's hoping so as well.
I think in this situation, when someone is just really, the only thing left for them to achieve is that first place, because they've done literally everything else. And in Raisey's case, on more than one occasion, your mission going into this, besides winning, is that when you get into that grand finals, just do your best to make sure it's on that upper bracket side. Like, just give yourself that small amount of less work to do in grand finals. Take that one map advantage. Make the opponent have to do more. Like, if you're on that, we would normally call it a sort of comfort zone in these double elimination grand finals where the person that's not lost makes it through. It really is your reward for being the most dominant player of the tournament at that point, right? So in that case, if Raisey makes it there, that's like the best shot you've got at being able to take it. You know, get rid of that one map and you're good to go. Yeah. But he has to get there first. That's the thing. He's got to get there first.
And at this point, every player seems to have accepted, like, you're going to have to go through the best no matter what, right? It doesn't really matter. There's not a player you're going to be able to avoid. So I think that's the right mentality going into it. Gentlemen, we're moments away from kicking off this first semifinal. It's now time to look at the picks of bans. Reminder that all of the games today outside of the grand final are best of 5s. So the map pool will expand. The champion picks are going to expand. And there will be inevitably some heavies, despite the fact that they've kind of been taking a back seat throughout the weekend. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Awoken for map number 1, and then Deep Embrace for map 2. We've got Blood Covenant for number 3. We then Corrupted Keep, and finally Ruins to round us off. Who wants to take a look at these champs? Look at that.
So we were saying all of the weekend long that players are prioritizing those light champions first. And would you believe it? Let's kind of look at the picks and bans. The longer we go down and the more options we sort of run out of, we kind of get the perfect example. We start all lights. Once the lights are almost completely gone, it becomes medium, medium, medium. And then when there's literally nothing else left to pick, That's where the heavies come out. So if you want to have an example over what the players are picking on the LAN environment and why they might be picking it, you literally have a chart right in front of you to say, this is what we're looking at this weekend.
It's quite interesting because as you said that, you can tell as you go down the list, it gets bulkier and bulkier as they go by. But
Poor Keel, though, left out.
Yeah, again, typical. We haven't seen much of him, but maybe we'll see some more at the later stages. But just going through the picks and bans at the moment, well, you've probably heard him say, what, 4 or 5 times with Kilsan banning Veil. He's banned it again, but Raisey's also not too keen on it either. But he didn't want to leave it open to discussion just in case. And Raisey banning Insomnia, interesting one because statistically his one of the worst maps have been Veil and Deep Embrace, but has decided to go for Insomnia. Maybe he's going for that comfort zone bans rather than actually having to take advantage of any of Kilsan's weaknesses. But I think we've got a nice selection here. We've got both of the big maps in terms of Blood Covenant and Ruins come into play. Awoken is going to be a good indicator on how this is going to shape up in terms of how they're feeling coming into this best of 5. But yeah, it seems that we've got some fast-paced, Champions fast-paced maps to start things off, and we're just easing into those chess kind of setups going into maps 3 and 5.
But I'm loving this. I'm loving how there's clearly a lot of time to plan these picks and bans for this matchup because there's so much personal stuff in there.
Oh, yeah.
Getting rid of the Athena straight away means you're not going to have to worry about it on any of those matches, especially with Blood Covenant coming up there. The Slash gets picked by Kilsan on Deep Embrace specifically, so Raisey doesn't have it. Instead goes for another crouch slide in the Strog. The Blood Covenant just kind of removing, that's kind of like a standard one there, but the Corrupted keep taking the Death Knight away from Kilsan. And then the Clutch away from Raisey, where it could have been a possibility on Ruins when you're only left with heavies. So there's so much personal experience that's gone behind those bans.
Yeah. I mean, you remember there were so many competitions leading up to this point where Clutch would get banned versus Raisey, and then no one did it. But now it's like, all right, now that we're expanded pool champion, it's time to start banning Clutch again.
I really feel like on Ruins, Raisey probably would have picked Clutch if it wasn't banned. Just stuck with only heavies. You know, so it's not as bad.
It makes sense with the Clutch, like being banned that final map. But it's also interesting that Raisey has been selecting Slash on Deep Embrace like for the majority of his tournament, or the whole tournament. Kilsan's actually taken away from it.
Exactly. That's almost a ban, but not a ban. It's just denial, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm going to pick it so you can't use it. But yeah, loving this.
All right, well, our first semifinal is nearly upon us, gentlemen. Really interesting as we go a little bit deeper into the best of 5. I would not be shocked to see our games kind of go the distance. We've talked about the level of talent, and there, of course, is the belt that these players are fighting for. So any predictions going into this one? You know, I think every game at this point is a tough one to call. Every player has also shown so much respect in saying everyone who's here in the top 6, they've got a chance.
Yeah, I think it's probably could be a rarity, isn't it, in terms of the 3-0 department. But I feel like we're going to go all the way this time. It's very hard to decide. I think it depends more on Kilsan's part, on how much in his comfort zone he is now in this setting. But he is feeling comfortable. I think this will go to all the way map number 5, but I reckon Raisey may just edge it.
I feel like I'm going to say the exact same thing that you did. I actually went into this weekend with Kilsan being my prediction to win the entire thing. But after kind of what we've seen from the LAN setting and how there seems to be a slight different level of confidence. You know, Kilsan had a little bit of a slow start. Raisey was kind of just off straight away. With what we've seen over the last 2 days, feel like I do need to change my prediction a bit. I do think Raisey has the edge over this, but I do strongly think it will be a final map.
Yeah, I look at just so much similarities between the two in terms of what I expect and what I think each can produce, but I'm going to side with you all because I think that Raisey has showed consistency throughout this one. And although I'm glad to hear that Kilsan, you know, at first acknowledging Dan DeKing's gameplay as he took a map from him, but then also finding where he needed to be, finding that groove, I expect this to go the distance as well. So we are just moments away then from kicking off. Don't forget our second semifinal after this is Maxter versus Wenger. There's not going to be much time to breathe today, ladies and gentlemen, which is great. That's where we want to be. 8 matches today, ultimately finding ourselves the Season 3 champion. And we're loading into our first map, Awoken. Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves and take it away.
Here we go, Lethal. This is the one. We've started off strong here with a legendary matchup of 2 titans of the game and really just scientists, right? Just happy to sit there, grind it out, learn it for what it is, and they get incredibly, incredibly capable. Where now, you know, As we're going into the final moments, we're now jumping into Awoken. This could be a long one, folks, but I feel like that's kind of what we all want, isn't it?
Yeah, you know me, longer the better, and this is for everyone else as well. Every series go to like, the map number 5, I'm more than happy for it. I don't care how long it takes going to this point. But we're starting off from Raisey's perspective to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to here. We know we're used to him playing out the clutch, but of course, going for those lights, as you rightly mentioned, prioritising those over the heavies, as they realise that. It has been a long time, of course, been that land environment and on this build, so it's interesting to see that they will prioritise the lights more than anything else. But 30 seconds in, Raisey does catch him a little bit with the LG. Of course, that goes will be popping straight away, so he's going to try and get away, but also took a bit of damage in the meantime.
I like Kilsan's patience there with the Ghost Walk. Was kind of looking towards Raisey, jumping towards Rail, but I think Raisey must have realised that's a bit of a risky path to take. Kilsan still having the reactions to flick to it on the right anyway, but we're seeing a little bit of player identity expressed here with the Nyx versus the Anarchy. Now, we haven't really talked about the champion matchups today because, to be honest, we've talked about these matchups so much over the course of the weekend that there's not much left to break down. This is the finals day. This is where it becomes player versus player. And in this case, Kilsan having the ability to just be so much more careful. We know how much he loves playing the Nyx. And then Raisey's side, it's all about that mobility. The inject's going to help you a lot for sustainability, sure, but this is Raisey's creativity of movement versus Kilsan just playing that smart game. And we'll see which one of them comes out on top.
Yeah, certainly will indeed. Kilsan still hasn't picked up an LG. And Raisey, of course, been denying it for the majority of the time. Just biding his time, waiting to see exactly what Kilsan is going to be up to. It's like I said, just trying to feel each other out in a moment to decide exactly how things are going to work out. And then when there's that momentum shift going on one side, that's when we're going to see the frags start tallying up at that later stage. But for now, items still almost in sync, just going for that Mega, and Raisey now at least has a little bit of time to try and contest it. Even if he doesn't pick it up, that was a good LG. Using that Ghost Walk, also using the inject here just to back away, just for extra insurance, but it looks like it's just going to be back to square one.
That was rather explosive in a short space of time. The denial there from Raisey, trying to keep himself nice and safe. Got to get a little bit of armor back here, because there's one thing both of these can do. It's hit like a truck, and that vertical rocket gives us exactly what we were just talking about, the prediction towards the Mega. It is going to be that narrow next objective, but Raisey knows that he's in position for heavy. So we were able to sit there just a little bit longer, you know, try and get that information, try and maybe get like a ranged shot there, and then back off and take the heavy instead. Raisey looking a little bit better in the stack department, and right now has definitely been hitting a little bit more of that damage, the preemptive tri-bolt. Man, Raisey has just had such a hole over where Kilsan is. There's another rail to connect. And 10 seconds until the next item. They're split down the middle. Are we going to take one each, or surely this is the opportunity Raisey would kind of be a bit greedy, push forward, try and secure both.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of greed here. Raisey coming in with the LG, both coming out at the same time, but look at that goes where he does. He uses it just on the brink. And Raisey now just waiting for him, daring for him. He had a very good read considering. Of course, didn't hit the TP sound going through with the Ghost Walk, and Kilsan is literally knocking on death's door. Raisey now just flanking all the way around. Sadly, doesn't catch him, but has the stack to work with to try and catch him. But he was just there, top mid catch up, as you saw. But he might be able to go round this different route, picks up the light, but it looks like he's have to reroute round.
If Kilsan was playing any other champion in the game with that low stack in that situation, he would have died. It's just his knowledge of Nyx, the clutch of clutch wall jumps there to shut down the line of sight and to stay alive just long enough to get out of there safely. However, has had to disengage in the process, and by taking all that damage has given Raisey full map control, to the point where Raisey is now significantly delaying these two items, where that split that we just saw probably not going to happen for some time. Raisey didn't get a frag in that exchange, but did so much damage that still got some form of victory. In this case, it's map control.
Yeah, speaking of map control, this is where it could start for Raisey. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds. Items are segregated. Kilsan is still weak, so he's going to have a real tough time trying to at least contest this one way or another, and he's even in the choke point, so this is a good time for Raisey just to jump on in, just keep that covered, which he has done. Not that he's making it look easy, but it's just the fact that Kilsan, he can't challenge it at this point. Like, look at the difference in stack between the two. Raisey's just flying here, there, and absolutely everywhere, but also in priority, making sure to keep that top mid control. He's trying to catch him, but Kilsan is getting a bit dicey for him, but he is able to stay alive. But this is probably the worst position to be in, but he goes walked out of there. Perfectly understandable.
It's just safety above all else. With the way that Raisey's controlling this map, even conceding a single frag here would be a bit disastrous, because then you're going to spawn, Raisey might catch you, and then it might daisy chain into a lot more than you want. But with a slow game, Kilsan has room to work with here. You know, yes, Kilsan's been out of control. Yes, Kilsan's having to play a defensive game. But I mean, it's a battle of two lights. Kilsan, it has to be a scary position to have very low armor, in some cases none. You're against an opponent you know is stacked, but that rocket is a fantastic way of answering back just a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to be as meaningful because, yeah, the heavy got picked up, but the point is these defensive positions from Kilsan have been keeping him in this game. It's preventing Raisey from being too aggressive, and just like that, the surprise factor allows Kilsan to play the slow game for 5 whole minutes. And finally, that first frag is obtained just as the Mega comes through as well. Masterful use of the Ghost Walk and rockets from the heavens.
Kilsan was waiting for such a long time for that moment to be able to take advantage of the situation with that aggressive Ghost Walking. Just to bait Raisey out to make him think that he's still there, but not really too sure in terms of the position. Raisey did make a good read, but just couldn't exactly guess where he was going to be. Of course, he was next to a miracle at that point. But Kilsan now looking very strong indeed, looking much better than he was during those first few minutes, with Raisey having taken full advantage of that stack and having that full map control. And now Kilsan being able to get that back. But for now, a few rockets here from the tribal area from Kilsan just to try and help Denial do some damage on towards that Mega. But Raisey does have a big stack once again, as Kilsan struggling a little bit to contest his items once more. And speaking of items, just having a quick look, it's currently 8 items for Kilsan and 15 for Raisey.
But I don't feel like the items are really the be-all, end-all of how this match is unfolding. It has seemed like Kilsan is more than happy to concede them, especially getting that information from that first frag. You know, it's kind of confirming to Kilsan that I can play this slow game. I can deliberately play out of, well, certainly not out of position, because he's been in position to land these amazing rockets, but he's just been out of control. But part of that feels like he knows that it's likely that's going to be the case, right? Because if I put myself on these items too much, Raisey's always going to be there. Raisey has the inject, the speed, the aggression, and in a lot of cases the stack. My Ghost Walk has got to be used perfectly. And in the first frag that we saw, that exact defensive, opportunistic game plan worked out wonders. And now the defensive game, another defensive 100 damage rocket. I mean, this is the clear idea. Kilsan isn't playing your conventional game here where I'm going to just go for the items, I'm going to constantly fight on them. He's using the Ghost Walk and big time those defensive rockets to just keep Raisey unable to push. And then that one frag he got, Raisey pushed too far towards an item and paid the price for it.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Kilsan now keeping track of those hourglasses, keep that Ghost Walk in his back pocket every single time. He's only got 2.5 minutes left, but do you know what? He'll catch up at this point. If he can do it for 5 minutes, he may be able to do it for 2.5, but the problem is Kilsan is so weak at this stage, and one good read from Raisey will cost him and potentially tie this up. So the heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds. Raisey's currently top mid. He could drop down and maybe go for the other angle, which he has done. Going for the TP to see if he can find where Kilsan is lurking around, but Kilsan's already made that read. He knew straight away, but there's no point even attempting for that heavy as of yet. The stack in terms of congestion is absolutely no need for it and wouldn't be able to win that outright anyway, and of course doesn't want to waste that Ghost Walk. Still, 2 minutes left, 1-0 in favour of Kilsan, and we'll have to see how Raisey can try and tie this up.
Ghost Walk's been ready for a long time, and it's obvious as to why. Saving it to force Raisey to encounter you twice. And on a map like Awoken, if Kilsan's in good positions, speaking of good positions, hanging up on that jump pad, being able to just push even the likes of Anarchy off that ledge and force Raisey to have to find a plan B. All of this is going to take some time, and I got to give all the props in the world to how Kilsan has approached this map. It has been a clear game plan from the get-go. It's been Raisey's going to be the one cycling around, picking up everything, using that speed. But I have my own share of utility, stuff that Raisey isn't going to have. And with the amount of confidence and the placement of these rockets, it has been the rockets that have been keeping Kilsan in this match. So much of them. And even rails like that. Raisey picks up an item, and actually, wait, this might be a chance to go in. Heavy's just about to spawn, but not yet. Now it's been taken, sure, but so much damage on the opportunity has been done. Raisey goes down right as the inject gets popped, and with a minute left to go, that is a disaster. You want that inject now.
Oh, he's only on 25 HP. Kilsan looking to try and back away. Ghost Walk is only going to be out for a while and takes him down with the heavy machine gun. 45 seconds left. Kilsan's going straight in as well. The Mega is up as well. Raisey doesn't take it. Heavy's on next 7 as well. Does some great damage. Both of them are so weak. And in the end, Raisey takes him down, tie things up. Things have escalated so quickly here, Ryan. And now Raisey's going to TP through to see if he can catch him again. But Kilsan has got a good stack, but hasn't got the weaponry in his arsenal.
I don't know how this happened. I really don't know how this happened. Yeah, on the first frag there, Kilsan was weak, but really maybe stuck in a position where running away wasn't really an option, perhaps. But it's just kind of unreal to see that kind of patient 8 minutes. Kilsan playing it absolutely flawlessly all the way through. Missing that rail, that's bad news. Because with 10 seconds left to go, we're absolutely going to be in a sudden death position. This next frag's going to do it. But Kilsan needs to sort of stabilize here. The Ghost walks down for a significant amount of time. But we're now finally able to go back to where we were for most of this map. Kilsan conceding an item because he knows there's no point being there, but we can get damage first. Remove the usefulness of that item. Start to play slow. And just like that, as long as we have a Ghost Walk and Kilsan has a regular stack, this is absolutely doable. But good lord, what a scary 30 seconds that was.
It certainly was. First series of the day, first best of 5, first map, first sudden death. Absolutely love it. Raisey now. Oh, that round just barely missed him. As he managed to tank at least one of those rounds, at least Kilsan has to keep him at bay for the time being. Heavy's up now, and Raisey, of course, going straight forward into it. Kilsan was fair just to get, of course, a timing. He's actually circling around into that choke point, but Raisey, he has actually found him. The Ghost Walk is still there, but things like it's just been used to get behind him. And luckily, Raisey's just going again, but he's already taken that last rocket, and Kilsan just, it's going, oh my god, the direct as well. Trying to at least flank around to try and finish him, but both of them are on very equal stack here. Raisey, after picking up the light, is going to be looking a little bit better, but he's still relevant. He's going to be so careful. He wants to get around the corner. Yes, he does, just on the brink.
Every single rail here is going to just send shivers down your spine. The amount they're going to mean. Kilsan, though, this is a big deal. The heavy gets taken, potential for an aggressive push, the rocket jump. Raisey knows, I get stuck here, I'm done. Let's just not even bother risking it. We take a major item each. Kilsan still a significantly higher amount of armor, and there's no inject. Raisey did have to use that just to stay safe, just to stay in a situation where we're not just going to get shredded here by a Kilsan, especially if we get taken by surprise, because as we can see, ability central, we could be seeing that any minute, but I feel like this situation is going to favor Kilsan because that's how he obtained his first frag. Even now, yeah, he got hit by a rail and he's been forced off the item. But actually, this is the scariest part of the world. Raisey knows that it could be now. Dedicates to the fight and dedicates too hard. And a well-earned yes from Kilsan behind us. I mean, this is a stressful situation, right? And Kilsan playing, it must have been like the first 8 minutes. Like that was his map all the way through, because yeah, he wasn't the one that was in control, but I don't think he cared about being in control. And then in the blink of an eye, those 2 frags in return just go boom, done. And then it's even, and then it's sudden death. And it's like, wait a minute, what happened here?
Yeah.
Kilsan was running rings around it, but
Well, let's put it real. He made him work for it. Let's put it that way. He didn't get a first frag for at least on the 5-minute mark at the bare minimum. But it's just using Nyx to the full degree. He knew full well that there was a majority of the time where Kilsan just didn't have to start to contest much of it. He could contest a heavy short or made a mega from the nail area. But the problem is, with the Anarchy as well, especially with that stack, it's very difficult to try and contend with on so many occasions. And you talk about how it just, escalates so quickly in that small margin. But lucky with that heavy machine gun, knowing that Kilsan was still going to be there lurking, Raisey's dive straight on in. Of course, this is the big fight, a huge game-changing fight for Raisey to tie this up, and also get that mega early on. But this was the final engagement here with that LG battle, as Kilsan able to take him down, just relying on his combat skills alone, and we know that he's one of the best here in terms of the competition with his combat skills anyway, and his tracking. And we're just going through the stats at the moment. 46% rail, and we do have 47% with the LG. Not a lot of shots fired, mind you, but still good enough to put him down.
I feel like we got such a wonderful example of what to expect from this series from that first map. It was a complete and utter dynamic, and honestly, we can't say we're surprised because of the champions they went in there with. Raisey with the Anarchy was able to cycle around the map for the vast majority of it, but Kilsan knows, I'm going up against Raisey. Raisey can be aggressive. Raisey is extremely opportunistic, and with someone like Anarchy who can be as explosive and almost erratic, being able to just have a perfect champion that I can slow the game down forcefully. Like, I'm the one that's going to slow things down here. You catch me in a situation, I can get out of there. There were almost no aggressive ghost walks at all. I don't even think there was a single one, because that was not the idea. The idea was to stabilize. The idea was to play it at my pace, whether you like it or not. And it worked out. Just a little bit of a scare by the end of it, but enough to take that overtime and bring that confidence up to 11. But we're going to be going on to a different map now, the Deep Embrace. Kilsan with the slash. and Raisey with the Strogan Pika. Now, there's a couple of thoughts as to what we're seeing here. Kilsan, we know Kilsan really loves Slash, but Raisey was one of the first players that we saw really using this champion on this map. So there was an idea here, there's a theory that perhaps Kilsan picking the Slash on Deep Embrace just so Raisey can't use it.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. We've seen Raisey use it enough times over the last 4 to 6 weeks, haven't we? Been using Slash on Deep Embrace time and time again, just trying to change the meta a little bit to see what he can do on different maps and different cycles. It's nice to see Kilsan do it as well. He's obviously seen the strengths and weaknesses on the Slash and gone, do you know what? Yeah, I'll give it a dabble here, Ryan. I'll try it out and see if it's how it's going to work. But also, you've got to remember, in hindsight, the fact that Raisey's been using Slash on Deep Embrace so much that he's also going to know the pros and cons of it. And we're going to see if he can abuse that with the Strog. Very interesting picks in itself with the Strog and the Slash in this matchup. Normally do get the Doom, the Ranger. We do get some other bits and pieces in the middle. But interesting matchup in itself just from the champion picks alone, as we're going to go straight on in here, Ryan, starting off from Kilsan's POV.
Now an early fight has been landed, but really neither player having all the weapons to make this fight count, so we'll just take the early damage for what it is. Actually, Kilsan going around the other way and getting so much damage on Raisey there. Looks like they both had a similar idea to push forward, and in this case, actually, we're going to take the opposite item from when we spawned, and tell you what, you don't see that every day.
No, I'm not going to lie, you certainly don't. It's a little bit of a shock to the system. Items are a little bit segregated, enough time to at least contest it nonetheless. Kilsan just standing by as well. Only got LG in hand. Oh, the rail. That was beautiful stuff there from Raisey. Could he get one more? But a noisy tri-bolt there. It's definitely going to put him on all fours behind and does get a little bit more. That was huge, huge shots there coming out of Kilsan.
That was 2 tri-bolt shots and almost Raisey.
Wasn't by the rail, mind you, at that point.
Oh, that is scary stuff. And honestly, if that shows us anything in this opening 60 seconds, is that Kilsan's lock on where Raisey is on the map has been on point. But now this is the chance to start getting some important weapons. Kilsan's had to be really careful because he hasn't had the Unholy Trinity. He hasn't even got a rocket launcher yet, and he'll know that more than anyone. Raisey, more than likely having an idea of that, hence the fact that he's sitting around this rocket location, you know, can keep Kilsan away from it and kind of look at that heavy at the same time. But once more, we're going to trade item for item.
Oh, the rail is actually going to be scarring off the map. See you later, Raisey. And what a way to start off Deep Embrace. Kilsan is going to be pretty damn happy about that. Now got him pinned down on the LG, but Raisey already trying to get away. What a way to start this map.
God, I didn't know Quake was a golf simulator, but anyway. It's already been just about 2 minutes here as Kilsan gets I mean, that's a wonderful first frag to get because really those ring outs, kind of cheeky little frags, aren't they? You haven't got to do as much work to get it because, bam, you can then reduce the damage you take, you can focus on the next item. Looks like right now, Kilsan's actually holding fire. Maybe try and get some of that bonus damage first. That rail didn't hit its mark, but the idea was there. But Kilsan, the item's not enough. We need full control. We need to keep Raisey down. However, the aggressive push here, LG's really good, but not enough. And actually, I believe Raisey must have run out of ammo there because he goes in for the super shotgun after doing a huge amount of fire. And that is unfortunate. Kilsan takes a second frag and is looking very, very scary here, folks.
Yeah, he certainly is. I kind of feel like now Kilsan is in his comfort zone. You can see the way he's playing and reacting to different scenarios and situations, and even the rockets as well. Does a bit of damage with the Pika there from Raisey, but in the end does scarp it away. Megs up in the next 10 seconds. I like this from Kilsan, purposely segregating the times heavily, knowing that he can contest both with almost ease. And Meg up is in the next couple of seconds. Raisey, so weak. He's got positional advantage, but I don't think he could be able to do too much with it. If Kilsan just dives on in, then he's going to be in some deep trouble. But in the end, I like that from Raisey. Just trying to get a cheeky rail to do some chip and then maybe back away. But Raisey does delay enough to get the heavy, but these back-to-back rails coming out from Kilsan, trying to look for the second, catches him with the LG. He's going to push a ball straight away here, Ryan. Will he be able to get him so close to be able to doing it? And the LG comes back out and does make it a 3-0 lead here for Kilsan.
That was not a clean fight. It was not a clean fight from either side. There's some rare misses on both ends. Oh, that Pika does connect though, the last minute. Not able to fire around there. Raisey wants to be able to stabilize so quickly, and to be honest, I can't blame him. Kilsan's had a really nice hold on what Raisey's doing on this map. Oh, no! You want to ring out? How about one in return, buddy boy?
Oh dear, 2 out of 4 ring outs here. Raisey just trying to plant him with that shot. He does get the heavy in the circling around, just barely misses that rail 4 minutes in, and Raisey's on the warpath here, Ryan. As you can see, hits the first, looking for the second if you can get round here. Finishing with the shotgun for extra insurance, perfectly understandable, but is slowly creeping up on the scoreline here. Catching the LG again, but Raisey's got a much bigger stack in comparison. Uses the Pika just in case. Almost got caught with his trousers down with Kilsan circling around, but still takes him out here.
It was a good choice from Raisey. I know Raisey was opting to get some weapons and push forward anyway, but just going in with that Pika, knowing that the Mega was there, if I took way too much damage to the point where I have to be nervous, at least I've got a Mega to kind of stop that instantly. So in some ways, maybe a free Pika attempt. Able to win that fight on Kilsan, and the confidence was there. 3 apiece now. We just about hit that halfway point, so it's been an interesting exchange so far. And oh my god, these rockets have just been incredible from Kilsan all series long. There goes another one, and they'll make that 4-3.
Certainly doesn't need 8 items for Raisey, 9 for Kilsan. It's been very close in the items and the lights department anyway. Good first rail there from Kilsan. Good second one. Will he be able to get the third? As Raisey just barely managed to get away, but how long can he stay alive? Both of them got very equal stacks, so they may just back away and fight for another day. Heavy's up in the next 15 seconds. Both of them are gagging to go, but what a rocket as well. Doesn't do the full impact, but does enough damage. And he cleans up straight away with the combo off the rail from Kilsan. This map has just changed on its head again. First rail once more, almost hits the seconds. My god.
If you want to talk about respect, look at the second to last frag that we saw. Right here in the center point of the map where Kilsan was in the opposite direction, there were 2 rails in a row. So many people would have been hungry to just fish for that final shot, but at the same time you realize if I miss that shot and it's close range, Raisey's just spawned near LG, that miss is going to be punishing more than anything, and it wasn't worth the risk. So many people would have just wanted to jump in and go for that, but Kilsan knows what's on the line here. I know that I've got time to work with. I just took the lead, or I'm about to take the lead, excuse me, and there's just no reason. You know, we're going to go calculated all the way, and as long as we can keep the control over this map, just that patience was rewarded. Kilsan just found the frag later, is now in a great position. The control over the map's pretty damn good, and so is the basic stack. You know, let's not forget, this is light versus medium, but with how much armor Kilsan's been able to control, you wouldn't believe it. It almost doesn't even feel like it matters. All that matters now is that Kilsan has a smaller hitbox.
That's exactly right, but some 2 good rockets there from Kilsan to back Raisey away. Mega's been up for some time now. Heavy's also about to creep up any second. He's actually just trying to catch him those Joe, but I love it as well, just prioritizing the kill. Gets him with the rocket, we're able to finish him. Yes, he does. 24 HP here, Ryan. And now what's he going to go for first? Goes for the light and prioritizes the heavy. Again, perfectly understandable. He wants to be stacked up as quickly physically possible. Raisey did go for the Mega, hits the first rail, gets through, tries to get a decent rocket in, but Raisey's so weak here. Kilsan can try and punish him for it, especially from the high ground, but has managed to back away. But Kilsan keeping tabs on the man at the moment.
He will be. Forced to retreat in there. Around there was only 1 light armor to pick up there. Kilsan had already taken the one up top, so a fair assumption as to where Raisey's going to be afterwards. Can't be too aggressive. Building up that stack is always going to be that #1 goal, and speaking of which, Pika shut down. That's not going to be a free jump pad though, and Raisey knows it. We're going to be safe, we're going to take the Mega, and we're going to plan our next attack. But, ooh, threading the needle, and then a second to punish the eagerness to take that light.
He got a lot for angle as well. Literally barely moved his crosshair and hit both of those shots. And Kilsan down below is hoping to catch him with his trousers down. Just barely misses that 1 rail, which would have given some massive leeway going towards the heavy. But he's got a much bigger stack advantage anyway, so he can definitely pursue this. Hits the first one. Will he be able to catch him here? Oh, just on the skin of his teeth.
That was the kill shot.
It was. It certainly was indeed. But it does come out with a Pika. Takes that out. But just keeping his control. And Raisey realised that as he's going to jump pad, Kilsan was still there. Just rockets himself back away.
But I'm liking this choice. Again, we know that the Mega is up, but for these 2, that is not the most important pickup. It is consistently this heavy. Raisey tries to go for it, but Kilsan 1 step ahead, was ready for that option, and just punished it. Raisey fresh off spawn. Yeah, the LG is pretty damn good, but hang on a minute! Still, Kilsan takes a lot of damage, but at least he gets the frag.
Yeah, he ran out of LG ammo mid-fight, but lucky those rockets did, or were, a massive help in hand. Heavy's up in 7 seconds. Kilsan just... again, biding his time. He's got 1.5 minutes to waste until to try and hold on to this 5 frag lead. Raisey, of course, well aware of this and needs to be as aggressive as physically possible with these rockets. Tries to take him out with the machine gun. Oh my god, if that hit, he did it in the end! 7 HP, gets the Mega. Raisey's already calling GG. And yeah, I think that was pretty much done and dusted from there. But Kilsan, we know he's known for his rails for a reason, just look at the items, everything like that. But the accuracy from both players with the rail was actually quite close. But of course, Kilsan firing more shots. It's a better median overall. But yeah, what a way. That second map played out entirely different compared to Awoken, but it is deep in base after all, isn't it?
That was kind of ridiculous. Being able to hit a rocket of that caliber, like, I'm shocked he survived, even to the point where anyone that's kind of played on Deep Embrace, you know that one section near LG, it can be a bit awkward to climb up because sometimes you don't get that sort of smooth ramp up there.
Yeah,
you can get stuck. Kilsan got stuck there, but it almost felt like that took Raisey by surprise because he's now flying right over his head, and now Kilsan's in position to kind of get the turnaround shot. Delicious little direct at the end, and I've got to say, I don't blame Raisey for early GGing that at all. This is a long series, and now Kilsan being 2 maps up off the back of this, even if it's like an extra minute and a half that you'll have to play through just, you know, because you have to or whatever it is, I don't know. It's not worth it here. We need to just go straight into the next map, and we need to now focus on, right, I'm not going to put my brain into this map anymore. It's done. I need to save that for the next map. You know what I mean? It's just keeping yourself saved and ready for it. So the map has just come to an end, and we'll now be jumping into our next one after a little moment as we load in and think about it. But dude, Kilsan is on fire.
He is. Well, this is what I was worried about. If Raisey maybe had that advantage at the very beginning and was able to take the first map, then Kilsan is going to take a bit more time to be in his comfort zone. Don't you worry, you can have all the LAN experience in the world, but the problem is, if that zone's not in your favor, it can be really tough. And, you know, he is quite a momentum-based player, of course. But I think one of the reasons why we see that early GG as well is, of course, the assumption, the usual, there's too many frags, can't get it, blah, 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 blah. Honestly, this replay package could have just been an entire top 10 anyway. But one of the main factors you've got to remember, when was the last time we saw someone win a Quake con from the loser side? Like, it has been quite a long time, or a very long time. And even if it's just that one map advantage, it's not really that. It's the stamina. And with just Quake overall, it's so consuming, the mental capacity and the energy and the thought process you got to put in at this level. I wouldn't put it on my worst enemy, but the things that at this point, they realise that Raisey just wants to crack on, and if whatever happens in this series, and he does or may possibly drop down to losers, but at least that way he can save that energy, which he would have done at a later stage of that map. Even if it's just 1 minute or 2 minutes, it's a saving nonetheless. But as you can see, if you're just joining us, Kilsan does win that second map 9-3. Currently 2-0 in this best of 5. We will be going on to Blood Covenant next. And this will be a very interesting one. Blood Covenant is always a very tight-knit game, or a low frag game if we see 2 champions with not really much speed or mobility. Okay, we've got a little bit of mobility from the Doom, don't get me wrong, but a good example was the Galena versus Visor matchup we had between Tox and Chrom, where it was 0-0 for nearly 21 minutes until Tox finally got taken down and Kron got that first frag. So this will be interesting in itself. I have seen Kilsan use the Doom before and Blood Covenant on the rare occasion here and there, but not Raisey. So this should be another close affair indeed. But remember, Raisey now needs to create that very difficult reverse sweep.
The mental game is one of the unsung difficulties of a tournament like this. And now we're in a position where you know that it's a long way to getting the victory. It's 3 maps back to back against someone that, the first map was really close, but the second one wasn't. Kilsan was all over that second map, and I'd say Kilsan's probably feeling good right now. I reckon Kilsan's probably not feeling much of anything. I think the focus is going to be so in there that every ounce of that brain is going into the game, because a sweep is something that I don't think anyone would expect. I don't think Kilsan would have expected it. But it's not there yet. Now, on the opposite end, we're talking about that mental game because Raisey has no choice but to win 3 maps consecutively against someone that has just beat you comfortably twice already. Like, there's so much that you have to just try and block out of your mind, as we are now loading into Blood Covenant. You might be able to see it right here. I know I can. And as this warm-up comes to a close, we're going to find out the conclusion, potentially, of these 2 players. I don't know, but this has been a really good set so far. Chat, I can't read the chat, but I'm sure you're giving us your predictions. Just do a little bit more. Give Raisey your energy. Man needs it right now.
He certainly does. The Maestro man, the guys play second on so many occasions, is on the brink of going into the losers bracket here, but we'll have to see how things will pan out for him. It's still going to go to that map 5. I did mention before this series, it'll be a very rare cert if we see any 3-0s, and it looks like we could be seeing our first one of the day. We'll see. Depends how Kilsan plays out on Blood Covenant. But we're going to be starting off with Kilsan's POV here. Ryan to find out exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to. and just lurking around already. But I mentioned before in terms of the champion picks, normally these kind of picks, you normally see low frag games, you normally see things not taking it easy, so to speak, but of course without the speed and mobility, a little bit harder to kind of trap your opponent into a corner or into a dark place to then secure that frag.
But I tell you what, here's the thing. Totem positioning, which just dropping one prematurely, we know there's going to be some potential hourglasses nearby, so that's not going to be the end of the world. But having that sustainability for the way Kilsan has been playing, I think, could be quite a benefit. And now Raisey in the position of Mega, and he's sitting there patiently waiting. Heavy's going to be our next objective, as it always is, but even little things like these nail jumps, that's kind of where things have developed. Once upon a time, Doomslayer was one of the absolute most picked champions on this map in particular, but as time's gone on, players are just getting more accustomed to how to make these jumps with any champion. Now you're looking at Galena, who can make that bridge to rail jump, an often very important jump for champions to make. And now everyone can do it with the added utility of the Galena being caught down here, though. The LG from far away juggled up and not able to get it either. The double jump of Doom and the repositioning makes those mid-air rockets so hard to obtain.
And I'm just gobsmacked how Kilsan got an overstack so early on. It was like within the 75-second mark, anything like that. But Raisey, you can tell that these previous 2 maps hasn't affected his mindset at all. Just take it one map at a time. Will he be able to clean him up or at least do some damage? But Raisey does back away, luckily for his sake. But Kilsan's on the warpath. You saw him rotating straight around, and Kilsan just desperate to try and tie this up early on. But in the end, Raisey also made the correct reads from a defensive purpose. Mega is still up, but Heavy will be up in the next few seconds. And I like this from Raisey as well. Not going for the totem as of yet, but of course he will know, knowing that Kilsan's going to assume that he'll be going for the Heavy. Good first rail, but Kilsan's very tempted to go for the Heavy a little bit more aggressively. But look at this, height control again. Raisey's on the chase. Mega's coming up in the next 15.
Raisey cemented some early control. Very, very good when you're this far behind, and there's plenty of this map left to go. But being able to kind of just do those, the numbers on the fly, if you will. Kilsan knew that he still had to show respect, but was able to fight if necessary, because Raisey had not quite been able to get to the light armor that's near the railgun, and Kilsan had jumped down here to take the light one. There was only one realistic one left to take, and that was down near Super Shotgun. So just little bits of optimization, I suppose we'll call it. Just having knowledge of where they can go and what they can and can't pick up. In this kind of position, Kilsan's going to have to play very, very carefully, because the Mega, the next objective, getting hit by that opening rail, though, is certainly going to make things difficult, to the point where Kilsan is forced to jump down and kind of just give up the position. Raisey doesn't want the position. Raisey wants the frag, and a frag he'll obtain.
The guy is not messing around at all in the slightest, as you can hear Kills again. It's just a little bit frustrated, but of course, remember, he does have that 2-0 lead in the series, so even if he does mess up this map, he's still got 2 more chances in order to bring it back. Nice little fake rocket jump to make him think that he's already picked up the Heavy and delaying it by 5 seconds if Kilsan does make that rotation and not go for the Mega. So Mega is up in 10, and this is perfect from Raisey. He's got everything he needs. Items heavily segregated. Basically contesting all these items back and forth, making sure he's got the info and angles he needs. Mega is still up, and Kilsan realizes that, yep, it's time to back away, time to get out, maybe get a sneaky rail shot if he can, which he manages to do, but every little chip will matter here. Misses the rail straight afterwards, and look at this from Raisey, coming in with the Doom straight away, and that's the one way to abuse that mobility, left on 19 HP. Great LG from Raisey. Now it's all about that recovery process.
Raisey said it himself in his interview, and it's one of the things that might really benefit him in this situation. Yes, there's loads of work to do to bring this all the way back, but Raisey mentioning, you just take it a map at a time. And it's something that Raisey's always done. Oh, good lord, that hurts. But my point was that that's a beneficial mentality to have when you're in this position. And just didn't have the weapon to take him out. Good lord, Kilsan dedicating to me. I've done so much damage. Surely he's going to die eventually. And Raisey's just answering back.
It feels like a library a little bit on stage, but now we can see that Kilsan, it's having a bit of a tough road upon him at the moment. Just at the halfway stage here, Raisey's playing this down to a T. Really refined, like a nice little direct. That's going to give him the red flag to try and get out ASAP. Oh my god, I think he managed to hit that rail as well. Raisey going back again, trying to see if he can try and catch Kilsan rotating back around. Still cleaning up his totems as well, which is good, but that was a great combo from Kilsan just to keep him at bay whilst he attempts this Heavy. 10 HP remaining. This is Raisey's time to get out.
There is time to build a comeback here for Kilsan. Yeah, this is a bigger map, and it's not going to daisy chain as often as you might expect, like a Deep Embrace or something. Raisey having to pop the Berserk, but Kilsan doesn't even want to risk it, I don't think. The important thing is the item, staying here and collecting it, and maybe getting some bonus damage later. But now Raisey's going to sort of shift a bit now. You know, this defensive position going to be a bit hard to escape, especially with the rails that Kilsan's been landing all day, but this is all going to take some time. If we can escape with our life, then that's best case scenario, because Kilsan still has to get those 4 frags just to equalize.
Yeah, the longevity of it, trying to get 4 frags in this map can be quite brutal, but he's not playing against an Athena or a Slash or anything like that, so hopefully for his sake, it's not going to be too much of a concern comparison to those champion picks which you'd have to face if he was down by 4 frags, but it depends how methodical Raisey wants to play this out. He does miss that last rail. Rocket does come in, but he does hit the first. Look and see if he can try and re-peak, but in the end, still looking for that second shot. Look and see if he can find him. Will he be able to? Doesn't manage to hit it, but Kilsan does. And Raisey now just, again, just holding back.
Jumping towards this heavy now and setting up for another potential ranged battle. These opening rails have meant so much, but not enough for Kilsan to be able to push in so far. Raisey's defensive positioning, if he does take any damage, he's long gone, in a position of which Kilsan can't really chase all that well. And that position was lovely. Not as beneficial for Raisey though, as Kilsan does have more stack. But now actually, this could be an opportunity. We're stuck in this corner. The defensive rockets, and there's another one! Max damage. And I feel like this is going to be a hard comeback to make.
Yeah, it literally is indeed. Kilsan, though, at least he gets his first frag. So
And they're heavy too. All right.
He's got a bit of leeway, but with 3 minutes left on Blood Covenant, I'm not so sure. But I've seen Kilsan, I'm sure you have as well, do some ridiculous comebacks on maps like Ruins. So if he can do on Blood Covenant and play this as calculated as possible at a fast pace, which he's pretty much known for, then we'll have to see. But it depends on Raisey's defense, on the routes he takes. As soon as Kilsan works out the patterns, he slowly is adapting to at the moment, then there could be a chance for him to tie this up and take it to sudden death.
Raisey's doing the right thing. We kind of just wait for the opportunity for Kilsan to go down, and really Kilsan actually doing a good job of moving close enough that Raisey can hear him and then immediately turns around. Like, I know that's a hard place to escape, but for Kilsan to chase doesn't really have the mobility to do so. So it's no surprises that Raisey is picking a position here where it's really hard for Galena to follow him. And now with 2 minutes, 4 frags to go. Kilsan, bit of a juggle. The Mega does get picked up though, and Kilsan not particularly healthy this entire chase. Kilsan can't be too aggressive because he's just going to give himself up on a silver plate, but he has to do something.
Certainly does indeed. It's going back onto that rocket bridge. Got eyes on him. Directly above, good rail from Kilsan. This will help him out a tad, but Raisey's well aware of him being chased upon, going straight away, faking the rocket jump up and see if he can throw Raisey off, but realises he's there after hearing that rocket jump pad, making another rotation round. Good rocket jump again here from Kilsan. Gets the totem down, but this is where it's just going to be scary. A minute 15 left, and Raisey's defense has just been very good so far, just keeping his distance, keeping his range. One more rail could do it, but he's already picked up the heavy, and that you can see for Raisey, that's not something he's looking for, just keeping well away of the situation.
He's doing a wonderful job of just playing the clock. This is where the complete layer 1 obvious of a champion matchup will come into play, which is the distinct lack of mobility when it comes to chasing someone. 50 seconds left to go, and Kilsan doesn't have time. Raisey's done such a good job in these closing couple of minutes of just playing those angles, listening for when Kilsan's going to appear. To give Kilsan his credit, I mean, there were some fake rocket jumps, some fake outs that almost worked, but Raisey's kind of plan B and sticking in an area where there were so many ways to escape, Galena's not going to catch you. It's just not going to happen. So there was such a lead built up that Raisey, keeping himself alive in this series, it's going to be 2-1. So 1 map down, 2 to go.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but Raisey clearly had a game plan going into this matchup, and it worked perfectly for him as Kilsan now just trying to catch him, but LG is going to be flying to the other side, and that is going to be it. Raisey will take the 3rd map 6-1, so reverse sweep, Ryan, still on the cards.
On the cards, but is going to be far from easy. I think when we were looking at that matchup on paper, It was actually, in terms of the armors and the items that were picked up, kind of actually seems like it was in Kilsan's favor. Kilsan picked up more heavies, he picked up more megas, but at the same time, it was just kind of Raisey's positioning. It was every time there was a fight, it was a fight that Kilsan wasn't really as healthy in compared to like the other two maps where he was kind of dictating the pace and he was able to go, right, I'm going to just pounce on this guy and get this kill. And then, of course, once the comfort zone was built up when it comes to Raisey's frag count, he was able to start playing the defensive game. And a defensive game on a map like this, where there's so many ways a double jump can help you that Galena won't have, just on a matchup alone, not even factoring in the two players, like Galena's not going to win that matchup. She can't catch you. She's too slow.
This is what I mentioned right at the very beginning. We knew it was going to be a low frag game to some degree. We wasn't too sure how much. And yeah, once the shoe's on the other foot and you're behind by quite a few frags, you could have the overstack, all the items you need. Raisey pretty much giving it to him, considering the circumstances he was in and the positions he put himself in. There was just nothing Kilsan could do to claw back. But looking at the percentages and the damage at the moment, 55% for Raisey, and on the other side, 50% for Kilsan. 53% LG, even though he didn't do much damage, still pretty damn good anyway. But the rocket damage, not really much there, but I think it's more due to the fact that he was the aggressor with the rockets in the majority of that, and Raisey just daring him to come on forward. It was just a tough task at hand. But going into the fourth map here, which will be Corrupted Keep. Used to be Raisey's Keep once upon a time here, Ryan, but we'll have to see exactly how that's going to turn out. We'll see the Eisen BJ pick. Pretty standard, pretty meta, pretty much what we normally see day in, day out. But the Eisen, people always have a bit of a question mark on how little Timmy's going to try and perform here with Raisey going into Corrupted Keep. But we've seen some great things with the turret in the past.
We have, and no doubt we'll continue to see it, more than likely today of all shows. But again, an opportunity to change things up a significant amount because it's a different kind of map. You know, the Blood Covenant is more about your traditional. It's about the range, so rail heavy it can be. And to give Kilsan the credit, those rails were unbelievable. But Raisey's positioning to be able to kind of just get out and not be at too much of a risk of it, while at the same time returning damage, great. But no point really talking about that anymore because we're about to jump into Corrupted Keep, which is so different. There ain't no rail. Things are a lot smaller, a lot more combat heavy. And Kilsan, if there's one thing that's always on point, it's going to be that aim. Everything is good to go in Kilsan Town. And with Corrupted Keep coming on, this is a good opportunity to kind of, seal the fate a little bit. Raisey, as you quite rightly said, back in like 2017, 2018, Raisey's Keep was the unofficial new name of it because he felt almost unbeatable on this map. But as time's gone on, people are starting to catch up. People are starting to just kind of get more familiar with it. I mean, they'd better be familiar with it. It's been in the game for years. But it's quite a favourite, and it's been a favourite this weekend for sure.
Yeah, it has been. I think it just comes down to the core fundamentals and mechanics, really, doesn't it? In terms of how things are going to try and approach and what they're going to do, their plan of action. We've been seeing a lot of Stroke, actually, going into it. And it's funny not to see it this time round, but of course the Stroke was selected back in deep embrace, but sadly he did fail to try and come up against the Slash. So this will be an interesting one. Reverse sweep still on the cards here for Raisey, as he does claw back by one map, but it's still 2-1 in the series for Kilsan if you're just joining us here in the first best of 5 of the day. And now at the moment we're all going to be kicking things off from Raisey's POV here, Ryan, to see exactly what he's getting up to.
I mean, there's a clear choice behind how we're going to be playing this map, and I think Kilsan's proving that with the BJ pick. Raisey had eliminated the Death Knight from the pool, and that is a champion that Kilsan's really good with, especially on a map like this where it's all about damage. I can't pick Death Knight, I'm going to go for what I must see is the next best thing, and it's going to be BJ. But this is the extra dynamic, folks. In these best of 5s, like with the bans and the picks and everything else, you reach a point where you start kind of running out of champions. And that is where I find it the most interesting because, at this level of play, these are the best Quake players on the planet. They know how to play every champion. But in tournament, you have to.
Oh, you certainly do. I was a little bit Raisey, even though he had the stack, just the way he was firing at the point and the angle he was hitting, I wasn't too sure he was going to clean that, but he does here. Raisey, just keep it at bay with the turret. But of course, it's not just about the info or, keep on spawning the turret. It's just dividing that attention to try and keep your opponent, delaying in terms of the amount of damage he can do to you compared to what the turret would do as that shield process also. But Raisey has got a lot of armor to his name, realises that. He's going to try and go for this light, but Kilsan's already in position and he's got the height, as you rightly mentioned. And Raisey just looking to try and recover, but Kilsan is just saying, no, you're not allowed.
What an amazing position from Kilsan too, where you want to get some armor, I'm going to literally sit here and look at both of them. So what are you going to do from here? There's a reason Kilsan, yeah, the items are up, but Kilsan is just eyeing up where Raisey has been waiting, because at the... Oh, no! Tries to go for the rocket jump to gain the speed, but actually misses it completely.
Oh, is it get it first?
Oh, that's a huge shame. That is a rare, rare mistake coming out from Kilsan, and actually, I don't think it picked up on the mics, but there was a very distinct sort of groan from Kilsan missing that rocket jump. I mean, for good reason, right? Like, that was such a big play, but, you know, give him 20 times blindfolded, we'll probably be able to do it, but it always happens in tournament, doesn't it?
It certainly does. As soon as I heard a massive oh no, I was like, oh no as well. Like, just thinking, oh dear, like, in terms of what he was planning to do at the time. And now...
Didn't punish him too hard, though. He has given up a huge element of control, so I guess you could call that punishing, but hasn't cost him a frag just yet. And has still been able to control these lights, so if he gets enough opening damage there on Raisey to undo the utility of that old heavy, there's still a chance for Kilsan to bring this one. Hasn't had to use the dual wield yet, really, so you know, the time to throw down where it's do or die has not reared its head just yet. And a relatively low-scoring game on a map like Corrupted Keep so far, but I think it goes to show just how much care and caution is being put into this match. 3 minutes are down, dual wield prepared for Kilsan. Could this be the moment?
Oh, the ouch is coming up for both players, but Kilsan is looking worse off at the moment. Still trying to at least deny this heavy, but he has to get away. I think it's too late. He's way too close in range, and Raisey does take him down. That heavy situation earlier did change things. I know it's with punishing your neck of the woods here, Ryan, but it looks like at this point here, just trying to hold down with the LG to see if he can take him out again. But the shotgun, Kilsan does take him down. Interesting. Oh, he's so weak. That's such a shame.
Kilsan, I've been watching this through his point of view, had to pop the safety dual wield fresh off the spawn in the nail gun room, where it's kind of common that you get rushed there. It was really smart from Kilsan to go, now I'm going to pull out 2 of these starting machine guns, man. Mega's about to spawn. He might rush me. I need these 2 guns, man. I need these 2 guns. But a lovely little cleanup frag there from Kilsan. Hasn't been able to get his stack back up all that well. And the shotgun, Raisey sticking to it. Hasn't had as much mileage as you would expect. But sometimes it just be like that with the super shotgun, to be honest with you. Sometimes the spray just is not in your favor. I know it recently got buffed about a few months ago. You have that guaranteed shot in the middle that can give you a little bit more reliability, but spread's the spread, isn't it?
That is right, and it does be like that, but that rocket, okay, so Raisey now wasn't looking as strong in terms of stack even after that heavy, but of course with those bubbles being up in the red room, pretty much almost back to base stack, got the Mega also. This is looking to be in dangerous territory here for Kilsan. He needs to back away once again. He doesn't want to be lurking around too much, play that range game, but the problem is Raisey's also looking to do the same thing. 4.5 minutes in, kind of going back to that Awoken style matchup with the chess play here. And now Kilsan looking to see what route to take to try and get away from that scenario. Heavy is up, has been picked up here by Raisey. And this is where I'm going to get a little bit worried. He has the timings here and can now also contest both of these items. Trying to back away, still does it. And in the end, we're about to get to the Mega Tom. He does not. Kilsan gets it, but look at the damage. He took it right. That's going to be a 3rd frag for Raisey.
Overcommits to the escape right there. Getting caught, and that is going to be just a free LG for any of these players. The aggressive push! There's the rocket, and Raisey lives to fight another day, 4-1. And this is looking quite good. You know, he's weak, sure, but this has been a pretty decent affair for Raisey so far, but this is the chance for Kilsan to equalize just a little bit, make things happen. Begin. Oh, wow. Oh, my lord. I'm not quite sure what that was. Raisey right as the turret was getting dropped. I think the pure definition of maybe getting caught. Then could he hear him? Did he not hear him, perhaps?
Good damage with the machine gun as well, considering the position he was in. He just didn't realise that Kilsan was just going to have his back turned in that kind of scenario. And I was going to try to get away again, but the dual the LG, it's so punishing. And you saw it right there and then. Unlucky for Raisey, but Kilsan now only trailing behind by 1 frag here, Ryan, as he's coming up with the LG again. But Raisey also trying to retaliate with the same amount of aggression. Turret up on the Hourglass's cliff, and you can see now Kilsan looking to back away towards the red room.
That dual-wield LG was the purest example of why BJ's ability is just so good. And perfectly executed there from Kilsan. You know, look at you, your general direction, and you're gone. What a BJ play. But as we now jump in, heavy, Kilsan in doing this, and there's the rocket jump we were looking for. We're starting to get more warmed up and we're starting to get more comfortable. Kilsan's got plenty of time to equalize this, and if he can keep this map control, and even there, catching Raisey off the teleporter. I wonder if Raisey assumed perhaps he was going to be near Mega, waiting to pick it up, but that is not what Kilsan wants. Kilsan wants death, and he wants it now. There's the dual wield. Oh, good lord, and the shotgun should do it. And it will do.
It's not looking too good here for Raisey, as Kilsan has picked up a Mega. Heavy is up though, does manage to steal it away. Just on the brink. 3 minutes left though, but he hasn't got really any weapons in his arsenal to try and contend with and continue this bout against against Kilsan. But in the end, he does have the rockets though. As Kilsan just backing away slowly, just waiting for him to come towards top mid. Mega's up in the next 5 seconds though. Does catch him, almost takes him out, and in the end picks up the health bubble, goes towards the red room. He could go for the Mega himself instead, which is going to definitely be a viable option. Kilsan would rather have the heavy, considering he didn't have any armor to his name, and good use the heavy machine gun once again, as Raisey just going backwards and forwards and just trying to change his routes he's trying to make in order to keep Kilsan guessing, just keep his range and his distance in all fairness.
If Kilsan does enough opening damage, that dual wield is going to be a death sentence. And that's something that Raisey is going to have to show constant respect to. I think there's a reason Raisey hasn't been necessarily pressing Kilsan too much, because that dual wield is something that is just going to be so scary, especially, remember folks, we're on land and everything feels a lot crisper. Some players have had some wonderful LG this weekend as a consequence of that. But we're now entering the final 2 minutes, and there's so much riding on this one map. This is either going to be the final map, the one that sends Kilsan forward in this bracket, or the opportunity for Raisey to keep things even and bring us into a final map, of which I've got to say a lot of people were predicting it to be a final map situation here. Two legends. They have extensive experience against each other. Kilsan getting rid of the totem, or the turret again. God, one of these days I'm going to stop mixing them up.
It is difficult. It is a difficult task, don't get me wrong. You can see in Raisey's situation as well, he wasn't like re-peeking or pushing out or anything like that, due to the fact that he needed to get some defensive rocket damage done first. If he didn't, then of course there was no way he was going to be able to take that engagement with that. And in the end, the LG comes out here, and Kilsan just a little bit surprised by that, managed to do enough damage for Raisey in order to try and contend, but he's going straight for the Mega. He's dropped down, he's stuck in the LG, and you can see Kilsan with the heavy machine gun trying to bait him out with the rockets. Got the LG back again. He's not going to push forward, doesn't need to. He's in a great spot. He can just wait for this Mega. He's now coming forward, and he should be able to get this with ease. Took a little bit of damage actually from the nail, so it may give Raisey a little bit of leeway here. Kilsan now still just standing his ground, just keeping him at bay. But at this point now, the stacks are so similar, Kilsan had to back off.
Oh, but with 45 seconds left to go, maybe not the highest amount of LG ammo, but a dual wield and all that armor. Kilsan, if he has the right opportunity, if he catches Raisey, oh, good lord, that's a lot of damage. This dual wield could be the finish, but we'll see if it will be or not. Nice defensive positioning there from Raisey. Use the turret just to get the information in case we go the other way. And the dual wield has been activated. Here comes damage, but oh my god, so much in return. How did that happen?
I can't believe it. Kilsan has picked up the heavy, so he's going to keep himself alive. But look at the damage Raisey's doing still. He knows how weak he is, but the problem is now the stacks are almost equal again. We're going to go to another sudden death, it looks like. Second one of the day, second in the first match as well. But this is Raisey's winner's bracket life on the line. Mega is going to be up any second. It's still up at the moment. Some decent rockets coming out from Kilsan. And still Raisey just, that little archway near TP, it's so difficult to try and contest the items and just do any damage against your opponent. Kilsan realized that straight away as he backed off.
Raisey has been able to pick up that light armor. That was imperative to surviving the push that Kilsan is no doubt going to put on now. Raisey tries to go towards heavy, but it just seemed like he was too late, as Kilsan's already able to pick up and then start establishing himself. Raisey, thankfully, was able to pick up that light armor, because if not, then Kilsan would have been a lot hungrier, I think, in this position. And unfortunately, with all of that, Mega is up. Hang on a minute, Kilsan pushing really heavily in there. The heavy's been taken, but now he can't get back into the room.
In terms of items, 20
Is he going to go for it?
15. Yeah, I'm just thinking this as well. But it looks like they both just completely backed off. Kilsan can take this risk because it will go to a map 5 anyway, but Raisey in this point can't really do so. Mega is still up. It's been heavily delayed as well. Just standing his ground, just waiting for the opportune moment. Just battle of attrition at this point, as Heavy's also going to be coming up soon as well. And look at that lineup from Raisey, making Kilsan think that he's picked up the Mega and then trying to go for the Heavy, but decided to back away again. Using the dual wield as well. Raisey does a little bit more damage again, but this is very back and forth. Kind of how it was in the first couple of minutes of this matchup.
Surgical timing on these items. The only problem is, does Kilsan know when the Mega spawns? Because he chose to completely ignore it to favor getting the armor, but in doing so, Raisey didn't really immediately take the Mega either. So, kind of wondering, do we have timing on that? Are we going to have to play this whole game around the Heavy? Because that's the item that we actually have timing for. I guess it remains to be seen. Raisey pushes forward, encouraging that range damage there from Kilsan to shut it down, and this sudden death means so much. Either we're going to progress in this bracket or we're going into a final map. I do not want to think about how both these players are feeling right now, Harry.
I don't know, at this point it's basically the dual wield, and you've got, of course, a turret coming up from Raisey. How is he going to use this turret? How is he going to try and divide attention and take advantage of that in order to make life hell for Kilsan? Some good rockets coming out from Kilsan, but the stats are still so equal back and forth with the LG. Kilsan left on 54 HP, but of course with BJ's passive and the Heavy, he's going to be looking pretty damn good, but caught him again as he's dropping down, goes in for the Mega. Raisey's going to go for the kill, and both so weak, left on 1 HP as Kilsan, talk about the skin of the team, takes it 3-1 in the best of 5. 1 HP, Ryan. You can't make it up if you tried.
It doesn't get any closer than that, and you can see how much that victory is going to mean to Kilsan. I mean, look, the job ain't done, but that is one hell of an early result to get as we've just started the day. Welcome back, Wheat.
Unbelievable.
You caught the final bit of that map.
Oh, yeah.
With the rest of us.
Well, the whole thing, but yeah, came in here thinking, it could go either way. But yeah, that final moment was pretty amazing. And you're certainly worth talking about. But I'll tell you what, I actually want to go back to game 1 because I think that was so important for Kilsan. He's such a momentum-based player. Good game. Such a momentum-based player, and I feel like that could have been a completely different series had that game 1 gone the other way. Game 2 looked really nice for Kilsan on Deep Embrace. Of course, Blood coming at Raisey, bringing it back. But yeah,
oh my God!
It was really unreal finish to what I think was a great series. Thought it was going to go that final map, but. I will look forward to maybe asking Kilsan about that first game because I think that was so big for him to potentially take the victory and then walk into the upper finals. So, wow, what a way to kick off the first semifinals. It sounds like Kilsan's ready. So let's bring him up here to chat with us a little bit. I think we've got one of these for you here, buddy. There you go. There you go. Kilsan, congratulations. I mean, we heard, obviously, the war cry and the victory, well-deserved. I want to ask about game 1. We talk so much about, in Quake and esports in general, how much momentum plays a key part. And it seemed like it could have gone either way, obviously, in map number 1. But specifically for you, how important was it to win that sudden death game to then take that momentum into the rest of the semifinal? Because from our observation, we feel like you are definitely a player that will ride the wave of momentum, but also can be stopped in some cases with momentum. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, of course, quite important to go. Especially, I mean, he's my scariest opponent, Raisey, and yeah, I'm just so happy I made it the first map. I made a little mistake, and he catched up in the score, making 2 frags, and then I was like, oh man, what can I do now? And then he went into that, little disadvantage LG fight, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, then gift it to me, kinda, and yeah, felt good about it, felt good how I've been playing on the first map, and just kept going like this, actually, and yeah.
Great.
I still can't get over that final moment of that last map. God knows how you must have been feeling, but of course, at least you're definitely in your comfort zone coming into today's tournament. But I want to talk a little bit about how you feel with the Deep Embrace matchup. It's the Slash versus the Sorlag matchup. It's not something we normally see every day, and I find it quite interesting you actually selected the Slash. Anyway, tell me about that matchup just overall and just how you feel it turned out for you.
I mean, yeah, first off, the picks is a little like chess, so I didn't want to give him the advantage to take Slash, and that was actually the reason to pick it. But I also did play Slash already before in my 2 matchups, and I felt, kind of good with her, so I was like, yeah, give it a try, and yeah, made it work actually, like amazingly. To be fair, like I didn't expect this outcome at all.
So I got to say, it's fair to say that of all of the sort of favourites going into this, you had a bit of a slow start as the weekend began, whereas looks like today that's the Kilsan that we all know, right? Especially off the clutch moments, the amount of overtimes that we had. I know Blood Covenant was a little bit tricky because once the Doomslayer starts to run away, you just don't have the tools to chase it down.
Yeah.
But off the back of a win, especially in the fashion of that final frag, 1 HP, how are you feeling about your gameplay now after that series and the fact that, man, you've got more games to go, but you're looking pretty good?
I mean, I played a little warm-up before this, and it made me feel actually like really, really comfortable. And yeah, that's exactly how I went into this game overall. I mean, it was hella close at the end there on a Corrupted Keep. Anyone could have taken it. Would have been nice to have a 5th map actually. Like 2 tanks. Finally.
We thought maybe you just didn't want to go there anyways. I was like, we got to finish it here.
Yeah, but everything seems to work right now. Like, I struggle start a bit. Usually, when my warm-up and practice before the event goes well, then I'm also carrying this already to the tournament. And this time it was more like I'm, a little shaky in the beginning, even in my practice here at the event. And yeah, now I'm in the flow, and it's just hopefully just going up now.
Awesome. Kilsan, congratulations. You got a big match to prepare for as you'll be playing next match in the upper bracket finals. It's going to be versus either Maxter or Wenger. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to watch those two battle it out to figure out who is going to play Kilsan next. Thanks for joining us for the finals day of the Quake World Championships. We'll be back with more right after this. Our first semifinal is over, and Kilsan advances. Our next semifinal is on deck, and that will be between Maxter and Wenger. And then the winner will go on to play Kilsan in the upper finals. Welcoming back to the desk, ZSX and Flea. Gentlemen, I know that you got a chance to watch that last semifinal. I'm guessing you think that we'll have as explosive of a match.
I think even more so. That one was close to being a blowout somehow, given the skill level, even though it was all really, really close.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we did go to a 3-1 in the end, but I think this one actually has the ingredients for something really special. We've got a former champion who's been looking probably the best form I've seen him in against Maxter, who's already taken out the former champion, the 3-time, and is looking really good himself.
Yeah, both of these players are in absolutely tip-top shape. Maxter, like you just mentioned, kind of coming here in a very good seed, yes, but I don't think anyone was expecting him to make it this far. Top 6, best 6 players in the world are left in this tournament, and he can go far.
Well, as mentioned before, we sat down with the players before the tournament, and then once they made it to the top 6, we sat down with them again to find out what they thought about their chances making it to the top 6 and so much more. Let's talk to Maxter first.
First of all, being on day 3, being on top 6 is amazing. Of course, my proudest victory is just happened against Rafa because the environment, I mean, playing on land. But the thing is that I built a lot of confidence just playing against Chrome, which unfortunately was a match online due to the circumstances that he's living on right now. And I feel like really calm when I just joined my match against Rafa. Of course, the intensity of the match, it basically drove me a bit nervous, but beyond that, I feel like I did really good and I'm really proud about the result I had. Well, for the coming rounds, I'm looking to just play Wenger. I mean, we already played twice in the past. I took both instances, but he's looking so strong right now. So I think it's going to be really intense. I will not take the foot from the pedal at all. I will go full speed most of the time. I will make a ton of pressure, and I know he will not hold himself. Like, he's really talented, and I'm looking for it. Actually, I am not thinking about avoiding anyone at this point. Since I really want the belt, I am down to defeat anyone. Whoever is in front of me, I will do my best, and that's what I need. I just focus on my game. Well, I already achieved my first goal, that was making it to the day 3, which is the best result I ever had on a LAN tournament. But my mindset for the tournament itself was I will do good nonetheless. Like, I know how good I'm doing. I know how much work I put into it. So it doesn't matter how I play, I will do good nonetheless. If I will win the belt, of course I will.
You know, the number of players in the history of esports that have done so well and potentially even won a championship at their first or debut LAN is so short. It is not a long list, but I think Maxter already firmly kind of penciling his name, just waiting for it to be chiseled in stone there. That would be a pretty huge accomplishment.
It would be incredible given how much we've talked about just the quality of all of the players here today. And like we said at the very start of the event, he was somebody everyone looked at and said he could probably get top 6 and wouldn't be surprised if he gets top 6, but it's just the way in which he's got to this point. It definitely will have struck some fear into the heart of Wenger, having seen the 2-0 against Rafa. That's a no small feat. It's his best achievement ever. And I definitely wouldn't take him away if he took Wenger down as well. I don't think it'll be a clean sweep either way. But don't bet against Maxter, that's for sure.
I also just really love his mindset and his attitude going into this. I had the chance to sit down with him at breakfast at the hotel, and he was really like, I don't care who I play. He's so calm, so confident, just complete zen, saying, I made it this far. I know I can beat everyone else who's left if I just find that magical spark. And he has just, surrendered to the circumstances. He says, I'm here, I'm ready to play, and I'm going to do it.
You know, I see where we rank with Flea, Dan, because we were there too. But notice
Yeah,
that
it's
Flea
fine,
didn't say we. But that's no, I'm just playing. No, it was actually really great to hear Maxter talk a little bit about his own mindset. And I'll tell you what, he's got a tough opponent. We sat down with Wenger, find out how he was feeling going into the top 6 and what he expects out of today.
Yeah, I expected to get this far because I've been practicing a lot and I knew that coming into the tournament with the right amount of practice and confidence, I will get this far for sure. My toughest matches probably would have been Zenaku, because especially on map 1, it was really close. On map 2, it was not really that close, but still, it's a really good player and really hard to play against him sometimes. My most proud win, I think it's always against Zenaku, because on Insomnia, I think I played close to perfection, just by playing good with the champion I had. So, I'm looking forward to play Maxter, because I have lost to him actually in the Pro League, so I'm trying to get my revenge, and hopefully it's going to be a good match for the viewers. No, I don't really want to avoid anyone. I think if you want to win, you have to beat everybody, and it doesn't matter who you're going to play, you have to play your best anyway. So I don't really have someone I just don't want to play. My mindset is just staying calm, trying to practice as much as I can and be confident because I know what are my capabilities. Yeah, go ahead and try to win. Of course I'm going to take home the belt.
You know, you think about how important mentality is, right? Of course, your skills in game so important, but mentality from Wenger also equally impressive. In fact, these two just give off so many good vibes. You know, Wenger is a player who acknowledges that, right? Most of the time, it's not the game, it's me, right? And you've really got to understand when you're making mistakes, where you can improve, how you can improve, and that's an area that Wenger's put a lot of focus and effort into over the course of the past season or two.
Absolutely. It was a point I was actually going to make when we were at breakfast.
Yeah,
this
when
morning.
you and I were at breakfast.
When we were talking to Wenger.
Okay.
There were other players who were just moaning about, various things in the setting, but Wenger said, look at yourself first. Look at yourself. You're the one that controls. You're the one that makes mistakes. Don't look to blame it on other things. That was such a mature response.
Yeah.
And I think it plays out in not only the tournament setting, but even his practice regimen, right? Every part of his life has been dedicated in the last few months towards this particular tournament. Food, sleep, gym, training regimen, making sure he has variety. He just approaches the game in a very professional, mature way, and it's showing it now. And he even said in the intro there, he played close to perfection against Zenaku in Insomnia. He did the same thing against Buckster. I think there were 2 maps there. It was a 2-0 where I could barely even pick a floor out. And I can hardly even say I've seen Rafa make that level of dominance. So it's really scary, that shape he's in.
I mean, it also just shows the personal growth that he's gone through, right? Wenger's career's had a lot of ups, a lot of downs. I still remember him getting closer and closer and closer to winning something. Top 5, top 4, top 3, just getting inching closer and closer. And then he wins the belt. He's currently the reigning champion. But then shortly afterwards, we've got the Maestro Iron Fist LAN, where he had a really disappointing result by his own admission. Lost both of his 2 opening games. So now he's back. You can tell he's more focused than ever. He's really just learned from those experiences, taken the negative with the good, and he's all the better for it.
Yeah, and of course, like we mentioned, bringing that positive attitude, even as he said, yeah, I'd like to get my revenge on Maxter. He said it with a smile on his face, obviously in a joking fashion, but it's now time to look at the picks and bans. So how is this going to play out between these 2 players, and what do we have on deck? Wenger, he's going to be picking Deep Embrace. Maxter's picking Awoken. And then Wenger with Insomnia. Ruins after that. And finally, Blood Covenant. And as we look at the champs, we see something pretty similar. And this might be that evolving meta that we've talked about over the course of a tournament. Lights, mediums, and then, let's throw some heavies in the mix. The pepper on top.
Yeah, really good draft. The only one I'm going to pick up before I guess Flea can run through it is just that map 4 if we get that far, which I hope we do. The slash against the visor. Obviously at that stage of the draft when the players, I don't know, have an unsaid rule where they're not going to pick heavies, and we do have a slash versus the visor, which puts Maxter very much on the back foot in terms of mobility and speed, and so he has to be careful there because we know Wenger will put the pressure on. I think apart from that, and Flea can run through it now, it's a fairly good and standard draft across the board.
I mean, the first thing that really stands out is if we get to that point, we've got a clutch-sided Wenger might be running the big robot on Blood Covenant. Had a talk to him, just me this time. You guys weren't anywhere near that, but just myself had a talk with Wenger. And he was like, it's not going to get. it's not going to get to map 5, right? He didn't elaborate, but that just showed, again, his confidence. And even if it does, he said, I think that Clutch is going to crush Zorlak in this match. But before we get there, map 1, Deep Embrace, Strog versus Ranger, 2 mediums. Map 2, Awoken, Anarchy versus Doom. 2 very meta picks, especially in the light of this tournament. Insomnia, we're seeing things slow down a bit. No hyper-fast champions. Probably would have happened if Insomnia was a little earlier in the lineup, but now we're getting Death Knight, and we've seen just how powerful he has been versus the BJ with that dual wield. And then, as Dan already mentioned, Ruins of Zarnet, Visor versus Slash. Another common matchup. I mean, we've seen Visor versus Nyx quite often. I even quizzed Rafa about that in the interview yesterday because Visor's seeing a lot of picks. So interesting matchup once again.
Fleet, I'm curious, when you had that conversation, I'm being totally serious too. Were the picks and bans done then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was just
interesting.
earlier.
Interesting. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are creating the match. It is moments from this semifinal. Coming up after this matchup, we're going to be seeing Rafa appear on stage as well as we progress through day 3 of the Quake World Championship. I like this. Let's talk a little bit quickly about predictions, right? I think we're at that point where, you know, honestly, it doesn't matter the words that come out of our mouths, because I think, right, the players playing where they're at, this is the final day. Their lives are not quite on the line yet, but a very, very important matchup. Anyone want to throw out a prediction?
3-2 Wenger.
Gonna agree. 3-2 Wenger. It's gonna be really close. I'm fully expecting to see at least 1 overtime like we did earlier. We saw 2 even. So I think this is gonna be an extremely close series, but generally speaking, I do think that Wenger has a slight advantage going into this.
Well, I mean, he gave you the intel, said it wasn't gonna go to the map 5, so I'll say 3-1 Wenger. There we go. I'm gonna go off of Flea's intel. Thanks, Lee.
No Max to fanboys on the panel today.
I mean, honestly, I think the wonderful thing is that Maxter doesn't care what we predict either, right? Like if he's here, if he shows up today, if he plays like he did, I do think we'll go 5 games, but I'm just...
I mean, something else that was interesting that Maxter said is the pressure is on everyone else.
Yeah,
right?
You're right.
I mean, if you look at those, we've got Kilsan, he's won twice. Rafa, he's won 3 times. Wenger has gotten the belt himself once, too. So all of these guys, they have so much to prove, right? Raisey has gotten twice, like, second place 5 times in the Quake Pro League. I'm just strolling around, right? The pressure isn't on me. I'm relaxed, I'm calm. So let's see if that helps him.
Great approach, too. All right, we're loading into Deep Embrace. Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. Take us into this second semifinal, best of 5.
Yeah, thanks, DJ Wheat. And yeah, just to your point, Flea, he was awfully calm coming when we were in here today, walking up just to cast. And I probably would have sided with him if he didn't insult my shirt. So anyway, we were cracking on. Starting over on Deep Embrace, we have Maxter on the Strog, Wenger on the Ranger. And what I wanted to say that we didn't get to talk about in terms of the picks and bans is I feel that they both got picks they wanted. Looking at the side of Wenger, he definitely has cited all of the champions he's picked as his favorite or thereabouts on the maps, and equally Maxter, very comfortable. So I think this is a perfectly primed semi-final at the moment.
Expertly pushed by Maxter right here. He knows very well that Wenger doesn't have the LG yet, so he can dominate that mid-range. Hasn't picked up railgun himself, so that longer distance is a little iffy, exactly as we saw right there. But he was hoping to stay at that mid-distance and abuse that LG advantage.
Yeah, and one of the features of Wenger's play, particularly this event, has been that rail. And what really impresses me is that he's just so quick with it. He peeks over the edge, quick flick rail, often hits, and that's so scary as an opponent, not because he hits so hard, but also because you just can't see him or hit him back. And that's such a valuable skill, and already we're seeing that 1 minute into this game as well. Maxter unable to even touch the rail, which he desperately needs. So Wenger's done a good job of controlling that high ground and pressuring his opponent, and now he's able to work his way around, which should be a free Mega. Looks like Max has already set up over on the heavy and can take that away, but Wenger might be in the vicinity to do a little bit of splash damage. He's going to steal it away himself. Maxter realizing that his opponent was on the charge, wisely backs off, but now he's in a little bit of trouble down on that low ground, Flea.
That's the power of the orb, Dan. Maxter had already used his peeker earlier, so he didn't have any active ability to work with, where if Wenger still had that, and he knew very well that if Maxter was just waiting on the item itself, that splash damage would be huge. So very, very clever, very aggressive on the push.
But he needed the orb to take it, and without it, he might not be able to take the next round. Oh, Maxter just moves out the way using that peeker. Wenger though doesn't have the orb, so can't get across to steal this second rotation, and that gives Maxter a little bit of breathing room to restack, but he's been on the ropes and unable to cope with the tempo that his opponent is setting at the moment.
Not a good rail from Wenger. Oh, the double back though. Maxter so sneaky. Wenger not ready for that. Down to 10 points of health. Maxter, can he capitalize? He's gonna attempt to push, making his way around the super shoddy side of the map. Already setting up for Mega, and Wenger still down to 10 points of health. Threading the needle, does get out and will be able to secure the heavy.
Yeah, but he also now has this little bit of breathing space. As the items aren't really split, they can both fall back onto it, and the respect is there that neither one is making a conscious effort to delay and push on to the opponent's item at the moment. So only 1-0 despite all of the fighting we have had. And this was Wenger's pick as well. And if it wasn't Wenger's pick, Maxter certainly would have picked it. So they're both hugely comfortable and deep embrace. And Val, he's been caught, but he doesn't fall off the map. However, he is in a very sticky situation and will be going down. Maxter tying it is up for the first frag of this semi-final. Soon to be second if he has his way. Pressuring his opponent, unable to get the frag as the Mega was taken mid-fight. And Wenger gets away, but has no orb, has no rail, and has no rocket to his name.
He absolutely had to burn the orb right there to stay alive. He was stuck behind the pillar, no weapons to his name, but ultimately managed to get away with the Mega. Took a fair bit of damage, but ultimately denying that item is just as important as picking it up yourself. And now it's an all-out brawl, LG on LG. Both players are eyeing those health bubbles.
Nice,
Perfect.
really nice.
Indeed. He knew that there was nothing that Wenger could do, didn't have the orb, was unable to close that gap any sort of quickly. And that allowed him to get that final blast off with the Beaker.
Wenger still has this heavy to fall back on, but again, just off the back of that frag, doesn't have any weaponry, and Maxter's picking his opponent apart. The orb comes in, trying to force some sort of fight, at least force the high ground. He does for now, but again, he doesn't really have a lot of weapons to work this, please, so he's struggling here. He's just about to get this rail, which is a bit of a lifeline, but now there is a larger split emerging between the items. Maxter's in the vicinity as well, trying to punish his opponent. Might give him the heavy now for free just because he was able to delay that Mega.
Gotta keep in mind, Maxter also has the highest base speed of these two champions. Yes, Wenger has the orb, and that allows him to quickly swap between these two items. But if he doesn't have it available, Maxter will outspeed him. And there we go, Wenger holding his ground. Both of these players are really starting to warm up their aim right now, right? Yeah. During the opening 2 minutes, then they were both at just 20% rail, which is uncharacteristically low for these players. But now the jitters, right? The nerves, they've started playing through them, and they're now really getting into the swing of it.
It's not even just that. It's also the fact that we're playing this game of chess. That was the first engagement we've seen where they're both on the same level of the map. Until now, they've both been trying to outposition each other, angle each other out, play this distance game. And Maxter's been winning that, but as soon as they get that mano a mano, that's where Wenger's strength comes to the fore. So Max is going to continue to just want to play this probing game from afar. Don't get drawn into any close range shenanigans. That's the game Max is toying for.
Maxter's rails definitely leveled up a fair bit, sitting pretty at 61%. Wenger still trailing behind at 29%. But as you mentioned, Dan, Wenger, he loves to spam that railgun. He goes for these quick flicks, hoping to land something, so his accuracy is going to be lower. But still, his damage, though, is actually pretty close to what Maxter's been doing with that weapon.
And you can see the game plan from Wenger as well. That's about third or fourth time. He's trying to close the gap, desperately using the orb. Does obviously mean he doesn't have that for the next engagement or to close down on the items. So we do see items pretty even across the board as they continue to trade either side of the map. For the most part, Wenger's been sitting on this heavy side, Maxter taking and using the Mega. But it's all been about that rail and picking and choosing when Wenger's used that orb to close the gap. And that's why we're sitting at 3-3. Low scoring game on Deep Embrace 6 minutes in. Might be a 4-3 someone soon, as we do have another engagement over the heavy. Maxter pushing in aggressively with that lightning gun, and the rockets haven't been great from Wenger, but he is pushing back with the rail. Wenger's railable, Maxter's also railable. He's early for the timing, but what a maneuver.
Okay, I was not expecting that rocket to connect with as much damage as it did, but that is going to put the Italian one frag in the lead.
Okay.
And Maxter on the hunt. Like a shark, sensing the blood in the water. He knew exactly how weak Wenger was, had a good read on his position as well, and immediately ties things right back up. Now, major items are still pretty closely aligned then, so no real opportunity for either one of these players to string both of them together, so I don't think we'll see full control yet.
No, definitely not, but it does feel that the momentum is more in Maxter's corner. He seems to be playing the cleaner game. A lot of these frags, a lot of these pushes from Wenger reek of semi-desperation, trying to force the issue. partly because he's losing out on these ranged engagements, as you pointed out with the rail. There's another great angle from Maxter, a double following it up, and Wenger is on the ropes once again.
Maxter expecting him to double back. Wenger doesn't do so, but he's now caught in a bad position.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of damage. Down to 20 points of health. Maxter should be able to clean this one up. Indeed, the LG does the trick.
Use the orb though, that's huge because now he has no get out clause and Maxter can play the map. He might even to get both items. Wenger coming in, know he's done a lot of damage, but is that the right decision with a starting machine gun? Yes, somehow it is, but he's low again. Maxter will get the Mega, Maxter will get the aggression on. Can Wenger prevent this with a rail? That's going to be a huge miss though.
Maxter did deny the heavy, picked it up just before he went down, so that has severely hindered Wenger's opportunity to build some momentum with that frag.
Another great exchange from Maxter. It doesn't matter if it was a trade. He's in the position for this heavy, and there's not a lot for Wenger to work with. He needs to hit an unreturned damage to feel happy with this position. He does have the orb, and we've seen what he wants to do. He wants to hit that rail, close it in, and finish off the job. But it has created some messy engagements. Maxter knows he's got no armor, so he'll be pressing this light armor. You can see him hovering above it. There comes the Pika. He's not scattered anything out, and you will have heard that. Oh no, he gets caught as well. The rocket jump's not good. The rail exchange is equally not good. There's one back, but Maxter's still healthy Flea, and he knows his opponent's got nothing. Orb goes out, distraction orb, but that he's going to try and steal away this heavy, but his opponent's below, trying to press him out. He might get away with the heavy, but not with his life.
Almost had enough health to get away with that one.
Oh no, there's another frag with a minute and a half to go. This isn't looking good for Wenger. Another rail from Maxter, huge every single time off the spawn. He somehow finds his opponent. Another one from Maxter. Will there be a third?
Oh.
Yes, there will!
Juicy. Misses the rail of the spawn.
But it doesn't matter, he's got the landing gun. Wenger's desperation with these rockets. He's trying to push and he's trying to do something. He knows he's running out of time, but the aggression isn't paying off for him just now as Maxter's standing strong and standing true. He can just rocket jump up, take this heavy. He might even be able to close this map out. If Wenger gets the frag now, there is a slim chance for him to stay in this one, but he is just so weak. The Pika through the death hole isn't to be, but look at that health from the rocket.
1 HP.
He
literally one.
Literally one. But it's one that keeps him in the game for now. There's still an opportunity for a frag here, a conversion, and we could have ourselves an overtime within sight, but he just can't connect. Maxter scooting himself away. That base speed coming in out of the TP though, with 30 seconds to go. Wenger needs to find Maxter and needs to find him now. The heavy's up, the rocket jumps there, there's no orb. It has to be old school style to catch his opponent. Playing Clan Arena around this deep embrace map. Has all the weapons he needs, but he doesn't have the speed. Now it looks like he doesn't have the time either, as he's not connecting. You can see the shake of the head, resigning himself to a loss in map 1, and a really well play by both of these players, but particularly from Maxter. It's very rarely you see Wenger struggling and being on the back foot for large periods of games.
Absolutely, and a key factor in that, Dan, was just the railgun.
Yeah.
That is really the weapon of choice that allowed Maxter to dominate in the way he did.
Yes.
We're going to see the percentages in just a moment. 65% railgun, over 2,000 damage with rail alone for Maxter versus just 31 on Wenger's side, and that really spelled out the difference.
He did nearly fire double the amount as he did. He does spam the rail, which is an unorthodox tactic at that, but as you rightly pointed out, you still can't be hitting that little against Maxter because it was consistently in these trades where Wenger was losing out. There was often trading into items, but when it came to these one-on-one rail fights, Maxter had the angle, often had the positioning, and was connecting in effectively a 2-to-1 ratio.
Yes.
And at that point, Wenger was constantly edging out and trying to find new and innovative ways to engage his opponent, which was often launching the orb in and praying that he could finish off his opponent with the rocket or the shotgun. It worked for large periods of the game, but Maxter managed to break through with 3 minutes to go. And from there on out, it was really an uphill battle for Wenger to get that scoreline returned to parity.
And then in that final minute or so, we get into the situation that we so frequently talk about. You're a ranger. If you don't have the orb, how are you going to catch a player on Strock, right? That crouch sliding is so fast. You saw it towards the end. Wenger had a very good idea of where Maxter was, right? He saw him flying around the map in front of him, tries to chase him down, but by the time that he reaches the corner, Maxter's already, you know, back on the other side of the map. And so difficult to land rails on a fast-moving target like him. And ultimately, Maxter able to steer away with that scoreline, 9-6.
9-6 indeed. It was close throughout until the end. Wenger will be a little bit frustrated, but not too frustrated. It was his pick, remember, but like we said, Maxter would have picked it nonetheless. So it was a good map for both these players. The Ranger is definitely the pick of choice for Wenger, but Strog is just so OP sometimes, particularly when you put it in the hands of Maxter himself. But moving on. We're moving on to Awoken. We have an Anarchy over on Maxter, which was the first pick, and the retaliation of Doom. We know Doom is, pretty stable, pretty strong. What is your take on this particular matchup in the Anarchy versus the Doom, though?
I mean, Doomslayer is so powerful around the center area of Awoken, right? If you can get in control of the flow of the game and you can just set up there, you can dictate just the entire pace of everyone, right? You can control both the items as well as your opponent. Easily jump on the way to Mega, get right back up, continue to apply pressure to your opponent. But on the other hand, Anarchy, once that gets in the lead, the injection, the speed, so powerful, especially if he can prioritize the heavy, he doesn't even need to go over on the Mega side.
Yeah, and I just feel that Doom has lost a little bit of effectiveness in these high-caliber games as people have learned all the tricks of the trade, like the nail jump, how other pathing areas, different defensive positioning. That control is still vital, as we're already loading in. No one wants to pause, but it's becoming less effective as we've got more experience here. So, Anarchy is a top tier pick, and I'm actually favoring Anarchy in this engagement.
Same. Now it is Maxter on the Anarchy. Wenger running the Doomslayer, so let's see how this is going to go down. Once again, Railgun is likely going to be vital, right? These pros have been talking the entire tournament of how good the Rail has felt on LAN. So if a player like Wenger is only hitting around 30%, then that just shows that Maxter is in top shape, and that something needs to change about the Maestro Man's game plan.
Definitely, but this is also a map where you can force more Lightning Gun as well, and it was actually a feature of the previous map that Maxter did nearly 3 times as much damage, I think it was, maybe 2.5 with the Lightning Gun. So just that efficiency with the mid-range weapon was also a key feature that we didn't get to talk about, but you're right, the Rail is always going to be incredibly pivotal in this particular matchup. And then we're looking at Wenger. He was the one not connecting, and he's also going up against an Anarchy. So those rails become even more important to keep that light champion in check. If you connect with the rail, he becomes vulnerable. The hard part is finding and hitting an Anarchy. That's a different challenge altogether.
Maxter
using
lost
that opportunity.
Control already.
Yeah, but he's using the opportunity just to take that mid-ground, like you rightly said. As long as he stays up here, it's not the end of the world, particularly on the light champion. As long as you've got your starting stack, you're feeling okay because you have the speed and mobility to get out of dodge and an inject in this case as well. So it's not a huge issue until you start to lose out on any sort of rail duel or efficiency damage from range. And Maxter's not 2 in a row, none for Wenger. There's the first one he hit. Instantly, the inject comes out. Maxter not feeling too confident to press for this heavy. He just hears his opponent go down and he's got himself in timing. But look at that split and the items already flee. Something we didn't see on Deep Embrace.
Really good read by Maxter there as well, just to pump the brakes a little when going up the staircase. Because that rocket, if he had just kept maneuvering at his normal speed, that would have nailed him for 100 damage.
Feature of Maxter's game in this tournament, particularly against Rafa, was just his ability to live without items. Particularly when we watched him play on Veil, his capability to understand the angles, just to use his awareness of his opponent's playstyle against him in some occasions, has been such a feature of strength. And it seems that he has the inkling to want to do it here. Just playing around Wenger, playing at the items, not connecting with enough damage just yet, but you can see the thought process.
Wenger, 11% rail. You mentioned it yourself, Dan. Yes, he likes to spam. Yes, he likes to quick draw and fire as soon as he even senses the presence of his opponent. But still, is this worrying? I think so.
It definitely is. Even in those situations, you expect someone like Wenger to be hitting 40, 50 plus. And it's not to be at the moment. Maxter also not hitting a huge amount, but in the moments of clutch, that's where he's coming true. Wenger, you can see pausing there just before entering the room. He knows what's up. Maxter chilling on the high ground. Wenger comes barreling in through. Inject comes out again. Huge rocket from Maxter, but look at the stack, and that's the problem. If you don't hit all of your rails or a large number of them, you can be in trouble, and that was Maxter in serious trouble. He's also in a little bit more trouble here. Chip damage coming out, no inject. Heavy's not up for a good 5 seconds. Maxter gets out for now, but he's on the back foot in the opening engagements of Awoken.
Indeed he is. Wenger 1-0 up. Making good use of that nail gun, as you mentioned earlier, Dan. Get some more mobility around the maps, the little trick jumps. Oh, that's going to open things up, but he takes a big rocket himself.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, good thing that Maxter didn't have rail yet. And Wenger was very well aware of that. Otherwise, I don't think he would have peeked as brazenly as he did. There we go, hits one. Can he find the second? This is the kill shot. Maxter dances out of the room. Still not safe just yet. I think he can tank another rail by now, but is he gonna make a move for heavy?
Oh, and it's in these situations where you might like to see a little bit of a change just to improve efficiency. Switch to the heavy machine gun, do a bit more spam with the tribot, you know, just mix it up a little bit if you're not connecting with the rails that you might usually do. But at the moment, Wenger being stubborn with that rail. However, saying that, he has hit a couple more, so it's building in momentum for now. Still 2-0. Both items up now more or less the same time, and not up for a while either. I don't even know if Max has touched a major item. Pretty much since the start of the game, he's trying to play around this mid area, but at the same time, huge respect from Wenger, not giving him an inch, standing there once again, connecting with the rail, and Maxter is once again retreating to this light armor room.
Wenger is finally starting to land some consistent shots with the rail. That's exactly what he needed. Maxter does not have the stack to take this fight, has to back up. Oh, that's a big rocket though. Wenger getting pelleted in the back, has to get out of there. Luckily for him, there are some resources available on the LG side of the map, but this could signal in a flip in control.
Definitely stole away the Mega, realized this was the opportunity to put on a bit more aggression. He's going up, they're going to meet in the T-junction once again, but no, Wenger and Maxter both back out. Heavy's the next item up. Wenger knows the timing of the Mega as well, so will stay in the vicinity. Maxter might look just for a rail from afar. He fakes the jump pad up. He knows his opponent's still up there. He's going to connect with this rail, surely. Yes, he does. Wenger doesn't know where his opponent is. A second doesn't. Wenger pushes through with the lightning gun, but has to retreat as he's quite low. And Wenger is now himself on the run, as Max is the one with the pressure and with the speed. And now with the inject, he might even go for a super aggressive push up through mid.
Oh, nice. Wow. 81 out of absolutely nowhere. Wenger was not expecting to take that much damage, and Maxter definitely was not expecting to do that much either. Now Mega is the next major item to spawn. Wenger holding that down. And he's gonna hear his opponent. Maxter won't know where Wenger is at, but Wenger most definitely has a good read on him. That hoverboard, Dan, it's loud.
It is. He tried to fake the double back to force Wenger to move, but not to be. Wenger's just camping in this area, saying, if you want to fight, I'm happy to fight in a choke point, but otherwise, no thank you, sir. We're back to trading items. Max is trying to double back and trap him in this vicinity. Wenger might even have to rocket jump out, but instead just stands his ground Spartan style with that LG. And this is not the place he wants to be. This is the place he's been losing out in map 1 and 2, just the one-on-one long-range rails. And so he's back to camping the T-junction.
I mean, that really has been his comfort zone. That's where he got his first frag, right? Just pushing in brazenly with the rockets, double jumping over Maxter's return fire and getting the frag like that. So he really is just saying, I'm going to take the fight here, just as I predicted, right? That is where Doom shines on this map. Everywhere else, Anarchy is probably in the advantage.
And it's really hard for an Anarchy to push on through there without both items to his name, because Wenger's consistently got that Mega at the moment to fall back on. There's not a lot Maxter can do because his opponent is incredibly healthy. He's trying to pick an angle, but look at Wenger. You know where he is. There he is, right behind the doorway. Although he's a little bit caught here. A lot of damage coming out from Maxter. He still has the inject, so he's probably looking to push in here, realizing he's running out of time, and this is one of the few windows of opportunity he's seeing, but Wenger just continues the backpedaling. Oh, I just can't connect with those critical rails, this map flee. They would have hit on Deep Embrace, they're not quite now. Wenger comes flying on through the window, but it didn't connect again, and Maxter saying enough is enough. I'm going to take this Mega away, and but that's also not to be. He might even be giving up a frag. No! Wenger gets knocked down at the last second.
Oh, nice rail. Wenger railable, both players are. Neither one will connect though. Oh, that was a sick shot. Dan nearly knocked over the entire caster desk reacting to that, but that was sick indeed. The LG is looking strong. Wenger still escaping. Maxter.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
Okay. If that had been a frag for Wenger, I don't know what I would have done.
No, he's got the spawn as well. Wenger sticking around with the starting machine gun, but no weapons to work with. Maxter wisely retreats to this heavy, and off the back of a 1 HP clutch rail survival, he's turned this map around. Wenger's still in the lead with 2 minutes to go, but he's out of control, and look at the split in the item timings. Maxter can just afford to isolate and control this area, take the Mega, and then go on the offensive. He knows his opponent doesn't have a rail, and that's going to be the critical weapon. At the same time, we know what Wenger's going to do. He's going to be sitting around that T-junction, and it's all about how can Maxter force his way into that space without taking too much damage. There's the entry. He hasn't been hit too hard. The rail comes out and Wenger's on the rope. There's still an inject. He can just go flying on in, rocket jump through. He's lost his opponent and the suicide ties us up.
Such an aggressive push by Maxter. Out comes the inject together with that rocket jump, propelling himself into Wenger. And then, of course, one way or another, Wenger is doomed. This time it was the suicide ending it. This is looking really good for Maxter now. Mega right behind him, as you mentioned earlier yourself, Dan. Very nice split between the items. So if Maxter can continue this cycle, Wenger is going to struggle. Here we go.
This is where Doom becomes so vulnerable. What are you meant to do in these situations, Flea? Without items, without the weapons, you just have no mobility to get out of dodge, and he has to force a way in. But there's nothing he can do. He's trying to take this fight. It's almost a fight of desperation with a minute to go. 40 seconds at that. This next Mega is absolutely massive. Wenger has to show his face, and he has to do something. And I don't even know if Max is going to make a committal. He's just going to try and burn as much of it as possible. He comes in, the inject's still there. He's just fighting it out. And Max is going to take map 2.
That was sick, and indeed, that Mega right there was a pivotal fight. Maxter was not going to commit because he had the injection. He knows, even if you take it, I inject, and I'm at the same amount of health as you are, plus a bit of armor of an advantage as well. So he just played that very passively. My goodness, Maxter, what has happened to this man?
I mean, I don't know if the Twitch crowd heard the scream of desperation from Wenger when Maxter hit that 1 HP rail, but that was a sign of frustration that Wenger knew that was the most pivotal moment in the map. He'd made a full committal for the first time in God knows how long to try and extend his lead, and it didn't work. He knew he was in a bad position, and Maxter didn't let it slip. But what I was really impressed with, just as we saw yesterday from Maxter, is just that discipline. He was just on the back foot the entire game. How frustrating must it be to know exactly where your opponent is and not be able to pressure them, to not take that risk. He bided his time until the perfect moment before pushing, and it was clinical. Now, there's obviously things you look back on and say, if this happened and this happened, it would have gone a different way, but from both players' perspective, they played as good of a game as they could have. It was just that one rail knocking Wenger down. That was the point of separation. But look at those stats.
1200 versus 400 on the railgun, Dan.
Yikes. Whoa.
That's not what you want to be looking at when you're Wenger. Once again, 21% on the rail.
I mean, he wasn't really in ever positions to use it after the first 3 or 4 minutes. He was just, standing behind a wall with a rocket out, ready to pounce, but that's always going to sting.
Yes.
And it's, I don't know how you fix that going into map 3, because you have to do something. You have to change it up. He tried a strategy here where I'm just not going to take these rail fights. And once again, any rail fight he did take, it was a 2-to-1. Baxter hitting 2, Wenger maybe hitting 1.
And that was despite Wenger often having the better position, right? Up on Mega, peeking, just barely showing his head over the edge, and still Maxter somehow connecting 1, 2, 3 shots in a row, burning away that Mega. I liked Wenger's plan, though. Like just the passive play, setting up around the center. And that was really just a perfect example of counter-punching, I feel like. You just wait for Maxter to extend, you double jump back, fire a few rockets through the choke points, and that is how you take down the stack, and then suddenly you get an opportunity, right? You hit 2 good rockets, you make a push on Mega, and once again he was in the lead. But overall, that 1 point, as you mentioned, that rail that knocked him down, that was critical. It was always downhill from there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Wenger, and as you rightly put it, he had the strategy to counter an Anarchy, and when you have the lead, it's a hard position for the Anarchy to break that stronghold. But break it he did, even if it was slightly moments of fortune. Now, I've seen this story before. A Maestro player in the semifinals going down 0-2 in maps, bringing it back.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that was the last series, and Raisey did eventually fall, but do you feel now Wenger going to Insomnia is in the right mental state? Because I think it's a very different situation. I feel that Wenger's been struggling, whereas Raisey was still playing pretty well. How do you think Wenger's going to come back into this one?
It's going to be difficult, that's to say the least. But the pace of this one is going to be entirely different as well, right? Because map 1 and 2 were so movement-focused, right? Strog, Anarchy, Doom, and now we're heading into Insomnia, and it's BJ versus Death Knight. So 2 champions that have nothing going for them in terms of mobility, no maneuvers whatsoever, just raw damage. But even when looking at the raw damage side of things, Dan, things have been looking up for Maxter.
Yeah. That's the challenge. And the other challenge I have here is that when you're going up against the Death Knight, which Wenger is in this situation, you want to be playing more with the rail because you don't want to engage the Death Knight. And so when Wenger's going up against that Death Knight, if you're trying to take these close range encounters, you're going into a Flame Strike. And that's exactly why Maxter has picked the Death Knight. He's saying, if you want to fight me, come at me. I've got fire to throw in your face. And so Wenger has to open it up, make sure his opponent is vulnerable with the rail before engaging. And the rail hasn't been working.
It has not, so let's see if he can turn it around on this map. It's a critical one. Maxter actually has the opportunity to get top 4 to knock Wenger down in the lower brackets with a 3-0 win. Now here we are, rockets being exchanged. We all know how good those Wenger rockets are, but that rail, oh no!
Not again, not again!
This is the worst way to start things off for Wenger, faltering once more with the rail.
Maxter is out Wengering Wenger at this point. And it's looking wonderful. Wenger getting a better exchange right there, but with the Mega up, it's not the end of the world. The Flame Strike comes out again. That's a huge Flame Strike into a rail, and now look at Wenger escaping with his tail between his legs, and this is the fear. You go into any one of these corridors up against the Flame Strike, yeah, that's where it gets dicey. You might take no damage, you might take maximum damage. Often you can't take that risk. And Maxter's just playing the angles once again. Chipping away at his opponent, and Wenger's just so low. Needs to find a foothold, find some angles and work out Maxter, but Maxter at the moment has Wenger's number.
Maxter also has 0 railgun shots left. He's gonna loop around the map, pick those up. Doesn't look like Wenger will be there to stop him though, so he should be able to recover the ammunition for his favorite weapon. Setting up a little bit of a trap, but Wenger, he knows something's fishy. He figures that something is up. He's not just carelessly going to jump up on that bounce pad that would have spelled his doom, no doubt. Instead, just going to stick to his side of the map where he knows where the opponent is going to have to come from.
And once again, we're seeing the story repeat itself. Maxter constantly getting the edge on these peak rails, whereas Wenger is struggling to play that similar style. And we know Wenger wants to play a fast tempo game and get into the opponent's face, but he looks stricken with fear going up against Maxter. Partly because he's never at a full health, he's never at his full stack, he's always being bullied with that rail.
Here we go.
He gets the initial shot, but once again the exchange 2-1. I've seen this story before. And a 3-1! Maxter is just in the zone today.
Maxter has done significantly more damage with the railgun alone than Wenger with every single weapon combined. 700 damage with rail for Maxter versus 500 with everything else for Wenger.
And this is a situation I don't think I've ever seen Wenger in before. He's gone flying in, he actually gets the frag, running through the flames. Balls of steel from that man, only just. But as I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen Wenger in this situation before, living on the ropes, unable to cope with his opponent's aim. This is a situation now where we're going to have to see that level of maturity to understand, how do I counter this? How do I keep calm? That was a sign of what he wants to do, is just go in, close the gap. Don't even let him rail. But there's only so many times you can do that without your opponent adjusting to that playstyle.
Closing the gap also carries a significant risk because of that flame strike. We've seen then what it is capable of, right? Just I think minute 2, Wenger got his number, Maxter is low, pushes in, flame strike into rail, and all of a sudden the tables have turned and it is Wenger running for his life.
I want you in chat just now just to keep an eye on Maxter's portrait, his outline. You can see the angles that he's holding, and Wenger knows he's holding them, and this is the frustration. Wenger knows what's going to happen.
Yep.
The question is, can he actually hit his shot as well? Going out, peeking out, you have to almost bank on the fact Maxter's going to hit you. The question is, can you hit him back? And that's the game of cat and mouse we see. It's peaking angles, trying to get that first rail, trying to bait the rail out and then push in. And back, you can see again, he knows what's going on. How do you counter this? And that's, in Spectator, I just want you to concentrate on that. You can see how slow it is. And the awareness from both sides is just incredibly difficult for Wenger, particularly on this map, to get across.
And you know that this is eating at Wenger.
Yeah.
right? This is just frustrating. This is annoying. He knows how good he is. He knows that if he can force a fight that is favorable for him, it will go his way. But how do you get to that point? Maxter always holding the angle with the rail. And then even if Wenger does manage to jump in, right? Dual wield LG. Oh,
That
this
was
could be it though.
such a good play, but he's actually run out of ammo. It looks like, yes, he has. He run out,
Yes.
but no, the door.
Finally connecting with a rail when it matters the most.
That was such a big brain play. He went back twice, doubling back, made it look like he was going for that mega. Doubles back to the heavy. Maxter didn't expect it, and now Wenger is the one with the momentum. Connecting with 2 in a row. Impressive comes out, and Maxter is stuck in his little banana side. Wenger does eventually jump down, saying, all right, I'm not going to catch you in this game of Tom and Jerry. I'll just retreat over to this heavy side of the map. Max is there, and Wenger knows the flame strike comes out in desperation, and it's not to be. And what feels like, I think, the first time all series, Wenger is taking the lead.
Wenger coming to life is what I think this is. Finally starting to find his groove, landing the shots. He's been struggling. Maxter have been outplaying him. Strategy has been solid on the side of the Argentinian player. But now Wenger, he's found a crack, and he is starting to pounce on that.
And that crack came from him outsmarting his opponent.
Yep.
The double back is what called him out. A bit of a poker move there, if you will. Maxter now is still in a decent enough position. Plenty of time on this map, and Maxter knows he's been winning out on these rail exchanges. They also still are trading items, so the item game isn't a concern for either one of these players. It's about that initiation damage, particularly now. Who's going to hit that first rocket? This time it is Wenger. He's going to try and follow in. Opponent goes up the jump pad. Unexpected from both sides, I think. And a huge rail miss from Wenger's perspective.
Yeah.
That is a frustration when your opponent is trying to escape. Don't underestimate how important those rails are, as Maxter now is still incredibly healthy. Big exchange over here. Flame Strike comes out, Dual Wield comes out. Wenger, though, he takes that fight. And again, if he had hit that rail flea, he might have won that engagement.
I'm not sure if it's picking up on the stream, but you can audibly hear Wenger groaning in the back of the studio when he misses those shots, when he goes down in these fights. Wenger, he's got to keep strong mentally, because that's what matters right now.
Pushing and aggressive, trying to close that gap. This is what he wanted to do all series long, but Maxter once again hitting the S key, ending up in this light armor room, trying to chip away with that rail once again, and just picks up his faithful mega, skirts himself away, and you can just see how frustrating it is to chase down Maxter. He knows where his opponent's coming from, sends out the flame strike, sets up for a rail once again, and his opponent must be feeling worthless in those situations. Wenger is connecting with slightly more rail this duel, but hasn't been able to use it an awful lot. It's been a very slow-paced one. This time Wenger hitting the first of the 2. So Maxter slightly weak, but it's a difficult position to penetrate. You can see Wenger trying to goad him out once again, and the rail ready for Maxter this time, equalizing the stacks. And they both take their own major items. 3-3, minute and a half to go, more or less. And it's Wenger's upper bracket life on the line, trying to prevent this 3-0 unexpected result. He's still got plenty in his locker.
Unexpected to say the least. This would be quite the upset. That being said, though, Dan, the last 2 times they've played, Maxter won both of these engagements and actually beat Wenger consistently within the Quake Pro League and on the Iron Fist LAN as well. So is it that unexpected given how well Maxter has been playing? Good rail, will slap on the buttocks, sending him out the door. Mega will be going to Wenger though. And heavy up in 15 seconds.
Maxter taking a bit of a risk there, dropping down out of position now. Wenger controlling the high ground. He's got the flame strike up. There's no Dual Wield. That was actually popped when he saw his opponent drop on down. Big fight for this heavy armor. It looks like Maxter's just going to forfeit it. He's going to move on in, maybe hit a rail, but no. He's actually willing to maintain position over pressure for the item. Flame strike once again. It does connect this time. Wenger's ticking away. Big rockets from Maxter as well. Wenger gets out for now. He's looking healthy himself. Just can't find a way to damage his opponent. Maxter's more than happy just managing the mid ground. He's not taking any damage for a good minute or 2. There's a trap here. He knows, though. Look at that double jump. He knows where Wenger is. Doesn't want to push on in. Just takes a little bit of damage and says, hey, see you later. I'll hit you on a rail on the way out. But he eats one himself. And now is in that railable territory for now before picking up that light armor. And still managing the timing. Crushes in with the lightning gun. You hear that dual wield come out as well, so he won't be peeking because you can just disappear, exchanging of rails. But Venger's certainly the one that gets the better here until then, and there we go!
Maxter! Absolutely phenomenal on the back foot, even landing rail after rail after rail, and Wenger just drops down dead. That was absolutely incredible.
I just don't know what to say. DJ, for one of the series I am genuinely speechless.
Today, up is down, left is right, red is blue. I don't even know what planet I'm on. And, you know, just like remarkable across the board. Just such great decision making on top of what seems like, you know, IRL aimbot.exe. It is just unreal.
I mean, speaking to Maxter yesterday about his matchup with Rafa, I was asking him, like, were you surprised and all this? And he said, well, no, I'm not. I'm a good player, but no, I understand what my opponent's doing and I use it against them. And that's what it felt like here.
Right.
He was just taking these angles, taking these positions, and from the chain interview, I think I saw that coming to life.
I was just thinking about that too.
You could see it getting into Wenger's brain like some sort of aimbot virus where he's like, I don't want to move here. I know I need to be here, but I just can't. And he was so nervous approaching any choke point, approaching any angle, that he was almost pre-shooting himself, which caused him to miss.
And it really is kind of interesting from that point because there's those moments where you're like, I've got to take shots, but I also am putting myself in a position to be shot.
Yeah, exactly.
And what do you how do you like mentally sort of navigate that when it feels like every opportunity that suddenly you're visible to your opponent, you just feel like you're taking damage. I also think in that last map, like, Flame Strike's just such an interesting ability because there's some times where it seems like, that's not really doing that much to me. I grab a health bubble, great. And then there's other situations where like, how did I go from full stack to dead? I don't understand.
And it's more the threat of the Flame Strike.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like, and this is why it makes it actually really scary in the hands of Maxter because he doesn't use it. He's just standing back there, railing you, and you're okay. If you want to rail, I'll rush you. And Maxter's like, okay, rush me. I have a Flame Strike. And he's like, what do you do in that situation?
Maxter's just really holding onto the ability, cutting down the corners, and then he's like, come on.
Exactly.
Come on, bro. Come at me. I've got a Flame Strike.
It's
You've got the dual wield. I can hear you coming from a mile away, and I'm just going to preemptively cut down that corner, switch to rockets, and you're done.
Well, you know what hobbits love? Second breakfast. Let's have it right now. Maxter, come on up to the desk. Let's have a chat. Unbelievable game series. Good game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Almost a cliche question, but I have to ask, like, how do you feel right now?
Wasted.
Took a lot out of you?
Oh, man, I need to focus. Like, I gave my best. I mean, Wenger is so good when he wants him. Like, every time he's pushing, you got to know that he will hit everything. Like, I was like concerned about the LG fights because I knew that he has better LG than me. I mean, I understand that. I came to the match actually knowing that I need to avoid most of the LG fights. And I knew that I was really confident about my rail. And I need them to actually fight with me on rails because I knew that I was going to get the advantage.
Yeah.
I just want to actually ask something a bit more general. What kind of advice do you have then for people like playing up there who have amazing aim and maybe struggle, like serious ally? What's the kind of your advice of how you approach these engagements? Because the way in which you position and take these angles but still control, like, what is your thought process in those type of situations?
Well, something that I learned from the guy right there is that you need to make pressure on the opponents that really have really good aim. Like, I mean, you need to just take weapons from them, cut angles and make pressure all the time, and that's what I do. That's what I like to do. The difference is that I know that I have a good aim, so I will abuse that.
So to counter that, I'm going to ask a very specific question, right? Map 2, Awoken, right? Wenger has a 1 or 2 point lead. He's really just chilling on that center area of the map. Doomslayer with the rockets. Every time you come around the corner, he double jumps away, cuts you off. How do you approach that when you're playing Anarchy? What is your strategy to kind of dismantle that and get back into it?
Look, there was a situation. I remember I was around 5 or 6 minutes. He was on the lead by 2 frags, if I recall correctly. I just took a deep breath because I knew that the game was going to be stuck if I didn't push because he had the middle area control.
Yeah.
So what I did was I started to just push him a bit more, trying to just get cheap damage in order to just be able to push by myself because I knew that if I need to use injection, he will not use the ability, so I had the hourglasses around the map. So what I need to do is just to take every time I could, cheap damage, tribal, rail, hay machine gun, spamming LG, spamming rockets, whatever I needed, knowing that he had the full control. I mean, I just needed to do the rotation, like, okay, you had the item, but I did a ton of damage, so that will allow me to fight the next item.
Right.
So that was the idea in that time.
All right, well, congratulations.
Yeah, looking forward now, the possibility of sitting in the upper bracket finals, but you got to get through that upper final first. Your opponent's going to be Kilsan. What is kind of your mindset going into that? How are you thinking about that? I mean, it looks like you're just kind of approaching every game as is, but you've clearly shown you could take down the best of the best. How are you looking at Kilsan in this situation?
Well, first of all, it's against probably the best player in the tournament right now. He's really solid. I mean, not for nothing, he is the top one at this point. Well, I already know that he will try to control the middle area. He tries to play like a really slow pace, and I mean that's kind of the opposite of the game that I like to play.
Right.
So I know that I will need to be patient. Like I will try to just abuse any kind of advantage that I have. I know that I am the one that needs to be playing with rail, and, and that will be it. Like I know that he plays really slow, and I need to any advantage or any error that he makes, any mistakes, I will abuse that.
Excellent. Maxter, congratulations. I am sure that chat popped off like it had never popped off before. Excellent work. Our second semifinal is now in the bag. We're moving on. Soon, one player will advance, one player will go home. Our next matchup in the lower bracket is going to be Raisey versus Rafa. Don't go away. More Quake World Championships coming up right after this break. Welcome back. It's time for our third matchup of the day here for the finals of the Quake World Championship. I'm DJ Wheat, joined now by Lethal and Ketchup. Gentlemen, we have saw just two phenomenal semifinal matches. At this point, it's hard to predict anything. You know, we knew coming into this top six, we had a caliber of players that was capable of taking the belt. Now that you've kind of thrown them all ring and to one ring, and we've got an official Royal Rumble, like anything can happen at this point. Welcome back to the desk. We're about to cast Raisey versus Rafa. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot to be said. Before we jump into it, you know, we got a chance to talk to all of the players beforehand. We heard from Raisey going into the top six, but Rafa, another interesting player, just barely held on versus Zanaki yesterday. Let's hear from him to hear what he had to say and about making it here to the top six.
I think the goal is always, like when you're going into the tournament, you're always going for number one. So sometimes the road is a little bit more difficult than usual, which is my case, having lost to Maxter in the quarterfinals. But it's just, at this point, it's just all about giving yourself a chance. I'm here on the final day, and I just have to take it one match at a time. Probably Maxter, because that's who I lost to. That's probably my toughest matchup, even though the games were ridiculously close with Zeneku yesterday. Very, very exciting games to decide who goes into today. But yeah, I think Maxter's in really, really good form, and it's going to be quite the matchup to watch him play Wenger. The win that stands out the most is probably the final map from yesterday, just because of you know, being down the last map, you know, about 1.5 minutes left, and you know, managing to come back and then win in overtime, and especially on a hard read because he was using sight at the time, and I made the absolute perfect play to deal with it, and yeah, and it brought me to today. So that's, yeah, I'm really happy with it. I don't really have anybody in particular that I'm looking forward to playing. I just, like I said before, it's just one match at a time. Just keep doing what I need to do from map to map to try to survive and to get myself a chance to win the finals today. I'm not really worried about like avoiding somebody or whatever. Like, you have to play the best to be the best. Today's mindset is just one step at a time and just keep thinking about how I'm feeling today, you know, because it's going to be a long day if I keep succeeding. So just making sure that I'm trying to eat as much as I can, even if I'm anxious. That happens to the best of us. Even, you know, we've been playing for years. It's really hard to, you know, eat throughout the final day due to nerves and stuff, and just, you know, just constantly giving myself the best chance to play at my best, and just be present. Like, don't overthink stuff. Don't worry about too many things that happen. Just be in the present moment and do what I can at the time. Everybody wants to win the belt. I'll be doing everything that I can to do so. But, you know, there's no guarantees.
Of all the moments we could be in, I'm excited to be in this moment right now, gentlemen, as Rafa is going up versus Raisey. Let's talk a little bit about Rafa, right? The GOAT, the one who has 3 of those titles on the last belt that we saw. You know, yesterday showed us why, under pressure, even in the most adverse and difficult situations, pulling it out. Agree, a perfect play. I'm still thinking about that shotgun blast as he's jumping across to the rail bridge. Absolutely incredible. Your thoughts here on Rafa?
I think one thing we can say that his balance from an offensive and defensive position is almost immaculate. Yeah, sure, he's not as creative as some of the other players, but he plays picture-perfect Quake in his mind. And it's a shame that he has fallen off just a little bit in this tournament with Max just playing out of his skull, which is what we've seen from there as well against Wenger. But for Rafa, there's a lot of ways he really takes his, not just very seriously, but he's a heavy, heavy grinder. Always has been over the years. He's been putting so much across the board. And he's one of the scariest people on LAN as well, due to the fact that I mentioned even before the tournament began, he probably transitions to best more than anyone else. And he knows that as well. With all at LAN XP, he works out in and outside the game how he should feel and how he should progress. And I like what he said in the interview as well. It's the fact that there's some players out there where they make little mistakes, even outside the game, not eating enough, not drinking enough.
Right,
and some people do that on the final day due to nerves, paranoia, anxiety of how they're going to approach the matchup. So all these little things, just make sure he just perfects. But against Raisey, I still think it's quite unbelievable that a lot of people would have assumed, okay, is this already the grand final? Because I'm sure a lot of people also assumed, but yeah, it probably is. But no,
because
it's not. This is the top 4. Yeah, this is the top 4.
But this is just the level of play that we're at now. It was a upset, I guess you could say, with Maxter defeating Rafa yesterday, but then we kind of look at how Max has been playing today, and at this point now I don't think it surprises anyone at all. But you mentioned it yourself. This has been a grand finals in the past. We haven't talked about Raisey yet, but I'm sure now's the time to do so because Raisey, suffering a defeat, Raisey the kind of player that, like Rafa mentioned, being able to take it one game at a time, Raisey has that mindset locked in, and that has helped him a lot in these situations. You get knocked into the lower bracket, you still have that tournament life, and as long as you keep yourself focused from each 10 minutes, you're still going to be in a position where you can play your best. And Raisey's definitely that kind of player. Problem for him, though, is that now he's got more work to do. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, and at this point, anyone that's down in the lower bracket has a lot of work to do. I think I go back to what Rafa said about being in the moment, and this is that moment where, emotions can run high. There's a lot of adrenaline going through one's body, but how do you bring that down? How do you balance that and still allow your best Quake self to come forward? Well, we're about to find out, because one of these players will, of course, move on and advance in the lower bracket, while the other will end their tournament life. And again, this is one of those situations where you're just shocked to see two individuals in this particular spot. So I am very eager to see what we've got here for our picks and bans. So let's check them out and see where this road is taking us. So already a really interesting what we see here. Let's look at the maps first. Veil, then Deep Embrace, and then we have Corrupted Keep going on to Awoken. That's Raisey's pick, and then the final map, Blood Covenant. And let's take a look. I mean, a little bit different from what we've seen in those matches. As far as I know, Rafa is the only one that we've seen pick use Scale, especially even early on. But who wants to take us through what we got here?
The only time I ever recall seeing Scale early was Dramis. Dramis when it was versus RMB, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that was the only time. And again, it was on this map. So there's definitely that element of Scale Bearer still being believed in when it comes to Veil. Rafa's certainly going to be one of those players that will be able to do that. So there's not a huge amount to say about that first map. It's two picks that they're comfortable with and they're happy with. Always comes down to those bans. Athena being taken away early because you kind of look at the Awoken, you look at the Blood Covenant, just get rid of her. Don't have to worry about it. The clutch ban, personal ban immediately. So even though heavies are easier to hit and shred down on LAN, I'm still not going to want to have to deal with that Raisey clutch, which I definitely understand. And then afterwards, we have the Awoken, the Doomslayer versus the Visor. Visor on Awoken, though. I feel like that's really a hallmark of running out of champions. Things get a bit later. Sure, Visor will work on this map, but it's certainly not a first pick. And then Blood Covenant with What Remains. And again, a smart ban, I think, on that Saw lag, because Raisey on the final map with a stack like that and mobility, I reckon that would have been quite scary.
I think the maps are just interesting in itself. The fact that statistically Raisey hasn't been performing that well on Veil or Deep Embrace, Raisey decides to go with Deep Embrace anyway, so that's going to be interesting in itself. And of course, going with a heavy champion on the very first map. But Scale has been known to be a bit of a pain in the backside here, I feel like, considering on Veil the narrow corridors, how close quarters it can be, taking advantage, full advantage of that bull rush. But also you can see Rafa's clearly banned that slash so that Raisey does not select it on Deep Embrace. It might be, it could be A, the fact he's not comfortable with that matchup, or B, he doesn't know it enough to maybe try and establish any kind of dominance, and he's witnessed that he's been using it quite a lot recently. So if he's a little bit unfamiliar with the matchup, that is understandable. But the only other thing is the Eisen on Blood Covenant. I know there isn't many champions left, don't get me wrong, and it's very rare we've seen Eisen in this matchup, but I think he may have a little bit of trouble, especially against the Galena on Blood Covenant, because we've seen a bit more of it, and I'm starting to feel like Galena is actually a better pick the more times I see it on Blood Covenant.
I mean, given the kind of meta of Blood Covenant throughout this tournament, it's been a lot slower. It's been really low-scoring frags, a lot of rail-heavy play. The only other thing I would throw out here is, like, poor Athena, probably not going to get any play in the finals because she is consistently the one that we are not seeing in all this. I mean, clutch Also, probably, at least in all the Raisey matches, you're going to see that ban come out. But very, very interesting what we've got here, and that means we are just moments away. Remember, winner will advance on. The loser of this matchup, unfortunately, their tournament life will be over. Still, considering the 24 players that we started with, the challengers that came in, just making it to the top 6, like a round of applause, amazing work. But now the battle to see who the last Quake player standing is upon us.
But it can't feel good to go out early. You know, when you make it onto the championship day, you know that you're there because you're good enough to go the whole distance. And that is where I think the extreme highs and the extreme lows can come in. Not to be Mr. Negative, you know, by all means. We're all having a great time here, but we make it to this day because we know we can win. And if you go out early, especially if you start from upper bracket and then you lose your lower bracket match as well, it's going to cut deeper, I think, than going out day one, to be honest with you, because there was a real so close but so far mentality. And for Raisey's sake, let's really hope he can keep his head in the game, because as we've seen, Rafa, a man of focus, someone that's really, you know, wanting to go all the way, a lot to prove to himself as we now jump into this map.
Yep, we are going to go live here in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, our first lower bracket matchup. Lethal, will see you in a bit.
Bye, Harry.
Have a good one. Let's go and fight. We're going to be looking through Raisey's eyes to kick things off here. And, you know, Ketchup, one of the things that has been very, very clear, it was obvious in Kilsan's match. It certainly became apparent in Maxer's matches that momentum here in these best of fives like suddenly becomes, and it always is, but suddenly is that much more important. So far, that first game has dictated who our series champion will be. Not to say that that's how you should be putting your predictions in, but boy, does it help here in these series.
Now, if we were talking about this matchup during our weeklies, we'd be talking about how Scalebearer would have a distinct advantage pretty much against anyone on this map from what we've seen. The ability to be, you know, to sort of peek and be a little bit safer around those corners and maybe even down to things like the ball rush, right? Always annoying for players to deal with, and we don't need to go into that anymore because everyone knows what I'm talking about. But now we're on LAN, and with the damage on the Scalebearer is going to be a lot more extreme. Bull Rush will be easier to dodge. You're not going to be able to peek as often as you can. I'm kind of looking at these things and I'm like, Raisey actually might be all right here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because Anarchy hasn't had the greatest success versus Scale here, but hold on, first Bull Rush comes out, and that was a perfect opportunity. Now, you know, given how we've seen some of the play come out from Rafa here this weekend, you know, he's had maybe a little bit more aggression in some cases than we've seen in the past, so I'm sure that Bull Rush, or excuse me, being on Scale, suddenly you're like, all right, yeah, like I'm feeling it here, but we'll have to see because it is not any sort of a surefire win or guarantee, but there is a nice catch in the air with that LG as well, and that means that not only has Rafa gotten those first 2 frags, but he's got solid control.
Started things with a max damage rocket too from an angle that just looks unusual. Like, how did he manage to find that? Raisey going for these defensive plays has to be as unpredictable as possible, but truly I think we'll have to accept the fate in that situation because, I mean, you know, oh my God, that's another rocket. That's going to hit a point where you don't want it. And now this is where we get worried, Wheat. Like Champion, we ain't spawning with no armor, and if Rafa finds you fully stacked out, kitted out, all the weapons you could hope for, Raisey is just not going to survive. There's going to have to be such a defensive game to play, but it's such a small map. Can you do that? 5-0, and Wheat, we're only 2.5 minutes
You know, there's so many games that we watch of Rafa where he'll kind of slow play a little bit, you know, feel his opponent out. And this is not one of those games. Actually, rocket jump up to the top, going to try to Bull Rush to get out of there. Unfortunately for him, Raisey staying on top of that does manage to finally capitalize on things after a 5-frag run there. In the first 3 minutes, we now see the score 5-1. Raisey, he needed that. He needed that to kind of stop that momentum early on, see if he could string something together here.
Unfortunately, though, it was off the back of a mistake. You know, the idea for the rocket jump, that's a very, very standard Veil maneuver, but kind of looked a little bit too vertical. You know, often a lot of players, they'll try and get it in the middle of it, so even if he was going to get juggled there by LG, at least he would have been able to take the heavy away and maybe even survived it, but not really getting any of it was a bit of a disaster there. But you know what? You were 5 frags up at the time. It's early days on the map. If there is going to be a mistake like that, then at least it happens now, but not later.
Completely agree. And at some point, right, like Raisey's got to be thinking about how is my mobility going to give me an advantage here in this matchup. I can't really go toe-to-toe in close quarter battles with Rafa's scale. So any use of that mobility and hitting those rails or a direct rocket like that, that is going to help him open up those opportunities to get those frags and claw this one back.
Rafa has no urgency yet. We're going to just completely cycle around the map and pick up what we need to do to bring ourselves back up to a basic stack. Never forget the nature of Scale Bearer, that damage mitigation of the bull rush. You don't need to be of an equal stack against an opponent to be a threat. And now the opening rail is going to force Raisey away, but Raisey happy to jump back there because the heavy was in play, the mega, enough of a delay between them that actually feels like now Raisey should definitely be able to pick it up because Rafa's on the run. Raisey wants a bit more though. It's not just the item we want here. We want to be able to get that damage first, maybe even a frag, and then pick up the item. In this case, Raisey picks up that mega. Armor going to be the next objective, of which he jumps down, and actually Rafa does catch him in the middle of it, but not looking to fight just yet. And I think that careful game is one that Rafa can currently afford to play. I mean, not just because of the stack, but you got a lot of padding, man. 4 frags in the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, still got to be careful. Early on, we saw that control from Rafa, but you look at the difference now in item 7s heavies and 5 megas here for Raisey to the 3 and 4 of Rafa. Rafa been the master of lights here. Oh, we got a little trap. Nice read by Raisey.
He just knew.
Yeah, he absolutely knew. And that trap was unsuccessful. So Raisey's stack actually been really impressive considering Anarchy's playing good LG bead. Gonna, again, not chase. That's the wrong thing to do, but open up opportunities, windows, crawl through them when you can. We're halfway through this matchup, but Raisey still has to think about how he's building up towards the 5 frag or 4 frag lead that Rafa has.
Now, Raisey could afford to be patient there because once again in position for a mega to pick it up and trying to sit a little bit further ahead and damage Rafa in the meantime. Making these plays now rather than later. I mean, I still like that approach from Raisey. It's clear that the items are being picked up because they're available, but that is not going to be the objective here. Taking it because they're there is one thing, but the other element is I just really want to find Rafa. I want to find Rafa. I want to catch him in a position where maybe I can get some opening damage. I need to start taking that score line down a peg because so far, still 4 frags behind. Raisey's the one that's been in full map control. One element, though, is that Rafa has spent this entire time, while being behind, kind of allowing the heavy to be picked up. So I do wonder if there's going to become a moment where, kind of like now, actually, you know, here comes Raisey, repositioning towards the heavy for yet another time. Rafa using this opportunity to disengage and then start to get some of the regular stack back up. And that alone has been enough to make Raisey uncomfortable and not confident to push in. Hasn't been able to get as much damage to start a fight yet.
Yeah, and on the same token, Rafa's not forcing these heavy or mega fights either, right? If it comes, if he can get it, he's going to go for it, but he's not necessarily saying, I've got to get this one, giving himself the room, and he should be able to do that. He has that lead. Still needs to be careful, though. Raisey, I like what he's doing, trying to poke away at his opponent. There's been a lot of situations where he's got a ton of LG damage, followed up with a rocket or a rail. This could be another one. They do trade rails a little bit. Rafa doing the dance around the column and will get caught there on the door. That opens up an opportunity for Raisey to snag that rail and his second frag.
One of those plays that you can see the idea behind it, but unfortunately just wasn't able to hit any of the shots. Yeah, Raisey was kind of knocking him back a little bit, and that's going to naturally mess things up. But these defensive rails not hitting their mark, Raisey was more than confident enough to sit around. And actually on the opposite end of that, the rail game of Raisey has been far
real good.
Superior.
Yeah, I mean, the number of times he's caught him right in the back. And we've talked a little bit about this, like, why are people not playing heavies? This might be one of those reasons. If Raisey keeps that mid to long range game kind of at play, he doesn't want to get close to Rafa in that scale. I mean, who would? So Rafa's still with a little bit of an advantage here with the 3 frag lead and 2 minutes left to go. Raisey's got to be thinking about that a little bit.
But this is where we are. Rafa is doing such an excellent job of stabilizing and keeping himself healthy enough that, I mean, yeah, fresh off the spawn, I know the heavies are going to get a big stack, but even outside of that, Rafa has no urgency to push for these items.
Yeah.
As long as he has, the decent weapons, and LG would certainly be nice, but I think the rocket's been one of his key ingredients at close range. He has enough time to stall, and stalling right now is working wonders because we're under 1.5 minutes left to go now. Rafa has only conceded 2 frags as Raisey. Oh, make that 3 perhaps, but Raisey took a lot of damage. Does he have the inject? Yes, he does.
He does. Still needs 2 frags. Hits a very nice rail right there. Gonna look for another one. Mega is up. Bull Rush gonna come out. Rockets firing, but there is another frag for Raisey. Only 1 frag away with 1 minute left to go. It's still, the burden is still on his shoulders, Ketchup.
Hang on.
Rafa.
But wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but Raisey, in doing so, repositioning to get himself a bunch of equipment, gave up the heavy. And that is going to give a significant armor advantage there to Rafa, even more so as now Rafa picks up that 1 light and brings himself back up to the 125 that, considering the fact that Raisey's only going to have time for 1 more inject in this map, this is a scary next fight that no doubt we're going to see. Raisey has got to force the issue now.
Yeah. Oh, going up the jump pad. Huge shotgun blast, but Rafa answering back with 1 of his own. It's going to give him 1 frag lead, but he is very low. Still 15 seconds left. It might set himself up. And the Bull Rush to take the game. 10 seconds left to go. Immediate GG on that one, and Rafa does end it 7-4. A lot closer game than I think what that score indicates. Ketchup. A few, things I think that we saw there from Raisey. That one moment where Rafa was kind of below that heavy. Raisey dropped down from above. I guess that was near the rail. And there wasn't a whole lot of room for Rafa to maneuver or do anything. He forced the fight. And I think that's what Raisey was looking for, those opportunities. Like, where can I force the fight, feel safe, do a lot of damage? There wasn't a whole lot of options in that. He really cleaned it up quite nice there at the end, but a couple of opportunities. I mean, that shotgun was the saving grace. I actually thought Raisey, the right idea, 2 huge shotgun blasts, a 3rd one could have done it, but Rafa answered back, said, I can do that too.
I just get elements of Doom 2 every time you see that, because you look back in the days of Doom 2 where it was the game of chicken almost, with the super shotgun trying to stay within the range. Don't miss these shots, because right here, that was so close to being either way. But
it really
that nice little 2-piece at the end, I'm still thinking about that one. Lovely stuff there. But Rafa played the sturdy game. And that was one of his greatest advantages, was that he was going to be taking a lot of damage, and a lot of damage he did take. However, on the opposite end of that, he did have that just absolute brick wall factor.
Look at that LG damage right there. And I think that, in what we speculated with the heavies and what even some of the players said was, hey, you are the biggest target on LAN, where LG is arguably one of the best weapons, and Raisey definitely had that as a part of his game plan. Didn't necessarily net him a win, but had the right idea there. Rafa, though, taking it out. I do have to say, I thought Rafa, I always talk about this with scale, is that sometimes it gives you that, like, I can just do anything, right? Like, I am such a beefy boy, and I don't feel like Rafa really was playing overly aggressive, right? Just the perfect amount of aggression with scale.
But as we go into Deep Embrace, I'm kind of liking the picks that we have coming through.
Yeah, I like this matchup a lot.
It allows Rafa to really shine. I think this is the kind of map that can work wonders for him, because there's always a chance to come back. It's a snowball-heavy map. We've said that time and time again. But if you are a tenacious player that up until that 10-minute counter, or I guess in some cases maybe even overtime, that if you can just get one good sequence, even if you're far behind, you can still pull something off.
Right.
And Rafa is famous for that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
This is a great map for that.
Yeah, I mean, also Lethal's mentioned it several times throughout the weekend, is that, like, from a statistical perspective, this hasn't been a map that Raisey's favored or even won a whole lot of. But But if you go back and watch some of the Raisey streams, you see this is a map that he's put some time into. He talked how much he's been loving Slash, and that's one of the reasons why Slash has been banned against Raisey many times. But he's clearly found whatever, the love, the switch has flipped for him here on Deep Embrace, and that makes me excited. This is one of my favorite maps in the pool. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, that it sort of has that classic arrow walk feel from old school Quake, and let's see how this one will play it back. Raisey looking to try to bring this one back. Rafa would be one step closer to advancing on if he takes this map, but recall, this is a best of 5 and we are underway.
It's always interesting to make the comparison to Arrow Walk, isn't it? Because as little as I did play Quake Live, self-admitted, sorry, don't kill me. But whenever I did play Arrow Walk, even simple things down to that little jump that you can make near where the heavy armor spawns, right? Just little things like that. That's just a nice little bit of comparison. But as we now jump through towards the start of this map, Raisey going in there and quite stacked for now, but the self-rocket jump, the play towards that first item. No doubt Rafa heard that, so now we're going to zip immediately round and pick up the Mega. And we're going to start to play that classic dance. You know, it's the opening minute. Neither player wants to be too over-aggressive yet. They both know they've got tons of stack to work with, and even then, Rafa is going to have to show respect to the orb.
No rail for Rafa yet. That is kind of an issue.
And no LG for Raisey.
Right. So both players kind of holding on to that side, but Rafa's going to go ahead and slide on over to grab that. Oh, gets hit with the rocket as he does and popped off the map. That means the first frag is going to go to Raisey with a second one coming out with that shotgun blast, and that's going to be a quick 1-2, putting Raisey in the lead.
That is a momentum builder if I've seen one. Just being able to, actually was looking at that first frag through Raisey's point of view. He placed that rocket so carefully. There was a split second where he was just like, yeah, that's where I want to put it. And we can see, it was 100 damage and then straight to a ring out. So certainly one way to start a map, and in doing so, Raisey has established a highly respectable amount of control here. But as we've said before, this map, no lead is safe unless it's like 15 frags or something.
Oh, going up the jump pad. The orb does come out. Rafa dishing a lot of damage, but Raisey's still able to get that frag. He was down to 35 there before picking up that Mega. 2 minutes on the board, and Raisey with a 3-frag lead. Quite a different change in pace than what we saw in game number 1.
And Raisey's going to be just protecting the assets at this point, as Mega's going to be the next objective. A little bit of a fake out, actually, with the jump pad. I think was really trying to catch Rafa off guard. Bit of misdirection, perhaps. But now Mega's the position. Ooh, doesn't go towards there with the orb. There was a risk, perhaps, of teleporting yourself off the map there. So, well good there to keep it nice and careful for Raisey. Takes out the Pika. Rafa will be able to score a heavy, and this is always the beginnings of things, right? You get a rail, of which that one opens up. A little bit of rocket damage, not too much though.
Now come down below, LG opportunity there. Raisey does get back to that. Was cleaned up with the LG by Rafa, and that's going to put his first frag on the board. But as you often see with Deep Embrace, if you don't walk away with those clean frags, that can just kind of equalize things. Rafa does manage to get away, despite the fact that Raisey tried to put on a little bit of pressure. But Rafa saying, nope, I'm going to be the one who puts on pressure. And there it is, his second frag as Rafa catches him over near that heavy.
Now there's not going to be as much momentum here. Raisey got a pretty decent spawn with the LG, and thankfully for him, thanks to that orb.
Nice!
Oh, God! I was going to say something about him stealing the heavy in that, but with a frag like that, it doesn't matter anymore. We're about to get another rotation of the heavy as we speak, of which, to be fair, Raisey has been able to spawn on the side of it, but with only a rail in hand, has been understandably forced away. He would have been giving it up if he just stood there.
Yeah, and that rocket may have missed, but that follow-up rail was just phenomenal. I don't think Raisey expected him to go for it. And this is where we see Rafa kind of turning up that pressure just a little bit, like landing like a good rocket. There's a fake out there by Raisey to send that orb out. Unfortunately, Rafa doesn't fall for it. He waits for him at the bottom of those stairs, gets the LG frag, and now we see Rafa taking that lead 4-3. Raisey with all of the right right ideas and plans. It just seems like Rafa is, at this moment in time anyway, seeing through some of those.
Raisey has been highly, highly focused on that rail. He actually hasn't had a rocket launcher for a couple of minutes, and even on that last frag, didn't have as much mobility because of it. But as we can clearly see, the emphasis on the rail has been paying off because it secured some unbelievably cheeky frags and now has been able to get the weapon that he's been so after. So Rocket's good to go, but now I wonder, with a rail-heavy game, is he going to keep that up all map long? But now the Rocket's here, there we go. We can start to play around that mobility a little bit, get more creative.
Yeah, and right now, Raisey in full control here with both the Mega and the Heavy. Rafa looking for a light, anything to help protect him, because I think, yes, Ketchup, Raisey has had the most success here outside of those first couple minutes with those rail shots. Slide around the corner, great defensive rocket, follows up with another one. Raisey with the shotgun to take frag number 5. Was looking pretty low, but still in a good spot. Rafa's gonna grab that Heavy, and Raisey, not necessarily, now he is in an opportunity to push. And look at those rails. I mean, they're making all of the difference. Ketchup right now, 62% rail for Raisey, but no slouch himself. Rafa with the 50.
And even down to that first rail that started that entire sequence. I think Raisey being able to acknowledge, yeah, you've just spawned, you're going to pick up this rail. Just trying to get that bonus damage, you know. Don't let anything get picked up unchecked, unchallenged. It's the small details that can count, especially seeing as it's championship day, but 2 frags in the lead now. Wow. The rails have started to just become ridiculous here for Raisey. But those 2 misses, that's the first time he's missed in some time.
Yeah, and it seems like Rafa not necessarily countering with some of the rails of his own, but instead trying to catch him with those LG or those rockets, setting himself up for another shot. We're 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes into this game. Raisey still up by 2. Heavy picked up by Rafa as Raisey's going to pick up that Mega. Slammed with a little bit of damage there. No armor at all. Is going to orb up to the middle. Try to regain some position here. There the LG comes out. Nice work by Raisey navigating around that side. Ooh. But Rafa with the rocket, and I didn't know that. How that hit? Peeker was out.
Yeah, it's not every day you fire a rocket, go for Peeker, and then the rocket kills before the Peeker does.
Exactly.
Wait, how does that work?
How does it work?
But importantly for Rafa, he was able to secure a much-needed frag, but he's just not going to be able to survive, unfortunately. And now 2 frags in the lead here for Raisey. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. Again, close-range map. All it can take is one good sequence for you to equalize, but keep your head in the game. Something Rafa taking loads of damage there. And now has to spend time to build that stack back up.
Yeah, I mean, Raisey seems to be prioritizing. Oh, whoa! What a move there. Raisey looking to try to orb to get position as the Peeker came out, but it didn't work out for him as Rafa was able to get the kill with the rocket, now making this a 1-frag game. I do like kind of Raisey's thought. He's playing a little bit of sneaky, my opponent doesn't know where I'm at, and then trying to get a ton of LG damage or sneaking in one of those rails. And that's opened up a lot of possibilities there. In fact, we saw that one in the middle that kind of shot Rafa towards that Mega with the LG. You even heard him say, like, I didn't like that at all. But you know, got to be careful with that as Rafa trying to do something similar here. Raisey with no armor stack at all. Switching back over to Rafa. He's going to find another midair on that one. We're tied up 7-7 off the spawn. Does see him over by that Mega. Peeker does come out. Can he clean up with that one? He's trying with the LG behind the column, but the machine gun is going to get the job done. Rafa takes the lead again.
Raisey, not a terrible spawn, is going to get a rocket on the side, and that is going to temporarily be positioned on the Heavy, which Rafa going to try and do something about this, or is it more going to be just listen out for it and get some opening damage? That rocket was quite good there from Raisey, enough to at least start things in motion potentially, because that's Heavy once, and now Mega to pick up. Just over a minute left on the clock. Rafa in the lead, but with Raisey's stack and with Raisey's opportunities, the weapons are good. The orb is ready. We could definitely see another frag on the board here for Raisey.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly within the realm of possibility. Through the teleporter he goes. His opponent went up. Rafa's just going to try to get out of there. There's that LG from Raisey catching him from the back. Rafa now on the run. Firing defensive rocket as he sees fit. He's trying to hold on to this 1 frag lead that he's got. And the LG comes out as he jumps over the side. Great rocket. Expected his opponent to go down, but somehow was popped back onto that ledge. I think if he would have gone down, that would have been a different situation, but 30 minutes left to go. And all of the burden is on Raisey's soldier.
Seconds, he has found him. He needs to be able to chase this one down. Oh, and he gets completely taken out. It's even. But Raisey's weak. The heavy is just about to spawn, but that's still not a lot of health. Rafa collects a rail straight away, and he connects one. That's such a game changer.
He's probably going to go over to that Mega. Not quite up yet, but it's going to be soon. That could be a really tempting thing. Missed that first rail, tried to land that second rail. So you're going to go for it. The orb to steal it away. And does he have enough to do it? Very, very low. Rafa, he does pick up the 225s in the hole there. Raisey still very low, though. He can't push this.
This is such a scary heavy. This is such a scary heavy. One would think this is where the map's going to come to a close. Raisey takes him by surprise from the bottom. And that is one of the first times on the entire map Raisey chose to push from
the
that
bottom
position.
Yeah.
Saving it for a rainy day, and a rainy day it was.
Yep.
That was a 1 frag difference right there. But, I mean, come on. Do we expect anything less from these two? What a match.
Mean, really, really don't. And, you know, talking about that last few seconds there, catch up, right? It was. You saw the rockets coming out from Rafa. He was on the middle level. He didn't make the jump up there. That in and of itself is a risk. Was he willing to take that? The rockets came out. And Raisey is kind of like down below. We could see him through Rafa's view. And then once that second rocket fired, the LG. And that was kind of, I think, the one big difference between Raisey and Rafa and kind of how Raisey was approaching that one. We'll see it here many, many times. Watch how many times, you know, if Raisey's not hitting a rail, where he's using that LG and always hitting kind of the back of Rafa in some way. You know, he's catching him off. There's, actually, that was Rafa who kind of did it back to Raisey. But this was a big part. Those are the early frags. And some real nice rails came out as well. But LG was a big, big part of this matchup there. The one specifically I thought of is the one over by that Mega. Nice rail.
I'm sort of waiting for that final moment. That final frag was where everything was different, because it's just simple positioning. You know, he's been constantly going up the top side every single time, and then right at the end, I mean, you have so many angles to cover, both of you so weak. Rafa was kind of looking in one direction, and it just wasn't the one. And it really was as simple as that. So here was the equalize, and then that final frag. We can actually see it from Rafa's point of view here. He's looking up there, he's expecting it, and then boom, Raisey dedicates to the jump. He gets caught in no man's land, and the LG was the perfect weapon for the job. That was a golden moment for Raisey.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like, I'd love to be able to just look into the brain of both these players, and specifically for Rafa there at the end. You know, what was the kind of indicator that you thought Raisey was going to be coming from the top? And even for Raisey, like, what was the indicator that's sneaking through the bottom? Because, you know, you had an idea where those rockets were coming from, how you went in it. But more importantly, we're tied 1 apiece in this best of 5. That means we're going on to Corrupted Keep next. Take that rail out of there. And I got to say, Raisey's LGs looked pretty nice these past 2 games. Definitely one of the big reasons he won that last game on Deep Embrace. How is that going to come into effect here on Corrupted Keep? Because with the BJ, it's like double the fun.
It's the champion choice I was looking at when you mentioned that. It's, you know, how is this LG going to make such a difference? And then you look at the fact that, I mean, he's playing a champion that can just go whoosh. I've got 2 now. And it really is as simple as that. But obviously, we've seen Rafa do wonderful things on this map before. We're going into a much more, I would suppose, meta pick here with the Death Knight, a champion that over the last few months in the QPL has kind of grown from strength to strength. People just getting more accustomed to him and realizing that Death Knight on some maps can work extremely well. Corrupted Keep definitely being one of them. Yeah. But this is just a match of damage versus damage. I don't think this is going to be one of those matches where it could be one-sided either way, because as we said yesterday, both of these champions these players have picked, they can be dangerous fresh off spawn. All they need is one weapon that's nearby, whether it's an LG, whether it's a super shotgun. Probably mostly with Death Knight SSG, but yeah, you can fight.
I also kind of look at this as an old meta, new meta type approach, because it really was, I would give the credit to Rafa for sort of favoring that BJ at one point on Corrupted Keep. And now Death Knight's been coming in more and more as we've been seeing that. You'll see it a lot over there in defense when your opponent is at the top of the statue. right? We see that, try to cover that whole area with Flame, and then force them into a fight. But we are now underway with our third game. We're tied 1 apiece here, and we're looking through the eyes of Rafi. Was able to get the heavy spawn, and now up at the top with his LG. And I think the thing that he's looking out for the most and needs to manage is, you know, what is my opponent doing? How are they using that dual wield? And do not get stuck in it. Drive-by flames. So we see a lot of damage actually coming out there. Some big ticks, even some machine gun damage as well. LG out, waiting for Raisey to move past, and he does. Just needs a little tick of damage. The machine gun doesn't do it. I think Rafa's asking himself, wait a second, how did he survive that one? He only needed about 1 or 2 more shots anyway.
Flame Strike used really well, you know, just to create an obstacle, force Raisey to leave that position. The fact that he was hanging around near Mega for so long was because he was trying to keep Rafa stuck there. And then just the threat of the damage, the presence there, forcing him to go away. And then Rafa so nearly taking him out, by all means, in an alternate dimension. I think that was going to be a 1-0, but Raisey surviving with barely anything left to his name. And now the next set of items. Looks like Rafa's looking towards the heavy. He will just soak that one up. Can we push now towards Mega?
Wow, real interesting. I mean, Rafa definitely knew the timing there, but decided to go ahead and push towards that heavy. Saw where Raisey was and said, oh, I can actually get both of these items. I play this right. I have flames up as well. And that puts him at a pretty big advantage. He knows his opponent's in the back hallway and has pretty limited on what the options are. Still scoreless here, 1 minute 43 seconds into this matchup.
I mean, Raisey's gonna have to be careful. And I think he knows it. He's just been looking at this and he's just like, dude, I'm well aware that Rafa has just taken all the items. There's the Mega in play. Dual wield is always gonna be a threat as well. But I mean, this is what I mean, like damage for damage. Who's gonna pull the trigger on the ability first? And I gotta say, I love that application. That's not the first time I've seen Rafa do that. The late ability activation, like part 2, which can then start to curve in the flames, that creates a horrible area for the person sitting behind there.
Yeah. Fortunately, didn't work out to him too much. I mean, just due to Raisey's ability to dish out that damage ahead of time. Mega is back up. Still no flames for about 15 more seconds. And Mega's there, but delayed a little bit by Raisey.
Far range damage is going to catch Rafa in a rather tricky position. Pushing towards, but it looks like Raisey was ready for that angle. Not a lot of rocket damage there either, so Rafa's going to have to use this time to disengage, pick up that regular stack once more, try and really set it up, and that's a lot of Flame Strike damage.
Wow.
Raisey's going to push forward, though, because it was ability versus ability. But Rafa, right as this Mega's going to spawn, I mean, the damage numbers don't lie. You can see exactly where his opponent is, but he picks it up just in time.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa knew when that was spawning, said, I have an open window here, went for it, was real close. But in doing so, right, Raisey with a lot of defensive shots that are really helping him in this matchup. He is up by 1 right now, but he's stopped the momentum of Rafa so many times with that perfectly placed rocket or maybe a stream of LG that's coming out. And LG versus LG right here. Both players very low.
Oh!
And Raisey waiting around the corner, Rafa misreading that just a little bit, thinking my opponent must have dropped down, but that was not the case. Raisey waiting right around on the other side of that wall, gets him with the shotgun blast.
It's been a really good map for Raisey so far, but as I say, that does just go straight into a super shotgun at close range, so should by all means be a pickup there for Rafa, and it will be. And in this instance, no machine gun guesses to be had here. I've got a shotgun, I'm ready.
Yeah, you could see the panic a little bit here on the model of Raisey, and that's going to be another quick pickup there for Rafa. Good read, heading on over to the statue. Knew his opponent's going to want to get that LG. And look at Raisey kind of now in a position where he's got to change his game plan here just a little bit. LG coming out, rockets to defend, up to the top of the statue. And the dual wheel does come out, but a quick melt from Rafa.
That's a really bad ability to get caught using right as you die, because there's absolutely no benefit. You're now just playing this ability-less character that, yeah, he's got the health regen stack, I guess, but we're against a champion that shreds and doesn't give you a chance. I got to say, by the way, yes, now 2 separate times we've seen it and now securing the frag. One of the main reasons that we're seeing Death Knight become so dangerous is that LG room. So often seen as like at least one of the most protected areas. Hard to escape, sure, but this champion just stops you from even being safe there. And that's such a smart choice. Doesn't get the shotgun damage. Does not get anywhere near as much damage as he thought he would.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he thought he was going to get that no problem, but still pretty low. Mega's going to be up. He can fall on it right now, and as he does, Raisey with the machine gun kill, tying it back up 4-4. We're about equal right now, and we are tied halfway through this matchup. Flames are up. Dual wield is up. Both players rearming, getting ready for this next one. And it's going to be a fight at the heavy.
Oh, wow. Pushes forward and takes it early. Doesn't get a huge amount of mileage because there's the dual wield to answer back again, but Raisey taking so much damage and definitely too early to pick up that Mega safely. Thankfully, though, was able to do so much defensive damage, even more so to Rafa, who's going to drop again. Raisey picking up yet another frag here, 2 in the lead. And with this heavy, no doubt the next objective once more. Raisey's doing a really smart thing, though. He's kind of sitting around where some of those lights are going to spawn, or if Rafa wants to pick them up beforehand, he's going to bump into more damage. But I'm liking that. The patience, Rafa, oh my God. How much damage from the nail gun?
I mean, there's been so many situations. That was like 100 right there. But there's been a lot of situations where the nail gun's the only thing that Rafa had available to it. Didn't necessarily work out. That was a nice cleanup right there. Rafa now 6-5, down by 1, 4 minutes left to go. But so many situations where Rafa's, gotten a lot of nail damage. But, had he had an LG in those situations, would have been a different story. Not much you could do when you're coming right off of the spawn like that. But there's the heavy pickup. And Rafa looking to regain some control here. Raisey on the back foot a bit.
Rafa's pathing on this map has been sublime. It kind of just optimizes to take a whole bunch of those hourglasses where he almost always has a flame strike ready, and Raisey does manage to pick up the Mega just in time and actually catches him around the corner. Is Raisey going to get it? And he will. Wow, that defensive damage was way too strong to deal with. However, Rafa getting a decent spawn, you're going to get super shotgun, you're going to get heavy, you can start to plan your next attack, and hey, you're spawning near the hourglasses, so yeah, another flame strike definitely about to come here. Caught out, but Rafa is very healthy, but he just cannot get the last little bits of damage. The LG wants more for Raisey. Brings him what he's after.
It's going to be a little quiet, looking for the opportunity. Nice read. That was well played there by Rafa. Going to look and see if he could get the pickup on this one. LG, but no, the dual-wield machine guns. And, there it is. The Inferno does manage to come up there as the Flames take him out, but still 9-7. Big shotgun blast there from Rafa.
This is why this champion matchup is so fun to watch for me. Both champions are a threat the moment they spawn, as long as they have an ability ready. Raisey picked up that heavy machine gun. Fine, that's it. Well, when life gives you lemons, you pull out 2 heavy machine guns. But the Mega just about to spawn, of which Rafa should definitely be able to take this, and I mean, absolutely is going to go ham. Catches the perfect bait. Raisey probably assuming Rafa was going to run around, teleport, and try and chase it, but Rafa that one temporary step ahead, and yet another time, Wheat. There really is only 1 frag in it, so evenly matched these two.
Yep, heavy is up. It's going to grab that. You're right. I mean, there's just so much damage coming out right now. 3,300, 3,700 for Rafa. Like, it's just building up here. Good catch there with Rafa. He is 90 seconds to try to tie this one back up. Right now, he is control of both major items.
This isn't like those other map situations, though, where a Corrupted Keep, you've got at least one mobility-based champion where we start to look at, if Raisey was like a Strog here or something, might likely start to pick different parts of the map to start playing a defensive game. These champions don't have that same luxury. They're built entirely around damage, which means that Rafa's ability to find Raisey has gone up a little bit. Now, wait a minute. Is that a defensive dual wield? Looks like it is, but what has it ultimately led to? There's 60 seconds on the clock. Rafa, the items in play, the weapons, the ammo, and the ability. If he catches Raisey now, Raisey is in big trouble, especially now there's no dual wield, but he has to find him first.
Wow, the mind games happening right here, right now, and Raisey needs them because Rafa absolutely knows that dual wield was down for about 30 seconds at that point. But now it is coming back for one last usage before He's got to be careful. He could use that absolutely in a defensive way. There's still a Flame Strike left. 25 seconds left to go. Mega's going to be there.
I mean, this is the last chance, though.
This is it.
Not going to have time to wait around for Heavy this time, though, as now Raisey is going to play that retreating game, getting chased down 15 seconds. He's found him! He's found him!
Huge. Raisey knew he was in a bad position, even with that dual wield. Flame Strike comes out. This could be an opportunity, but no, Rafa backing off, letting that damage tick away, and there he grabs it with 1 second left to go. 9-10. What a game!
He caught him at the perfect moment. The moment Raisey pulled out the dual wield at the end off the spawn, I was a little bit nervous, but then the Flame Strike comes in. He catches fire. He can't run away. Rafa can still see where he's running away because you can see the health numbers. That was just the gift that kept on giving for Death Knight. And a perfect example to me why that champion on that map is so good. And Rafa, go figure, putting it to perfect use. But the composure at the end to just stick to your guns, finds the chase, gets it. Job done.
I mean, I think about the end there and all the different scenarios playing out in my head. Rafa's down by 1. There's that one last dual wield there for Raisey in the back hallways. He's got an LG. You know, that could be pretty scary fighting into something like that. Now, prior to that, we kind of heard Rafa, and again, we'll have to ask him after the fact, but it seemed like he maybe faked a rocket jump, possibly. And I think he caught Raisey right there, thinking he was going to come from the other position. That LG pushed him just to the right of that door, allowed him to get the frag, and then the follow-up after tying it. And then look what the Flames were doing at that point, right? Flames weren't going to get the job done, but it opened up a massive opportunity for Rafa. That one was just hard to call from the back and forth. I mean, Raisey was making the dual wield seem like I just can't fight when it's up.
That is one of my favorite matchups to watch. That kind of match with the players of that caliber. There's so much on the line here, This is the elimination point. These are 2 players where only one of them's moving on. And as we've said before, this could have been a grand finals. I would have believed you. Everyone in this building would have believed you. Everyone watching the chat would have believed you. You know what I mean? Like, this is just an absolute treat, and it's unreal how this isn't even like the final stage.
Right. Look at the scores. 4-7, map 1, the 9-8. Very, very close game.
Don't forget the 9-10.
And then the Corrupted Keep 9-10. It literally came down to the last seconds, and that was such an interesting conclusion to that particular match. But you know what? As all times, you've kind of got to let that last map be whatever the last map. Moving on to the next one, Awoken. You mentioned the visor earlier, not one that we see a lot of times, but this is what happens in these best of 5s, these best of 7s, where the picks and bans come out. You obviously are going to get to a situation potentially where you're playing something that may be a bit unorthodox compared to how you might approach something in a best of 3.
Difficult situation. A lot of champions at this point have been banned out. A lot of these champions have been played in previous maps, so they're off the cards too. So, yeah, I don't think Visor would have been a first pick, but I still think that with the brain that Rafa has and the way that he always approaches this game, Visor's never not going to be just decent for him. It's all about that extra information, and I think as well the sort of speed that you can build up with Visor can really help, especially in like a LAN environment. Everything feels nice and crispy.
Yeah.
And, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of that on Awoken, but you're going up against a bit more of a traditional character, right? That Doomslayer, that double jump, Raisey, who just likes to put an absolute chokehold on the map sometimes, and this kind of champion's really going to help him do that. But chips are down, Wheat. This is in theory Rafa's moment. You know, Raisey needs to bring this one. Has been in this position before today.
Yeah.
So,
we'll
see.
I mean, you know, as mentioned earlier, as we were queuing up, like this has been a finals in the past. And, you know, there's been a situation where we've literally been in this exact same spot with that one map advantage. And a lot of times that has favored Rafa. So how is that going to change here? Well, let's move on to Awoken and let the tale be told.
There is a concern about Doom, and I know it sounds really layer 1, but the idea of us being on LAN and the LG can be highly, highly devastating. In those close range situations, Doom has historically not liked the LG very much. So, you know, you get caught double jumping with the LG, and he becomes one of the easiest champions in the game to shred down. That's going to become a lot more dangerous here on LAN, where the LG's better than ever.
Yeah. I'm just looking at some of the past results there too. Yeah, I mean, I expect Rail to be a big part of this one, but I'm very curious to see how Rafa's going to approach this one with the visor and how that's going to come into play. You know, it may be more of a focus outside of obviously that initial piercing sight that he's using it to potentially, after he gets a frag, to try to, you know, ensure himself a conversion, to be able to potentially regain control. I don't know. But so far, Ketchup, it seems like we're going to play a little bit slower game here to start.
Well, if there's one thing that's for sure, it's that piercing sight is going to be available a lot more than otherwise because you're going up against Doomslayer. You know, unless your name is Zeneku, you're going to be not using Berserk all that much, which just means that, like we see it with Doomslayer versus other champions that can be quite ability dependent, they're just going to get more because the hourglasses kind of just belong to them. So Rafa, having that extra information, having it more often than not on a map like this can be very, very beneficial. And I would think especially if he uses it and then gets a frag and then can figure out the spawn situation, because that's where the momentum can build up. You get that frag, you pop the piercing sight, you find out where they are, you know already what weapons they don't have, and then you can plan an attack, and in some cases, shred it for a second one.
Yeah, I am like watching Raisey and his movement here with Doom on this map. You know, in addition to being able to get to that center area a little bit easier, there's some ways that you can kind of fall and then use the mid-air jump to maybe even trick your opponent into thinking you went one way versus another. But first battle, look at that LG as it just melts him down as he goes around the corner, popping up, but then pushed right back down by Raisey off the spawn. He's going to find him a second time. Not low enough to get that frag. Raisey's going to pick up Quick too.
So nearly forced a ring out in one of the most unconventional of circumstances. But the next set of items will spawn here, Raisey and Arrow lead. And I feel like Rafa's trying to go for the safest option, but I mean, can clearly see, especially now the piercing sight has been used, that Raisey is kind of happy to see both items there. You know, back off now and get the armor, but was looking to see what one Rafa was going to prioritize and is likely going to push forward here. Lovely defensive rail for Rafa. Can he look for a second? Nope, that angle doesn't belong. Ooh, that flyby worked out. Can he get one more? No, not quite.
Just looking for the shot. Only needs a little bit. Only about 36 points of health, but there's that light coming through the side. Rocket just going right past Raisey's head. Rail, I like this exchange that we're seeing here. The LG is going to come out as well. And Rafa is going to grab it. On top of that Mega, how close was that? That was just a second away from spawning there.
Yeah, the second the knock-up happened, that was kind of a done deal. Raisey kind of trying to go for maybe a Doom maneuver, popping that Berserk, getting that kind of burst of speed, maybe running in and out and trying to escape. At the very least, I mean, I guess if we're looking at, like, you know, thin silver linings, the Berserk's on cooldown, so he's going to be able to pick up some hourglasses, shutting that down from Rafa, but even then he's about to get the piercing sight in a couple of seconds anyway. But just like that, Rafa has brought himself back into this match. Now with the Mega on hand, a wonderful stack, all of the weapons, and now perfect vision. Will he be able to shut down this heavy too? Raisey trapped in this corner, and he's not going to be able to jump down there. He tries to jump down, that LG's just going to say, no, stay where you are, sir.
I mean, it's pretty incredible with the threat of piercing sight is enough to get the frag, right? Like Raisey knew that it was out. He couldn't really pop over the side because his opponent's gonna know. You know, you can't really keep him guessing, popping here and there. That was great job there by Rafa. But Raisey, I still like his approach to what he's doing here, just trying to get back into some form of control. He's kind of relying on those lights at this point. He's gotten a few major item pickups, but the lights are what's keeping him alive.
Pushing forward, does take a rail for his trouble. Wow, the piercing sight as we go back up the jump pad, just in case. You know, I guess we're going to have information towards the Mega all the same. If Rafa's perfectly timing this, I think he's going to just straight up assume now the Mega's been taken. So he's going to have that timing in his head regardless. And there's the aggressive double jump. That's the dynamic of a Doomslayer of this caliber.
Nicely done.
Really good at dodging rockets, really crap at dodging LG.
Very nicely done. Oh, and up the jump pad, catch him just on the lip, but Raisey still wins that one. 4-3. He's very low, though.
At what cost?
He's got to be careful.
He had to took all that time to go around the center of the map, or the other side of the map, sorry, and try and heal up. But in doing so, did give up positioning on the Mega. Raisey, going to see that as a worthy trade now because you've still got the weapons, and now you've got a decent amount of armor too. But even with that, he has given up full map control.
Yeah.
So Rafa doing so much damage in that fight, yeah, he died, but he's actually won the map control because of it.
I wonder how that would have played out differently if Raisey would have had his rail instead of his LG when Rafa came around the corner for that Mega. He got the Mega, the LG was just short, didn't really do much damage. And Raisey's still in the lead though. So he's got plenty to work with here. Through that teleporter, we're gonna get the Berserk come out. But,
oh! Where are you going, mate? Where are you going? I got a rail with your name on it.
Oh, wow. Nicely done. Punch in the air, and it doesn't do much of anything. Rafa with the rail.
And Rafa equalizing off the back of that one. Scary moment. My man was seeing red and just swinging for the fences, but...
I think this heavy is going to be, pretty big deal right now. Yeah, Raisey... oh my
Even
God!
crouched
Through the teleporter. That's a quick, and that's going to be a free pickup for Rafa.
I have to say, on the off chance that Rafa had like a rail or an SSG, I respect the fact that Raisey was crouching to try and make it miss.
Sure.
But yeah, not the right kind of weapon there. The second you come around the corner, Rafa, blood in his eyes. Ooh.
Oh. Wow, that's actually a big opportunity, but the double rail from Rafa and the Mega to bring him back up.
Being able to take those lights away. The next objective is going to be that heavy. Raisey, it's not enough for Rafa. Rafa wants to push forward, but it's actually taken a lot of damage in return. But without a rail, I know Rafa knows, yeah, I'm just going to run. There's no way he's going to rail there. He hasn't picked it up yet.
And we're entering another one of those awkward moments here where Rafa's up by 2 and Raisey's saying, okay, I've got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds to try to do something. I know Piercing Sight's going to be back up at least once. What's my approach here going to be? And in this game, Rafa has caught Raisey out so many different times. But nice job by Raisey. The Piercing Sight comes out. It almost doesn't matter. Raisey just LGs him down, makes this a 1-frag game.
Now, Rafa knows that he did a really decent amount of damage and actually doesn't have to go out of his way. He dropped a rail on death, so he's been able to pick one up without having to go near where rail spawns. And no doubt Raisey probably aware of that fact, but that has meant that Rafa can stay in the center point of the map, of which he's done such a wonderful job in. And you can see here, Raisey's caught in the middle. Rafa didn't have to go out of his way to get a rail. He can start fighting immediately. And now with this armor, narrowly. I was looking at that through Rafa's point of view. He barely missed it, but that will be a frag. We're now going to check back over. There's Rafa in the closing minute of this map. Can he pull this off and get a victory here?
Raisey gonna have to put everything that he possibly has into this final 1-minute push. 100 points of damage, some tri-bolt there. Rafa, very, very low, is gonna stay up there on the top level. The opportunity's there, he blows himself up. It's a 5-6 game. Raisey has a chance here. He's gonna go on through. Can he get any sort of major item off of this? Even the heavy would be big. He is gonna be on top of it and does manage to get it. The door's open, but he still needs that 1 frag.
There's 2 timers that Rafa's looking at. The first is going to be obviously that 10-minute mark. The other one is the 12 seconds of which Piercing Sight is going to come back. Rafa, if he's playing this defensive game, having the Piercing Sight available, being able to see where your opponent's chasing you down, it's so important. And now he's pressing on. He's going to be able to see his opponent. It's not going to do much for him now. The aggressive push from Raisey is real, and the rockets go back and forth. Raisey, he equalizes, but he's weak, so he has to be so careful now. Rafa, what a spawn. It's going to spawn near rocket. It's going to spawn near heavy. Yes, we're going into overtime, but Rafa's still in a better situation.
And Piercing Sight came out there, so it is down at this point. But we're going to go into sudden death. Rafa with a little bit better stack, but Raisey was able to bring that back thanks to that suicide that came out from Rafa. If that wouldn't have hit, I think this would already be game over. It'd be 6-7 right now. Raisey going to take every open opportunity that he possibly can. We're going into another sudden death overtime. We've become pretty familiar with them here throughout the whole weekend. Big LG fight right outside of the heavy, and it's going to be an RL to finish the job, pulling it out. And Raisey takes that one. We're going to the final map. It is 7 to 6 in that one. We're tied 2 apiece. Wow. I mean, think about that suicide with the RL at the, at the end there. Some great rockets, and then the LG from Raisey. I want to take a look at damage. 3,600 Raisey, 3,800 for Rafa.
1 frag in it again. That's just been the story of this series so far.
3 games in a row.
You can't write this, can you?
Yeah,
you can't make this up.
You really can't. You really can't. And during a time catch up where Rafa had at least a somewhat comfortable lead. I can't stress enough how much that that suicide ended up really messing things up. I'm just looking at the score line here as we go through. There's the 6-5. Rafa up by 1. That was the one to tie it back up, so we didn't get to see the self-kill there. That was a great choice. I'm sure Rafa did not necessarily want to fight in that particular situation, but Raisey said, "Hey, this is going to be, I think, good for me." And taking a look at percentages there, a little bit better rail coming out from Rafa, but wow, we're going to game 5.
So much is going to lie on the upcoming 10 minutes. Yes, which means it could be a low-scoring game. But on contrast to a lot of these other maps that we've been seeing, which have been rather explosive, rather back and forth.
Right. Might be a welcome. Might be a welcome thing.
If this ends up being, which it can be on Blood Covenant, if this does end up being some kind of low-scoring game, maybe it's going to be like incredibly careful, incredibly patient. We've just gone through 4 maps, right? And this is an elimination match. Only one of these players is going to move on. This is where, like, the mental game is going to get pushed to a point that it hasn't been pushed yet. Like, this is the final frontier, sure, but at the same time, you're like, one small mistake will cost it all. I wonder what kind of decisions we're going to see in this map. Are we going to go all safe, or is someone going to do something risky, something brave?
I don't know. Considering that it's, it's not for a tournament win. It is for tournament life, right?
Yeah.
And I would say that, maybe that risk is deprioritized a little bit. I think, gosh, I keep thinking back to some of the other Blood Covenant games that we've seen this weekend. And traditionally, over the course of the last 2 days, this has been played a lot slower than, some of the other matchups that we've seen, even with some sometimes faster champions. So it's hard to say. I just have no idea what to expect out of this. I mean,
I'm excited because I can see on our monitors that we're loading into the map too.
Awesome.
So we're this close. We're this close to jumping into the final map between these 2 legends. Thank you so much for joining us. There's plenty more Quake to come after this, but this is the next 10 minutes we're about to see is going to be golden. So make sure you tune in.
Vangur versus Chain next after this.
Come on.
Yeah, it's about to get messy in here. Blood Covenant. 2 champions that we've seen on Blood Covenant before, but not necessarily what you would expect. But this is what happens when you get best of 5s, best of 7s. We get these scenarios catch up that are like a little bit unlike what we typically see.
And here we go. Checking things out through Rafa's point of view first. Ison might not be the most regular of champions, but again, like we quite rightly pointed out, I mean, this is the end of the series, man. We're running out of champions to pick. So like I said, this is where that mental game gets tested the most. Blood Covenant known for being a rather arranged map so far, very rail heavy. Opportunistic though is Rafa, looking for a chance. That's starting things off. Look, if that's the worst mistake that happens, then we'll take it.
Get it out, just shake it out at that point. Turret's back up. I think, Vile's going to be big on this one too, just keeping that turret up. Obviously, trying to deny your opponent the rail, and that might be the first approach that Rafa takes here. I mean, you can't over-prioritize that. It can be a dangerous thing, but based off of this first 57 seconds, I think we're going to have a slow play here.
Always a chance that things might kick up a notch if one of the 2 players can score some momentum. Oh, that's an opening bit of damage there from Rafa. returned there now by Raisey. As the Mega spawns, the defensive LG that says, if you are there, get off. I want to be able to clear this, as now Heavy spawns instead. Rafa picks it up, happy to do so. So we trade. I take one, you take one. And the aggressive rocket jump. Rafa is being highly aggressive here, but he has to make sure he's hitting those shots to back it up. 2 rails in a row, and now here comes the LG. Defensive rockets from Raisey. Not enough to hit the mark yet, but Raisey backing off to take the light. It is just a game of sustain right now, with Mega as the next objective. Gets picked up there from Raisey. Heavy's going to be next, but Raisey's using this opportunity to push forward. Catches Rafa on the jump.
Oh my God, what a rocket! Just a gorgeous mid-air there. I thought for certain Raisey had the beat of LG that he needed, and another catch from Rafa there. He knows that Raisey's low. Is he going to push the advantage here? Just got to be careful. Got to remember Totem's still in play, but what a first frag.
I feel like 99.9% of us thought that Raisey was going to pick that one up. I mean, he made the play, rushed it down, nice and aggressive, picked the moment, and then Rafa nowhere just says, take this direct rocket. Please, thank you. Do not pass go.
While
Do not collect
falling
200 pounds.
off, right? If you think about it, it's like, how do I get this this target off of me while still being able to make something happen? And yeah, I think that was a 5-head play right there. That was pretty sick.
The aggressive! What? One rocket for another, my friend. Now it's 1-1.
Oh, and no rail in the hands of Rafa. That is going to make things a little rough. Now, I was also thinking, Ketchup, that I feel like, you know, Turret's going to do Turret things, but Turret is also kind of an info gatherer, a scout, if you will. And I'm curious to see, like, some of the positions that we've seen here. Oh, a huge mid-air! 100 points of damage. It's not.
It's
a
not
second
enough.
one can't find it. That LG does its work, and Raisey up now by 2. The pace of this game starting to pick up a little bit.
In most cases, 100 direct rocket is going to make someone back off and stop. But in that instance, Raisey knows how low Rafa is and how much you can deal with. Rafa has just had a really hard time in the weapon department. He hasn't got a rocket here. On the last life, he couldn't get his hands on a rail. Raisey having this high ground is going to give him such a game of denial at the moment. And until Rafa can get that Unholy Trinity, it's going to be a hard comeback to make. You kind of need a rail, especially with the range. Oh my God.
The nails.
Yeah, are we building a new door here or something? What's going on?
Something like that. Then the LG to come out as well. Good rail. That was needed. Fall down. There's not much of a cleanup there for his opponent. We do have the LG coming out there. Just a little bit more damage needed. There it is. Point blank by Rafa, tying us back up 2-2.
We were talking just now about Rafa having a worrying lack of weapons, and he somehow made that work with such a deficit with a nail gun and an LG. That is disgustingly good. But now, the Mega is about to get taken here by Rafa, who finally should be able to get at least one of the important weapons. On the way to Heavy now, we're going to get a rocket launcher, can use that rocket launcher to get an rail gun, excuse me, if we want. But the question is, oh my God, look at all that. Look at all these totems.
Yeah, his final little jackpot over there too. And if backs off, will also get that Heavy. The Tri-Bolt doing a lot, but great rail coming out by Raisey. And a second one as well, and make it a third. Rafa's gonna chase on that one. Maybe thinking he did a little bit more damage to Raisey than he actually did, but what a... Oh! That was why I was worried about the chase in the first place, but Raisey just waiting, stopping down for a moment. Perfect spot with that rail.
Starting machine gun and turret in hand. That's all Rafa's going to have to keep himself afloat here as Raisey takes that damage, pushes Rafa back. Enough so that now with this push towards Heavy, he's in a better situation. That is some really good damage on the rocket though, Rafa. Oh, he's going to be railable now. Maybe not so much now. He's picked up one of those lights, but hasn't had a rail for so long. Has just not had a good opportunity to do it. Has always had to prioritize other things in the heat of the moment.
Dude, the amount of damage that Rafa's been able to do with his machine gun, his nail gun, etc., it's just, it's bonkers. Overstack coming out yet again here for Raisey, giving him his own little Mega. He can deprioritize that just a little bit. Up that jump pad, avoids the LG. Hey, keeps hitting that lip. That's like the 3rd time that's happened. Heavy is up. Just gonna commit to that fight, at least for a little bit, backing off.
But this is normally the moment where Raisey can be quite aggressive, the moment he realizes how weak his opponent actually is. But Rafa, prioritizing being in position for the Mega first. And I do like that. You know that you're going up against someone that's going to have totems. You haven't really found any in some time, so you know there's going to be more scattered around the map. But the defensive totem to keep Raisey afloat off the back of that light armor too, that was such a clutch moment to keep himself going. Now, Heavy in play. Another little rocket, just for good measure. We can now back off, heal up again, get some stack together right as this Mega's about to spawn. It's a nice little setup here for Rafa, but eventually he's going to have to make something happen because we're about to hit 3 minutes and he's 1 frag down.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth is amazing. The one thing I think that would be a huge difference is taking out these totems, and there he's going to take one out. Flip it around, another direct rocket, and a huge kill there for Rafa, tying this game back up 3-3. He also managed to take out 2 of those totems. He now has an idea where Raisey is. 1 rocket, 2nd rocket, 3rd rocket, finishes it with the rail, 3-4, and Rafa wanting to apply that pressure.
The only reason he could push forward and get that frag is because he knew Raisey dropped a rail on death, so he didn't even have to go out of his way to pick that up. Used the rail afterwards to finish the job. Thank you very much, and has now taken the lead. We were talking just now, and things were starting to get a little bit pattern, weren't they? Rafa retreating down near where the towers are to take the light, to take the Mega. Raisey going towards the light near rail. Rafa caught sight of that and went, you know what? No, I'm going to put a spanner in the works. The opening rocket and the rest of it into a frag off spawn where now he's in the lead. Was behind for so long, but now he is the one that can dictate the pace of this, and a rail will make this denial so much more viable. As there goes a 2nd rail. We're about to hit 2 minutes on the clock. Rafa picking up this Mega, just about to get some armor too. I think this is a pretty good situation, Wheat.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Raisey in a good position, keeping at this. I like his kind of overall game plan. Rafa, you know, playing that boxer, finding an opening, going for it. Raisey, how's he going to bring this one back? 2 minutes left to go. He's done it in 2 of the games that we have seen here already, so absolutely possible. Raisey now with a phenomenal stack. How is this one going to play out? 90 seconds left on the clock. Catch up.
Rafa just hasn't been focused on taking that heavy. He's been keeping a perfect time. Oh, that's going to give his position away. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, face check.
Yep. And that is going to be the green light for Raisey to push forward. Defensive rocket jump and even more damage to return. That was such a good moment. And just by doing that, Rafa has given himself a heavy as a prize. But should understand, surely Raisey is now going to push towards this Mega to try and take it instead. Raisey having damage in mind, but a big risky jump over one that he's going to take. As now Mega is in possession. Raisey considerably stronger now than Rafa. The light that Rafa has been timing now picked up by Raisey. And that's unfortunate.
Big potential decision here by Raisey. I don't know if he heard that light pick up, but rocket jump back up. Oh my gosh. It's going to be picked up there. Raisey on the hunt.
Found him.
There it is. The LG tied it back up. 4-4, 30 seconds left to go. We're either going to overtime or one of these two is cleaning this up.
A very scary 30 seconds. Wait a minute, the aggressive nail gun. But with the rocket tweak, the turret's going to be there as well. Gets shut down beforehand. 15 seconds. Rafa has got to find him. Raisey, he's going to retreat now. Is he going to be able to stop him from getting this heavy? Actually, no, he's nowhere to be seen. 10 seconds on the clock. Rafa's found him. There's a rail. Can he find him though? Rafa, the chase, gets the LG in there, but no! The defensive rocket! He was going to hit the mark, Wheat.
He was down to 10 points of health. Raisey somehow managed to get it. He keeps his cool. He fires the 2 rockets. He gets the job done. 6-4. And I don't even think, like, 6-4, again, doesn't show how close this game actually was. That another just wild Blood Covenant game. One like we've not seen before here. That fight in the middle twice. And we do see Rafa and ending his tournament life here. Raisey advancing on. It wasn't a finals, but in one way, Raisey does manage to do something that he has been trying to do for several stages and an entire season. 4-7 in map 1 going to Rafa, and then 3 games that are separated by 1 point, 2 of them in overtime, a third one at the end almost going into overtime. But that last moment, Raisey had 10 points of health left. Pick it up. We gotta watch it.
We have to watch
that
it back.
one right there. That was for Raisey to take the lead. And there he is. Picks up the 25.
Oh, how?
And
I
then
can't
rocket.
believe
Gosh,
that. How?
That happened way faster than it happened when I saw it. I felt like that was in slow motion. I just got to see that again. What a matchup.
This is the series we wanted, and we knew this was going to go to 5 months. It's of course, the Rafa Raisey saga. Look at the scorelines as well: 3, 1 frag, 1 frag, 1 frag, and 2. Like literally, you couldn't keep these two apart in terms of scoreline. It was such a close matchup overall, and we've seen a lot of Blood Covenant with champions with lack of mobility and speed. But do you know what? I'm all for it, and you can see how great it was considering the entire matchup. But wow, yeah, what a close affair between the two. But it does mean that sadly Rafa will be knocked out, will be in top 6. Raisey's going to be in the top 4 waiting for the winner of that other matchup in the other side of the losers bracket. And yeah, honestly, what an incredible showing from both players.
It was the purest definition of down to the wire.
I mean,
could not have been closer.
You know, after a matchup like that, I'm kind of expecting that like we're bringing Raisey up for a winner, and it is a winner interview, not necessarily for the whole entire competition, but let's bring Raisey up here and hear for him if he can catch his breath as we I don't know if he's as tired as we are in that last 5 games. I'd imagine he had to have been, but Raisey, congratulations. You know, we were saying as you were coming off, right, this wasn't the championship match, but going into it we said this is one championship match that we've seen. That's got to feel good to be able to take it down to the wire, take out Rafa. How are you feeling right now in this? Yeah, how you doing, man?
Honestly, I'm still a little bit shaky.
Yeah, me too. So join the club.
All of these maps were insanely close, and the smallest mistakes could decide between who wins and who loses. And you know, some of these went into overtime. Some of the times I was in the lead, and then I made a mistake, and then he capitalized on it, and then made a comeback and won the map. I was very devastated about that, but luckily it didn't really affect me in the long run. I could gather myself up again and made really good 4th and 5th maps.
Yeah, can we talk about the end of Blood Covenant there? There was the moment that you caught him in the middle of Blood Covenant. It was for the frag to tie it up. And then there was the end where you had 10 points of health running away. I think you had an idea that Rafa was hot on your tail. Can you just explain to us what was going through your head there in that particular moment, literally the final fight of the game?
So at the middle of the map in the blood pool, before that I killed him and then tied up the game.
Right.
And I knew that I'm going to take Mega, and Heavy is not about to spawn yet, I think. Or maybe it was at this point, I don't even know anymore. But I was thinking, he doesn't really have the weapons to fight me with, and I wanted to use this opportunity to go for a frag. And he was just in the middle of the map pool, the blood pool, after running circles at the shotgun. He even took the small armor. I was nervous about chasing him. He had a rocket even, and the first defensive rocket he shot when he was already at the blood pool actually did a lot of damage and knocked me around. But I decided to go for it anyway, and luckily for me, it worked out in my favor, but I barely survived. So after that, I was kind of on the run. I was like debating whether I should go for the heavy and be stacked enough not to die in the last few seconds, or should I just leg it. And in the end, I decided, because I don't know exact timing, I'm just gonna run for it. He did hit a rail on me, and of course my heart stopped there.
Yeah, us too.
But and after that, he chased me with an LG, and I was like, yep, that's it, I'm dying. But luckily, I just managed to hit a few decent rockets, and there was the small armor as well, and the health that gave me an opportunity to kill him there and end it. And I'm very glad that it finally ended in my favor.
Yeah, makes a nice change, I bet, as well. And going to that final map again, we've seen you know, quite a lot of Galena picks, which has been a bit of a surprise. When Rafa, of course, brought out the Aizen, of course, getting to the end of the best of 5, not really many champions to select from, not really much choice in the matter. How did you feel in that matchup? Did you feel comfortable at all against his Aizen? Because it's not really a particular matchup you normally face in Blood Covenant.
The picks were mostly because not many other choices were left. And this was the best picks that we could come up with. Otherwise, we would have been like Kiel on an open big map. Wouldn't have been very good against a machine gun and a railgun. So I decided to go for the Galena. He decided to go for the Aizen, which were the 2 remaining mid champions. I never really practiced Galena on Blood Covenant lately. I was more leaning towards Anarchy, Nyx, Athena / you know, the usuals. And I never really played against an Aizen on that map either. You know, you kind of get used to it on Whale and Corrupted, but you don't often play against an Aizen on DM6. So I wasn't really aware of his turret placements. He might have practiced it. He might have had an idea of how he wants to play the character. But I was just like, okay, I'll just try to gather as much information about what's happening around me on the map, and then try to come up with a plan accordingly.
Cool. So by no means do I want to keep you any longer, because I want to give you some rest. I'll ask something really quick and really generic. You've been able to take down a tournament demon, someone that has given you a lot of problems over the past. Where do you go from here? The tournament's not over, right? But you're 1 person down and there's a few more to go. How do you feel about your remaining time here?
Well, it is a good achievement for me to beat Rafa, of course, one of the best in the world, and I have struggled against him multiple times in the past in the grand finals. But like you said, it wasn't the grand final just yet, and I'm in the lower bracket actually. But I'm gonna take it 1 map at a time, 1 match. You know, just focus on my next opponent, and hopefully at the end of the day, I'll be in the grand finals again, getting another opportunity to win it.
Excellent. Raisey, congratulations. Definitely a big achievement. A phenomenal series. I'm sure everyone watching has been really happy with that one. Congratulations. We are now going to take a break as Raisey will advance and Rafa drops out of the Quake World Championships. Coming up next, it's going to be Wenger versus Chain. Quick break, and then we'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's finals day here at the Quake World Championship. We've had a 3-1, a 3-0, a down to the wire 3-2, some sudden deaths. This is what you want out of a finals day. I'm welcoming back to the desk ZSX and Flea. Gentlemen, before we get in and talk about this next lower bracket game, any thoughts on what we just saw?
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Rapper a little bit rattled. You know, there were some mistakes in there that were semi-uncharacteristic. You know, maybe in part that we're returning to learn, and his heavy rush style, which is a bit riskier in this scenario, was being punished a bit more than it had done in the past. But, you know, I just have to credit Raisey for sticking in there. It was a real tough road back, and there were some close matches there. And we've just had a continuation of our incredible event so far.
I aged 15 years in that series. It was rough.
You look 15 years old.
No, but we were watching backstage, and there were a number of people sitting around going like, "Yeah, that's GG." Like on Deep Embrace, we were already like, "Yeah, that's over." Rafa's now 2-3 frags ahead. Nope. Every single time it switches control at the very end, one person gets the lead over the other. Absolute insanity, and Raisey so collected. Love what I'm seeing out of him.
Yeah, it's really just quite amazing that you just cannot count victory until that buzzer actually hits. Just so many close one-frag games on that one. So we are going to be shifting gears again. We've got another lower bracket game. Of course, Raisey is going to end up playing the winner of this next matchup, and that's either going to be Wenger or Chain. Now, we got a chance to sit down with Chain. He was pretty happy with his performance. He said things just clicked for him yesterday. But let's hear what he said about going into the top 6.
I don't know if I was expecting it this far. Yes and no. It's hard to say, really. Like I'm also just mentally exhausted. I'm not thinking about that anymore. I'm just thinking about maximum focus for today. But yeah, now I do think like there's a chance I win. My toughest matchup, I probably had 2. One was against Avik and the other against Zeneku. The one with the Zeneku, I was playing a very bad game, and he was playing very well. I think even if I was playing well, it would have been very hard as well. He just was on top of his game, and then you even saw how he was playing against Rafa. He was playing like top tier. And then Avik, he's just so stressful to play against. He's like constant pressure. So yeah, those 2 were my toughest. My most proud win would probably be against Avik. Like I said, it was just to beat him on LAN is like very, very hard. And actually, every time I've played him in other LANs, maybe 3 times now, he's beaten me. So to get over that mental block was important. And also for myself, I just played like an amazing game. So yeah, that felt good to win. So today, I'd want to play Kilsan because due to some unfortunate things, I wasn't able to play him in the regular season online. So I would like to play him now, but I think other than that, I don't really care who I play. It doesn't matter. There's no one I really am trying to avoid. Unfortunately, I have to play Rafa if I do play him in the loser bracket finals. I'd prefer to play him in the grand finals, just you know, so one of us wins. My mindset going into the final day is just to reclaim the same focus I had yesterday. Play a very like loose game. I don't have to prepare anything. I'm not worried. I'm no longer looking into my notes or whatever. I'm just like maximize my own game, and it should be. I've proved to myself that it's good enough to win. So I think there's a good chance I can win. So we'll see what happens.
Well, he's got to get past this next competitor here first. And, you know, there is something to be said. We've seen some play from players where it's clearly, even in our casting and watching these games, it's like they've figured it out, right? They're reading the green lines of code falling down the screens, and they're like, oh, it's a rocket launcher. I see it now. And that's kind of what Chain was describing yesterday. It's what Maxter has kind of described, and things just kind of clicking. So let's talk a little bit about Chain.
NA's last hope now. You can claim him. I'll give you permission. But he's just been playing better and better. I think, as he rightly put it, there was some mental blocks there based on his previous performances in the past. And he just seems to be growing into this event. And one of the features of his play that impresses me is just how he plays his opponents really, really well. I think in the past, particularly in the league play, he sometimes gives his opponents breathing room to be a bit too passive and defensive. But this event, he's just gone toe-to-toe and been much more aggressive, much more offensive, and believes in himself as well. And and that, the execution has clicked, as you rightly pointed out, and he pointed out to us yesterday. And he's going to need that against Wenger, because if Wenger can put that pressure on, then Chain will have to still hold his ground like he did against Awoken. And if he does, we've seen Wenger actually kind of succumb to the pressure of Maxter already. It could happen again.
Yeah.
I also just love that we kind of have an underdog in Chain making it this far, right? Because if you look at the seeding of all these other players, they're so high up there. But then you've got Chain, who came in 11th out of the 13 players who were in the Quake Pro League. And here he is, top 6. And you can also just watch his progression throughout this tournament, right? Yeah. Chain came so close to dropping out against Sparty. His first matchup in the lower bracket was one of the closest series he's actually had to play. But then he managed to take down Sparty, and afterwards he beat, let's take a look, he beat Sip, then he beat Awoken, who that was a very difficult fight, took out Kron last night as well. So this is a great story for him.
Yeah, I mean, definitely played the endurance game, which is never an easy thing to do, and usually an indicator that, like, all right, you're kind of figuring stuff out. And Chain is sort of like, like every game has that monster where you walk into a room and it's like a blob, and then it turns into a mirror of yourself. Like, that's what he's been doing here. He has been, in a lot of cases, matching exactly what his opponent's bringing. He knows what he's got to do. I don't know if that's throwing individuals off or it's just working really well for Chain, but he's up against, one of the toughest mimic blobs that there could be, and that, of course, being Wenger. Let's talk a little bit about him. Now, although he did not have, it's hard to say. Did Wenger play poorly, or did Maxter play out of his frickin' mind, right? Either way, maybe a little bit of both. But I have to imagine coming off of that matchup, well, he understands what he needs to do, the task list that's in front of him. How do you think he's going to handle this matchup?
He has to calm himself down. There was definitely elements of mental struggle, I think, in the previous series, and I agree with you. It is definitely a bit mixture of both. Like, Max was definitely playing insane, but I didn't see enough of an adjustment in style from Wenger throughout that series. He just kept trying to go toe-to-toe with Maxter in areas that just wasn't being productive. So he needs to mix it up, use the tri-bolt, the heavy machine gun in that series, and just be confident in himself again. I felt that we saw a Wenger that, pretty maybe for the first time ever, felt like he lacked some self-belief as that series went on, particularly in the last map. He was just kind of playing a very different game than I would expect from him. So he just needs to get back and play his style. If he does that, he's a proven competitor. He's beaten Chain in the league before. He can definitely do it again.
I was about to say the exact same thing. His self-confidence just really appeared to be missing in that previous matchup against Maxter. The rail in particular, right? Hitting 20% on map 1, around 20% on map 2 as well. Otherwise, his game, it was good, maybe even great, but he needs to be exceptional at this point, and he just wasn't delivering that. So I really hope that he's had the opportunity to take a breather, calm down, focus himself, and believe in what he's capable of.
Well, because we're in best-of-5 situation, it means that the picks and bans have been real interesting all day. Let's check them out now and see if we'll continue that trend. We're going to kick things off with Blood Covenant and then move on to Ruins. After that, we've got Insomnia. That's a pick from Wenger. Interesting. Deep Embrace is going to come out. And then the final map, Awoken, and take us through the champions. Oh, and fair. Wow, this is real interesting.
I just love the theme of the day, right? Starting with the lights first. Every single time, players hyper-focus on those light, fast, squishy champions. Then towards the middle, we see the mid champions, right? Decent stacks, decent mobility, medium. And then at the very end, when they absolutely have to, okay, now we're jumping on to the heavies. Such an interesting meta, ZSX.
Yeah, no, it is. And we'll hope we get that far into deep, because then we can actually see the state of the heavies, because everyone just wants to avoid them if their life depends on it. The big things that stand out for me is picking Nyx up on Ruins when Ranger is available. We know that Wenger loves that champion, so really wants to play around the Nyx, have that defensive style, and the counter advisor's there as well. We know that's pretty strong on Ruins nonetheless. So that's the kind of matchup I'm looking at there. Apart from that, I really like everyone's picks actually across the board. The speed for speed on the first map, Wenger picking up the Slash to counter the Anarchy. On Insomnia as well, he's gone with the BJ Doom. We saw that exact matchup on Insomnia earlier, and it didn't obviously work out from Wenger's perspective. And if we do get to Deep Embrace, you're kind of stuck with what's left, and Wenger's gone with Galena, is definitely a champion we don't see an awful lot of on Deep Embrace, but still got some value there against the Keel. And then I think everyone wants to go best of 5 and just see a clutch versus a Solag.
I think on Ruins, Chain just drew his lessons from his matchup against Zeneku, right? Because that was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
It was Ruins, but he was on Nyx versus Visor, and he got cleaned.
Yeah.
Zeneku absolutely had his number, and now he's like, okay, we're going to do this the opposite way.
I mean, either that or like we're establishing at this tournament like the deepest of Quake lore, where it's like Nyx and Pfizer have this huge rival, and DK and BJ are like, man, you don't want to. I don't know. As soon as the Quake television series comes out, we'll get to see these characters fleshed out and the lore behind it. But here we're going to see it right here in this lower bracket final or lower bracket matchup, Wenger versus Chain. It should also be said before we hop in, the winner of this matchup is going to go on to face Raisey.
Yeah.
Interesting on both sides, whether that's versus Chain or whether that's versus his own teammate Wenger. Each presents its own unique situations. But we will see this game, and then after that, we'll see Kilsan versus Maxter in the upper bracket finals. Stick around, kiddos.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been an incredible day so far. The tournament continues to develop in storylines and in skill, and this is another one. First blip from Wenger, though. I think a lot of people's favorite coming into this final day. So he needs to step up to the mark, but I'm quietly confident against Chain. There's nothing from the draft anyway that I'm looking at and going, it's going to spin one way or the other. Obviously, it's going to come down to execution, and Chain's coming into this feeling confident. There's definitely no pressure on his shoulders, and that's the big thing for me. Wenger obviously has a lot of pressure coming in as the defending champion.
Right.
He's now seen as that upper level of a player in the scene, and Chain has just come into this, obviously believing in himself, but at the end of the day, no one's looked at Chain and thought he would get this far, so what's he got to lose?
I mean, like you heard him in the interview, right? He basically threw away his notes, said, I'm not even going to look at this anymore. I know what I'm getting myself into. I'm just going to focus on my own game and just try to counter each opponent the best that I can.
Playing with feeling.
Yeah.
Might be the best strategy here at the end of the competition anyway. And again, I think these picks and bans kind of present for some interesting situations. How will Wenger recover from his loss in the upper bracket, and how will he do versus Chain? Well, we're kind of moments away from figuring that out.
I think every time I've casted Chain in this event, he's won. I don't know if that's a sign. I don't know what that means. I'm just throwing it out there for you, DJ Weep, for when you make your prediction.
You know, wow. I learned something after game 2 is just stop making predictions because you don't know what is going to happen. In fact, I think we completely avoided them in Raisey versus Rafa too. But, you know, I think a lot of it comes down, there's a lot of what ifs, right? Is like, is Wenger able to bounce back? Is Chain in the exact same form as he was last night? If we're in that situation, I think we're going to go 5 games. But I kind of have to feel, I don't know, man.
Thanks,
I don't know.
cool.
I'm out
Thank you
of
for
here.
the
I'm out of here,
valuable
man.
input.
I'm out of here. Do with your channel points what you please.
I can't believe you
I'm
just
not betting on
dropped
this one.
that.
There he goes. Yeah, he's taking off his
I'm not-
microphone.
He's
gone.
just done.
Taking it off.
He's
gone.
actually done. What did we pay him for? Jesus.
Absolutely horrendous behavior by DJ Wheat. But on that note, we are jumping into the first map of this series. Wenger versus Chain. Winner moves on. Loser will drop out of the finals.
Yeah. So looking at this particular matchup, we know Anarchy wants to play at a fast pace, but at the end of the day, it will be the Slash that sets that tempo. And so it can Wenger keep on top of the Anarchy. And we know one of the key narratives of this particular matchup between these two players is the rail. Who's going to hit their rails? I mean, we've seen Wenger already today struggling with that particular weapon, in part because of the way in which Maxter was playing very heavily around an angle-based game. Chain, in some ways, has a similar playstyle, loves to play the angles, has a good read on his opponents. So there's the same challenge that exists.
Chunky rocket right there. Doesn't even need the rail if you can hit the directs like that. Mega has been taken by Chain. Wenger has picked up heavy, around 5 seconds between the two of them. Here's the teleporter. There we go. Landing a shot. Looking for more, but is going to prioritize positioning.
Yeah.
And denying those small armors from Chain.
I call that a confident shot. Doesn't really mean anything, but it lets your opponent know your game is on, you feel better for it. And you're right, it's a heavy battle for positioning. Said this is a battle of speed, but at the moment, both players content with their own side of the maps, continue to trade items. Chain actually putting a quite heavy delay onto that Mega. Wenger won't know now that timing. Not that he's contesting it, but what it does do is it allows Chain to put more pressure on this next heavy. Connects with a couple of rails. You can then turn that into more and more sustained pressure.
I like what Wenger was doing right there. Just holding back, sitting on the rockets, surveilling everything, but these rockets are huge! Chain holds his own.
Welcome to LAN Wenger. Huge defensive rockets and the follow-up through the doorway. I completely agree with you. What I liked about the play from Wenger originally was the peek out, do a little damage, peek back. What I don't like is then the continuation into an enemy who is ready for you. And that is exactly the situation Shane found himself in and has been gifted 2 starting frags.
After that initial burst of LG, Wenger should have been like, he's turning to the right. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to continue this. He will be able to recover, turn around,
well, if you want to push, there's many other options he could have chosen. Either way, it was a mistake from Wenger, and Chain has punished it as he well should. And Chain is just playing nice and stable now. And this is what we were talking about in our intro. Chain just adapting, playing around his opponent, not necessarily just the map. Often he doesn't really care about the items. He just wants to have that positioning. He wants to catch opponents when they're pathing around the map. And you can see how he's positioned on that kind of curvature. Just so he has full vision and awareness of the entire map. He has given over both major items though, but again, this is just Chain's playstyle. He's got that starting stack. He just wants to maintain a better defensive position and force his opponent into him. And that's exactly what Wenger's trying to do. Not actually looking to use that rail. He's trying to force the issue now.
The most worrying thing to me, ZSX, 14% railgun accuracy from Wenger. This is reminiscent of some very, very dire, dark times in his previous matchup against Maxter.
What a push by Chain as he's jumped down. He's eaten a rail, but it's going to be a frag. And Wenger, yeah, looking a little bit out of sorts, a continuation of before. And 14%, that is really, really brutal, Flea. I think Wenger's doing a challenge to win the Quake World Championships with the same aim as DJ Wheat. But it's not...
Not quite that bad, okay? 14%, we dreams of those. But hey, I'm worried, Dan, I really am, because for Wenger, this map, the first one, is so incredibly important. One of the things that we have seen several times in these big tournaments is that if Wenger gets off to a bad start, it sometimes carries over, right? Think of Iron Fist. Think of other stage finals that we've seen where he's looking good to begin with, but then it crumbles. One bad map or one bad matchup, and all of a sudden, it just carries over. So he needs to reset, and so far, I haven't been able to see him do that at all.
No, and some of these pushes already are somewhat desperate in their motivation. I feel already he is trying to now concentrate more on consistent damage output, using the LG in particular, trying to force some close combat fights, but he's taking some very risky maneuvers to make it happen. Look, just charging through these doorways. Chain is set up, and this is what we talked about in terms of Chain. He keeps a mental awareness of what his opponent is trying to do. And that's why I'm saying it was almost Maxter-esque in essence. He's just plus backing. He's not even contesting the items because that is a risky situation for him. And Chain is an opponent that can and has won on very low score lines a number of times. He doesn't rack up a lot of frags, but he doesn't give a lot of frags up. He's quite content with the 3-0 lead. And just look, he's just managing these choke points. This is a better attack point, though. Busting out of that TP. Good rockets coming out from Wenger. And this time he does convert. The mix-up, the switch-up, that's what he needed.
It was really striking to see how Wenger had been in full control for, what, a minute and a half or so, and still Chain was repelling him constantly. Triballs, rail, rockets, nothing that Wenger was able to make happen on the map. But now, Wenger finally getting his first frag of this series. Oh! That is the risk of playing these really fast champions, Dan. Before you know it, the speed carries you so far out into the open. And if you're not careful, a player with great awareness, and that is exactly what Chain's been displaying so far, can easily take advantage of that.
Didn't mind that push so much. He's going to stick out for the Mega. Just about picks it up. Chain did connect, not with the second, but Wenger is on the ropes.
Nearly hitting a second one right there, Chain.
But yeah, no, moving back. I didn't actually mind the push so much because Chain had unfortunately been tickled by the ability of Wenger. So Wenger thought he could catch it by surprise, but Chain, as you pointed out, just ultimately aware of what his opponent is up to, and did manage to prevent that push further. Good connection by Wenger. The impressive comes out, and we know how important hitting those back-to-back rails are against light champions. Chain knows he's done a lot of damage. He pushes on up, but the Mega's there as well. The rockets are also good. He survives with 5 HP.
How did he live through that? Wenger needs a refrag. Will find it. Okay, back to a 2-frag game. Look at the speed he's got. He knows that Chain doesn't have rockets. Chain doesn't
so you
have
want to
rail.
push now.
Yeah,
Exactly.
This is the moment. He wants to capitalize on this moment. But oh my god,
Lovely.
Chain. That's a lot of damage. No way that Wenger can contest for heavy right now.
I think that's a little bit of a mistake by Chain, because I think he should have popped the inject before that engagement, but maybe he didn't realize how much damage Wenger would do. Nevertheless, Wenger is beginning to tie this up. Got himself all the weapons he needs, so Chain's going to be struggling. He hasn't got himself a rocket or a rail either. Wenger's also spotted him out down by the TP area. He's just trying to hold out, and Chain's actually been holding on to his inject an awful lot. Only used it 5 times in this entire duel. That's in part because of the fact that he's playing against a slash. He's always keeping it in reserve in case he gets caught off guard by the speed of that slash.
Exactly.
But he is forced to pop it there and retreat back to this Mega.
26% rail from Wenger. He has improved somewhat, but still just half of what Chain has been bringing to the board right now.
Yes, very, very similar story as we saw earlier in the day. Not quite as powerful as we saw from Maxter, but this is definitely a harder challenge in a very wide and open map. Blood Covenant playing with against the Slash as well, so Chain's definitely doing a good job to hold his own, but is now only limited to a 1-frag lead, and Wenger's still got full control, and this is where it becomes problematic for Chain, because he's not contesting his major items. He's not done any real damage just yet. This is a big item on the heavy. He has managed to steal it away, so good awareness that that was up, and Wenger's now peppering with the heavy machine gun because that rail is not working. So at least he's switching the weapons up.
Yes, I was just about to say that was clever on his behalf. He realized that he wasn't connecting with those rails, figured that heavy machine gun might end up doing less damage overall, but you're better off doing, you know what, 60 damage than missing another rail and getting 0.
Exactly.
So going for consistency over the less reliable rail.
I'm glad he listened to our previous cast and has taken the tips on board, so might lead him to victory on this particular map. He's gone in aggressively here, hasn't got an awful lot of stack, and Chain does. Chain's also got the inject. He's popped it, and he's going to be pushing on forward. He maybe expected a bit more aggression from Wenger, but once again, we're back into that stalemate of trading major items. There is a bit of a split there, so Wenger might feel confident to make a move. He's the one on the high ground position here. So if he does manage to hit a rail or even stop the aggression, there it is. Is he going to rocket jump up and go across? He's got his ability in his pocket, and he's getting ready for it. Here it comes.
Oh,
he's actually going the long way around. He knows.
Trail.
Oh no, he's been blocked. So it is shut down for now. Yet don't know about this one. Wenger busting through a doorway. Chain escapes, but the damage is big from Chain. Again, it's just one of these maneuvers where Wenger's trying to force himself onto Chain. He knows he's only got 30 seconds to gain it though, so he has to now begin taking these risks, but Chain is just playing the choke points, playing keep away. He could even rocket jump up, but instead just backs into a corner. He knows the slash is so weak and he will be taking the frag, and he will be taking game 1.
GG's for Chain. Wenger. Yeah, desperation, I feel like, in that last minute, right? Not the best decisions that he had made. Of course, his back was against the wall. Time was not on his side, that he had to start making some very difficult decisions.
Yeah, and the problem is, obviously, he was in this position where he was forced to make this decision, but I think in the context of the whole game, we're seeing a very similar situation for Wenger. He's not connecting with his shots. He was trying different strategies that he wasn't doing earlier in the day, but the problem for me is just how effective Chain is at reading his opponents. Luckily, Chain isn't hitting anywhere near as hard as Maxter was. That's why there's more openings for Wenger. That's why he was pushing it, but the big and more confusing issues was early game. Pushing through choke points when Chain is ready for him twice, going up jump pens where Chain is ready for him. That was the type of desperate measures that we haven't seen in the past in terms of mistakes from somebody like Wenger, and he just cannot afford to make them because Chain, he's very good at not giving you an inch.
Now the statistics also tell a very interesting story. I'm sure we'll have them up on the screen in a moment, but 3,000 damage for Chain versus 1,800 by Wenger. And that deficit, that difference, comes almost entirely down to the rockets. Say 1,300 for Chain versus just 300 by Wenger, and that says it all. That's the defensive play by Chain, holding down the angles. Every single time that Wenger tries to make a move, catch up with him, he just bombards him with the rockets, repels him back, and stays in the lead.
Yeah, and even still, with there wasn't a huge amount of damage difference with the LG. Definitely felt that Wenger was trying to abuse that LG advantage because he has a very, very strong lightning gun, obviously. But he was going in with the LG, going with the rockets, but not really doing any damage because Chain was so well positioned and ready for it. It was almost like he was reading him because he was never caught off guard. So has to put that behind him, and now we get to see what Wenger's made of. It's been a rough start to the day in games 1, 2, 3, and now 4 that he's playing in. So, you know, he's 0-4 on day 3 of the QuakeCon World Championship Finals.
I believe you said it on day 1. These are the moments where the boys become men, right? This is the make it or break it for Wenger. He has to push on through and make these big changes happen. Now, thinking back of their match history, ZSX, this would also be huge for Chain because so far they've played 4 times during the Quake Pro League. Wenger has won every last one of those. Yes, the final 2 games were close, 2-1 victories only, but still, Wenger has been consistently beating his opponent during the league.
He has indeed.
But today, this is looking like a whole different Chain and a far less convincing Wenger.
But what I like now is we're moving on to Ruins, and he's playing Nyx, and this is a map and a champion where he can slow the tempo down. You don't need to really play around that rail, hit your shots as hard as you can. The key is not losing the lead early, not making that early mistake. And it's a tough position now because Wenger's obviously low on confidence. He wants to assert himself. He wants to get a lead and start feeling better, but you have to manage the game. You're very vulnerable on Nyx. It's a good map to slow the pace, and it's a good map to play around that T-junction at the top and just keep it nice and slow, but have to be wary of that visor. We saw, as you mentioned earlier, Zeniku using that perfectly against Chain yesterday, and we've seen it a couple of times at the event. If the Nyx isn't using a Ghost Walk, you're going to have a lot of uptime on that piercing sight. So again, Wenger really needs to be careful here.
This is a difficult balance that he will have to strike. Let's see if he's up for the task. As we are loading into map 1, kicking it off once again through the eyes of Maestro Wenger from Italy, taking on Chain, representing the final player from North America, Canada to be precise.
Absolutely. Wenger hitting the first round, feeling better from that. Chain will have all the weaponry that he needs as well. Used to piercing sight off the spawns, hasn't got that quite yet, but Wenger will not be using his Ghost Walk just yet. So Chain has a free use of all of the time vials to build that cooldown up. And as we would expect, just keep trading these items. Wenger's in the vicinity to just get some information on when that's going to be picked up. Chain's delaying that flee.
Indeed he is. Significantly so. Nearly 15 seconds between both of these items. Now Wenger was holding down the center area of the map for quite some time. Now let's take a look. Heavy is about to spawn. It's up in a second. There we go. Wenger is able to secure that one. He's also got all the weapons to work with. Goes up the bounce pad after eating a rail from Chain. Now keep in mind, railgun of course does 90 flat damage no matter who you're hitting. But that will hurt so much more on a light champion like Nyx that has no starting armor.
They're both waiting. I think Wenger doesn't know. Chain jumps across. Big rocket coming out. And lovely one connecting on the double jump there. Wenger holding on to the Ghost Walk, but he is available. Chain sneaking in. He popped the Ghost Walk just to see what shenanigans were going on from Wenger's POV. And Wenger is obviously extremely hesitant to move out on the map, and Chain already getting the upper hand, but that's another signal of Chain's style. Forfeiting the item to take a better position and try and catch his opponent off guard, and because of that, he's won the full rotation.
Well, this is a recurring challenge on the map that is Ruins, right? When you're playing a light champion, you have to rely to such a great extent on those small armor pickups, but they are in very vulnerable positions, out all the way in the open on these plazas, these squares on either side of the map, so going for them is always risky, as Wenger just found out.
Yeah, and Wenger is in a lot of trouble right now. Popped the Ghost Walk before. Chain is on the hunt. He knows how low his opponent is. Just getting the time vials for maximum efficiency. And Wenger's going to work his way around to these light armors, but they are often death traps as they are both completely exposed, and Wenger's forced just to hide down below. The Ghost Walk's back up now, so he's feeling slightly more comfortable. as he's not quite railable either, but he's also got nothing to work with and has to give up full map control once again. But this is okay as a Nyx. If you get up to that starting scat, which he nearly is, you feel okay. You just have to manage your positioning.
This is a very, very slow-paced game in comparison to map 1. Saw a lot more frags coming out. But here, 3 minutes in, 0-0. Nice rail from Wenger. That's what I want to see more of then. Those kinds of shots, they need to be connecting on a consistent basis.
Oh,
there
lovely.
we go. Beautiful. Rocket sends Chain flying up into the corner of the room, stuck, and the LG float finishes him off. Oh, Wenger knows exactly where he spawned. Can he finish it off? Out comes the rail. Oh, Gauntlet on Gauntlet. Chain. No doubt the Chain's going to go down here. And indeed, Wenger converts 1 frag into 2.
And this time it's Chain that makes the mistake. He had the piercing sight up, so he felt confident to just jump across, hit a rail, but you're also jumping into a choke point where Wenger is more than ready and spamming those rockets. So there you go. A little bit unfortunate from Chain's POV, but that maybe is the boost of confidence Wenger needs to kickstart this comeback in the lower bracket.
Heavy will be the next item up, 5 seconds. Don't think Chain's going to make a play for it. No, Wenger is just going to secure it, but Chain putting himself in a position where he can at least hear the item being picked up, so he knows the item timing for both Mega and Heavy.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to deal some sort of damage onto the major items. He's not even really contesting the exits, and he's going to look... It looks like he's trying to set up very, very early for this next Heavy. He's got all the weapons he needs, but actually he's just setting a trap. Allows Wenger to drop on down. Hasn't popped the piercing sight yet. He might do just to manage the exit of this item.
I think at this point, Chain's strategy is kind of to just slow play it, stay clear from his opponent, at least until he has the piercing sight, right? And that's exactly what happened now. Earlier when you mentioned it, he wasn't even challenging the exits. Why? Because he doesn't have the piercing sight. So instead, he's just going to keep his base stack going, wait for that ability, and then use it as a way to get that upper hand over Wenger. And that's exactly what he just did. Good positioning, good use of the sight, but Wenger claps right back. Good rail in defense. Both players eyeing the Heavy. Chain pushes on through, takes so much damage.
Nice.
Wenger decides not to chase, sticks to the basics, prioritizes the item.
Yeah, he has the lead here. He did have the Ghost Wall, so could have probably committed, but wants to play the longer game. He's got Chain on the ropes, and this is definitely a map where you can shut your opponent out. So he can now pressure if Chain wants to loop around to that lower light armor. But he's found Chain here. Could put the aggressive Ghost Walk. I think he's thinking about it. But Chain is ready for that, and you know he's actually did use the piercing sight for the previous rotation as well. Wenger might not be aware of that, is why he's hesitated.
I mean, that's just one of the ways in which a lot of people are saying that Wenger kind of, you know, reflects Rafa's playstyle, right? That not chasing down your opponent, knowing he's weak, knowing you could probably get the kill, but realizing that if you have to push through, you're likely to take quite a bit of damage yourself. And then if he gets a good respawn, all of a sudden he takes away a major. So instead, sticks it really to the fundamentals, goes for the items, and is now building momentum.
What Rafa is really good at, and is what Wenger has been, but is not feeling confident of at the moment, is using that stack at the right timings. It's forcing a fight, you know, a good 5 seconds before the next round of pickups, getting the kill, re-stacking, and rinse and repeat. And that's something that Wenger's looking more hesitant at the moment. But, you know, when you're a Nyx, maybe rightly so, you don't want to overexpose yourself. You don't want to get back out of control. He's wrestled his way into control, and it's about managing your opponent now, and he's beginning to connect with more shots.
That's exactly what Wenger's fan base is hoping to see, right? So many people love him. The young stallion from Italy. One of the youngest players in the Quake Pro League.
Still,
yeah. Mega is about to spawn, and this is looking really good for Wenger. If he can continue playing the way he has now, this should be in the bag.
Yeah, and he's limited the effectiveness of the piercing sight as well by not overcommitting. I think he's working on the assumption it's always up. There you go. There's the aggressive Ghost Walk. He's got the timing. He knows Chain is far too early. So there you go. Perfect play from Wenger. And this is where you feel quite useless as a visor in these situations. If you're not making any value out of your piercing sight, unfortunately, there's nothing else your champion offers you. And Wenger's doing a great job of not overexposing himself.
If that had happened 2 seconds later, he wouldn't have chased because he knew that then he would not have been able to exit the Ghost Walk before Heavy spawned, and then Chain would have been really stacked for that fight. But he realized, understood so perfectly that indeed Chain was overcommitting, was jumping down there just a second too early, and that gave him everything he needed to get the item plus the frag.
Yep, and what we're seeing in this particular matchup is much better hit rate from Wenger across the board, but also just complete dominance of the items. And Chain has not had an in since Wenger got back control and got the lead.
50% railgun, 55% LG for Wenger, as you just said. A whole lot better. Massive improvement over what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, he's taking a bit of damage there, but once again, he's playing just a very simple ABC style now. Rinse and repeat. Chain, though, has hit a number of rails in the row. And this is why Wenger will be more cautious now for the next rotation. Plus, he's playing against the clock. We're less than 2 minutes to go on this map 2. And Wenger has a sizable lead on Ruins, given that he's playing in Nyx. Chain is even forfeiting, probably contesting on this heavy now.
I mean, at this point, Chain needs a miracle, right? If you want to get 5 frags against the Nyx on a map like Ruins, yes, you have the Visor, one of the most effective at chasing people down on this map. Or not so much chasing down, but figuring out their location and then manufacturing a plan around that. But what do? You don't just have to kill him once, you have to kill him twice for every frag, because he has that Ghost Walk, he just pops it, and you have to find him all over again. And before you know it, who knows, gets himself some bubbles, some small armors, and you've burned another 20 seconds. And even 20 seconds, that's time that Chain doesn't have.
Yeah, and we've reached that point now of the map where Wenger doesn't need to do anything. I mean, in all honesty, he could probably take his hands off the keyboard and still win the game. 50 seconds to go.
Wouldn't recommend it.
I don't think, neither would I. But yeah, with 45 seconds to go, probably another frag coming out from Wenger's perspective here. He's begun to settle into this series.
GGs are called.
GGs are called, and Wenger has his first win on the board for today. Let's go.
Happy to see it. Hopefully, this will serve as a big confidence boost for him, right?
Yeah, definitely. And this is why I was happy to see Ruins coming up here, as I said. It's a map where you can manage it more strategically, play it slower, and really build yourself into the set. And that's exactly what we saw. It's a very cagey opening from both of these players, and Wenger slowly eked his way in. He began to adapt around Chain as well. We didn't see the aggression as we saw on map 1 when he was playing that slash, trying to assert himself into the map. Much more of a managed play style. So I'm glad he got that pick in the Nyx, and I'm glad it was on Ruins.
True.
But we're moving on once again.
Next map is going to be Insomnia, where we are getting, if I'm not mistaken, the BJ being played by Wenger versus the Death Knight coming out on Chain side.
The exact matchup we saw from Maxter on to Wenger. I like both picks here, honestly. I think, well, we're at that stage in map 3 where there's not a lot of choice, but they both played pretty decently. I think the way in which Chain will play the DK will be very similar to the way in which Maxter played it, which is, again, just play the angles, play the rail. The flame strike is there if Wenger wants to push in. So that's the balance, is that similar to map 1, Wenger has to be more moderated in when he pushes through these choke points, because you can manage, there's so many angles, there's so many choke points on Insomnia, it's difficult to break into either the Mega or the Heavy room. So Wenger has to be wary of that, but at the same time, he can't be sucked into that just rail-based game, because that's what he was losing out on against Maxter, and he probably could lose out against Chain as well.
Depends on how he aims, right? Map 2, Ruins, what we just saw, he was definitely out-railing Chain on that one. So if it comes down to those rail battles, I think Maestro Wenger will come out on top of those. But indeed, like you said, if Chain has had the opportunity to watch the previous match, which I'm sure he has, he knows exactly how to approach this. Maxter put on a masterclass on Death Knight against Wenger. And if he can do the same thing, this is an uphill battle for Wenger.
Yeah, it is, but the momentum began to shift, I think, during Ruins. Wenger was hitting more and more rails. Chain began to miss and didn't impose himself on the map. It wasn't a plan B from Chain this side, so I was a little bit worried, like looking at Chain's perspective on how he was managing that. It was obviously a very difficult situation because Wenger was being very careful and cautious around the piercing sight, and so when the limited value of that came out, Chain didn't really have an alternative. There was a couple of occasions in there that he really tried to push, but it was just a little bit too late. The big mistake came early game when he made that move into the Mega area and lost control completely.
So that's a big watch out now, is that Wenger has begun to find his feet a little bit, and Chain has to be more cautious moving into Insomnia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that last map is also going to have been a bit of a wake-up call for Chain, right? Like that first map, okay, that went down easy, right? The rails, Wenger was hitting next to nothing, but now he knows that he's got to be careful, right? He's got that Flame Strike, such a powerful ability. A lot of pros have been talking about just how good it has been feeling in a LAN environment, right? Like it feels only yesterday like the Death Knight was a champion that you picked maybe in a best of 7, a very last champion when you absolutely had to. But now look at him, he's dominating these picks in several maps, and that's going to be interesting for Wenger to deal with as well. He's got to make sure that he doesn't get sucked into those fights or he's too close, too personal, because that Flame Strike, it will demolish him.
Very true. But on the counter, the one thing I'm looking at from a Chain perspective is that if we look at his run in this tournament and how he's been successful, a large part of it has been in managing the aggression of his opponents. You know, he beat Sparty, he beat Awoken. So to get to this point, he's been playing opponents that want to push him, that want to be aggressive and get in his face. And when Chain plays his best, it's when he's dropping into the entryways, he's managing the choke points.
Yep.
And so he's using his opponent's playstyle against them. That happened in map 1 to a certain degree. We saw from Wenger pushing through with the slash. Map 2, that didn't happen. And then when they were playing that standoffish game, more control-based, more strategical, there wasn't really a plan B from Chain. He wasn't pushing Wenger. Exactly. He wasn't forcing the issue. And that can play into Wenger's advantage now if he's realized that.
It's also going to come down to how well Chain can keep these fights, or Wenger rather, can keep these fights at like that medium distance, because that is where his abilities shines the most, right? Chain wants up close and personal. Wenger is hoping for perhaps a middle distance, right? Where he can get out that dual wield, dual LG, melt his opponent. We've seen it before during this tournament, and it can definitely happen again. Now, with that being said, we are loading into the map. Warm-up is coming to a close. Keep in mind, this is a lower bracket match. Whoever loses this series is out.
Yeah, so one of these two superstars, if you will be finding not an early grave, since they're quite late into the tournament, but a premature grave for their standards. We are starting over on Chain's POV. The Canadian playing the Death Knight. Hasn't got a rail yet, so just working his way around to try and bully Wenger away. And Wenger over on the BJ with the high ground and with the rail already connecting off the bat as well. And something we often see in Insomnia is just this trading of items as well.
Yeah.
They've got two very heavily protected areas. It's difficult to get a full lockdown on both. And you can quite easily punish your opponent for any undue moves into the vicinity. Chain more than aware that Wenger is waiting there. Should bide his time to get out. Without the rail, he's very hesitant for obvious reasons. Oh, he's actually pushing in. He knows he's got the flame strike. Bounces Wenger away. He's done a lot of damage. Decides to retreat and use that as breathing space.
It's also quite difficult to get from one to the other item, right? This isn't like Corrupted Keeper. You can basically have a straight walk on over. There's so many of those little nooks and crannies. You've got the bounce pad connecting the two. There's a lot of places where your opponent can throw a spanner in the works and block you completely. Now Chain landing a few nice rails, and here we go. Chain is delaying the mega health, considerably so.
He loves to do this.
We've seen him do it before to great effect.
Question is, how does he play off of it? If he knows the heavy timing, is he going to make a move across? Because he's going to be just about on time. And Wenger's managing the choke point with that spam. And you can see how difficult it is to enter the room. He's walking his way in. And there goes the dual wield, which is Chain's signal to leave the room. Wenger's still not dropping down. In fact, actually going to work his way to the mega. But he does not know. Yeah, he does not know, Flea.
I was waiting to mention it. And I was waiting to call that out. Indeed, Wenger was unable to hear when the mega was picked up, so he had no idea. The offset, the delay, used to perfection. Chain completely throws his opponent off. Wenger has no idea, takes that rail, says to himself, okay, I'll just give you the heavy, but I'm gonna go take mega for myself. And Chain's like, nah, 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 that mega ain't there. Gets both of the items, and Wenger drops the first frag.
I did enjoy that, and he delayed it just long enough because Wenger did get there on time, but perfect play by Chain, and now he's the one in control. No flame strike up. He's working his way around, trying to trap Wenger. Wenger will now steal away that mega with the dual wield as well, so a little bit of a mistake from Chain there, giving his opponent that, but no, this is why you pick Death Knight. Wenger flying out into the full force of that champion. Fortunately, walks away with his life for now, but he's also walked out of position for this next heavy, as Chain is going to easily sweep this one up.
It almost doesn't matter how outstacked you are, right? If you can get your opponent in a position like that, and then that Flame Strike comes out, you also get the knockback significantly so. And that's a nice bit of tribal damage as well. 105 to the face. Wenger is going to push in exactly as he should. Still, decent amount of damage dealt by Chain. That last super shoddy blast helped a lot to equalize the stacks at least.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, players getting swept up in the speed of champions. I think Chain got swept up in the Flame Strike there. Tried twice with the bounce pad to get up and fire it off, which, it's a bridge too far at that point. Need to take your losses and run away. Wenger back in this one now with the high ground. Great rail from the low ground from Chain. Mega's up now as that split maintains. And they're eking each other out. Wenger without a rail himself. This is why he's struggling to move and leave the area. Does manage to get out just in time. Has the jeweled up as well, so he's contemplating pushing in. Just trying to listen out. He's got the timing. He wants to catch him up the jump up, but Chain backs out, going through the low ground.
Just spamming those rockets. Oh, rocket jumping out there very early on.
Yeah, too early. Mistiming from Wenger's perspective. So has to go back on in. This is an awkward engagement from Wenger's perspective.
Still gets away with almost no damage taken, so no harm, no fall. Oh, did he catch a glimpse of Chain? Should have, I think.
Yeah, but Chain is now gone. He might have just heard the jump pad there. Wenger's going to go back around the long way, working his way to the light armor in the upper ground. Chain absolutely just vacates instantly, and this is what Chain does now. If he doesn't feel confident to take an item for free, then he often doesn't contest it. He obviously wants to do some exit damage if he can, but Chain is more about the self-preservation, taking a position that is in a choke point, cutting off an exit or an entryway. Plays a much longer game. Once again, he knows he's not in the right state of mind to contest for this heavy, so I'll just play a longer game, work my way around to the high ground, and try and catch you for the next rotation.
And Wenger has to be so measured in how he approaches this, right? If you just look at the stacks alone, oh, there we go, that's a good one.
Nice.
Yeah, good catch. If you would just look at the stack difference alone, what am I saying? Set of stacks, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, I'm going grey, but not that grey.
If you just look at the stack difference alone, you'd say, okay, why doesn't he just push in, right? He's got twice his stack. But the Death Knight, the Flame Strike, the defensive plays by Chain, he's got to be so calculated, so collected when he takes those fights.
Oh,
Ultimately,
big rockets from Chain low. Wenger
Close.
luckily does convert there, but what we're seeing from Wenger now is more and more tempo. He's feeling it, he's getting confident, he's got the full stack, as you rightly put, and this is the risky side of Chain's playstyle. If you just give that map away, you give that breathing space to your opponent, and you're not finding the angles to cut them off, they can just maraud around the map, and it becomes scary. There's a lot of pressure on you to execute perfectly in those situations if they catch you, and unfortunately for Chain, in both of these ones, Wenger's got away. Even if it's with low health, he's got away and managed to restack. So from my perspective, definitely want to see now more positivity from Chain. Work your way in. Try and pressure these items a bit more, because if Wenger begins to feel himself, that's the trouble. But all things considered, it's been a fairly slow-paced series so far from both these players.
Just 4 frags. I mean, they're not really playing the fastest champions either, like we've sometimes seen on Insomnia, but still, a lot of respect being given. No one wants to transgress. Good rail by Wenger, though. Oh, but Chain's still pushing in. And he's kind of starting to feel the pressure now, Dan. Just moments ago, you were talking about how Chain is not going to do anything unless he feels like he's in the exact right state to make a play. But hey, he can't keep waiting for that forever. 3 minutes left for 2 frags, perfectly doable, but against a player as defensively gifted as Wenger, that's difficult.
It is indeed. You know, Wenger's not massively healthy, and without the dual wield, there is an opportunity here over on this next Mega to take the advantage to Wenger. The Flame Strike is up. Wenger will obviously be aware of that, so how can Chain capitalize upon this advantage? Because he'll have a stack advantage for the time being, and he'll also have the ability advantage as well. But Wenger's waiting out with the angle, so he does neutralize all of that stack. And Chain now has to go to a plan B. With time ticking out, 2.5 minutes to go, Chain needs to find a way to kill Wenger once and then twice in order to equalize this particular map.
Good rail. It's taken down a lot of the advantage that Wenger got out of that heavy. Now Mega has been taken by Chain. He does have a stack advantage to work with, but Wenger is playing this so well. Holding down the area that he knows he can... Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know if he meant to drop down there, Dan. I don't think so. That was quite a misplay. Clean into the flames. That's exactly what Chain was hoping for.
Yeah, he may be a masochist, but I don't think that was exactly what he intended either. And now he's in a world of pain. Chain has got a clean pickup on that Mega. Wenger hasn't got an LG, hasn't got a rail. He's just going to hope that Chain runs into one of these choke points. The Heavy's up in 10 seconds time. Is Wenger going to stick around for a fight here? I think he is, and that's not the play. Once again, dropping into a fully stacked Chain who gets an easy frag. Oh, is the pressure getting to the young Italian? As once again, he's given up a lead. And Chain has full control.
I just heard a few expletives come out of Wenger right there. He is not happy about how those fights went down. Chain pushing in relentlessly slow, perhaps too much. Oh, those are some solid defensive rockets. It's still a tight game, right? So Wenger's really not looking all that bad, especially if he lands just a few more shots of that. Indeed, makes it happen. Picks up the railgun too. Good shot as well. That is so bad for Chain, because now he needs to find himself some armor before he can really start chasing his opponent down.
The first time all game, Chain makes a fairly big mistake, trying to push in on Wenger, who was set up for that, bouncing his opponent around, and now he's in a world of trouble. Wenger out of rockets, though, only got a rail to work with. But that might be enough. Stacks there, gets away to the high ground once again, and with 30 seconds to go, there's no silly maneuvers needed. He doesn't have to contest for this Heavy, and he won't. He'll just play in this courtyard.
That missed rail, that's the only lifeline that Chain's going to get. He has been able to restack, walk away with the Heavy for free. Now he just needs to find Wenger. Wenger's proving to be slippery. Oh, that rail. I think that's going to be GG.
Yeah.
Chain needs a miracle right now. Wenger knows that all he has to do is stay away from that flame strike, and Chain makes the wrong call, goes left when he should have bobbed right. And that makes it so that Wenger gets a map lead.
Close one at that.
Oh, yeah.
It got messy at times and a bit awkward at times as well with some of those encounters, but it was very slow, very calculated. He should definitely count himself a little bit lucky to walk away with that one, as there was some big mistakes towards the end, trying to impose himself. But equally, you know, I do want to see more proactiveness from Chain as well.
Very little LG damage from Chain. That's the main thing that stands out to me. Just 120. Wenger doing 10 times as much LG damage as his opponent. And that just shows that he was the one who was on the hunt for most of it, right? Chain was trying to get a lot of those defensive rockets out. Clearly watched the VOD against Maxer, realized that Flame Strike together with rockets around the corner is a golden play. But the LG, the pushes, Wenger played this expertly.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah, just look at these kills. Beautiful.
My favorite is definitely still the mistiming at the beginning.
Oh, that's what happened. The rocket behind him pushed him off. Definitely did not want to drop down, just wanted to take a little bit of a step down towards that lower ledge, but the rocket against the wall sent him down, and that was unfortunate. But Wenger showing that he is a veteran, even at this age, keeping his cool, bringing it back.
Bringing it back indeed. That could have been a calamity for Wenger, but he claws it back and takes this map 3 away and puts him up 2-1 in the series. What are we moving on to now?
Deep Embrace, Galena versus Kiel. For me personally, this is the first time I'm getting to cast a Kiel game this entire finals.
I believe I casted one when Dramis picked it on Vale. Yes, I did, and there were pineapples for days. But this is the first time in kind of the later stages of the tournament I've seen a heavy champion pretty much per se. And it's on Deep, where we know in the past it was one of the early, well, the early meta picks, the Kiel. But I think as people adjusted and the tempo of the map begun to emerge, it definitely fell off very radically. And so it's more of an interesting pick, and I know there's not a lot of choices left. It's going to be difficult for Chain here. We know he likes to play slower, and he's going to have to. At the same time, it's going to be hard to set the tempo extremely quickly on that Galena, as that in itself is not a pick we see a lot of either.
It's also a little bit worrying for Chain that he's the first one who has to play a heavy, right? I feel like there's almost this kind of game of chicken going on. Like, can you force your opponent into the heavy pick before you actually have to play it yourself, right? Unless you're Rafa. Rafa has at times just gone out and picked the heavy early on. But other than that, it's really been trying to keep on and away from those heavies as long as you can. But here we go. Chain will be the first one to play a tank, meaning that he's got a huge hitbox, relatively low movement speed, and the LG on LAN is murderous.
It is indeed, and I know in the previous encounters we were talking about Wenger trying to manage the game a bit more. I actually want to see him now go aggressive. I wanted to see him get on top of that kill, really push it to the limit, force the kill to panic, because this is a map where you can force the advantage a lot more. We're not looking at Insomnia anymore. We're not looking at a Blood Covenant where these choke points, these hard entryways, it's a lot more open and it's a lot smaller. So you can set the tempo fast if you get that high ground. And particularly around the LG, as we pointed out there, where Chain is barely even using it. If you can get the kill in these situations where it's forced to use an LG, could be pretty painful for Chain.
It absolutely could be, and that is why I'm worried for the Canadian that Wenger, if he can continue playing the way he did on the previous map, is going to walk away with a 3-1. So let's see. Chain has to win this map. This is his final chance of staying in the tournament and advancing to the next round.
Yeah, we haven't seen Chain play with the rail as heavily as he has done in previous engagements, and maybe that's in part because of the way in which Wenger was playing the previous maps as well, being able to find these angles to get into his face. But I did feel that Chain was struggling to find the openings as he often has done in the past, particularly when we look at his Veil play. Very, very good at that. So you're going to have to be extremely creative with that on here as well. And probably just focus on maybe just playing around the heavy, that easier area to control. If you want the Galena to force their way up, then you can really punish them for it. But we'll see what Chain has in his locker.
Starting it off, on Wenger's point of view, running the Galena. Let's see how he is going to be able to use those totems. We have seen how important they can be earlier, right? In Rafa playing Raisey, I think that the only reason that Raisey managed to win Blood Covenant ultimately was because of those totems, the overstack heal that he got out of it. That played such an important part in his game plan. So let's see if Wenger is able to kind of hide them, stack them up, and get that train going.
Yeah, but damage efficiency is going to be the name of the game for Wenger as well. Using the Tri-Bolt as if on cue, using that spam from range just to make sure the kill isn't sitting in that very chonky stack, because even still, don't want to get into any encounters when you've got such a stack deficit. It's going to be difficult to get the overstack up for a number of times on this map, just given the geometry of it, but definitely is possible.
Still a very slow, respectful game.
Yeah, Wenger can't have a rail, so he's struggling at the moment. The Keel is just camping over by that heavy as we said he would do. He doesn't want to expose himself, so you want to force the Galena to get a bit frustrated, try and force the issue and come to you.
But ultimately, I don't think that this is bad for Wenger at all. Because the longer that Keel waits to make a move, the easier it becomes for Wenger to get those totems up. He already has 2 of them on the board. The only downside is that he's, of course, on the mega side of the map. So he isn't going to get that much benefit out of having another heal.
No, exactly. It's more for a combat re-heal, but a bigger one. And oh no, he's been caught in the jump at another rail from Keel. This time the grenade does not hit. Keel is healthy enough to keep chasing. Wenger stuck behind the pillar. Keel knows his prey is on the run. Can he hit him? Yes, he can with the heavy machine gun, finishing off Wenger. And look how stacked that Keel still is.
Good rail. But there we go. The totems.
Oh, he knows it's so early. Chain knows the timing. Keep pushing up grenade. Can there be a conversion? No, Chain actually just goes for the heavy machine gun. And there's the flick rail 1 second before. Expletives from behind me with frustration.
And another rail off the spawn. Chain somehow making it work with just 30 points of health.
And he's playing the angles with the rail. Again, this is something he wasn't able to do on Insomnia. He didn't need to do on Blood Covenant, but now he is doing it. There's another great rail from Chain as Wenger's trying to push in, use that LG as we discussed. Another great rail from Chain, and he's down below. Heavy machine gun comes out again, just wants that efficiency. I think that was a fake rocket jump, maybe? Either way, Wenger doesn't fall for it, falls back to the Mega instead. Keel decides against pressuring it, doesn't know the timing.
Dan, 75% railgun accuracy, nearly 1,000 damage done with the rail alone by Chain. Wenger, zero.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't had it.
I know. I was about to say he hasn't been able to fire a single shot of rail so far. And that, of course, has made it so difficult for him to kind of whittle down that stack that the Keel has.
Exactly. It's really hard because Chain is just playing this area and he's playing the angles, and he just knows that the Galena does not have a rail. And you have to remember, often on this map, you have a champion that is quick. You can get across that rail. Whereas a Galena, you're going to hike it across old school and you're not particularly quick. Oh, Chain misses a critical rail there. This is Wenger pushing in, and now he's got himself a rail and done a huge amount of damage to his opponent. He's in the area for the heavy as well, which is going to spawn in the next 5 seconds, so Wenger will stick around. Meanwhile, Chain is on cleanup duty, so he's going to go around, find some totems and begin to restack.
That was a very important rocket from
Yeah.
Chain to hit, right? It did a lot of damage, plus it propelled Wenger.
No
forward.
way!
Oh, what? Oh, that has to be so frustrating for Wenger. Feels like he had him dead to his right, and then no, Chain is just like, this ain't happening like that. Rocket, grenade, and still gets a trade out of it. That's nuts.
But now we see the shoe on the other foot as Keel doesn't have a rail. He does now, I believe. He doesn't have a rail. He actually backed off, so Keel doesn't have a rail. Has to work out how to play slow, how to get across the map. And he's caught once again, same position, deja vu, but there's no rocket for you this time. And it is 3-2. Barely clean frag. There was a grenade for his sins at the end. And Chain is going to work his way in for this mega. One peak rail. Actually swapped to the rocket just for some consistent damage. There's the second, and Chain is on the ropes. And this is where the heavy becomes vulnerable. Got himself in with the grenades from below. Has a rail as well. Wenger!
Oh, what? Jesus Christ! What a beautiful shot. And also the grenade. Did you see? Those are the little tech. The little tech that we have in Quake. Chain bounced that grenade off the pillar, back onto the item, forced Wenger back, did enough damage to bring him down to a railable stack, and then finished it with a flyby shot.
And more importantly, the grenade stopped Wenger from actually taking the heavy.
Yep.
He was standing back, waiting for it to blow up, and Chain now is on a roll. Look at this stack, look at the momentum. But this is good play from Wenger. No way! The rail into grenade combo. I was about to say, just great heavy machine gun play from afar, but absolutely shut down by the Canadian. Wenger, he's trying to get in his face. Look at him, he's trying to keep the pressure up, but you're running into the area where Chain wants you to run into. Yes, you've done lots of damage, and he probably can get the refrag as he comes flying in, but Chain is ready for this, holding his S key, working his way around, and frustrating Wenger.
I feel like some people may be watching this thinking, maybe we've treated the heavies a little too harshly this tournament. But it's mainly just because of how sick Chain has been playing this, how expertly he's been countering Wenger around that railgun area, baiting him into these fights that he's so uncomfortable in.
Well, I think this is the narrative we're in here. We're talking about when we're talking about I think Wenger's got it in his head that I can just melt this Keel with my LG. I've been doing it all land long in practice. And so look at him. He's just trying to run and bully him with LG, but Chain is just playing around these choke points. He's playing around these corners and using the rocket and grenades to create chaos. And then from afar, he's picking Wenger apart. Wenger refuses to rail. He doesn't want to rail. He's had 4 rails all duel long. He just wants to run at his opponent. Playing Unholy Trinity here in
good LG.
in the semi-finals. There's good LG, but again, it's beginning to work. It's beginning to work until it doesn't. And then
we've seen what happens when it doesn't, right? Then all of a sudden, Chain gets 2, 3 frags up. So Wenger has got to be careful. Oh,
what?
Completely unaware of the fact that Chain was right below him, setting up a trap. Very reminiscent of what we saw Raisey do against Rafa on this very map earlier.
And I know we've been joking about it, you know, the expletives from behind, but I generally never heard Wenger get this frustrated before. It's constant, and he needs to restrain himself because a lot of this plus forward is coming from that frustration. And yes, it's working, but if Chain just gets some good grenade, he can just create so much chaos and finish him off. Wenger needs to control his emotion. He needs to show the championship qualities we know he has, because he's still not winning, and it's still a big risk to take these fights.
Big risk indeed. Has to fall back. Oh, misses an important shot. I think that's a wise decision. Not showing his face, because if he had eaten another rail right there, Zedazek still 15 seconds before heavy spawned. Chain well aware of that, so if he had landed that shot, he would have just been like, okay, Wenger, you get to disappear off the map. I'm gonna start running the items again with 2 minutes left.
Oh, Chain hits an absolutely critical rail there from nowhere. Good tribot spam as well. He's just standing around the pillars once again. These are the fights Chain doesn't mind taking as Wenger's forcing his way in. Good use of the lightning gun, but once again, the rail from Chain is very, very good and very, very important. Just managing the aggression coming out from Wenger. Another big rail from Chain. It is exchanged this time. And Wenger should have timing on this heavy, so he might be able to press his advantage. He's going around to the low ground. Misses a critical rail to start with. Chain dodging around 3 seconds to go, but another amazing rail from Chain.
1,500 railgun damage by Chain versus just 450 by Wenger. That's a world of difference. Wenger has indeed been all about DLG. 1,500 damage of DLG versus Chain's 200. Chain's really just like, I know that if I take one-on-one open LG fights with you, I'm done for. So he's doing everything in his power to play in the exact opposite way. Rail, rockets, grenades, but that's what he needs.
But this is the thing, it's the obvious choice to try and bully him with the LG, but when your opponent knows that, he's going to avoid it at all costs, and he just wants to take these fights. He's goading Wenger into these choke points, and there's so much burst damage. Now look at Wenger with a minute to go. Yes, he needs to get a frag, but he's given up the whole map. He's given up all his stack. Chain is just playing it slow again. He's probably even just standing in the murder hole, waiting for his opponent, and there he is. Yes, the Mega is there, but it just puts you back to 100, and Wenger is in so much trouble. He's going in. He knows he can't afford to let Chain get away with nothing. He's knocked him up, but Chain's still there with the grenades. Another one comes out. 12 HP. Chain's low as well. Wenger, can he find an angle? He needs to get something, and finally, 9 minutes into the game, the overstack comes up. He gets a second one. He's looking healthy. He bounces his way across. He knows Chain's going to be here somewhere. Can he get him? He drops into an absolute murder hole, but somehow he gets out alive.
5 points of health. Oh! He went up the bounce, but then Chain had an angle at him with the machine gun for just a second. Didn't manage to claim the frag right there, but we're all tied up. 6-6. Wenger, first one to secure a major item. Heavy is up. Chain, can he make a move for it? He can. He does take it away.
We're going into overtime and deep embrace in this map number 4. Chain clinging on for his life, but he's in a decent position now. And once again, he's going to hang around and say, hey, Wenger, if you want me, I am here. Come and get me. And that's exactly what he's doing once again. They don't exchange this time as they get back and probably will just reset. Is obviously next frag wins. No one's going to take a massive risk at this stage. Somehow Wenger still pushing on. He knows the Mega's up. He wants to take this fight.
Wants to take away the small armor first before making a move onto the Mega. There we go. Does manage to pick it up. Mega will go his way as well.
But Chain's probably going to be in the vicinity. That's why Wenger double backs down. He waited to see where his opponent is, but Chain's no. Chain's doesn't want any more of this bullshit. He's just going to stand around in an area where he can control the fight.
Chain kind of caught the drop down and he wanted to perfectly align the items, and that's more or less exactly what he managed to do. He doesn't want there to be a split between them at this stage in the game. What he wants is Wenger to push in a close area where he can unleash all the grenades he's been saving to get rid of some rockets and shoddy.
Great awareness by Wenger, realized Chain was sneaking in down below, and as you say that, the split of the items comes. He's actually delayed it a little bit more, probably not enough to manage both of them, but enough to cause some disturbance. Chain, he needs to get up, but he doesn't want to. He knows his enemy is going to be just above him. Wenger, he wants to drop, but we've seen this story before. Going to drop into some grenades in a corner. Just doesn't look good for you, and ups against it. Once again, Chain gets the better of that engagement. This is just an unfortunate series of events we've seen time and time again. Wenger equalizes that and Chain picks up the heavy. Oh no, he's going to give up this Mega as well. Can he punish the pickup?
Hopefully so. He's got a good position for it. He knows that Chain's right below him.
Yeah, but Chain knows he's right above as well. He's bullying him away. Lovely rail from Wenger this time. He can't hit the second as he drops back down, just missing the head of his opponent. And he'll reset for this heavy, but now this is scary times for Wenger. Chain going up the jump pad. He knows what timing it is. He knows what stack his opponent has. And can he push this one?
If Chain had landed that rail, it might already have been over.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, Wenger does not eat the 90 and is now slowly edging around the outskirts of the map. Chain knows exactly where he is. Misses another critical rail again. Chain now unable to deliver on the critical, crucial shots at this late stage of the game.
Yeah, Wenger goes on and he's got him caught, but a huge rocket from Chain once again. We've seen that before. Wenger this time doesn't continue the push.
Good decision. Definitely did not want to make it happen. Oh!
Chain is so low, but he can't get the health. Wenger's holding out for it. He's gone around the long way. Chain takes the other way. They're dancing around. Chain hits a rail. He's equal died again. Every time Wenger thinks he has an inch, Chain just restores the balance. Big LG coming out. Chain's now trapped. Surely this is the frag, but somehow he connects!
Still so close. I think DJ Weed kind of gave it away that he's already rejoined us at the dash.
No, I literally just walked up here.
Okay, Dan, you just...
Ta-da!
Weed. What a game.
What a game. You know, like, it's just like this relaxed state of Chain that's just so intriguing in the grand scheme of things. Definitely, though, heated up there at the end. I really liked that Deep Embrace matchup between Galena and Keel. Like, it was... you guys handled that one well. Great job by both players. I mean,
True.
Let me start by saying congratulations to Chain to making it to that top 6 today. Still played kind of out of his mind. And I remember we talked in previous stages about how, hey, Chain's a guy you need to keep your eye on, right? Like he's evolving as a player, and it's proven here today. Like it probably didn't make it as far as it obviously would have wanted to, but I'll say the exact same thing I think we said 2 stages ago. I'm looking forward to seeing Chain continue kind of his run here and what he might be able to do. Wenger, after that first game, thinking, all right, was the last matchup like versus Maxter? Was that the thing that threw him off, off of the wire? I don't know, but he brought it back, right? Really great play, especially that Ruins game that was, that went unanswered by Chain. There was some, solid play. So
I think we talked about it a little bit. That Ruins game was a big turning point for Wenger.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a game where he could play it at a slower pace, really settle himself, get his mind in the zone. He wasn't forced into these fights, and he built his way into the set, and that was a really strong showing. Insomnia was a little bit chaotic at times, and once again, it was a decent outing. I thought Chain actually could have put more pressure on Wenger during that game. He was kind of settled in his zone, and it eventually kind of just got away from him, where that Deep Embrace was a masterful display by Keel. I will say there was some overzealous plays from Wenger trying to force down his opponent. I think, the narrative of, these guys are too fat and easy to kill. Like, I'm just going to run at you. Yeah, well, Chain knew he was fat and easy to kill and didn't expose himself. Right. And so that was the problem. And Chain played that wonderfully. And it came down to the smallest of margins in a long overtime in Deep Embrace.
That one bounce grenade onto the heavy, too,
Dude,
was
Jordan.
pretty nice. Like,
I saw it coming from a mile away. You just see it go pop, pop, and then it lands right on the heavy. Wenger's like, takes a little bit of damage, gets knocked back, and then Chain is there. He's ready. Yeah. And I think that grenade did just enough to put him below the railable threshold, and that set up the kill shot.
Yeah, pretty nice. All right, we're going to bring on Wenger here for an interview. Let's bring him on. Here he comes.
What a Maka.
Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How it was definitely I would say, is it fair to say, rough morning, a pretty intense game versus or series versus Maxter, but you're able to bring it back. It shows also the importance of not letting one series kind of dictate how the rest of the day is going to go, right? So were you comfortable going into this game versus Chain, or were you still kind of feeling like I need to find my game for the day?
Well, for sure I felt bad after losing to Maxter, because I didn't really think I played my best. So I was trying to just forget about the game and keep moving on with my day, because it's a long tournament, so even if you lose one, it doesn't matter that you are out. So as we saw in the past, you can make some really good rounds from the lower bracket. So my focus is just to keep going match after match.
Yeah, and a Chain kind of... he was confident he was going to make it to the top 6. I think a lot of people are still like, he's got a big road ahead of him. But, how did you feel like Chain did perform not only throughout this tournament, then in this matchup versus you?
I think Chain is playing the best Quake he's ever played, actually. So compared to a few years ago, or also a few months ago in the Pro League, he's playing way better. And you can see he's really being smart around the map. He's using the champions in the right way. And it's also respecting the opponent and not really making stupid plays, not pushing too much, but playing the ABC really solid. So props to him.
Awesome.
Congrats, Marco.
Thank you.
I just want to ask about going up against Raisey now. Obviously, unfortunately for Rafa, he's been taken out of the tournament, but you're going to go up against last year's finalist in Raisey. How are you feeling about that? And are you going to be looking to change anything ahead of that series as well?
I hope I will hit some rails, maybe.
Yeah,
that would be really helpful. If I could hit more than 25%, that would be so good. But I mean, it's Raisey, so I know him really well. I hope it's going to be a good show for the people watching, and I'm sure we're going to give our best.
All right, simple.
Okay, yeah, congratulations. I
Thank
just want
you.
to ask you about, well, that final minute on Deep Embrace, right? You're going up as Galena against the Keel. Items are pretty much split, right? Stacks are somewhat comparable. How do you approach this? How do you get the upper hand?
I was like, man, if I push him, he's gonna need four nades in a row. So I was like, man, what do? Do I push from that side or like try to hit a rail first? At one point, I was like, okay, it's now or never. Like I got, I think, two good rails when he was at the bubbles down below, and then I just had to go for it because otherwise the game will just keep going right now as well. So just went for it.
Yeah.
It paid off.
Were you just trying to force your fights all game with the LG? Was that the game plan?
Yeah, because I was getting out-railed by Kill as a Galena, so I was like, yeah, well, let's just use LG, I guess.
Can you tell us what you were shouting up there? Is that not PG?
What did I shout?
I don't know. You were shouting a lot, man.
I was very quiet, I was actually.
He shouted, I love this game. That's what I heard.
Wenger, congratulations. Good luck in your upcoming match. I know that it's a rough one going up against a teammate, but sometimes that's just how the cards fall. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in your next matchup. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's time for the upper finals. Kilsan going up against Maxter. That's going to happen right after this break. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, when they say it's finals day here at the Quake World Championship, that's not supposed to mean that every game feels like a finals, but guess what? Every game seems to feel like a finals. Welcome back. We've got several matches remaining, including one that is highly anticipated. I think so many people are excited, myself included, and the panel, Lethal and Ketchup, welcome back. It's time for Kilsan versus Maxter. And, I think this is a pretty simple story to break down, right? Kilsan, Railson, he's made a huge comeback here in Season 3. A little bit of a rough go over the course of Season 2, but he's put in the work. He's been streaming. His results say, obviously, I deserve to be here, and here he is in the upper finals. And then, of course, on the other hand, Maxter, right? So we've seen him improve. We've seen him put forth the dedication. And then suddenly this transformation over the course of this season, it's got him in the upper finals as well. Hard to believe. I don't know. We've kind of seen it growing and growing up to this point, but excited to hear from you both. Let's start with Kilsan.
Yeah, I think we discussed this earlier where we were thinking to ourselves, it depends on how comfortable he is, if he is in his comfort zone. And it seems like he is at the moment. He seems to be playing how he does online, hyper-aggressive, that strategic aggression we all know and love about Kilsan as well. And if he didn't, and he lost that winners bracket the winners bracket match earlier on, then there would have been some issues leading up to it, because he even said at the very beginning of day one, I looked a little bit shaky, the jitters. I wasn't really too comfortable as I'd like to be. But he's looking really damn good so far. But I must say, just overall, this winners finals matchup, it's a very unlikely matchup. Not something any of could have even predicted to happen.
I think unlikely is the way to describe it, because Maxter's one of those players that we all knew he was capable of doing this. You all knew it was going to happen eventually, but actually seeing it in the flesh unfold, this is the finals. This isn't one of those things where it's like maybe something in between. It might be a different kind of event. Like, this is the world finals, right? And if there's one event, you're going to have that breakout performance of breakout performances. Maxter is obviously having that now. We're going to be talking about this for the rest of Quake Champions, no doubt. Remember the time Maxter managed to make it this far into the tournament and started just beating everyone. If he's able to beat Kilsan here, I mean, we could very well have a brand new champion on our hands, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how much of that is that we had so many people improving and closing the gap all at the same time, right? It's kind of typical to see, like, oh, we see this player, he's doing pretty good, and look at, they finally made it to the finals, and look, they keep going. But then, with how Chains performed, how Kron performed, how Maxter's performed here, who is now out of the tournament, and Rafa, right? It's been this series of events that has just been the card shuffling quite a bit to make this hands down one of the most interesting Quake finals that we've had in quite some time. So talking about this matchup, right? Two definitely different styles. Kilsan, very solid, pretty consistent. Also has a little bit of motion that he carries with him. Sometimes that helps, sometimes that hinders. Maxter, kind of on the opposite end of that. Always cool, always calm, always collected. Almost like, is he moving? Is this camera frozen? What's going on? Right. So how do you see that matchup before we jump into the picks and bans? The contrast between these two players.
I think there's a huge contrast, isn't there? I think if we talk about Maxter just overall, even just before making it to the Pro League, we were kind of thinking to ourselves, how is he going to approach this? We know a lot of new players kind of struggle coming into the Pro League when they make their mark over time, and that's what the benefits of the Pro League is match up against professional players, consistently improving your game, gaining that dueling experience, and becoming the veteran that you can be now. It seems like this stage, Maxter does some very heavy prep and research into his opponents. He just says, I know what they're going to do before they even do it, which is why he makes such great reads all the time. But he's definitely been one of the fastest players on the circuit, but to a level which is so high, which they can't really comprehend what his next move is going to be the majority of the time compared to some of the other players. Some of the other things they do is predictable, but at a top level. But he just predicts it before it happens, and that's why he's so prepared for those rail shots, those angles he goes for. And it's going to be a tough one because it's weird because both of them can be so aggressive at that level.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they're going to switch these styles up massively in order to throw each other off.
It is the difference in styles that I'm keeping an eye on the most. They can both play fast when necessary. Maxter known for being a little bit faster, I think. But what happens when that pace gets slowed down? What happens when you're kind of forced to play every single bit, every single frag, as careful as can be, because Kilsan's going to be in that perfect position. Kilsan's going to be able to hit those rails that most other people out there aren't going to be able to squeeze in. Like, there's so many extra elements that, I mean, we're only moments away, really, from finding out. But yeah, there's definitely a contrast here. They're both flexible players, but one can think that Kilsan will be going into this knowing about Maxter and having a plan set forward. And if I've actually got the picks and bans, our first map here in front of us might kind of suggest that a little bit. I'm not going to spoil it just in case, but I think I know what we're going to be expecting.
Let's see if we can summon the picks and bans here for the upper finals. They've been interesting all day long. Boom! Summoned. Here we go. Ruins is going to be map number 1. That is going to come from Kilsan. Then we've got Awoken, which is Maxter's pick. Then we're going to go to Corrupt and Keep, which is on Kilsan. Veil. And then finally, Blood Covenant.
Interesting. Veil's not been banned straight away here, Wheat. That's the first time in the tournament so far. And that is because Maxter, in terms of his best maps, have been Deep Embrace and Awoken accordingly from a statistical standpoint this season. And going for Ruin straight away, that's going to be a very interesting one for me. Just going back to see exactly what he's been performing on. Deep Embrace and Ruins have been his best maps. But it's funny that he's actually banned it straight away. I think he's probably seen how good Maxter's been on Deep Embrace and just thought, do you know what? It's one of my best, but I don't think my style or my comfort is going to help me by any means to start this off on Deep Embrace. So understandable why he's banned that. But just looking at the champion pictures going below, even for Blood Covenant, he's actually decided to go for the clutch himself. I know it's a best of 5, but we're seeing a bit more of these clutch players here and there, and he could have banned it himself and then gone for the visor pick, but it looks like he's prioritizing the speed and mobility, of course, that clutch can have, even though he's as big as a barn door. But again, a Sorlag may make a very rare appearance if we do get that far.
That's going to be a weird map. If we manage to make it into Blood Covenant, I don't think either of those two champions would have been a first choice, and especially the clutch, far from it. You have to go into that with a lot of confidence to know how you can move around and understanding you're going to get clipped by pretty much everything. Got to admit, too, can't really recall the last time I've seen Kilsan use that champion either. So very much kind of screaming a, look, bro, that's just what was left kind of situation. But on the opposite end of that, take that Deep Embrace away. That makes perfect sense because Max is an absolute beast on it, and we've seen it this weekend. So, clearly Kilsan paying a little bit of attention there. And then after that, I mean, nothing that really screams out to me. Everything is more as expected. The bans are expected. The picks are expected. And then really, outside of that, not too much different. Well, there's actually no difference between any of the stacks. Light versus light, medium versus medium. That's 3 times. And then the double heavies at the end, which, again, you're running out of champions. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this one kicks off. Ruins is going to give us I would think, a fair amount of information over how Kilsan's going to try and play around Maxter. Because I think that's what it's going to be. We all know how Kilsan plays, but Kilsan and Maxter, there's a bit of a dynamic here, and Kilsan's quite confident to assert a game plan. And I think Nyx is going to let you do that.
I mean, we continue to see this BJ Death Knight matchup on Corrupted Keep, and it's gone both ways, right? It's tough to deal with that dual wield, but then there's also the flame strike potential in terms of how you're approaching that. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, and we're going to see that no matter what. Again, Athena getting a bad rep. She's going to end up getting nerfed just because she's getting banned by everyone all of the time. Not sure we're going to see her in the final games. I'd personally love to. It's one of my favorite champions to watch. The Galena Ison is what we saw between Raisey and Rafa in that last match. And you mentioned that you thought the Blood Covenant was going to be an interesting game. That one was definitely an interesting game. So yeah, I think a clutch versus Sorlag would be pretty wild. And that's kind of like the bonus for making it all the way through to all 5 maps. Will we make it there? I think that is the big question. Now, gosh, Maxter 3-0'd Wenger, Kilsan 3-1 Raisey. How do you call this one?
All right, so I had a very brief conversation with Kilsan earlier today.
Okay.
And Kilsan is confident here. Kilsan obviously acknowledges that it's going to be a hard path, and Maxter has really surprised a lot of people. We all know how good Maxter is, but taking it this far into the tournament is not something that everyone had on their bingo card. However, when the confidence comes through, you know, you have to believe that you can win. Because if you don't, then you've already lost the battle before it's begun. It sounds generic, but yeah, confidence can be half the battle in this, especially a game like Quake, 1v1. You're guaranteed to be playing for those 10 minutes. There's no prisoners, you know what I mean? Like, it's you versus the game, and that's it.
Yeah, just to comment on what you said, Wenger also said to Flea, I feel pretty confident versus Maxter.
And look what happened.
That one didn't work out. Like that's why I was like, I'm glad to hear that.
But
that's great.
But I was
You're
told
in a good
this.
mood. Yeah,
I'm going to say,
yeah.
but
no,
you know,
no, it's,
chronologically,
it's good.
this was after the Wenger match.
It's good.
So
really?
even after seeing it. You know,
That's you know what? I think that probably says a lot about, you know, Kilsan even talked in his interview, like, you know, this is where I want to be. I wasn't saying anything, Kilsan, I promise. I promise.
Damn, that's a handsome man right there.
Confidence is good. You need it regardless. Just don't let it, you know, affect your game. So we're loading into our map. It's the upper finals. This one's going to go to Lethal and catch up, gentlemen. I'll see you on the other side.
We're in top 4 territory, but no one here wants to settle for that, do they, Lethal?
No.
It's first place or bust for our remaining competition. And as we now end this warm-up, the Ruins of Sarnath, Maxter on the Slash, and then it'll be Kilsan on the Nyx.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in itself. Every champion pick has been very meta-orientated in every single map, apart from the last one, which definitely put a spanner in the works here, as I'm glad that we did not ask for my prediction, because I do not have a damn clue exactly how things are going to turn out going into this matchup here, but very excited to see a full 5 mapper if we can. Kilsan already trying to throw a couple of rails from down below, but sadly doesn't catch him. Remember, Kilsan does have that Ghost Walk if he wants to use it aggressively, as Max is now trying to scarper away. Been caught just a little bit with the LG, but still just standing his ground.
And Kilsan's going to play this careful at the very beginning. You know, we were able to get a decent amount of armor to begin with. We know this is the Battle of Two Lights, so the player that controls the armor does tend to have quite a considerable upper hand. And if Kilsan's hitting those opening rails that we know he can and has done, I think just having a decent amount of armor is going to simply make that push a little bit more attractive. But it has taken some time now. 2 full rotations of the items have already happened. And now Kilsan's going to play that careful game, one that he can afford to do. The Ghost Walk's ready to go. We're just about to pick up the armor. Will he rocket jump? No. Yeah, he's just going to go for the jump pad. Why risk it? Why take unnecessary damage? By doing so, it does mean that Max is going to get the Mega. But again, it just comes back to the rail game. Like, that rail's going to neutralize all the benefit of those items. So very slow to begin with, Lethal.
Certainly is indeed, but we saw Nyx, Kilsan players Nyx on Awoken beforehand, and how passive was he? He was wasn't that he was playing passive, but it was more being very patient with his opportunity. Hits that first rail. That was so important to get that chip before picking up that heavy. But Maxter does pick up the light in the end, trying to catch him off, but Maxter will be able to get that Mega successfully without too much trouble, might we add. And the item timing still not segregated heavily as of yet, but enough to maybe put a bit of pressure on whoever picks up that heavy first. And Kilsan looking to see if he can catch him as he goes down the heavy stairs, which he does not. Forward that baby, just dives in with the LG. Will he better take it down? That would be huge, as Kilsan manages to survive for now, but cutting it very close here, Ryan.
And there's the rocket jump. I was wondering when Kilsan was going to go for that. And what a lovely choice. He did so much damage to Maxter. By the way, actually, I'll finish that train of thought in a minute, because we are just about to have a fight taking place near Light. Maxter in a better position thanks to that Light, forcing Kilsan to jump down. But speaking of forcing people to retreat, that's why Kilsan was able to go up for the Mega. Did enough damage to force Maxter to retreat. Knows he's going to take the Light that's down near where you get the Tri-Bolt, the teleporter. And that was enough time for Kilsan to take both items. But will it be full control? Actually, I wonder if it will be, actually, because now we've landed that rail. Maxter is stuck in a horrible position. The aggressive rocket jump. Maxter stuck out there with a rocket. And that will be frag number 1 for Kilsan. And the reward is not just the frag, but it will be Mega as well.
That was such a shame. You saw there earlier, Max had 2 clear opportunities to try and rail Kilsan into that first frag. Couldn't capitalize on those scenarios, but it is what it is. And remember, he is playing the Slash, so got all the mobility and speed in the world to catch up or make a comeback as he sees fit, even if it does become 2 or 3-0. Kilsan, this is the first one. Looking to see if it can just Ferrari peak round from Mega to try and catch him, but also making Maxter shoot his gun first. There's a little bit more of an opening here, window of opportunity to do that chip.
Maxter went for a pretty safe approach there. Every angle was covered there from Kilsan, but the speed of Slash kind of just meaning that teleporter exit, Kilsan would have had to be fairly confident and ready. Yeah. That was going to be the escape, and it did allow Maxter to at least kind of save himself from that position. He was stuck there for a minute. The rail connects. Yo, Kilsan, that was a fake out and a half. The drop down and then the immediate wall jump to get back up there, and it's actually set up for this Mega. Will Kilsan be able to take it? Maxter drops down right as Kilsan comes around the corner, so this by all means could be another frag, and it will be 2-0. Kilsan, wow. Beginning the whole thing there with the fake out on the drop down, and now Maxter is stuck. He's going to get out there. He's not going to want to fight. There's literally no reason to fight there. We've got nothing to work with.
Maxter, you could see clearly he wanted that Mega. He wanted to overstay his welcome to a certain degree, but maybe hoped he could use that speed to get out if Kilsan did get a little bit too close or was being a bit too aggressive towards the Mega, but just didn't have the chance in the end. And the only thing he could do was hope for Kilsan to miss that one rail and then get away, but nope, Kilsan, one shot, one kill. He was perfectly fine. He was happy about that. And we're already at the halfway stage nearly as Maxter does take that last shot. That was very close itself, but is risking to try and get it here. I think that is a little bit debatable. Of course, we know the Heavy was coming up very soon, but we can't afford him to get in so desperate so early here, which does mean that Kilsan is up currently 3-0 with a massive stack to continue suffocating Maxter at this point.
Yeah, it's 3-0, and it hasn't been the fastest game in the world, but Kilsan's doing exactly what it felt like he was going to do, which is to slow the match down. Maxter, and the way he plays, being simply exaggerated by the fact that he's playing Slash here in this first map. Kilsan was very clearly going to go into this slowing it down, forcing Maxter to play at someone else's pace, not allowing Maxter to simply kind of force the issue. And it's been almost 6 minutes, and Kilsan has pretty much given Maxter no openings. The slow play here hasn't had to use the Ghost Walk until right now, the whole time, and there was no way on this earth Maxter was ready for that.
He certainly wasn't, and in comparison to Awoken, Kilsan is just using the Ghost Walk aggressively in such an effective manner at the perfect times as well. And Kilsan just holding his ground for now, picking up that Heavy, Mega up in 10. Max has still no armor to his name, 4 minutes left, but at least Maxter does get a bit of chip. But the problem is, if he keeps picking up these hourglasses, having the Ghost Walk available, he can avoid so many deaths from so many bad situations, which eventually could run the clock down.
Loving the authoritarian play here from Kilsan. Is that a word? Authoritative? You know what?
We'll just say yeah.
You know what? I think it was. I'll trust my gut instinct. It's been a long weekend, folks. But now we have 3.5 minutes left as we end this map. And really, at what point has Maxter had a foot in the door? I can't count a single time it's happened. And I think that's really a testament to how Kilsan's been approaching this map so far, is that it's been a confident ability to slow things down, force Maxter to play your game. And other than that, I mean, the rails from range are certainly doing their wonders, but he's been keeping Maxter so pushed away that Maxter hasn't really been able to fight for any of these items either. And that one time Kilsan was able to do damage, force Maxter to retreat, Rocket jumped up and took that Mega. One of the few times afterwards, the aggressive Ghost Walk used there to steal a frag away and take control. I mean, I don't even know what Maxter's going to be able to do here. Make a play on an item, sure, but Kilsan's the one that's already there, established, and it tends to be Kilsan being the playmaker, so one would think that this should be done the way things are currently going.
Yeah, the way things are going right now. And you made a valid point in terms of what openings, what windows of opportunity has Maxter had. And the only time he has, I believe, well, I spoke about it before, around that 2 to 4 minute mark where, or 2 to 3 minute mark, I can't remember from the top of my head. That's age hitting for you, Ryan. But I think it was the time
old,
where
Harry, don't worry.
This is it. He was available twice, and sadly Maxter missed both shots to get him that first frag and then be able to get map control. But Kilsan again, huge stack, Ghost Walk. His pattern for the hourglasses haven't been discovered yet, so it's just getting worse and worse. And if he's railing like that, this is going to be an even tougher series here for Max. He's managed to return one on his own, but the problem is time is running out.
Now, what's really scary about Kilsan's aim so far is the amount of those clutch sort of reactionary rails that he's been able to land. He is in a spot of bother right now, and the confidence to hold on to that Ghost Walk and still not use it, even though he was so weak. But what I was going to say is, it's those reactionary rails that can really matter. You can set up angles and you can hit those shots because you know someone's coming around that corner. You know someone's going to be in that position. That's one thing. The other element, 100 damage, by the way. That certainly hurts. Being able to safely pick up that light. Is he going to get caught? Maxter swapping to the machine gun. What I wonder if that means there's not much confidence. Let me have a quick check over and see if it was ammo count related. Nope, he had plenty of rails. That was just a need to get some damage while we can.
And speaking of stats, Maxter only just picked up his second heavy the entire game. That's how difficult it's been for Maxter to try and contest that heavy item. We've seen him do it a couple of times before, but it was just nowhere near enough. And look at the item as well. 24 items for Kilsan, only 10 for Maxter, and it really has felt that way. Both players have been missing quite a lot of their shots as well. It's just been more the decision-making here, which has given Kilsan the edge, and we'll see how that will progress later on in the series in this first map, as the drive-by doesn't really do its wonders, but in the end the damage has already been done, just using that Ghost Walk just to try and get away. And you can see that Kilsan, even though he's pretty much won this first map already, he's avoiding Maxter from letting to have even just one frag, just so that he will continue to feel demoralized and feel how the difficulty of trying to kill Kilsan at this stage, and it's been so tough. He wants them to feel like that into his mental state going into the future maps. But as you can see, 15 seconds left. Looking to tickle with the LG, misses a couple of rails. Again, a bit uncharacteristic from Max here, as he does try and drop down, try and get the first frag if he can. Not going to happen the way Kilsan's playing this first map here. And could that be a sign of things to come? We'll have to see. First map going to Kilsan 5-0.
I'd go as far to say that when it comes to the entire weekend of these championships, we haven't seen a shutdown of someone's gameplay quite like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kilsan, earlier on, there was a clear direction here of I'm going to essentially make Max to play my game. Being able to slow down the aggressive plays, put a lid on it, essentially. And that is such a devastating map to start with, because the way Kilsan played that and the way he denied Maxter for all 10 minutes, Kilsan's going to be warmed up and comfortable. And for Maxter, it's like the series hasn't even begun yet. He didn't get to do anything on that map.
No, not at all. I still feel like around that 2-minute mark, if he was able to get one of those frags, he had 2 opportunities for it, it could have swayed, it could have been a completely different outcome. That's how much of a change it could have been. But as you guys can see at home, 35% for Kilsan, Maxter 21, both making their lives really difficult with the amount of peeking they were doing and the positions they were holding. It was quite an interesting affair indeed, we must say, and not really too much damage done overall either. But we'll be going to the next map shortly, which will be on Awoken. No Nix will be available this time round, Kilsan, but we'll be having the Doom versus for Strog. So that's going to be interesting in itself, and if it does get far later on, we do have Veil and Blood Covenant, and then Corrupted Keep will be the third map. And as you can see, very meta-established picks in terms of the champion choices, but that last one, I just want to go to map 5 just for that Clutch versus Sorlag matchup, because I'm pretty sure we've never seen that, and considering the meta at the moment, no one can decide how that is going to go. So yeah, very weird, but very funny.
I kind of want to talk about the impact of that first map just a little bit more as we go into Awoken, you know. Forgive me for referencing another game, but from where I come from, we'd call that a flawless victory.
Yeah.
And what I mean by why that matters is because if there are games that you play versus someone in this competitive setting and you quite genuinely have no time to do a single thing, like you can't even... Kilsan wasn't really tested there. Kilsan wasn't ever really forced onto the retreat. Kilsan wasn't fragged and forced to, you know, how do you deal with getting pressured off the spawn? What kind of weapons are you going to go for? All that stuff. Like, there was no information gathered whatsoever, which can give such an unbelievable advantage for the person that had that dominant win. And so, in Max's situation, it's kind of a hard one to swallow. You know, we're now going to be jumping into Awoken. I know he's really, really strong on this map, so by all means can make good things happen, especially with the difference in champions that we have to fight. But no exaggeration, Kilsan could not have had a better beginnings here. And when I said this guy was confident, I bloody well meant it.
Really is. First seed coming to the competition. Of course, one of the favourites here, as we discussed in the pre-show just a couple of days ago. It's crazy how fast things have gone so far.
His Doomslayer's wearing the belt as well. I just want to point that out.
Basically saying that he wants another one here, right? And we'd love to see it anyway, but get a bit ahead of ourselves as we are in the winners finals. Second map, Awoken.
My
Let's
man
go.
just did a map like map 1, and on the second map, his champion is wearing the belt. Like, can we talk about any more of a message being sent? Anyway, this is a best of 5, folks. There's plenty of opportunities here for Maxter to turn things around, and let's see how we begin now. Kilsan from the Doom Slayer catches sight instantly of that Pika, shuts it down with the rail. As soon as Kilsan gets an LG, that Unholy Trinity is ready to rock. And a decent stack on both sides, as you would often expect here with the 2 mediums. Maxter getting a lovely prediction over Kilsan jumping towards where Teleport is going to be. And I think, yeah, it's time to trade item for item.
Seems that way. It seems like Kilsan just wants to continue playing the same style as before. Maxter making the first mistake, Kilsan capitalising. The only problem is for him now, he hasn't got that Ghost Walk in his back pocket. So let's see how much of a difference this is going to make here. And you could feel, I'm not saying Maxter's like getting the jitters and, you know, he's getting a bit too tempted. He is controlling that. The problem is the fact that he's not really being fed barely any info, and it's going to be a real struggle. And Kilsan's going to continue to do that just to keep him guessing, keep him second guessing. Kilsan's not even trying to create any kind of decision tree, just basically trying to make Maxter just feel as uncomfortable as possible. As both players still got very similar stack, but Kilsan with the positional advantage.
Possibly the most Kilsan of matches that we've seen so far. This entire series. I mean, when we often talk about Kilsan, Kilsan likes to have control, but he also likes to sit in the middle of the map and just listen. He likes to listen out for where you are, and he likes to just play such a heavy positional gameplay that he's always the one that scores that first blood, right? He's the one that does that first little burst of damage. He's a master of following it up. That rail, so close from hitting its mark. But let's not count out Maxter. Maxter, more than healthy, and knows a thing or two about capitalization himself.
Kilsan just continues to play this really smart. It's like, if he's got the advantage, why move? Why let him come to you? And he knows it's going to happen every single time. As Maxter now just biding his time, getting ready for this next mega. Heavy's going to be up as well. Let's see if either player does delay the items at all. Kilsan decides not to, but Max has delayed the mega quite heavily at this point, and actually does so much damage with the tribal. 83 damage done. Misses that first word. That would have been so important, but it's taken so much from the LG. He's going to have to back away, but he hasn't backed away completely. We'll find out now as he was stuck in that choke point. We'll try and get a bit of rocket damage done. Does it? But oh, the LG going downwards. Hits the rail straight afterwards. Maxter has been waiting for over 12 minutes for a situation like that, and has finally managed to do it.
That is how we do it now. Maxter 1-0, and able to bring himself a nice little bit of momentum. The immediate berserk has been popped there by Kilsan just to guarantee that he's able to get an... Oh, flying right past Maxter. That was almost an opportunity to just punch him in the face. That would have been pretty decent damage, but without a rail, yeah, that Pika was going to be hard. Actually got to give him the props. A direct rocket to handle the Pika in that situation must have been quite scary.
Yeah, it must have been indeed. Just going to have a quick look at the items. 6 for Kilsan. Actually, 6 apiece so far. It's been quite even in terms of the congestion, but with Kilsan, we've 16% rail, but because he only fired 6 shots, but still just a little bit uncharacteristic. But he's been playing this quite passively in comparison to what we're normally used to as the viewers, especially the viewers at home. Good rocket, 68 there as Maxter a little bit tempted to capitalise, but just being patient, waiting for Kilsan to rotate around. He's already made that rotation. He's going on up, and Kilsan read that straight away, decided to get away ASAP. Throwing a few nails in case it does come through the TP, but just approaching that 4-minute mark. But Maxter looking a lot better, and now he's playing Kilsan's game to a certain degree.
That's an information Pika if I've ever seen one. Rather confident that he was safe to do it, and he's able to find out where Kilsan is. Unfortunately, misses that first rail, and actually both players missing those shots. The berserk, for a split second, I think Kilsan was really thinking about it. Really able to maybe zip up there on the jump pad, steal it away. But another low-scoring game, and this is very much the kind of maps that we were expecting to see. If Maxter can come online, and Maxter can get that momentum rolling, maybe the pace will be sped up just a little bit, but I just don't see Kilsan allowing that to be the case.
Good rail there from Maxter, just to shake Kilsan just a little bit. Mega's up now, but Maxter's just going to see exactly how when it's going to be picked up. Does hit a Q through it, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Heavy's up in 20, but Max is already in the position early, and so is Kilsan, funny enough, which is quite interesting. Maxter does hit the first rail. Just going to recover just a little bit here. Just going to bide his time and wait until sees what happens. But both of them, so weak at that point. But instead, Maxter allowed to stay alive and go for the heavy. And at least Kilsan was able to rail him for his troubles, even though he couldn't get it himself. Good contestation there from Kilsan.
Able to hit that rail right as Maxter collects the heavy. And that's going to mean that not as much benefit there from that major item, but on the flip side of that, Kilsan taking a Mega, which means that he is more than healthy for this next fight, just picking up a light armor too. We can take a look here now, Maxter trying to find that good little spot of damage that we can go in and start something else, and I actually think off the back of that double rail, maybe we're going to see some kind of fight. The question is, fight or armor? What's going to be more important to Maxter right now? I think a mixture of both is our answer, as Maxter could have gone straight for it, instead chose to sit just a little bit further forward first on the off chance he could have hit Kilsan, but keeping that stack really good. Oh my god, that rocket was disgusting. And the rocket to finish, knocking Maxter up into the sky and then just letting the LG do the work.
Manager, if you hit that other shot, Jesus. 4 minutes left, and Maxter, great rail there. He's going to try and circle around, pretend he's going to the LG. Trying to make it move. Oh, it just barely gets up top mid from that last fist punch onto the light. And Kilsan, he's ready for him. He's going to be able to back him away and get the Mega on top of this. This is game changer, but the peak is doing quite a fair amount. One rail could do it. This Maxter has a back away. That was a huge peeker coming out from Maxter.
Yeah, but one rail could do it on both sides too, and that's why Kilsan didn't want to push too far. If there was a risk that he himself was going to get taken out, there was not going to be a push. That was one of the most clutch peekers that we've seen all weekend. It's the only thing that kept Maxter going. And having the angle ready to rock, Kilsan taking that damage, and because of it has to concede. Now, it has to be said, Kilsan was so weak. The timing on the Mega was paramount. Maxter knew when it was going to spawn as well. The play was, Kilsan's weak, I'm a sprint towards this Mega. Kilsan was in position with the LG, forced out that peeker. This is the confidence we're talking about. Both of these are perfectly timing their items, and if one of them was even a second off, these fights would be going very, very differently.
No, you're not wrong at all. As Heavy's up, Kilsan is just going to pick it up straight away. He's not really messing around in that department in terms of delaying the timing. Let's see if Maxter does so. He's delayed it just only by a couple of seconds. Pika does come in, not as good as it once was, but he has the info he needs, which is the most important thing. Maxter was in that choke point, but has now moved away a tad. First rail hits, doesn't hit the second, but a good amount of LG damage coming up from Maxter and the rail too. But Maxter does pick up the light from down below. Kilsan can smell blood in the water, he's going to try and go for him. 11 HP as Kilsan manages to survive, but can Maxter get the trade? A little bit too late now, sadly, for him.
Wonderful use of the Berserk, it has to be said. Doomslayer hasn't always been able to gain that burst of speed from a punch. That was a more recent thing, but used in the right way can just allow that Berserk to be so much more than just a simple runaway tool, being able to dodge and being able to cut those corners so tight to pick up those weapons. You love to see it, use every element of your champion's kit if you have the chance to. Kilsan going in for some rails here, knowing that Maxter doesn't have one, so not really fearing the LG from that distance as much. Here comes the Pika, just take that out for good measure, get a rail right as we go to take Mega, and that's going to make life so much more miserable for Maxter. And even Kilsan having the read that Maxter's going to go all the way around there. I mean, how does he know?
Yeah, the reads have been very good. Just barely misses that rail. Still trailing by 2 frags. A minute 20 left, but you kind of feel like being fair. Okay, hits the first one, so he could back away again. Heavy's going to be up any second now, as Max is going to be thinking to himself, right, I need to turn things around here. I need to start hitting my shots a bit more, and I need to really put the pressure onto Kilsan. But instead now, he's going through that recovery rotation again. He needs to try and find an answer to Kilsan's play. And at some point, Kilsan's going to be doing that thing. He's going to be sitting in narrow corridors to choke points with relying on his defensive rockets, and that's where it could spell trouble here for Maxter, as he won't be able to get that clean frag or the cleanest frag possible in order to trade out straight afterwards. It's just hitting these peakers are fun at this point, Ryan, straight off the bat as soon as that popped out from that rocket area. Kilsan now just holding that Mega, waiting for him, just waiting for Maxter, daring him to try and approach, but doesn't get too much damage done there. But Kilsan has left the Mega. It doesn't got too much time, but these rails just continuing to do so much work at the most important times. Hits the second. Will he even get the third? No, he's not even going to attempt it at this stage.
No need. We already have 2 frags in the lead, 15 seconds on the clock, and the ending moments of this map very similar to what we saw on the Ruins of Sarnath. Kilsan, confident in his own defensive play, has a life lead, or, well, a frag lead, sorry, wrong game. And he's able to just sit on it and play around that for the entire rest of the map. Maxter has only obtained a single frag in 2 maps. And these aren't high-scoring games, no, but it's just the absolute lock that Kilsan seems to have on this. Even when Kilsan was a frag down, there was something about the way he was playing where you just felt like he's going to get a frag eventually. Like he's hitting the shots, he's hitting the damage. The LG fights are fantastic too. And if it wasn't for some of those really clutch, like defensive moments, especially the Pika coming out from Maxter, that would have been an even higher scored game.
I just find it interesting how Kilsan just completely changed how he's going to play. I said it before the series as well. It's the fact that in terms of the stars, who's going to do what? Who's going to do something that drastic to really frustrate your opponent? And it can be quite tilting at times. The fact that you're hitting these shots, or you know, you've both got similar items of control, but you can never find your opponent. He's giving very little information, and it's really making Maxter feel a bit uncomfortable leading into this matchup. And you can see from the amount of frags across the board for Awoken, a 3-1, especially with the mobility you see there. That's just a rare occurrence in itself. But in terms of the damage and the rail percentages, you can see that Maxter hitting in 43 and on the other side, Maxter 37. But that 37%, it was the rails which was super important. The chip damage as Maxter was approaching to try and seal that frag, etc. And we are going to Corrupted Keep, where it could be a little bit more difficult now to play how Kilsan wants to play. More about the mechanics and fundamentals going into this. BJ versus the Death Knight, a very standard champion choice going into this map. But love to know your thoughts.
We're going to get a very different match.
Yeah, more a quick series at this rate.
I mean, like, look, when you're looking at the way that Kilsan was approaching those last 2 maps, it's because he had space to play around with. There was a lot of positional play to be had. The rail was kind of instrumental to that because you can pick those defensive points, you can be there first, you can hit that initial shot, and then Max just kind of playing from behind all the time. Corrupted Keep, just by design, doesn't let you do that. But we've seen Kilsan, when he has to throw down on a map like this, able to do so. Maxter, got to give him all the respect in the world, though, because the LG can be gross. The shots in general can be absolutely wonderful, especially seeing as now Death Knight coming out to play. Shouts to Quake 1. But, I mean, just because Kilsan has been playing a certain way throughout this series doesn't mean that's the only way he's going to play. And he knows what this map is. He knows what the matchup is. There's just something about the gameplay this time over that this is looking like a world champion right now. Like,
yeah.
With just the flexibility in this gameplay. I don't want to speak too soon, but if this is a 3-0, that just became one incredibly hard player to beat for whoever makes it into Grands.
And Maxter needs to tell himself, I've got Corrupted Keep, I've got Veil, some of Kilsan's worst maps statistically, and this is a time for him to just remind himself from that mental standpoint. As Maxter now is down to 37 HP, just trying to stay alive very early on. A little bit of damage with the LG, but he's still so weak and just trying to backtrack, get away, re-rotate, and that survivability. At least he's valuing his life as much as possible. Both items are up. Max is just diving in straight for the Mega. Could be using that heavy machine gun just to put Kilsan back just a tad, but at least Maxter didn't give away a first death so early.
And a really good job for Maxter to survive and bring himself back up to where he was before. He was so close to falling there. Kilsan was kind of all over him, but making the perfect call of which exit to take. Kilsan kind of prioritizing one of the items there, so he didn't want to push too far, especially seeing as, again, you know, it's Death Knight. So one bad push can result in Incendimus, and then before you know it, you're dead. Now, the LG 1v1 begins. The Mega gets picked up there from Kilsan. Maxter will choose that to disengage and then pick up this heavy as we trade item for item. The question is, what's the damage situation like? Oh my good lord. Well, I guess that might be a question of ours. Maxter did a great job of getting the armor away from Kilsan, though, and just like that, the tide has turned into his favor. But he still can't secure a frag.
Been doing his damnedest to try and do something here. 64 HP. Kilsan now just directly underneath. Mega is up any second now. Will he be able to get it in time? He's raining down rockets. Does manage to pick up. I think he only had about 15 HP at the time. But he's burning alive here, Ryan. With that heavy machine gun. Maxter knows it. Now, the problem is, though, the time is up for him to take advantage of that situation. Does recover a little bit, but he's on 9 HP. Maxter can easily take this risk if he wants to. Does with the shoddy just for extra insurance. Lovely stuff as Kilsan now spawns in the red room to try and rotate rounds. But remember, Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. Is it looking good for Maxter?
Maxter wasted no time to realise that Kilsan was going to be forced out there, and still might have been a little bit careful because truly, you know, you don't have any way of knowing exactly what the opponent's going to do in that situation. Maxter was like, look, I'm going to quickly take this heavy. I'm going to come back. You're probably still going to be there because you're being careful. You're not just going to immediately, you know, bolt for all these items. So by the time he came back, Kilsan was really weak. You know, yeah, had a little bit of health, but nowhere near enough to survive that fight. So Maxter kind of taking the initiative there and doing the right thing. And a little bit more of that Death Knight exclusive tech for Corrupted Keep. You want to sit there near LG, this champion's going to stop you from doing that. And not a lot of champions can. It's one of the reasons he's become so popular.
Maxter just drilling Kilsan with that heavy machine gun. He's now just standing below, hasn't taken too much damage. Good use at the shoddy though, misses that last shot. That was so important as Maxter now backing away again. 57 HP, Mega's up in 10. Kilsan could just leave him, but instead he's going to try and charge on forward to try and clean up that frag. But he could just go back for the Mega and then contest the heavy straight back afterwards. And Maxter realises this.
That was a really important shotgun blast to land, and Maxter tragically didn't manage it. Who knows? That might have even resulted in another frag, because currently, you know, 1-0, Kilsan in this position could easily bring this one back. And, you know, I said it's not going to be another low-scoring game. It's 3.5 minutes on Corrupted Keep, and we've only seen 1 frag so far, so maybe I'm going to have to eat my words.
Oh, he's done so much damage to the nails earlier on, considering the position Maxter is in terms of stack. Should not have been able to get away, but sadly for Kilsan, though, he did give a majority of his stack away quite easily going through that TP. And now though, Max is just waiting for him to at least get as much damage done from that previous flame strike as possible. Oh, 20 HP. Will he be able to kill him? Still waiting to go for another angle, but they trade. Lord. They trade in the end. Went for that risky tri-bolt, but doesn't matter. Still Max with that 2-1 lead. Heavy has been picked up. Max is just pushing away towards the LG, and the dual wall comes up here from Kilsan. Mega's going to be up in the next couple of seconds. Will he be able to survive in time? No, he doesn't. And then Kilsan will be able to grab that straight afterwards.
What a shame. A super shotgun blast that might have been a kill shot just as the fire happened. There was a bit of a block there on the map. It did a measly 5 damage, lethal. That can't feel good if you're in Maxter's position, but able to turn things around. The flame strike again. EJ is just permanently on fire, it feels like, and there's no health nearby. You're dead. You're absolutely done, but thankfully for him, they was able to shut down the heavy. So in some realms, you'd call it worth it, because now look at Maxter's stack, trying to push in towards Mega, but not healthy enough to do so, and Kilsan spawned near where the armor is.
Oh, the amount of tri-bot damage there is 69, but Max is only on 75 HP. As Kilsan will be able to circle round into the red room. Maxter hasn't got an LG yet, running out of tri-bolt ammo, and hasn't got too much to work with as of yet, especially in the armor department. So Max is going to have to play the runaway game until he can get some of these lights and pick those up. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds. Of course, Max here will not be contesting that anytime soon, but at least he'll have the timing for it due to him being in close proximity. Using a flame shot, though, to give him that fake aggression just to make Kilsan feel uncomfortable whilst he's trying to head towards these lights. And you can see how careful Max has been, even just picking up that light to not give away any signs of the audio cues or his position in any way. It's been a tough road here for Maxter. Now, Heavy's been up for quite a long time. Kilsan knows this, and he's going to return straight away to pick that up.
This is going to be a hard choice for Maxter to make. On one hand, you really don't want to let Kilsan just run in and take that Mega for nothing, but at the same time, your Flame Strike's not up for 10 seconds. You haven't got the stack to work with. Pushing in from that side can be really weird sometimes, especially if you don't have an ability to back you up. And here comes the Flame Strike. Has it done anything? This time, unfortunately not. But what lovely defensive positioning there from Maxter to secure a cheeky little 90 damage super shotgun blast. And that has actually allowed him to somewhat establish himself, I would have said, if he didn't get blown up and turned to paste right before Heavy appears there.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame. Maxter has not too many ideas. Does a little bit of damage here from that last rocket. So Kilsan's got the info he needs. Mega is still up, so just delaying it a fair amount. So Maxter won't have the timing for that, sadly, in the long term. As Heavy's up the next 5 seconds. Both players are already in position. It seems like Max is just going to keep away from it for now. May have heard that dual wield, but looks like he's just diving straight on in anyway, but tries to push him with that flame strike. Does pick up the heavy successfully, so that was interesting in itself. Just pretending to, you know, rotate round and just go for something else. Does a bit of damage with that last rocket. Kilsan just keeping the high ground. Max realizes this, but the direct's not going to do him any favors. Kilsan's waiting with the shotgun, and now it'll be Kilsan taking the lead once more, putting him down into Red Room.
Kilsan knows where you've spawned, which means he knows the weapons you have and don't have. So he's going to use that opportunity to wrap all the way round, take the ammo that he needs, grab that heavy, no doubt. And in time, now we'll see. The dual wield is going to be back up and running for yet another time. And this is a good situation now for Kilsan, establishing a solid lead, 1 frag in the lead, and once more, 2.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, this is Kilsan's time to turn it round. The LG is fantastic. I'm a bit worried for Maxter here.
I certainly am as well. Max just doesn't know how to deal with it, and it's not really been based on map choice or champion picks or anything like that. It's just the style play Kilsan's doing, but this is exactly what Maxter needed. Hence, he knows that this map and the next map are statistically the worst maps for Kilsan overall. So he does have the chance to create that reverse sweep. He knows the opportunity is still there. Maxter now just looks, see if he can get another angle, does a little bit of damage with the MG. Max is now just trying to push on forward. Of course, he hasn't got the LG, hasn't got the tri-bolt there, but at least he's got the heavy machine gun to play the range game. Still has time to play that from a methodical process. A minute 45 left remaining. Comes up the LG. Will he be able to do anything about it? He's so weak. He can't really continue to engage, but Kilsan might take him. Yes, he does with that last heavy machine gun shot. And the problem is now he does have the heavy on top of that here. I'm a bit worried here.
That's the scariest position to be in. There's not a lot of the map left to go. And now, Maxter only just spawning. The LG was all that was there, and Kilsan pushing in with not 1, but 2 rocket launchers. And that is a not so good position now, as now Kilsan just needs to play this careful. Try and keep these items, perhaps. Maybe prioritize getting some of those shards. Looks like he probably has done actually near the exit there. Any of these dual wields that exist defensively are going to be a nightmare for Maxter because that 1-minute warning has begun. This could be where it all ends and Kilsan moves on to the all-important final frontier. And we all know how much it would mean to him to do that. Would not have believed this to be a 3-0. But Kilsan, there was so much confidence when I spoke to him earlier on. He felt completely and utterly ready for this series. And if there's a 3-0 here, then, well, guess he knew what he was talking about, huh?
Certainly did indeed. 24 items for Kilsan, takes him down again. That is going to be pretty much GG. What a way to win that winners finals. And it was pretty comfortable. And it's like I said before, we were talked about how Kilsan plays in all his matchups and what he's like as a player. But that's the first time in a long time he just played super conservative, in control. And speaking of control, I don't really feel like it was out of place for him by any means. And Maxter just felt uncomfortable throughout the entire series, no matter what the champion pick or the map choice.
Maxter has been almost completely unstoppable throughout this weekend, but just something about that series was a puzzle. You know, something that couldn't be solved, let alone in time. Now, there's a chance for a run back. Let's not forget about that. Welcome back, Wheat. There's
Thank you.
Really quite a lot to talk about in these maps.
There is. I would start on map 1, and you know, as it started, and as you're watching Kilsan, I'm kind of like, how's anyone going to beat Kilsan's Nyx on this, especially with the slash, right? And then I think the score kind of said it. Awoken a little bit closer, but although Maxter got that first frag, Kilsan just, you know, I guess that experience and that ability to play under extreme pressure really came into play. I understand now. Catch up as you shared, you know, the little bit about confidence. Like, you could see it kind of in Kilsan's play. And I would even say it's a stark contrast from what we saw on day 1 and 2, and maybe just needed that to build it up over the course of the tournament. You know, sitting in that grand final spot too. I get why that means a lot for Kilsan. So he, you know, takes it to 3-0. That last matchup, I really do like that BJ-DK matchup. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. Probably pretty tough to play, but congratulations to Kilsan with that 3-0.
Yeah, we can't complain. That was a very comfortable 3-0, and he did it not with ease, but just in clean fashion. You can see there, 5 frags over the course of an entire winners finals. He played like a champion to such a high degree, and it's like I said before, right at the beginning of the weekend, he did say he was a little bit shaky after that first matchup, but after playing his match earlier, he's so comfortable and so ready just to take it all. It's going to be an interesting way to see how that grand finals goes, no matter who Kilsan faces up against. But do remember, Maxter will be seeing him in the elimination bracket anyway, so he does have a second chance to try and bring this back. And interesting in itself, you've got to remember, Crupta keeping Veil not too keen on, but still managed to take it.
You know, Dan the King right now is like, yeah, that's right. I took a map from Kilsan. But great matchup from Kilsan. He now sits comfortably in that grand final spot, which means he'll have a map advantage once we get to that point. Let's bring Kilsan on again and hear from him. I'm sure he's going to have a pretty big smile on his face. Welcome back, Kilsan.
Hey, hey.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ketchup told us prior that, you know, that you felt pretty confident. It clearly looked that way in the game. Did everything kind of go the way that you had expected, or do you, like, were you even surprised with yourself at how, you know, clean that was?
I mean, I was a little, yeah, how to say, I was a little pressured on Awoken actually by him. Like, he played that one really, really well. I didn't expect it, like, at all, seriously. So he played that like super well, and has been like, I'm in a top shape right now. You know. So, and pull this off against my Doom on Awoken, and it's actually really incredible. Like, really, really. So really, props to Maxter. I mean, he played insane, like out of his mind.
So right. So you and I were out the front like an hour ago, and we were talking about this very match, and the confidence was one of the discussions. Now, I didn't really want to say anything else because, you know, I didn't want to spoil it, and I didn't want to give too much away because you were literally just about to play. But the actual game plan was briefly discussed, right? And there was an emphasis on forcefully slowing things down. And we saw literally just that, especially with the Knicks on that first map. Like, we were sitting here on the desk like, Maxter didn't even have a chance to play that. Like, that first map for him just didn't exist. So what is it, you think, that has allowed you to play in such a way where Maxter has been unstoppable all weekend long, and then we look at that first map and it's like what is this insane turn of events, you know? Like, what is it about your game plan that just helped you so much there?
I mean, I think it's a little style clash, actually. Like, I have with Raisey very often happening. And I think that's how Maxter also feels about my style, and why he talks always like, you know, a little downgraded, let's say, you know, slow pace and everything. But yeah, like I had a plan from the beginning, and I'm actually surprised it worked this well. Yeah, I mean, he tried everything he could, but it seemed like every time, especially on the first map, I was always like one step ahead, and already knowing like what he's up to. Just a minute before the end, he was actually changing things a little, but it was already too late. So yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's about adaptation when you were saying, of course, trying to work out what you were trying to do. With your game plan, was there anything in particular which you exploited in terms of the weaknesses for Maxter? Because I kind of felt like when we were watching this, it didn't matter what map choice it was, what champion pick, you were playing the same way, and he just could not do anything physically about it.
It's actually hard to answer in that way.
You can save it for the grand final in case he plays you again.
No, I mean, of course, you when you do map picks, like, you know, and champion picks, you want to have or you create a plan in your mind. You know roughly like how your opponent is playing, like how open he goes into a map and everything, and you try to set up for exactly that. And you start with that, actually doing the map picks and champion picks, and paid off. Like, it got me a little worried, like I said, on Awoken for sure. And I wasn't very sure about Ruins, if it's really gonna work, because Slash, I mean, worked for me super well also on the same map. So yeah, I'm just glad, you know, to have made it this clean, actually. So, I mean, I was comfortable, but not this comfortable going into this, you know? So, yeah, actually did surprise myself a little here, to be fair.
Well, congratulations. We don't know yet who you'll be facing in the upper bracket or the grand final, but of course you do now sit also with that map advantage as well. You know, just really quickly, Kilsan, when you started this tournament, I think it's every player's dream to be exactly where you are now at, right? It doesn't mean that you've won yet, but it puts you in a pretty damn good position in order to be able to take it. Were you confident, or did you think that this would be where you would be during day 3?
Absolutely not. Like, I mean, I've been working hard throughout the whole stage and season and everything. Yeah, throughout the stage, things have been working well. But also sometimes the game gave me a little struggle, and I had to catch myself up again. So mentally, I was quite challenged this time with the preparations and everything. And I'm just glad, you know, now being able to stay here in the grand final, waiting for, you know.
Yeah. You get to sit back and kind of chill a little bit. Yeah, awesome. Kilsan, congratulations. That was the upper finals. Kilsan will advance 3-0 over Maxter. Maxter's not out yet, though. In fact, he's got another match that he's going to be playing soon. Coming up next, it's going to be a Maestro team kill no matter what. Wenger versus Raisey is our next matchup. Thanks for joining us here in the finals for the Quake World Championship. We got more coming at you. Don't go away. A short break. We just saw the upper bracket finals where Kilsan secured his spot for the grand finals, and that means we still have one more player to find in order to face him. Joining me once again, ZSX and Flea here on the desk, and now we have got a team kill situation. Never really feels good, but is always inevitable, and I guess at this point, you know, it's still pretty great to have 2 Maestro players here in the top 4, but it's now Wenger versus Raisey. One of the Maestro boys has to go home.
Yeah, it's a nice place to be as one of the Maestro management. It's almost like picking who's my favorite child.
A little bit, right?
But
it still feels bad, right? Like, it's like, what are we going to do about this social media
Yeah.
post? Like, how do we?
But no, I think it's a really nice challenge. And coming into this one with 2 players that have had huge ups and downs, they've normally been some of the most consistent players across all events, but not this one. Raisey, though, looking a bit better in recent times. I will have to go out and say, you know, Wenger came out on top against Chain. Chain was a little disappointed, and rightly so. That definitely wasn't Wenger's best performance by any stretch of the imagination. I think he just wants to unbind Rail and have an LG-only duel. The gentleman's agreement that we don't actually touch the weapon. So I'm feeling a little bit concerned for his status, Flea.
Yeah, I'm sharing that concern with you. I was sitting right next to Wenger when we were going through the picks and bans, so I'm not going to really comment on what was going on since Raisey is right behind us. And
But I was sitting there as well. It's fine, but
okay, good.
Another one.
So I'm going to keep my mouth shut and not going into too much detail in what went into that, because Raisey can hear us right now. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. These are some of the historically most consistent players we've had, especially Raisey, right?
Yeah.
5 times that he's made it to the grand finals of a Quake Pro League final. But yeah, so far, both of these have already suffered a loss, right? Raisey versus Kilsan and then Wenger versus Maxter.
I mean, I'm just totally speculating here, or maybe even talking out of my ass, but you've also got 2 players that are pretty comfortable playing against one another, right? And maybe it serves as almost a reset for themselves, right? Player, teammate in this case, that they feel comfortable, right? Will that kind of wash away everything else? And even though one of them must go home and one will advance, maybe for the one that advances, it allows them that ability to say, okay, stop down, reset, let's go. We know what we have to do to win.
Yeah, there's definitely positives and negatives there, right? There's like a layer on a layer, because you know they know what you're going to do, they know your tricks, they know going to place. It's a meta and a meta, and I'm sure Flea will illuminate us from his insightful chat. But there were picks in there that he was surprised Raisey brought out.
Yeah.
Maybe throwing some things in there. But the other thing he did say in our lovely chat at lunch was that Raisey was one of the players, at least online, that he has the most success in. He could hit really well. So, you know, he's feeling all right now. He's feeling better. And it's nice that he can somewhat predict Raisey, but at the same time, it makes it slightly more complicated because they know you just as well as you know yourself.
Well, when you know Flea has that devilish grin on his face, that there's definitely something good coming, but what do you got to say, Flea? Okay.
I'll comment on it as we're during the game. But just let's take a look back at the history between these 2, right? Because they have played each other a whole lot, both in practice, being teammates and all, but also during stage finals themselves. And interestingly enough, Wenger has won all 3 of the most recent matches that they played on finals, plus their most recent face-off during the weekly stage of this season. We have to go back over 2 full years to last see Raisey take him out in a finals, in a championship like this.
Wow. I mean, and think about how much things have changed over time, not only from the game perspective, but also between these players. Clearly, they are in completely different spots. Interesting nonetheless. Should we take a look at picks and bans? Is that something we can rise from the ashes? Here we go. We're going to start off with Corrupted Keep, then Ruins, and then Deep Embrace. Happy to see that one is 3. Blood Covenant. And then Awoken. Take us through the picks and bans. What do we got here? Dan, you're intensely looking.
My turn, is it?
Sure.
Starting Corrupted Keep, one of my favorite maps, both of their favorite maps actually. The Strog versus the Ranger, they're pretty standard. really gone through ruins. This is, I'll let Flea go into the detail, but there was some analysis over what to pick there. He ended up on the Nyx. His feeling is that, you know, he can just, that's where he just feels more comfortable playing Nyx. It wasn't anything more than that. Obviously, the Visor comes out very good on ruins anyway. We see that pretty much throughout the meta of this event here. The Nyx comes out, the Visor is a response pretty standard across the board. The question is, how often do you use a piercing sight? How often do you use the Ghost
Yeah,
Wall?
there is an issue. There is an issue. I noticed when I was going through this beforehand as well. 2 sore legs on Awoken. That's clearly not.
We got a mirror match, ladies and gentlemen. It's unprecedented.
I heard your brain shut down for a second.
Oh my gosh, that's never happened before. Well, which one is the scale? Oh, for Wenger. Okay.
So scale bearer for Wenger will be taking on the sore leg by Raisey, and that was one of the picks that Wenger was like a little bit worried about. Like, should I take scale bearer on the final map? But the real surprise was actually that Clutch came out so early, right? Wenger and I were sitting next to each other, and he was like, Raisey's not gonna pick Clutch, right? I'm whispering ASMR, he can't hear us. He was like, Raisey is not going to pick Clutch. I don't think he's gonna pick it until he absolutely has to on the final map. And then all of a sudden, Raisey picks him prematurely, and Wenger's like, oh,
we got mind games.
This changes things, right? And then Wenger was put in a position where he had to ban ice, and he essentially felt like, I have to get rid of the ice, and because otherwise he's gonna pick it, and he will have the medium champion going into the final map, and that is an advantage that I simply cannot afford him to have.
Inception has started.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Who knows what's going to happen during this matchup? Although, definitely intriguing.
Absolutely.
As we head in, of course, a reminder, if you've just joined us, first off, go watch a lot of the games today. But second of all, the winner will advance to face now Maxter. And then, of course, the winner of that will then go to face Kilsan, who is comfortably sitting in the grand finals. So, gentlemen, as soon as they are loaded up, we'll go ahead and get this one started. Predictions, you know, I'll throw it out here.
Wow, bold of you.
Sure.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it this time. You know, I actually think I'm gonna go with Raisey on this one. I'll take it all the way to the 5, but I'm gonna go ahead and put my divine orbs on Raisey.
Oh wow, that's you're
no,
going.
that was a joke. I'm not actually like I'm owed. I am not owing.
0-4 behind. He's like, oh, okay. Double or nothing.
I'm gonna join you there. I'm gonna take predictions a step further.
Oh snap!
Boom. I think if Raisey comes out on top here, he'll win the whole event. That's my prediction. Sorry, Kilsan, but that's my prediction here.
Damn.
He has a mental block clearly against Wenger. He had one against Rafa back in the day. It took him 3-4 attempts to overcome him. And it appears he has a similar one now. And a large part of that comes down just to the fact they know each other. And Raisey's one of these players that has those tricks up his sleeve. He has the traps, and Wenger understands that. But the other thing Wenger has up his sleeve is just the chaos factor, that Raisey wants to rush you, have that aggressive play style, and Wenger just has these absolutely ridiculous plays, particularly with the rockets, that punishes that aggression. So this is where the levels of meta comes into their play, and can Raisey overcome that? Definitely, and that's why I'm saying if he can beat Wenger, he'll win the tournament.
That's a very solid bet. Yeah, I can totally see it happening. Personally, I do think that Raisey has got the upper hand in this one, simply looking at Wenger's rail so far. That is the biggest pain point going into this one. If he can start consistently landing what we're used to seeing, 40-50% rail, things will be all different. But if he's still stuck around that 15-20% mark, he's going to struggle.
And gentlemen, join yourself. I'll see you on the other side.
You're welcome to stay. He's just gone again. He's just gone again. But we are jumping already to this first map. It looks like we're going to have a confrontation there by the Rockets. We have Wenger over on this Ranger. Strog on Raisey's side. Big Pika coming out Flea as Wenger was picking up that lightning gun. Still doesn't have a rocket. And now they're going to have a battle as Wenger's been trapped out of this room. Raisey's in there looking healthier. And they do now reset.
Raisey and a Big Peak name a more iconic duo as the fight breaks out right over this heavy armor. Wenger rather makes a jump, uses the orb perhaps a little prematurely. Raisey retaliates. Oh, chunky rocket as well. Heavy is still up, Dan.
He doesn't. Does he know? I think he thought he picked it up before he made that move, but it's been sitting up for a long, long time. Pretty sure Raisey doesn't know. Very awkward situation as he's unfortunately trapped himself out of the entire map and lost total control. So great first frag, just didn't get the information he needed.
And that will allow Wenger to pick up the heavy armor off spawn. Now Raisey, no doubt would have realized what happened by now. Mega spawned. He's looking for a way onto it.
Oh, lovely distraction
beautiful! That was so good. Orb to the one side, rocket to the other, dropping down straight through the middle. Raisey, no opportunity to make it onto the item without taking damage, and Wenger capitalizes off of that. But there it is, the Pika rush out of absolutely nowhere. And Raisey, 1 point in the lead.
Absolutely nowhere indeed. Wenger completely caught oblivious there. He's on the wrong side of the map, so won't pick up that heavy. He's in the position very early for this Mega. He knows he knows that Wenger doesn't have a rocket. That's why he's quite happy to take this fight. But still, Wenger's doing huge damage from above. Raisey comes out on top, doesn't have the Pika to finish off his opponent. So good awareness on the situation from Raisey to take that fight. Don't know if he has a complete timing of this item because, again, he's very, very early and doesn't have the right resources to be sticking around. So he's just going to play around this light. Might make a move with the Pika just to scout him out, get that information on the timing that he is lacking. And there it is, sees the pickup. So now knows what he needs to be doing for the next round.
Raisey, very evasive right now, realizes he's lacking the weaponry as well as the stack to make a challenge for this Mega. Doesn't have rockets, doesn't have heavy machine gun. Yes, he's got the LG, but there's a whole lot of situations in which he is now on the back foot. So he's just very slowly trying to scope out an opportunity, listening out for his teammate, opponent in this matchup, of course. And is trying to make his way onto the rockets. There we go. We'll be able to secure him. Small armor, heavy machine gun. Now Raisey is ready to make a move.
There's been a lot of respect from Raisey in this opening few minutes as he had the advantage a few times. He's just been unable to press it or unable to feel comfortable to capitalize upon that. And it's allowed Wenger to get back into this game with all the control in the world. But Raisey's sitting pretty up top. He's waiting for his opportunity to do some chip damage. Here it comes. Pika comes out, but he's actually exposed and he takes too much damage. Wenger gets an easy frag and burns the orb as well.
Just in time before the heavy spawn too. And this is a nice spread between the items already.
Yeah.
Over 10 seconds between the two. But Wenger actually takes a lot of splash damage for those rockets.
Not sure.
Can he drop on it? Raisey doesn't have LG yet.
Or timing, I think, because he's been sticking down there for over 10 seconds. Once again, he's in the area, but it's just at the wrong time.
Yeah.
It gives up not an easy frag, but a careless frag. Raisey definitely needs to brush up on the basics.
It's just that one rocket right there, that 71 damage rocket in a very bad spot. At that point, Raisey, what can he do? If he tries to run, he's done, because he's lost too much stack. If he tries to make a move for Mega, he's also done, because Wenger will beat him to it. So the only thing he could really hope to do was commit as much pain and suffering as he possibly could before going down.
Once again, this time Wenger's in the vicinity really early. Some unusual errors from both Maestro boys at the start of this one. As you rightly put it, you can stay down there, but as soon as one rocket hits, the longer that you're down there, the more chances that will happen, and it's all over for you.
Heavy is up behind Raisey, but he knows that his opponent is caught in a bad spot. But good use of the head glitch right there by Wenger, barely showing his face, in a much more favorable position to deal damage from a distance. And Raisey just didn't want to stick around and risk it, wants to continue rotating the items in his favor.
Yeah, great lockdown now. Wenger's the one that's been shut out, trying to play that plus back game with the heavy machine gun. The chip damage in these high level games is where the winner will be found. It's all about that efficiency. Very rare we have a huge one-on-one fight. There are traps, but getting that chip damage is critical. And Wenger's done a great job from distance with the rockets. Pika comes out again. They've both taken a huge amount of damage. Wenger's the one in position for this next Mega, though. Raisey worked himself out of position for that, but has a light to fall back on. And now he's a little bit stuck. Can crouch slide away from below. Wenger's tracking him around the map, has the orb as well, so Raisey definitely needs to be careful of any potential close range engagement. That's why he's getting back up to this high ground, wants to rain down pain from above. Wenger actually tracks him, goes up top with the orb. Big rocket from Raisey, but it's not enough.
Clever use of the orb right there. Raisey absolutely was not ready for that burst of aggression. Good plays from Wenger now as well. He knows that Mega is up right behind him. He can afford to prolong that initial fight because he has the resources to fall back on.
Yeah, we've noticed that as soon as that orb is off cooldown, Rengar is being incredibly aggressive and proactive. He wants to capitalize upon that cooldown as much as he can. Use that burst damage. Obviously, it's slightly high risk, but we know how good Vengar's Ranger is. And there's been huge effectiveness from that orb in terms of both distraction and pure damage. Raisey, though, is stabilizing, playing that flashback game. It is a low-scoring game at 3-2. Both these players reluctant to full-on commit and quite happy just to let these items go if they're not in the right position. Raisey hears that, but the orb once again going down, switching to the shotgun, trying to convert, but it's not the right decision as Raisey gets out and does a huge amount of damage in the process. Vengar, though, is the one in position for this heavy, can make his way back around and just picks up those vials once again to make sure the cooldown is as low a position as possible. Strides on in, actually. Raisey missing the rockets, and Vengar is keeping that pressure high. He knows the light armor is the next thing. That's now eliminated as well. 60 damage with that heavy machine gun, and Raisey is on the ropes. The question is, how much defensive damage can he do, Flea?
Yeah, so far his defensive damage ladder has been great. That's what's keeping such a close game. There we go. Finally, the orb connects. The previous orb ended up a little too far from Raisey, and it was actually Vengar who ended up getting the short end of the stick right there. But this was beautiful, and now LG on LG.
And these were the fights I was talking about in the pregame when Raisey is trying to make these pushes. Vengar is punishing it. Lovely Pika, but what's from behind?
Okay. I was watching that and I was like, Raisey is done for, right? That was like a full second of uninterrupted damage on the Strog and stasis. But then somehow the Pika loops around and hits him in the back. God damn.
Kept him in it, that's for sure. He's still pretty weak though. Look at the stack of Vengar, and he's just chasing him down. Once again, he's got the orb off cooldown. He did actually use it in that engagement to try and close the gap. He knows how low Raisey is. He's got the super shotgun, trying to make something happen. Raisey slithers away for now, but there's just no resources on the map. Even if he wants this light, Vengar's going to be trying to patrol that area. Lovely Pika once again, keeping Vengar just in check, so we cannot have that full committal. And we're at that stage of the game where the next frag is going to be defining, and the next frag goes towards Vengar.
Raisey now back against the wall. Time is running out, and Vengar again avoiding so much of that damage, getting yet another frag. I think one of the big points to note here, Dan, is that the LG damage coming out from Raisey just hasn't been sufficient.
Oh, GG's already.
His rockets have been great, but his LG damage just hasn't been able to cut it.
No, not at all. And the really defining thing for me was that Raisey just wasn't able to get onto the map. Vengar kept the tempo high, he kept the pressure on. I think luckily we're on a map for Vengar that doesn't have a rail. We'll have to concern himself with that for now. But he just kept the tempo high. He wanted to use that orb incredibly proactively to keep the pressure on Raisey. And it worked. And again, every time Raisey tried to push, the rockets and the damage from Vengar was too much for him to cope. And those pushes that would work against most other opponents were being punished against Vengar.
Yep, really clever strategic play from Vengar. He is looking good going into this. But then, what was the big unknown with Vengar's play? The railgun.
Yep.
Which weapon did we not see in action on Corrupted Keep? The railgun.
Yep.
Next map, Ruins, right? That might be a very different story, and that weapons enters the fray.
Yep, he does have the Nyx though, and again, this is a very similar situation as we talked about with Chain. He can slow the tempo down, he can play in that T-junction, and it becomes slightly less relevant. Obviously still very important, particularly with Raisey with that piercing sight, but he can play around the movement deficit of the visor, just being very conscious of as and when it's being used, but still he can slow the tempo down and make it less important than it otherwise would be. So that's definitely going to be the game plan, and trying to steer himself away from it, but at the same time, as we saw in this game, he's got a good read on Raisey. He was the one setting the tempo. He was the one setting the traps. And you could feel the confidence in this particular game from Vengar.
Yeah, you sure could. Those orbs in particular, right? Those were very, very decisive at numerous key moments throughout this map. The Peeker, on the other hand, Raisey, he did manage to do some damage here and there, even got himself a frag with it. Yeah. But overall, I think it's very clear that the ability usage most definitely was better on Vengar's end.
Yeah, and it's not just that, as it felt in the game. Hadn't seen the stats until now. 3 heavies and 4 megas for Raisey. Very uncharacteristic for him, but someone that loves to cycle the map and keep that as his kind of core repertoire. The pressure from Vengar and the tempo from Vengar really prevented that. Raisey did decent damage, actually did 500 more than Vengar, but without the control, Wenger was able to use that stack and punish Raisey. And this felt more like old school Wenger. The Wenger from last QuakeCon, when he was able to keep that up and keep the pressure on and use his stack in the right occasions. When we saw him earlier today against Maxter and against Chain, they were quite passive games, uncharacteristic, didn't lend itself to his strengths. And so this is definitely more his comfort zone.
Now also worth pointing out when we're talking about those item pickups, Dan, yes, Raisey only got 7 in total, very key, but we have to paint the full picture. Wenger got 24 major, so that's 24 versus 7, and that just shows how much more dominant he was on that item rotation. And I think you could very clearly see this during the map as well, right? Wenger was so early to establish a full rotation. Very often on Corrupted Keep, it's just back and forth, right? One player gets one, the other gets the other. So much damage being exchanged, no one able to get full control. Here, I looked at the clock, it was 2 minutes in, and Wenger already had a perfect rotation going. So he just started that early, managed to drive it on through until the end.
Exactly, and you can see just from the damage difference between the two, 200 damage with the rocket. What that indicates to me is he wasn't really on the defense. He was the running in, setting the tempo, rushing in with the lightning gun, finishing up with the orb/shotgun. That was the play style. And a lot of the frags that Raisey got were off the back of these hard committals. He was left reeling, unable to get some momentum into his game. So we move on to Ruins. What do you want to see more from a Raisey perspective then?
What do we want to see more from a Raisey perspective? Well, number one, use that railgun. Abuse it, right? Raisey has been watching all of these games as well. He knows that Wenger has been struggling in that regard. Plus, he's using the visor. He can line up that piercing sight, make sure that his shots land on their target. So Raisey most definitely has to make good use of that weapon. Secondly, I think he has to show presence on almost every single one of the item pickups, right? That's something that I feel like he did a little too little of on the first map. Very often he just wasn't even there. You would see him on the other side of the map, near Tribal, near that bounce pad, just kind of hovering around, giving up full control to his opponent, and he has to clean that up.
Yeah. The only thing I'll add there is, like, as I completely agree, is just make sure he's the one that dictates the positioning. If you let that nix, as we've seen time and time again, when Kilsan plays this, just even in the last series against Maxter, if he gets this position here, as we're seeing now, if he can control that, he can keep the Nix very much on the back foot. If the Nix gets that, your life becomes a misery as a visor. You haven't got the mobility to play around that, and you were just restrained and restricted within the map.
This time around, starting off on the perspective of Raisey. Immediately taking a rail.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna use the Ghost Walk, the piercing sight right off the bat, even without the rail, and that is just to make sure that he can secure these two weapons, Railgun and LG, freely, right? He just wanted to make sure that Wenger wasn't anywhere near it, because that is a bad spot to get caught out in if you don't have the weapons to defend yourself. So that was just to get the information, not to do damage, not to go for an item, just to complete his unholy trinity.
He knows Wenger's up top. He's trying to bait him towards one of the major items that he could take the other. Little bit of game of chess here. Wenger, though, still in that T-junction, playing it out. He hears his opponent and hits a lovely rail after the pickup as well, so nullifying a lot of that damage. The interesting characteristic I'm going to be looking out for as well is how does Wenger play his champion? Is he going to use the Ghost Walk offensively? Because this is where part of the game plan needs to be focused. It's just managing the cooldowns, getting use of those time bars. And we know Visor can have a huge level of output if they get that control going.
Raisey might have to give up the Mega here. No, both players are making a move for heavy. Yeah, Raisey knows that he cannot contest any longer after missing his own shot and eating a rail.
Oh, it nearly worked as well, but he's gone with the Ghost Walk, having known where his opponent is and has to double back. Wow, that was nearly a perfect play from Wenger. Raisey just taking the long route round is the only thing that saved his bacon. He gets the Mega for his troubles as well, and we have to reset here as Wenger's a little bit at odds without his Ghost Walk and doesn't want to expose himself to Raisey, not knowing when that piercing sight is up.
He saw when it was last used, so he should be aware that it's up around this time. Now Heavy will be taken by Raisey. Wenger racing over to the Mega side of the map. He's gonna hear that bounce pad, know exactly where his opponent is at. So far, no full committals from either one of these players. I like what Wenger's doing. Very sneaky, very calculated. He still suspects that Raisey is somewhere over near that bounce pad, and he's entirely right.
Yeah, this is the usual stalemate we'll see between these two. Is you do roughly know where your opponent is, but what can you do about it? So it's about playing that game of cat and mouse, seeing who makes the first move. And as Maxter said in his interview, capitalizing upon those mistakes. So it's important you don't make one. Wenger now doubles back, actually now putting a huge split between the major items, as we saw through his vision as well. Raisey will have heard that, and he knows that Wenger's doubled back into this heavy area. Will he make a move upon it? He has the piercing sight in 4 seconds, so it will be just around the time the item spawns, so maybe just going to look for an exit rail. That's exactly what he's doing, and he does hit it. It's a perfect value coming out. But he also knows that he can't go through that TP because it's too predictable. So once again, takes the long route round. Wants to hit just a bit of exit damage. Wenger toying with him through the doorway.
Wenger saw that the piercing sight was used for Raisey to land that shot, though. So he's well aware that that ability isn't up yet. And he is using that information to freely maneuver himself onto the heavy. Still, sizable delay between the items, 10 seconds before Mega spawns. Wenger has got a solid fighting stack, just barely skipping by Raisey. Raisey doesn't want to let this one go for free. Oh, that's a decent rocket. Oh, look at that!
Okay.
Wenger showing us some defrag right here. Rocket jumping, wall bouncing, right back on up.
Yeah, well, he had the timing, so he felt confident to do it. Maybe it would have been a different story if Raisey was progressing into the room and did something crazy, but that is not to be. We continue to rotate, continue with this game of cat and mouse, but saying that, they are finding each other in the mid-ground here. Raisey's actually just patrolling for a fight. Alpha mode, he wants this, but he's in the wrong position. Wenger spamming it out. Raisey just tickling him with that lightning gun. Wenger, though, does have the Ghost Walk at his disposal, has to pop it, but he chases his opponent down.
Ooh.
Now, Flea, why do you feel Raisey was forcing that? It didn't seem that he was in a massively advantageous position.
He really wasn't, no. And he took enough damage that one rail killed him right after. I think he just felt like, hey, he's stuck in a really bad position down there in that walkway with the pillars. Not someplace you want to get caught, but nevertheless, Wenger had a good stack, good defensive LG. Raisey ultimately did not do as much damage as he needed to. And then, at that point, the Ghost Walk is both a defensive as well as an aggressive tool, right? Because Wenger can pop it, and he can observe exactly what Raisey does. Raisey ran exactly where Wenger wanted him to go, and he finished it off.
At the moment, doesn't really feel that Raisey has an answer to the way Wenger's playing. It's clutching at straws. Once again, we see one of these awkward encounters down by the stairs. This time, they do connect with good rails. Wenger is railable, but has the Ghost Walk. Playing with fire at the moment. Raisey also very, very low, but not in position to truly contest for this Mega. And similarly to last map, Raisey's struggling with the major items. You made a point that you want to make sure or see that he has a presence there. It just doesn't feel that he's making it a priority. He's trying to play around the items, which gives him an awful lot of work to do. And he can't even get that done within the piercing sight. He's often hitting one, maybe even a second, but nowhere near killing or getting in close with his opponent. So struggling at the moment to really see what the game plan is with 4 minutes to go.
I must commend the patience and the discipline that Wenger has with that Ghost Walk, though. You alluded to it earlier, Dan, but he is really holding on to it until the moment that he can actually make the most use out of it. Doesn't use it to really reposition, hasn't felt confident enough to use it aggressively, so he has been holding on to it even when taking a significant amount of damage because he is so aware of his positioning, of the item cycles, of what Raisey is comfortable doing.
But on the flip side, just to highlight the lack of pressure, if you will, coming out from Raisey's side, Wenger has taken 0 light armors. He hasn't needed to. He has purely played around the heavy and the Mega, and often it's just been allowed from Raisey's perspective. He has stolen away that heavy now, so maybe this is a change of strategy.
And I think a lot of it, like you said, comes down to Raisey being unable to make something big happen with one of those piercing sights, right? The fact that Wenger has used his ability so rarely means that those hourglasses have been up entirely.
But he's gone aggressively now, and he's actually stolen it away. He's got the timing, he gets it, but what's going on with this fight? Somehow Raisey's being bounced around, looks surely to die.
Wenger, his aim flicked all the way around to the right because he was expecting that bounce to send his opponent over to the other side, but no. Raisey kind of clipped the ceiling, dropped back down on the left side of him, and that allowed him to at least get it into a tie. Otherwise, Raisey would have been done for.
100%. So Raisey must count his lucky stars there, as I really did like that move. The first aggressive Ghost Walk of the game does pay somewhat dividends, at least resets us at a 2-1 game. But Raisey now without the utility to get up top to close in on his opponent. And that's been the trouble. It's just been the mobility of the mix limiting the aggression that Raisey can put in, and he's just not felt comfortable to challenge Wenger so far. Another piercing sight comes out, but look at the positioning of Wenger. If he doesn't know exactly where his opponent is, super careful just in case one of those angles have been there. So maybe, you know, the warm-up of Chain and Maxter is disciplined him to not go around the corner without knowing what your opponent's doing. And it really is working out for Wenger in this map too.
A minute, 45 seconds left on the clock. Pressure now all on Raisey, as it has been for most of this map, really. But now, time is really against him as well. He has to make a move sooner rather than later. And here we go, then. Another piercing sight used. Nothing.
Absolutely
he gained
nothing.
absolutely nothing out of that one. And that means that, hey, we're another 30 seconds out before he's got it again. And with a little over a minute left, this is looking dire.
Well, exactly. Wenger is not under any pressure whatsoever to venture out on the map. So every time one of these piercing sights are used, Wenger's often in a position where he's not railable. And he's just not moving until there is an objective in one of the items. And look at him now. He's standing in a position where his opponent cannot hit him. Irrespective if he can see through walls, you can't shoot through walls. And that's the only utility Wenger is playing with at the moment, which is self-preservation. His job now is to survive another 50 seconds and take this map home. And the question is, how is Raisey going to change that? How is he going to close that gap? This Mega is there. He hasn't challenged it all game. And even if he challenges now, Wenger's going to let him have it.
Another fruitless piercing sight. Raisey.
He knows he's above, he can hear him, and he's just going to retreat up that stairwell. He still has this Ghost Walk Flea, so
yeah,
realistically, there's 15 seconds left for anything to happen from Raisey's side, and he can't even find his opponent.
Raisey's got one more piercing sight to work with. He's probably going to pop it the moment that he has it available.
And it's over,
Yeah,
there's no way. He can
Yep.
find him now. He's completely the other side of the map, and
up the bounce pad he goes.
It's a fairly...
That's a brilliant
What?
shot.
Why is the...
Wait, but it's over. He spawns, he delays the spawn, uses
No,
Ghost
it's
Walk.
2-2.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right.
What the frig is going on?
I actually thought it was over.
Why are you not? Oh my
I
god, we have a
no
game.
idea.
There's the Ghost Walk. Ole, right through the rail. The thing you should have done 30 seconds ago, and now he's in trouble.
Wenger.
He's been
Oh,
caught.
no. The LG
There's
comes out.
no way he gets out of here. He's jumping around. The LG's there. The nail gun's there. But what the hell just happened?
Insane by Raisey, but also, damn.
No,
a
insane by
catastrophic
Wenger.
Disaster.
Click your bind.
I don't know what happened there, but the moment that rail connected.
Just hit the Ghost Walk, man. I'm actually mad. I'm genuinely mad.
I will physically restrain Dan so he doesn't charge onto the stage to take down Wenger. Are you all right?
I don't understand what's going on. Like, there is absolutely no reason in my mind why you don't hit the bind at that moment. You are railable. There's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Why the hell, I'm struggling not to swear, why the hell don't you just use your Ghost Walk? I can't answer that.
If we get him on the stage,
If he
for an
loses, I'm
interview-
grabbing him. I don't care. I'm getting that answer. This is ridiculous. This was a crazy fight as well.
Oh,
I
it
have no
was.
idea how Raisey pulled that into a trade. That was actually game defining because that was a
Here we
great
go, here
move.
we go.
I mean, what? I mean, at that moment you deserve to lose, and he lost. So no disrespect, but you deserve to lose. But yeah, the game-defining fight was how Raisey pulled that into a trade down by the heavy. First aggressive move all game. It was the right decision by Wenger, but it was a Raisey thing when he hit that much damage in a position he had absolutely no right to. So I don't even know what to say about that game. It was a bizarre game. Raisey barely had the opportunity to even hit his opponent. Look at those damage scores. I mean, he did like, what, 1,300 damage all game long? I mean, it was an absolute game of chess from start to finish. And unfortunately for Wenger, he bluffed himself at the very end.
What I do like is that 60% railgun accuracy on Vanger's.
I mean, yeah, he shot, what, 8?
But hey, come on.
All right.
All right.
Silver linings, I give it to you.
All right, yeah. Landing 8 is better than landing, what, 2 out of
1 out of 8,
right?
yeah.
So, come on.
Yeah. Fine. I will give you that. He hit some good shots,
you.
even if it was a very sparse game in terms of combat. But we're at a 1-to-1. I don't know, maybe Maestro trying to spice things up. We're at a 1-to-1. Deep Embrace. We see the Galena, which we saw earlier, which is a difficult pick, I will have to say, on Deep Embrace. It's, you know, you pick that to play combat-heavy Quake up against a Doom, another champion that you want to fight with, but you have better control of that mid-ground. Obviously, he went up against Keel before on the Galena, so it's going to be a very different strategy going up against the Doom of Raisey. What do you see in this one, Flea?
I mean, something else that I have seen, not exactly in this one, is that we are going to get clutch. No matter what happens, we are going to go into that 4th map, onto the Blood Covenant.
Yeah.
So I think for the first time throughout this entire Quake World Championships, we are going to see clutch being played. And it is by the maestro himself, Raisey. But before we get to that point, we first have Deep Embrace, Raisey running the Doomslayer versus Galena by Wenger. So we've got Wenger running a champion that has that deployable totem. Great source of healing, right? You can use it mid-fight, you can get 3 of them going at the same time for that overstag, going up against that superior mobility with the double jump that you get from playing Doom. But then, as you've been saying for a while now, Doom has kind of been dropping off a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, obviously you're picking him just for that mobility, just for the ability to control the mid-ground. One of the reasons why he's dropping off, as I've mentioned before, is just a large part people know how to play around it, and people have more tricks of the trade and are more efficient just to manage the high ground without that double jump. Still obviously very useful. Raisey is one of the people who early pioneered and specialized in the Doom, mainly on the Awoken, but also on Deep as well. So it's still a very good pick, still causes chaos, but nowhere near as effective as we would have seen maybe this time last year. We've said it before, time again. Let's see how the rail performs, particularly on the side of Wenger. It's going to be a critical weapon. The LG's been fantastic, but the rail's going to be game-defining. And we saw a very slow game on the last one. Even on map 1, in fact, I do imagine this one's going to be faster-paced.
I think that it was a very deliberate route that Raisey just took to take down that totem. Probably knew exactly what Wenger would do with it if he spawned on that side of the map. Good string of LG damage as well. Lightning Gun still a weapon that Raisey lacks, whereas Wenger doesn't have rail or the rockets. That's exactly what he's trying to get a hold of now. Picks up the railgun, Raisey lands 1, Wenger has to get out of there. 60 HP still railable. Secures 2 of those health bubbles down to 10 once again. Raisey landing all of the important shots right now.
Yes, indeed. Hit some huge shots so far. Wenger's even struggling to get a look in after the early damage of the lightning gun, and he gets tracked down. Easy as you like. Shot off the spawn as well. Second follow-up with the lightning gun, and Wenger will be going down 2-0. So already seeing as many frags as we saw in 10 minutes of the last game in this combat-heavy map. Wenger going in aggressively with that super shotgun. Only does 4 through the grate. And Raisey camps up top, nests up there with his hatchlings, and just waits for the heavy to spawn. Picks it up, goes on the rampage.
This is good for Raisey. His aim has been sublime so far. Mega up in 10 seconds. Both players kind of eyeing it, but I think Raisey wants more damage. He wants to maybe even walk away with a frag before falling back on the Mega.
Yeah, he wants to challenge just to push Wenger away from up top. He might even go up the jump pad just to show face and really bully his opponent, but instead just ekes around and even limits any sort of shots from Wenger's perspective. Going up aggressive, but just doesn't make it. Wenger gets a free pickup. A big lifeline for the Italian. But there you go. Raisey's rail has been defining at the moment. I don't even know if Wenger's shot a rail. He's been unable to. No, he hasn't. He shot 0 for 1 at the moment, so barely used the weapon, and that has to change in the next minute or 2.
Also, shout out for Raisey, or shout out to Raisey for getting the Net Master medal right there. That means that you're getting 1,000 points of damage without dying, something you very rarely see at this level of competition.
Oh, nice lovely rail from Wenger. He makes it up, though, just makes it up, and Wenger hits a second. They're both very low. Raisey in an area with slightly more resources and a Mega to fall back on. So Wenger is on the ropes heavily at the moment, unable to pick up any sort of momentum. And he's also got no items to work with. Hasn't even got the light up top.
I love that decision from Raisey rather to go for those double bubbles first, right? He could have just jumped straight onto the Mega, would have essentially amounted to nearly the same thing, but instead he walked back around, picked out those bubbles first, just to deny them from Wenger, knowing how weak his opponent is.
Absolutely. Crouching around, and for all the high praise of Raisey's play, which is rightly deserved, it's 3-0, which is not a big scoreline in any imagination on this particular map. Wenger has slowly worked his way into a position where he can at least do some damage over onto this Mega, but no, doesn't feel confident at all. The spam coming out from the side of Raisey is too much and too worrying for Wenger to poke his head over. He does have the high ground though, that's the blessing in disguise, but as we know with the Doom in particular, it's easy to work around that. You can see Raisey takes the low ground, now goes aggressive, he's got all the pickup he needs and he's got a frag. Slightly predictable positioning from Wenger, and he just couldn't cope with it. And the problem once again we're seeing is the lack of the rail from Wenger's perspective as Raisey gets Daisy and gets a frag.
I saw a lot of rail
I
from
saw
Raisey's
Raisey's
perspective right there. That was something juicy. Now Raisey using that double jump to great effect to maneuver himself onto the heavy quickly. Doesn't want to pick it up just yet though, again venturing out towards the middle of the map once more just to deny that resource from his opponent. And now Wenger is weak. He's starving for any shreds of armor on the map. Raisey knows exactly where he is, drops down. This should be a very easy kill, and indeed it will be. Even snatches that second small armor as well.
Yeah, and this is the big problem. Raisey, as we talked about in the intro, is now converting pressure into control. Absolutely dominating and monopolizing all of the items. Wenger only having 3 major items to his name. Raisey also hitting a 70% rail. Wenger's just shot his 5th rail of the game to Raisey's 18. It's a big disparity. However, Wenger's finally got himself onto his 4th item as well, and he's in a good position to keep the pressure on to Raisey as he's now connected with some distance damage. This is one of the reasons why Raisey's low. It should be a frag. First frag of the game for Wenger, nearly 5 minutes in. It's still only 6-1. There's been huge amounts of pressure, huge amounts of control, not a huge amount of frags.
5-minute warning.
Wenger catches Raisey, has to keep his distance somewhat though, because that's super shoddy. Can deal a lot of damage very quickly. I like what Wenger's doing right now, baiting Raisey to make a play onto the LG. He knows that that's what his opponent is vying for right now, and so he just sticks around, tries to juke him out a bit, drops back down, returns through the teleporter. But ultimately is going to have to give up footing near the lightning gun and gives it up to his teammate.
Yeah, forfeits the Mega, as you say. He wants to burn some of his stacks so we can take away these lights.
Nice.
Huge rocket! Raisey not looking healthy, but he's in a position it's hard to push into, even with the stack advantage from Wenger. He also took a fair amount of damage, so he's a bit worrisome. Nice rail coming out as well, and Raisey, nothing he can do at this point except skirt around, trying to take any resources away before he dies, and there he does. He does a fair amount of damage, and so he will be able to take away the Mega pretty much for free. Oh, a big rail being missed by Wenger, but he's in position for this Mega and gets it. Now there's a split between the items fleet. Can Wenger continue to rotate as the pressure he is building stays there? The question is, the rail once again. Raisey's rail has been sublime. Now he has another one to his name. Can continue to put that pressure on.
Wenger's been hitting a lot of nice shots though. Taking a look at the statistics, 46% rail. Raisey still outclassing him with 66. Whole lot of shots fired by the ladder too. Oh! Wow! Homing rocket in the back. Rail landing nearly simultaneously there. Wenger, he's closing in the gap.
That was an unusual frag. I saw the panic in the Doom's eyes as he realized he fudged up. But Wenger taking full advantage of the lack of awareness from his opponent. Although he's missed that rail, he's a little bit vulnerable here. Raisey pushing in instantly as that is missed. Lovely drop down rail from Wenger. He is beginning to connect with some of these now. And that's painful for Raisey and also indicative as to why he's got so much control. Big splits still maintain. Wenger just going to work it, control and isolate this area. Really bully his opponent away just by the presence he has and the stack advantage that he has as well. And this is one of the problems we saw from Raisey, is that now he's not putting enough pressure onto these items and Wenger is beginning to build momentum. At least when Wenger wasn't in control, he was making himself shown. He was trying to connect, but Raisey, without doing that, he's allowing a free map for Wenger. He's going in aggressive. He's not even. He does actually get it pick up. What? And somehow gets the frag.
Super shoddy into the Berserk, and then just the left and right strafing at obscene speeds was enough to get the frag with the punch.
Not another huge rocket coming out. Oh, Wenger gets up top, gets healed, gets the armor, and gets away for now. The damage was done, though, as Raisey put a stop to the rampage that Wenger was on, but Wenger has restored parity and control at the moment, is in position to also take away this Mega. And Raisey has to think, what do I do? There's nothing up for 10 seconds. I can't even get a light. He needs to hit this rail, though, Flea.
Good. Good.
Knocked him down.
90 quick damage. Raisey still, oh, make it 100 more. But he has got to be so careful. Good use.
Yeah, but this is why you pick a Doom as well. You just can't hit him from below. You get up onto the bird's nest super easy. He's going in aggressive with the lightning gun. He actually melts him.
Perhaps a little late using the Berserk right there. Raisey sticking around just a smidge too long before he finally decides to retreat. And now 2 frags in 1 minute. It's difficult, but it's possible. Oh, nice rocket.
Using the LG for the consistent damage. Oh, a rail comes out, but Wenger makes the wise choice to double back. Heavy machine gun as well. He knows how low his opponent is, but he also knows his opponent can do damage, but it doesn't matter when you've got pinpoint precision through the murder hole. Ding, ding, ding.
Raisey kind of got himself stuck on that little ledge. He tried to walk off the bridge, but he kind of just clipped the outside of the wall. That kept him in place a little too long, and this one allowed Wenger to close the gap even more. No!
Oh, he's pushing.
Still in.
He's gone through the TP, he's gone through as well, but Raisey actually sticks around for the heavy with 20 seconds to go. Wenger has to make something happen. Raisey with the push of a lifetime to stay in this one. He's taken the item away. Has he got the weaponry to defend this? Wenger's jumping around, trying to get on top of this Doom. The rockets aren't connecting, but the rail does. Raisey's low, but the rockets are gone. Somehow he hits him!
All tied up. Overtime commences. Wenger, he is starting to believe. Then, as they said in the Matrix, he's finally regained that confidence in his own rail. And it is showing.
For now, the reverse clutch is real.
Another one. Make it rain, Wenger. Make it rain.
He stayed in it for now. He's not in the right level, though. Raisey is beginning to stabilize. He's also on the side of the map where the next major item is spawning. I don't know if he has timing, but he's going to have sight of it very, very soon. Wenger is early for this. Is he too early? Is the Doom going to make a push? Wenger's defending the entrance and definitely not having eaten that rail. Get a moment to relax. As I say that, they do just trade rails. Wenger not connecting with his. And now I'm expecting a little bit more stability as we have approached sudden death. Lovely rail from Wenger. If he hits a second, he's definitely going to advance. But he doesn't, and now he's back on the low ground. A lovely rail there. The Doom jumping across. Is it a fake jump? Wenger's still there. He's also not entirely healthy himself. He wants this armor before he pushes, but in doing so, they are just trading items.
LG comes out. Raisey landing a good rail. It's going to keep him in the game. Now the both major items are tied pretty much perfectly. 2 totems up as well. If Wenger can get 1 more totem going, Raisey is going to really have his back up against the wall.
He's got him trapped here. The lick of LG has pushed him, and he's actually a bit isolated. Wenger could play for the kill now, or he could play for both major items. What's it going to be? He takes 1 item. He might be looking to trace him down here. He's definitely going to now, having hit that rail and another, but he just took out the bubbles. He's stuck with no health. Wenger knows there's nothing for him to do. He's not going to go get the Mega, so Wenger goes on the offensive first.
Right choice.
Try and get away, but he's bound in for the easiest frag he'll get all event, even if it was hardly worked. I don't know how they keep clutching it, Flea. How did Wenger stay in that one?
These absolutely are some of the best players in the entire world, and it shows the way that they can keep their composure, that they can maintain this incredibly high level of play, even against the worst of odds. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, we have been talking all day about how Wenger can't hit a rail to save his life. Well, he hit more than 1 to save his tournament life right there.
55%. Raisey hitting 60, but
Exactly, and then when it came to it, it was the 2 or 3 clutches of rails in close range as well to make it even harder. That really pushed it to that sudden death, and in the end, the pressure mounted. I have to say, like, do you feel that Raisey gave too much respect to Wenger? Because for me, there were periods in that game where he just didn't show himself.
Yes.
And that just gave license and confidence for Wenger to continue pushing and continue the offensive. And we saw that Wenger was finding him, tracking him down, bullying him with the LG, and Raisey didn't have a response.
I mean, that was kind of our advice after the first map too, right? After Keep, what did we say to Raisey? You gotta show presence.
They don't listen to us.
Why doesn't he listen? He's right there behind us. But yeah, we were trying to tell Raisey to keep showing presence, to make a play, not necessarily try and take them away, no, but to be there, to land the rail, to stick around, get some LG on that bounce. But now, of course, that's so much easier said than done, Dan.
Yeah.
You know, as a former competitor yourself, but still, I agree that there were definitely stretches where Raisey, and he wasn't even in particularly bad shape, right? It wasn't as if he had 0 armor, as if he was near death. No, he absolutely could have shown himself on some of these items, but ultimately didn't. I think the main thing to take away from this one, though, is that Wenger is starting to regain that confidence in his railgun, right?
Absolutely.
Starting off the map still a little shaky, but then brought it back up to 55% rail. I think he hit around 5 or 6 impressive, so that means 2 railgun shots connecting in a row, and that's exactly what you want to be aiming for.
Absolutely, and yeah, his LG has been on form all event long. Obviously, statistically, 30% doesn't look like it, but when it mattered in the key occasions, it was absolutely spot on, and he was bullying Raisey with that weapon for large periods of the game. And in this time, Raisey pushed for the beginning of the game. It was very, very good, but it began to struggle as we went on. But I don't know, I think Raisey will be a little bit frustrated he didn't close that one out. Has such a good start to that game. However, as you pointed out at the start, we're moving on to a map there where we see a champion we have not seen yet. And I know you're excited. Raisey on the clutch.
I know that chat is going to be excited as well. Chat, here we go. The robot has come out to play. Raisey running clutch up against Wenger with the Death Knight. Now, Death Knight, really not a bad counter pick against clutch, because that Flame Strike, even when the shield is up, still has a good chance of doing AoE damage as well, right? If you aim it more towards his feet or you get it around him, clutch will still catch on fire, will still start bleeding, taking away health over time. So it's really not that bad of a counter if you have to pick someone at this stage of the match.
But I have to ask, DK on Blood Covenant.
Yes, that's that's of course the other aspect of this. Not ideal. Let's put it that way, right? Blood Covenant is a map that heavily favors the faster, the more mobile champions, right? We've also seen Galena be used well because there's a lot of places where you can put the totem. You've also seen Ison been played very well earlier. But yeah, Death Knight, he really relies on those close, tight quarters where he can make the most out of that Flame Strike. For example, on Insomnia, it's where he really shows, same on Corrupted Keep. But Blood Covenant has so many broad, open hallways, big rooms, that makes it very difficult to be effective with that ability.
Absolutely, and its ability you use relatively sparingly. It's obviously very situational, and we've seen in the past people just wanting to burn abilities. So Raisey doesn't take the shield, take all the vials. Listen, he comes flying in. Jeez, he's not messing around at the start of this particular map on Blood Covenant. But they do reset now, Raisey having got away. And obviously being the clutch, one of the key features we talk about on this map in particular is the control of the bridge area, control of the rail area. And clutch offers him the utility to do that. Not on the Death Knight, as we just saw, having to rocket jump across. Now he finally picks up the Mega. I don't know how much that has distorted the timing or awareness of Raisey as he's making his way over there now, which is just not going to be. But look at the speed of the Fridge, just working his way down the low ground. And this is where he wants to be, because if you get caught down in this area by the Fridge with his shield, it is painful. But look at that. This is partly why people find it so hard to pick this type of champion. It's almost impossible to miss.
That being said, 2 shields already been used in just a minute of game time. Raisey can keep that up. That's quite the pace to get that amount of damage reduction, and he has it up again. So far, that speed of the clutch has really enabled Raisey to gobble up pretty much all of the hourglasses, the vials around the map. Good rails though. Heavy will be taken by Raisey. Good, again, the pressure.
Right. I The rails are there. Be surprised if they weren't.
Yes.
But they're there.
71% so far.
He had to use Pop the Shield as well, and Venger's heard the picking up of those time shards, but he's not able to close him down. And this is the big challenge with the Death Knight, is yes, you got the burst damage, particularly with the aim. Yes, you have the aim as well, but how on earth do you catch him? It's just frustrating.
It really is.
Charging across the map.
And I think that right now Wenger just has to focus on the items, right?
Yep.
Get a good rotation of both of them going. We're only 2 minutes in. Game is perfectly tight. You will have your opportunity at some point. So just focus on the items for now. Keep landing those rails. There you go. And eventually you will catch him out.
We see Wenger looking very confident striding across the map. There's nothing Raisey can do at the moment. He's playing absolute keep away. And a bit of Pac-Man. I mean, this is PvE. This is his daily quests. He's picking up all of the items around the map and returning them to Cinder.
This is just...
I mean, I don't know what I'm watching at the moment.
This is incredible to watch.
Oh, he's actually turned it around with the shield in the doorway, but there is also the flame strike into the conversion rail. And we've talked about rail a lot so far. 75% already from Wenger's perspective. Has connected with a lot. And you have to question, I mean, there's not much Raisey can do. Because when Wenger's hitting that much, what can you do? The only thing you can do is hit back, but that's really, really difficult. And you don't even have a rail. There isn't much he can do right now except scuttle away, and 2 rails to even leave the room. Nearly a third. Pop the shield, I think I saw. Yep, there's the shield and it's gone, and there's his life as well.
Really good read by Wenger right now. Figured out exactly the route that Raisey was hoping to take in order to escape. Caught him clean in the middle of it. And he's already 2-0 up.
2-0. Raisey's stolen away the items, but if you rightly put, you know, Wenger's going blow for blow here, and that is critical because it just forces Raisey to be on that back foot. The problem comes...
Whoa. 15 seconds early.
I'm not gonna... Wenger, no. Yeah. This is a little bit mishap right there.
Yeah, good thing that Raisey wasn't around to punish that one, because that could have very easily taken all the wind out of his sails.
It is there now. Luckily, another flick rail from Wenger. These are the shots we didn't see earlier in the day. And yes, he's a big champion, but you still have to hit them. And that's exactly what Wenger is doing for now. We sit at 2-0, 4 minutes in. Wenger in total control of this map. I don't think we've seen Raisey really leave the lower levels of this map. And the reason why he's not leaving those lower levels is because he's afraid. He's afraid of the rail, and so he's trying to manufacture angles for himself to hit Raisey before he advances on. Obviously, if the opportunity is there, Flea, Clutch is one of the best at closing the gap and finishing the job. But he has to make that opportunity and secure it in the right way, because if he doesn't, he's very vulnerable. Okay, the flame strike.
Yeah, it has been used.
Disappeared into the night sky.
Like if Raisey had landed one good rocket, one solid rail right there, he would have dropped down with the shield, got himself the frag. Now Heavy will be spawning in a few seconds. This time around, I'm convinced that Wenger will have the exact timing.
Yeah, but the window opportunity is too afraid to jump on down. He's trying to wait for Raisey. He goes at the last second. The shield comes out. He's going to go flying on in. Another rail, but it's not to be. That's what the shield is for. You're willing to take that damage to close the gap. Perfect play of Clutch there. Now the challenge comes on, how do I restack? How do I get my shield back without taking subsequent damage? The most vulnerable time of a Clutch's life. And if he could do it, this is where it becomes more of a rinse and repeat. But if Wenger, should I say, can keep on top of the stack, as he has been doing, that's the challenge. I don't think Wenger has a rail, but it doesn't matter when the Clutch is burning heavily with the lightning gun from atop. Shake of the head from Raisey. He was early for that.
2 seconds before the shield was up. Raisey has nothing really to defend himself with. Oh! The mining laser, the beam comes out, but Mega spawns at just the right time.
Shot!
Beautiful. Beautiful by Raisey.
Risky, but beautiful. He had to hit as much as he did. And there's another one. Wenger is on the ropes. Oh, it doesn't convert, but he hits so much damage. Oh, what a shot up the jump pad!
It is absolutely obscene. Then, looking at these statistics, Raisey is hitting just as much rail.
77% apiece in rail.
That is nuts. Now, of course, Wenger has shot quite a few more, but still, to be Clutch against Death Knight, equaling, rivaling that railgun accuracy. That's insane.
This is when Raisey is scary. This is why he's scary in the clutch, because he hits the rails. The clutch is big and tanky, and yes, you can abuse that, but the scary part is the way in which he manufactures the opportunity. He uses the rail to open the door, then charges in with a shield, and gets an easy frag. There was a lot of damage actually just coming out of that mining laser as well. We're tied at 3-3, and the momentum from Venga's corner has been lost. Desperately needs to get himself a rail, but he's going to just pepper away with his heavy machine gun. Obviously, he has to be wary of Raisey, but he's charging in. He knows he's got the Flame Strike. He's going to bounce him around. Flame Strike's not even used, in fact. And Raisey gets away and even gets the frag. And I felt that would have been the perfect opportunity just to blow the fridge open with the Flame Strike.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Venga holds onto it.
When he bounced him up against the wall right there.
Look at the mining laser, how much damage from afar. Nearly gets the frag. What an innovative use of that ability.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's essentially no range limit on that laser, so that works from the other side of the map just as well. Raisey now running for his life. Venga, can he clean it up? No.
No, but he has them. He does have the Mega to fall back on. Raisey's still extremely weak, trying to recoup this lost health and armor. Venga once again, rinse and repeat at the first few minutes, running around the map, trying to track down his opponent. This time he doesn't have a rail. He's gone flying on in. The shield comes out. The nail gun is strong. That is almost desperation, I have to say, chasing down your opponent without a rail flea. Not necessary. I hear a come on from behind me, but oh boy, don't run into a choke point against the nail gun.
Nail on LAN, Sadasex. It is a different beast altogether. So much more reliable than it is in an online setting.
We're still not over, Flynn.
No,
we
it is
know and you can see even Raisey just standing on this rail. He's like, boy, you ain't touching this. I know you can hurt me with this weapon. I'm going to nest on it. That's exactly what he's doing. He's shut his doors on the rail for now, because if Venga doesn't have that, there's not much Venga can do. That's why he's going straight for it. Raisey in the vicinity, though, needs to try and stop his opponent, or at least damage him for doing it, but he does scutter away. The Mega's up as well. He's working his way over to that side of the map. Doesn't think he knows he's gone the wrong way. Think he sees it now. Is it going to be too late? No, Venga actually gets shut down. He's learnt his lesson from 2 times today on this map, getting blown up in a choke point.
Just look at how lopsided the stack is right now. Raisey, an absolute tank, not just in class, but in actual stature as well.
He's forfeit the item. He could have gone in, he could have tried to finish it, but he realizes he can play keep away for a minute, and I think that's the game plan now. He's got a good enough stack to feel confident to close out this map, and he's quite happy to do so. Venga's going to go through. I think he knows there's something dodgy going on, and he does. Raisey scuttles away once again, and the chase is on. Lovely rail from down below. Pops another rail, but it does hit the shield, so only does lesser of effectiveness. Another big rail coming out. Huge damage from Venga, but the retaliation from the fridge is also strong. Picking up those shards, he's waiting around, and the Mega is up, the Heavy is up. That definitely benefits Raisey. He's got the high ground. You can even hear the mechanics going.
10 seconds without the shield. That's all he's left.
Huge rail he's missed. Fake rocket jump, double back, but Raisey does fall for it. He catches him, but no, he falls off. He can't rocket jump up. He hasn't got the stack, and Raisey is just going to wave at him as this clock ticks out. He knows where he is. There's 3 seconds to go. He's dancing around. He's fat, but he's not that fat. Shield's up, and the rocket is there to finish off Venga. I don't know how he clawed that back after that start, but somehow the clutch specialist stays in it. And there was obviously a big turning point there where Venga got greedy and Venga tried to chase him down, but you have to respect how Raisey stayed in that. 75% rail for Venga, 70% for Raisey. He did the hard yards down below until he had the stack and he had the advantage to push that button and go live.
I'm surprised that Venga just committed to that push that you're talking about, right? I like the idea. Horizontal rocket jump through the teleporter, get a lot of speed, but then once you get to the rocket, you see that the shield is popped, nail gun come out. Why not drop down? You know that you burned away the shield, right? Wait, 3 seconds, it's gone. Try to take the fight again down towards the Heavy.
Yeah, even before that, if you don't have the rail, he's faster than you. It's so risky. Up until then, for the vast majority of the game, absolutely loved what Venga was doing. He had the game plan. He knew what he had to do. Death Knight was hard. We saw it for the first 3 minutes. Just chasing him around the map. There's nothing you can do. But when he got that rail, he got the lead. Raisey was on the ropes for large periods of the game. You have to respect absolutely everything what Venga was doing. This also shows why Clutch, even in this environment, is so scary. Because Venga was forced to hit 75% rail to even stay in the game. Fortunately for himself, he did. But as soon as he didn't, as soon as he started missing even the odd shot, the clutch was there, the clutch was closing the door, and he had a shield to boot.
Now the next map, Dan, this is going to be a doozy. We're on Awoken. Scale versus Sorlag.
Have we even seen a Sorlag this game? I mean, this event?
I know that Rafa had picked her, but I don't think he got around to play her, but I'm not entirely sure. At least I have not casted a game with Sorlag in it. But this is so curious, right? I think that the only time we've ever seen Scale versus Sorlag might have been on Veil, right? Online on Veil. That is a map, an arena in which I could see this matchup work. But on Awoken, this is unique.
I have an inkling that, you know, I'm presuming that Venga had last pick, but I have an inkling he wanted to end the event before we got to this point. That's why he made that rocket jump. He's like, oh god, Scale, I can't play Scale. I have to go for it because it's not a pick. He's not a pick he likes. I mean, I know he doesn't really enjoy playing the Scale Bearer that much. There's been a lot of moaning about how easy it is to hit the Scale in this environment. And as you know, we haven't seen a Sorlag played at this event, but Raisey, back in the day, was a Sorlag specialist. He would pick it time and time again when he could. He knows how to play that champion to the limits, and that's what's really important. So Venga has a hard task here. I don't even know if I've seen a Scale Bearer, even in normal online conditions, on Awoken.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of as well. This is an uphill battle for the Italian. Scale clearly out of his comfort zone, going up against Sorlag, right? I mean, we've seen Anarchy been picked on Awoken, right? Quite often.
That's decent.
Yeah, and Sorlag, you know, has the same air control, right? Bit easier to hit, bit more stack, has got that toxic spit instead of the injection, but basic movement is the same. But then Scale is just the odd one out here.
This is not that creature's natural habitat.
No.
And so there needs to be a little bit of evolution involved here to be able to cope with the conditions that's going to be thrown at him. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Big LG coming out, but it doesn't matter when you've lost both major items, so he has to make do with just having his starting stack. Doesn't actually work his way over to the railers. That's where the Sorlag's going to be positioned right now. So a little bit of trouble for Venga here. Is Raisey going to be in the area? No. Let that one go. But we already have a split between the major items, and we know what a heavy and heavy confrontation looks like.
We do.
It's very back and forward.
Now Heavy is up. Wenger with Scale setting up on top.
Yeah, he's just trying to delay the pickup, wait for him to be there, try and do some exit damage. Not going to happen. Gets his own item. So really well played by Wenger to get back into this in terms of just purely item control. Oh, crush him. That's not the play either, as he just has a bit of a drive-by to say, hey, I'm here, but now you're in a position where you just have to fight. There's no escape. And fight he does. Huge damage from Wenger.
I don't know what exactly happened there, but there was just half a second where Raisey hit nothing. His LG just kind of completely failed him, and he just didn't hit a single point of damage, and then Wenger turned it back around.
Wenger hit 60%, Raisey hit 40%. I don't know how that's possible.
No idea.
But you're absolutely right. What should have been an easy frag for Raisey's turned into a 2-0 lead for Wenger on the Scale Bearer. Unexpected phrase I just said.
Now Mega up in 15 seconds. Heavy up at around the exact same time. Now Wenger does have a bit of an advantage with the Bull Rush when it comes to that, right? Going from Mega to Heavy, that's pretty easy, that's fast.
I mean, I'm sensing it. The Scale Bearer meta is going to happen from this map alone. And he can bust it out. Is he going to crush him? No, it's already gone. He sees it go, though.
Too little time between the two. He figured that Raisey would have already been set up for it. Like, maybe if there's 5 seconds or so between the both of them, I can see that happening, but just not at the stage yet. Here we go. Exact same thing!
Oh my god, I've seen this story before. This time it doesn't work out for Wenger as he gets himself away.
Deja vu.
Yeah, I think he needs to unbind that ability.
I mean, he just needs to stop using the ability on the stairs when you've got that momentum. It carries you forward even in the air. So Raisey just has to stick close to the stairs, and you're always going to fly clean over his head. So,
oh, we got rail through the TP, so a bit of a boost up there. Both major items taken once again. Actually, Wenger on the ropes, definitely on the ropes now. Raisey knows he's got his opponent low. The question is, will he catch him? Actually misses the rail on the drop down. Don't know if he's going to chase through here, but Raisey still realizes how low Wenger is, just trying to deal any damage as he can. And there he comes flying on through. Ooh, that was a better use of the bull rush, but
sure was.
With both major items up, there will just be a trade here as Wenger spawns over by the rail and by that heavy armor. Doesn't pick it up yet. What's he waiting for? He's just hanging around.
Oh, he can get it. Oh, 20-something damage on that last one. Few more pallets.
I'm guessing that was the game plan. Bait Raisey in, use your stack, restack, finish him off. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Oh, Raisey's coming around.
Oh,
he just
roadkill.
Runs through him.
That was good, though. He figured that Raisey had almost nowhere to run to, was stuck in that T, that center area of the map, and absolutely had him like a deer. The lights of a car. Oh, there we go. Solid rocket to open it up. Raisey in a bad spot, but Wenger unable to land any of the rails.
Okay, Raisey goes aggressive, realizes the rail was missed, had a window of opportunity. I do like that. Didn't work out for now, but no foul, no harm. He's also got control over by the mega area up on that T-junction. Pinned his opponent here. So much damage coming out the end. The mouse control goes mad, trying to dodge that LG. So frustrating not to be either. And Raisey gets away with the mega, and now the heavy. Now we're starting to see a bit of a split, a bit of a differential between the items. And just look at the stack as well as Raisey has taken away the lights up top. Wenger has nothing to work with except the bull rush, and we know what can happen with that.
He is just, again, trying to bait Raisey up here. Yeah. Rocket to the face, followed by a bull rush, maybe even switching to the shotgun. That can turn any stack into nothing.
That is the FFA recipe for success right there.
Now Heavy's about to spawn. Both players acutely aware of the other's position.
Yep, Scalebearer pretty tall. Gets clipped on with the head by the LG. Forced away. He's had no items, but he's also not taking any damage. This is absolutely fine for Wenger. He's chipping away at Raisey, actually doing more damage. Oh no, the Scalebearer goes charging in. Raisey just plus backs. He's got huge damage, and they do in fact trade. A messy frag, but a frag nonetheless. He goes in with the gauntlet. Oh no, they got similar spawns, and once again, Raisey fires over the top with the LG and ties this game up. 3 seconds to go. The Scalebearer goes charging in. Raisey's above. Lovely flick rail. He's got the stack to challenge. He's got the weaponry, but he also doesn't want to take too much damage. Eventually, Wenger gets away, but also gets fragged. An awkward exchange, but Wenger did an awful lot of damage as well. So you bet your bottom dollar he's going to plus forward back into Raisey. Here he comes. Huge damage from Raisey though, but the Scalebearer gets away for now.
That big starting stack then. Yeah. The amount of armor that those heavy spawn with. Nothing to dot.
What?
Okay, that was an interesting one. Rockets are typically quite difficult to land down below on this map because it's the actual floor of the map is a little below that layer of water, so it can be tricky to estimate exactly where your rockets are going to land. But Raisey apparently has figured it out perfectly.
If you just fire them straight into the forehead of your opponent,
that works.
That also helps. We have got now a bit of stabilization as Raisey decides he's had enough of these shenanigans. Backs on off. Wenger actually tries to track him down, but decides to double back and just play a more sensible ABC game and keep control of the major items. He knows his opponent doesn't have a huge stack as well, so if he does find him, he can create that chaos as we've seen already. And there he goes. He tries to rocket jump up, wants to keep his opponent guessing, keep his opponent on the low ground. And Raisey does not want to stick around to fight.
Mega has been taken by Wenger. Now set up to continue this stretch of full control he has over the items. And there's still a whole lot of time left then. 3 minutes. This is not looking too bad for Wenger. He's going to take the heavy as well. Raisey, only 50 points of armor to his name.
Oh,
there he goes.
Comes again. He actually drops just in time, gets his way through the TP. But what I will say, Flea, is this is a story we might have seen before. Raisey forfeiting map, forfeiting control. The opponent in Wenger getting extremely healthy. Obviously, it doesn't matter too much if you do begin to connect with your shots, as he is doing now. But if you don't, we've seen it before. This is where the challenge comes. Wenger will just run at you. And now he has a big, chunky boy to reinforce him and support him. Raisey just playing the plus black once again, trying to play around the rail, and Wenger's not having any of it as well. He wants to close the gap. He wants an LG fight. Raisey definitely doesn't. He's gotten away for now by the skin of his teeth, but there is going to be a situation where Wenger can come out and force a fight.
Raisey scrounging the outskirts of the map, looking for those armor resources. He knows that Mega will be going towards his opponent. Heavy normally as well.
Nice.
There we go, that's good. Nice little rail. He might even try to make an appearance near the Heavy, or at least go for a rail through the teleporter. Yeah.
He needs items though, Flea.
He
He's
does.
weak. Yes, he's doing the damage and getting away, but if he gets caught by a lone rail, he's in so much trouble. And he just can't touch an item.
He absolutely can't. Oh, but Wenger not entirely aware of Raisey's position on the map right there. But these are good plays for Wenger, right? Yes, they trade, but ultimately... Oh,
no way!
Oh, the little ledge! It stops him dead in his tracks.
I mean, this guy's a warlord, a destroyer of the universe, and he gets stopped by a ledge?
And now, the spit.
Oh, no.
I was thinking, are those bubbles still up? I figured, no, they are
That
not.
is the saddest death I've seen in the QPL this season, and it comes 1 minute before Wenger might be knocked out of this tournament. He nearly gets knocked out of the map as Raisey finds it from below. Raisey's looking happy now. The Mega is up, and Wenger is desperate to find anything, any momentum, but he's lost it. There's no items up. He's looking for anything he can. Boy, what an unfortunate state of events that was, as Raisey is strafing his way to victory here.
It honestly was a good fight for him to take as well.
It was, that
Raisey
was the
on
shame.
the ropes. If he had been able to connect that bull rush, we would be looking at a very different scoreline right now. Here we go, bull rush
There's a
comes out.
frag.
Okay, one frag, half a minute. Can he find that opening rail? Doesn't even look for it. Prioritizes Mega, and is that no dodge is going to push in.
He's seen Raisey, he's going to chase him down. Raisey's going to have to rocket jump away as he does. Actually, Wenger doubles back. Raisey's going to hold up top because he didn't hear his opponent coming. You can hear those hooves. You can hear the thunder. He's waiting. He's trying to guess. He's trying to get up. He's going to have to go. He's going to go now. Raisey's going to run. Raisey's faster. 3, 2, 1. And Wenger is out. What a series we just witnessed. That's how I feel, DJ Wheat.
You know what? I tried to get up to the stage faster, but there's a step over there, and I just like stopped in my tracks.
I caught that out of the corner of my eye. Wheat was just running in place, trying to get up on the step. Couldn't quite figure it out until production helped him up. But yeah,
I can't believe.
Tragic.
I cannot believe Wenger's life in this tournament was literally tripped up by the step. It was.
I mean, you know, there's another alternate universe where Wenger wins that one and completely destroys the online meta of this, where everyone starts picking scale on Awoken. You know, that's rough. Any way you do it, like, right? You're up against a teammate. One of you moves on, one of you doesn't. I go back to the Blood Covenant game too. I thought that Wenger handled that so well at the beginning, but again, you can't count Raisey out. He's got a game plan. Typically, he's stuck to that. It really worked out for him. Landed some real nice shots as well.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to go back to Ruins, where.
Are you going to go up and grab him?
I'm going to in a minute when he's feeling better.
Yeah.
Where he just doesn't ghost
walk. Yeah.
Where different ball game if that's the case. And you know, all things considered, he's had a great event. Today was rough, but this is what the real Wenger's all about. And in my opinion, he played a better set. He had Raisey on the ropes for the vast majority of every single map. But when it came down to it, the clutch moments.
I mean, there's no doubt about it that like the version of Wenger that we saw in this matchup is probably the version he was hoping was showing up to every single matchup. Yeah, so it's definitely a redemption arc overall, just in the season 3 of the Quake World Championship. But yeah, that was.
I think.
I mean, look at the just. Yeah, I mean, outside of Corrupted Keep, just that is.
I think we've also just seen a tremendous amount of mental resilience from Wenger in that series, right? Just the comeback. We've seen it happen before, where if he suffers one bad loss, like he did earlier today against Maxter, he kind of collapses. But no, He absolutely regained his composure in that matchup against Chain, and now really pushed it to the limit when going up against Raisey. So I think that just speaks to him, right, for his growth as a player, and I'm just happy to see how well he's performed up until this moment.
Well, let's bring Raisey up for a quick interview, and it'll be quick because, of course, he's got another. You know, this is where the true endurance begins. Raisey, congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, it can never be. I'm sure it's bittersweet. You're happy that there's a victory, not so happy that you had to defeat a teammate in order to do it. It went all 5 games. For you, talk to us a little bit about, right, each game was so close. There were definitely some maps that I think we even said heavily favored you. Where do you think was like the biggest turning point of this entire series for you?
I guess just the fact that I didn't give up after like failing a map, for example, Deep Embrace was really difficult to get myself up from the floor after losing with such a lead.
Right.
Made a few mistakes, and Wenger was just taking opportunities. I'm very lucky with the Visornix situation. I'm not actually sure if he had the Invis and wanted to save it up for later or not. But yeah, I figured. But I didn't really expect myself to hit those 2 back-to-back rails and clutch it, because I usually like get nervous and I just miss those shots. But it happened in my favor this time. I'm very happy about it. And then yeah, I messed up Deep Embrace. On the first map, on Corrupted, I didn't feel like I had any control at all. And whenever I tried to go for a major item, it didn't really feel like I had any stack to work with afterwards, because he was just there, constantly putting pressure on me. And then clutch worked.
yeah.
Barely though. I didn't have the railgun for a while in the beginning, and he didn't really want to let me get it for free. It was really tough to even get the weapon and then make a few frags happen. But somehow it did. And then last map, playing against the Scale Bearer, against Wenger's Scale Bearer. Even though I'm a Swordlag and I like being a Swordlag, just playing against his scale is just a nightmare. You know, is the way he's been using it, and the bull rushes and the faking me out with his constant going forward and then turning back around, and which way is he gonna come from. Last situation as well, when he was like in the water at Nailgun.
Yeah.
And I was up at the rail. And he was trying to see which way I'm gonna try to escape towards, and he went back and forth, back and forth. I expected him to rocket jump up from one of the sides, but I needed to make sure that it's not gonna be the side I'm gonna try to escape towards. So it was not really a gamble, because I tried to stay patient and listen out for his sound cues. But it was tough, and luckily for me, I made the right decision, and I just had to escape and be alive for a few more seconds, and then it was GG's. But overall, I'm just very exhausted already.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's just tough playing against these players. They are just insanely good, and I'm trying my hardest, and I just barely get away.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Raisey. I don't know how you keep calm. I'm not calm on the desk, so I can't even imagine what it's like in your shoes. I guess I want to ask the obvious question, which is about Clutch. Sorry if you're going to ask it, but I mean, what led you to pick Clutch? I know Wenger was surprised you picked it. Everyone in this event has been saying heavy champions are not the one, and you've come out early with the hardest of them to play. So not only why did you pick it, but just how in those situations do you remain calm when Wenger's hitting 80% rail? You can't even get a rail. You literally just have to play PvE for 3 minutes before you can even start playing Quake. What does go through your mind in this situation? How do you then work through that to get back into the map?
The reason I picked Clutch was because Clutch used to be actually very good on Covenant a while ago. And I figured it still can work if I just play him right. Obviously, don't be out in the open. Don't give him rail angles too many times. Try to hit your shots, because he's gonna hit his. But overall, just playing Clutch is really difficult, but I figured it might work. And I gave it a try, and luckily it did work. But him denying the rail in the beginning was just something I had to somehow just be patient about. I must not rush the railgun, no matter how much I want it and I need it in order to stay alive and maybe even get frags. Just the fact that he was on high ground for so long, and I just had to like peekaboo from below, see if it's safe to go this way. Oh, it's not, he's there. Okay, let's try the other way. Oh shit, he's already here again. What am I gonna do? I don't know. It's tough. But eventually I found an opening. I went for the railgun, and I think from there on I had opportunities to turn the game back around in my favor, and that's what I tried to do.
Awesome.
Raisey, congratulations. Since ZSX did so rudely steal my question, I'm going to ask you about that third map, Deep Embrace. How you were playing Doom versus the Galena. You mentioned yourself you had a pretty sizable lead, but then there were some mistakes that led to you ultimately still losing the map. So can you elaborate on that? Like, what went wrong?
I don't exactly remember. I just remember I had a big lead, and there were still quite a lot of time left, I think, at least a couple of minutes, so it was doable for him if I was in control, which he, I think, was. And he was hitting hard, especially towards the end, holding down all kinds of rail angles whenever I tried to go for small armors, for example. And so after all, each rail he hit, I just tried to stay alive. I realized that there's no other way for me to win the map. I tried to be on the run and stack up on small armors and health bubbles, but every time he just negated all the stack I gathered up throughout the few seconds I was still alive during those lives. And then eventually he had to push me, and I realized that it's gonna be a final fight, like a deciding fight, down at the railgun ammo. But I didn't really have anywhere to go, and he hit, I think, a rail on me as he was falling down, or maybe before, or something like that. And then after that, I was very low on health, and the best bet for me was to hit a few decent rockets. The first one was really good, and I didn't get a chance for a second one because he killed me before. But I believe he was very low on health. And then, you know, after that, I don't actually know if it was overtime or... I think it was overtime, yeah, because of that frag he was able to stay alive. I'm not sure if it was like stacking up on bubbles if he was, and then heavy or maybe something like that, but I had to like respawn, get the weapons, look around, see what's up, and if I can get something like a small armor or whatever. But by the time I tried to decide on what to do, it was already in control again, and then I just couldn't stay alive anymore. He was just rushing me down, and there was no way out for me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Raisey, congratulations. We know you've got to gear up for another match here. So, again, well done. You're playing Maxter next. We're going to take a break. When we return, the lower bracket finals. 2 more matches to go before we crown a champion here. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back after this break. Just 2 matches left to go here for the Quake World Championship, and we will have a new winner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Joining me once again on the desk, we've got Lethal and Ketchup. Gentlemen, it's been a long 3 days for some of these players. I can only imagine the their stamina bar as they're rolling around, avoiding the bosses and letting that refill a little bit. It has been a wild weekend. Welcome back.
Yeah, it should be definitely a very interesting one. Of course, Max has had a bit of a break, a bit to reflect and to see exactly how these matches have been panning out so far. But Raisey, though, he's been having back-to-back full 5-game series. And you said the key word, stamina here. How far can he go? But it gets to the point where we talked about the whole second-place finishes, and he's been through it time and time again anyway. So hopefully this time round he'll be able to push himself a little bit further. But, of course, Maxter is going to be that first hurdle before the grand finals.
And with Maxter looking almost completely unstoppable up until the Kilsan situation, which was a very, very different affair, stamina is that key word. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. But with Raisey being able to take so many of these close games and still come out on top, you just wonder, where is the limit? Is there one? Because a lot of the opponents that Raisey has often struggled with in the past, I mean, they're kind of not around anymore. So this, purely on paper, could be the moment Raisey finally takes the big win, but it's also more than likely going to be the hardest tournament he's ever played in, especially with who's left.
Maybe we should just have the players play and then us cast and see who drops first. Like, is it the players or is it the casters? I don't know. Let's take a look at the brackets.
My feet do hurt a little bit.
Let's take a look at the brackets here as this is the lower bracket to kind of see how things have played out. Remember that blank bracket on day 1? Well, here we go. A lot of results here. Of course, the most recent being Raisey's win over Wenger, 3-2, and that sets up Maxter versus Raisey. Of course, this matchup will then determine who moves on to the grand final, with Kilsan sitting up there. There you see him. He's got that 1 map advantage. If you're like, wait, what is that all about? We'll explain it to you when we get close. But that is a best of 7. This will be another best of 5 matchup. So many great games. We talked a little bit about it. Let's give them a little bit more love and spotlight. But the challengers came in and undoubtedly had the best sort of new challenger results that I think we've ever seen here in the QPL.
Yeah, I think it's been very impressive overall. It's like we said before, back when the tournament started. Day 1, we get a bit of an indicator if any of the top players are a little bit shook up, but they were. And you've got to remember, everyone in challenges and qualifiers definitely deserved to be here, definitely gave all these series close, and even getting quite far in the tournament. Look at Hron, for example. Like, he was 23rd seed, managed to place top 8 in the end. And we've seen some other players as well. Toxic, was nice to see him make that surprise appearance, obviously coming through challenges and making it to a decent placement. So it's nice to see some of these challenges really put in their fair share deal in terms of being able to put up a damn good fight.
One of the standout players was Strong Sage.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, I know this is finals day, and we haven't had a chance really to talk about other players that are in there, but Strong Sage being kind of the inspiration to new Quake Champions players everywhere, because I feel like I distinctly remember back in the days of 2017 when this game first came out. It's no mystery that Quake is a game that is ripe with legacy. It's one of the oldest running esports out there, kind of only really comparable to, I guess, some fighting games. You know, back in the early 90s, people have been involved in this.
Also Brood War, I mean, StarCraft.
But also,
throw that out there. You might get some StarCraft fans.
I'm not smart enough to play strategy games. My expertise there is kind of down the toilet. My point is, though, been around for a long time with a lot of the top players playing it for 2 decades.
Yeah.
That brought a lot of conversations of people saying, hey, look, Quake Champions, right? It's still Quake. There ain't no way anyone's going to get into it now and be able to play in tournament and start bringing it to people and start playing with the top dogs. Like, there was a lot of, not necessarily elitism, but doubt.
Right,
Strong Sage came in halfway through the game's lifespan, went, hey, I like this game. This game's pretty fun. Started playing it a lot more, got good, and has now been able to place highly respectfully good enough to do well here in the World Championships. So,
I think it's a great point because, frankly, there were times when I thought that as well, too, because I'm just like, man, when you've played 1,000 games actually, that's probably a small number in the grand scheme of things. When you've played 100,000 games on DM6, how could you ever, catch up to someone on that, right? But it is absolutely possible. And, you got to think gamers play other games and they refine their skills in other areas. It's not just like necessarily Quake, but then they find something like this. It's like, this it fits with like how I like to play these games. I like the one-on-one aspect of it. And, they find what clicks and they make it happen. So I think that it is remarkable that can happen now. Very happy about that. And, I think it was definitely proven this weekend with the challengers.
Yeah, it certainly. And I think we're very fortunate as an esport as well in Quake. How many people can say that their favorite player is still competing now after 20 years, 25 years? That's extremely rare. You make it in one, maybe two esport, but they just don't make it that far into the competition or just barely make it into that event. But some of these players here have been making it extremely far. Like look at Kilsan, for example. Tox making his comeback, the oldest player in the tournament, and still got through those couple of rounds here. And considering he's not been in the Pro League, he's not been practicing heavily, still made it thus far, and can still see his old self with his tracking and how good he's looking. So I think we're just very lucky as a Quake fan overall.
Yeah. There's a lot of development. There's lots of history, and even Quake Champions being a game that kind of combines certain mechanics from the previous ones, whether it's a champion having this movement or this kind of weapon functioning in this way. It kind of felt like there was a little something for everyone. And long gone are the days of 2017 where people were trying to play Quakes of old, but not really being familiar with the new style, the champions and the abilities and stuff like that. We fast forward about 5 years now to where we are. Very different game, very different kind of meta. And a lot of players here in this bracket that have been there since day one, sometimes minus day one, and able to really show how the game has evolved. The skill ceiling of this game right now is just so unbelievably good. When now here we are in the top 3, only one player is going to be able to move on now into grand finals to fight Kilsan. This is like the best possible example. And I mean, hey, look, Game Pass, PC Game Pass, Quake Champions being added to that. There's likely going to be an insurgence of some new blood. Maybe some of those might be watching right now. On the off chance that anyone here watching this stream was interested in this because you took a liking to it recently, welcome and enjoy your stay.
Yeah.
This is a perfect example to show what this game is capable of.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the talent distribution now versus that era that you were just talking about, Ketchup, right? It's night and day. I even remember the early days of QPO, like, this is boring. Rafa wins everything. Oh, why do I even want, But now it's even more exciting when you consider, like, we hit a top 6 where anything could happen, and that is pretty phenomenal. I'm sorry if you thought that was directed directly at you. It probably was. So anyway, let's talk a little bit about this lower bracket finals, right? Maxter has had a little bit of time to rest. You mentioned that Raisey, of course, is kind of on that back-to-back grind. It's not easy. We talked about the endurance aspect of it. It's definitely a tough thing to do. But also even Raisey said, like, I know that. Rafa said it as well, too. Like, when you are kind of getting to that caliber of player, that's how it is at some of these events, right? Typically that last day, too, it becomes quite the marathon. But let's talk about these players as it relates specifically to their styles, this game, that ultimately one will go on to face Kilsan. Let's start with Maxter.
Well, Maxter, of course, from that winners finals, he's been shook up quite a bit considering what he had to deal with from Kilsan. He had to play super passive, try and adapt as best as he can. And even when he did adapt, it was still a bit of a struggle because he's known for being one of the aim gods here in the scene. But Kilsan didn't give him really any angles, any room to even give him so many opportunities here. But Raisey can be quite aggressive to force his style onto you. Maybe Maxter can find those opportunities to get those angles again and just abuse that aim skill that he has in his back pocket. But for Raisey, yeah, we do talk about stamina, this and that, but the issue is the fact that with a lot of these players, they've been doing 3 or 4 scrims a day just to get ready for this kind of scenario in case they are placed in that situation.
Yeah.
But Maxter, I still think he can look really good. This is his first time in the top 3 or just in the winners or losers final in that retrospect. And one thing you've got to add to that for for Maxter is the fact that now he's done. Like, you know, this is his best placement. He still hasn't got a lot of pressure onto him. It's more for Kilsan and Raisey's perspective. So Max is going to continue just doing the best he can, nerf free, and just see if he can take Raisey out and just try and give another go at Kilsan.
I mean, there's also the factor of this being Maxter's first LAN.
We talked about that earlier.
That is an unbelievable talking point. We were talking in just behind the scenes during one of the matches, and we were thinking, like, what players in particular in really all of esports have been able to rock up to their first ever LAN or offline event, really depending on what games you follow, and win it, like the whole thing, of the caliber that this is the World Championship, right? We've seen players in certain genres turn up after playing loads of online, they play offline, whether it's a fighting game, whether it's anything else, and they'll either do well or they'll win, but that's very rarely like the World Championship kind of event. It will have top players, but it won't have everyone.
Yep.
And this is like one of those situations where if Maxter can win this whole event, I mean, what a story to tell.
Absolutely.
Something that will no doubt be talked about for a long time.
It's very, very unique. And so it's certainly something going. And I would say also, based off what you just said, Ketchup, is that, you know, Maxter might actually have some motivation to get back to get Kilsan, right? And so I wonder how much that might come into play here.
It might play a fair amount, because the thing is, Maxter very clearly struggled in that last match that we saw Maxter play, because Kilsan's style was just so specifically there to counter him.
Right.
And that was something that Maxter has no doubt been thinking about since it happened, because players of this caliber, they're very reflective. You know, they'll look inward and they'll figure out, what did I do wrong? Which is the best way to go, always. But there's a lot of work to be done. And that's even if Maxter's able to make it into grand finals. So I feel like Maxter kind of has the most thinking to do here, because of all three players left, only one against one of the others had like such a distinct hard time, you know?
Yeah, yeah. We do have picks and bans ready.
Yes!
Let's check them out as we get ready here. First map, we're gonna get Deep Embrace. It's Raisey's pick, and then Blood Covenant coming out a bit earlier with Maxter's pick. Then we go on to Veil. That's Raisey's second. Awoken, Maxter's second, and finally Ruins at the end, having Insomnia and Corrupted Keep actually banned by Maxter. That's interesting. Take us through the champions.
Yeah, looking at it so far straight off the bat, Maxter's best map is Deep Embrace, and he's gone, thank you, Raisey, you've just selected that for me, but we do see the Slash once again. Athena banned very early. Maxter selecting Blood Covenant. Like, I might just throw my notes out the window because it's completely opposite to what we was doing before. It was correct in the past, but this time around, they're really shaking up this map pool, and now it's going. And Veil, no Eisen. We haven't seen Kill for a while. Anyway, no Galena. That's going to be a Death Knight versus Drog matchup with, of course, the scale being banner. So that's a very interesting one in itself. And the very last map, and I'm sure Max is looking at it thinking, yeah, we need to end this 3-1.
Yeah.
It's going to be on Ruins, the Eisen versus the Clutch. And to be fair, considering the lack of champion picks and the map set out going towards the end, that's still a matchup which I've seen in the past. We've seen the Eisen quite a few times, very good in terms of contesting for the heavy, especially if you prep early on. And we have seen the Clutch come out from Raisey in the past on Ruins. Very rare occasion, but we have seen it, so it's not like he's inexperienced with that champion on that particular map.
Yep.
I'm kind of looking at that Deep Embrace at the start. We finally get to see Raisey with the Slash on this map. It is something that has been pretty much banned away all day. But it's crazy for me to think that this is a recent development as we now kind of get ready and we build into this first match. Raisey is one of those players that if you ever watch his streams, he kind of likes to set challenges for himself, and that was kind of where the massive addiction to Clutch came from, because there was a challenge of, can I reach elite rank using only Clutch? So there was Clutch only Maestro Raisey, and that was a stream material. He was able to get to max rank using no abilities in ranked. And then the recent experiment, the project, has been Slash only. So in doing that, Raisey has very clearly, forcing himself to play Slash on every single map, has kind of found some maps where he's like, well, hang on a minute, Slash works kind of well on Deep Embrace and maybe some of the other maps too, to the point where Slash is now almost really in a matter of a few months one of his favorite champions to play. So you love to see it, and it could be an interesting first map here between Maxter.
I'm actually worried for Raisey. This is actually heavily heavily favouring Maxter, because Raisey's worst map statistically has been Deep Embrace, Fail, and Ruins, but Raisey's best map, the maps he selected actually favours Maxter as well, so it makes you wonder, you know, in terms of the game plan, how he's going to try and solve this little puzzle which he's going to put himself in. But we saw before with Kilsan when he played against Maxter, it didn't really matter what map pick or champion pick it was. And it's the first time we've probably ever said that or mentioned that, considering it's been heavily favouring like what champions should be selected, etc. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I do think it does heavily favour Maxter in a lot of ways, but Raisey clearly has a game plan up his sleeve.
I mean, I think one of the most important things at this point, you can't necessarily be making sweeping changes in your own game, right? Like, you can't let the stats play into it. You've just got to say, you know, something got me here. I just need to keep that going. So, you know, hopefully both of these players dig deep within themselves, find exactly that. Both of them obviously have reason to want to go back to that upper grand finals to face Kilsan, as Kilsan kind of towers over this match with his arms on his hips with that grin, doing his little eye thing like I'm gonna, you know, I think this is going to be quite a battle. So we're just waiting for the game to officially start now that we have the picks and bans. Of course, Lethal and Ketchup will be casting this one. And then after this, we'll, of course, have a break. And then it's the grand finals. And you've all seen that belt throughout the weekend. It's nice and shiny. There's our one member, Raisey, of this matchup. And, of course, Maxter there too. A lot of focus, definitely a lot of confidence on this stage tonight.
I guess as we load into this map too, full transparency, I mean, we had to wait for those picks and bans to be finished. And there's a good reason for it. We are in the World Championships.
Yeah.
It's plastered all over the branding, the graphics, it's all over the studio. This is the one to win. And with only 3 players left in this tournament, as long as it takes to put those picks and bans together, I mean, it is what it is. You can't be second-guessing a pick or a map or have that be the reason you got eliminated from the tournament. So,
all right, we're launching into the first game. Good luck, have fun, players. Deep Embrace is the first map. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Raisey, the final member of Maestro left standing. I think a couple of people would have assumed that we'd have at least 2 members in the top 3 like we did last year with that Maestro Raisey versus Venga grand final at last year's QuakeCon. But let's see if Raisey can add another one to the tally. Will he? Well, we'll have to find out. Is Maxter going to be back into his top peak form? We'll have to see that. There's going to be another question mark. But Raisey has been playing really well. We've talked about stamina a lot. It can be definitely our buzzwords here for the weekend, considering what we could be up against. But playing against 2 different opponents, back-to-back 5 mappers, it can take its toll on you, but it just depends on how hungry Raisey is for that first place finish here at the Quake World Championship. Starting things off, kicking off with Raisey's POV.
and there's going to be that distinct thing that Raisey's going to have to watch out for is the damage output. Yeah, Slash is going to be mobile, but the danger is going to be that orb. Maxter being at close range and having the ability to shred Raisey if he's able to get rid of some of that armor. And speaking of which, that's kind of exactly how we've started things. So now Maxter has a fantastic rail to start this fight. But from this point, how does Raisey stabilize? Has to be nice and careful here. The next rotation of items is about to begin. And I think Maxter's going to continue to probably prioritize heavy, but at the same time, just keep all this information. Where is Raisey going to go? You know that Raisey's not going to be obvious here. He's going to go for something sneaky. And with that immediate movement... Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, that's what we like to see, and that's why Ranger is so strong on a map with enough space to do stuff like that.
Okay, I like that. I like that. With Maxter now with a great stack and just made it even better for himself with that last rail. Raisey, a little bit of caution in the murder hole. 1 minute has passed. As Max is just holding his position, trying to get top mid control. Raisey's just directly below him. Mega's up in the next few seconds. So is the heavy directly behind. And Raisey just making that choice, just seeing where Max is going to go first and then going to approach the other item. But both items still fairly delayed here. Nothing picked up as of yet. Using the orb just to throw Raisey off. Finally, the Mega's been picked up. That's going to give Raisey the indicator to go straight for the heavy. And now just biding his time once again.
There's so much to think about right now. I think the second orb that was used there, a bit of a misdirection perhaps. Raisey went there to follow it, meant that Maxter could pick up the Mega unchallenged. And there's not really much of a delay between these two either. It's been a very, very patient match so far with only 2 minutes on the clock. And I feel like with the items now, Maxter was able to listen out for that heavy. That does mean that if we want to delay the Mega, of which it looks very much like that's what Maxter wants to do. But hang on a minute, here comes a fight. Raisey able to go down into that little hole and pick up both of those lights. Unfortunately for Maxter, did miss that rail. Would have been potentially a little bit more aggressive had that one hit its mark, but not quite. The tri-bolt as well. Maxter's not in an amazing position. You wonder, is the orb going to come out for a bit of survivability perhaps? Hang on a minute, the orb. Oh, Raisey was ready for it. Maxter tried for something sneaky. Ooh, almost got knocked off. Not that it matters because the super shotgun says 2 frags, please.
And have you noticed something here, Ryan? The fact that he's mimicking Kilsan's playstyle from the Winners Finals. Realise how well it worked. And it's going to definitely give Maxter some trouble. Like I said, not giving Maxter any openings in the slightest. He is a bit of an aim god, so of course, less opportunities to give him to be hit, the better. As now Raisey just trying to hear exactly where Maxter could be. Mega's up in 7 seconds, heavy in the next 12. As Raisey now still assuming he's around that rail area. But we'll hear the fact that Max is directly behind him on that light, hits the first rail. We're diving on up towards the heavy, but Max is also trying to contest at the same time. Does 18, does a little bit more damage there. As Raisey's going to pick that up straight away. Max is so weak, he needs to get out ASAP. Orbs up, goes for the Mega. Perfectly understandable. Do it as safe as he can.
It makes sense that Maxter would try and stop the heavy from being collected in that situation because we can see it now, you know, without armor, Maxter's in a world of hurt. And even though this is a slash, if Raisey has full basic stack and then heavy, with the LG and the shots that he's been hitting, that fight is going to be a total nightmare. It's going to be so hard for Maxter to bring himself back into the match. But just like that, Maxter has been able to collect a heavy. But what can he get from it? Mega in hand for Raisey. A fight, break it out instantly, an opening rocket. That rail doesn't quite hit its mark, which gives Maxter some breathing space. And there's still time for him to make some magic happen. We've only hit 4 minutes so far. Yeah, it's been a little bit tricky, but again, one well-placed orb, whether it's for the mobility to kind of reposition, take someone by surprise, or in some cases, just massive damage. But look at that play from Raisey, the preemptive plasma trail. That is going to make it so Maxter couldn't put himself on there earlier.
Raisey now. Just backing himself up, going up to top mid. Will be greeted by Maxter. Lovely rail there to initiate this push. A little bit more of the LG. He's going to go down below just to see if he can flank all the way back around, which he has to. But Maxter's caught with the LG. Both of them so weak. Raisey left on 13 HP. Only 4 from the longest shotgun. The rocket doesn't do it either, but it does not matter. Raisey finally takes it down. I think all of us were definitely clenching a little bit there, Ryan, with that last engagement. 5 minutes in, Maxter has a great stack, but still trailing behind by 3 frags.
Maxter is going to know that Raisey was weak. Even off the back of that Mega, the question is how much armor does Raisey have? And the answer will be not much. Now we've been able to pick up an LG. In fact, actually, the entire Unholy Trinity is locked and loaded. So if Raisey gets caught out here, this could very well be a situation for Maxter. Bit of a potential fake out, but I think that Raisey is not rising to it, being oh so careful in this situation, and for good reason. The map is currently controlled by Raisey. Raisey doesn't even have to establish too much right now, just playing that slow defensive game, listening out for Maxter. We're going to trade item for item. As long as these items aren't being delayed between each other, it's going to be so much harder for Maxter to mount the momentum one needs to pull off a comeback like this. And even little things like that, orb in one direction, rocket in the other. He knows that Raisey is sitting in this position to just hide it out, listen, and look for a safe escape. It's very hard for Maxter to chase that. He's going for as much experimental choices as possible. But nothing has worked so far. Doesn't quite get that rail, be it a very tough shot. But at least the heavy's back in play. That tri-bolt, any damage is going to be no good considering Raisey is outstacking Maxter significantly. Mega's going to be that next objective. And just pushing in with the LG. Maxter, oh good lord, he's in trouble.
He certainly is. Oh, okay, that one rail will definitely help him out, but Raisey's like, nah, you're all right. I'm just going to return the rail straight back at you. And we've got 3.5 minutes left. Still no frags to Max's name as of yet. And now Raisey just, again, just continuing to be a right nuisance on this map. And Very rare to see no frags this late in the game, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. Hits the first rail. Could get a second here if Maxter stays around that area, but it's near the middle. Does get the second. Also the Mega to boot. And Raisey could go 3 for 3 here, but Maxter has backed away and got a rail of his own. As we've got 3 minutes left, Maxter does miss that last one, but that was very difficult in itself. I'm catching with the LG, trying to make it 5. Would he be able to push in and clean this up? And it seems like it's just going to be patient. Get the heavy, maybe drop on down, but surely he's just delaying the inevitable in terms of this one death. He's dropping down again. Raisey is getting a bit tempted, but that rocket not going to do him any favours. Was hoping to catch him with that rail, considering the speed Maxter was going at, but managed to hit him anyway. Picks up the Mega, and now Raisey's got top mid control once again.
Maxter has had no choice but to play this at an absolute snail's pace, because if he tries to force the issue, Raisey is just going to catch him. So many of these angles are prepared, and anytime Maxter's tried to push in, there's been some defensive rockets, mostly defensive rail. It just looks like a total nightmare to break into, and as you quite rightly pointed out about 3 minutes into this map, there's definite elements of Kilsan that we're seeing here. I feel like, you know, Raisey's a smart player. Raisey's going to be able to watch that match and think, hang on a minute, this does look like a pretty effective strategy against Maxter specifically, and playing it out in almost the exact same way. On a map like Deep Embrace, which, remember, very aggressive, you don't normally see this kind of defensive play on a map like this.
Certainly don't indeed, but you know what, Ryan, it's definitely working. As Raisey just continuing to hold the high ground here, and so he should. Just playing the clock at the moment. Minute 40 left remaining. So Raisey's flanking all the way around. Could catch him in a heavy machine gun, but rightly so, Maxter has not the jump and backed away, but went back up again to try and catch him. And this is where he's going to try and be a little bit more assertive and a little bit more risky. As he hasn't really got much time left on the clock. 80 seconds left, and tries to rocket away. Those defensive rockets haven't helped him as of yet, but still managing to get away and get that Mega, so it's going to be a helping hand. Does he get it away? Yes, he does. Just keeping Maxter guessing. This is going to be a tough call, and I'm not too sure at this stage that he can even get these 4 frags, considering he even got 1 yet.
This could be an opportunity to get something. And there we go, 1 frag on the board here for Maxter. Now, we have to remember, there's a light champion at play. So if Maxter can keep that cycle on deck, then like maybe there's going to be a possibility to bring this one back. But I think realistically, maybe not so much.
Doesn't seem that way, but Raisey again trying to stay alive. Does he pick up Mega? Yes, he does. So expands his lifespan a little bit more. Only on 19 HP, just trying to make the best out of a bad situation, just staying there. And Max is just hoping he drops, but not going to happen. He's just as weak earlier on. And he's still got info, and yeah, this should be it at the moment. 20 seconds left. Max is just waiting for Raisey to rotate, and he's just not going to, is he? Has no reason to at the moment. Maxter does take him down, but the frag wasn't clean enough to pursue the aggression and continue this forward. Definitely a close affair towards the end, but I don't think the score really reflects the amount of bits and pieces which Raisey was showing overall in that matchup. So first map will be going Raisey's way, 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, it looks 2-4. You'd think that was a rather standard match, but those 2 frags only happened in the last possible minute. The remainder of that map was Raisey definitely paying attention to the upper bracket finals, where the slow and defensive play was just something that proves to be, at least for now, highly effective. But to give Maxter his credit, every time, almost every single time, there was a position where Raisey was sitting in one portion of the map and clearly staying somewhere where you've got like multiple exits, so you just kind of need to listen out and think, right, you're over there, I'm going to go this way. Maxter was trying all kinds of tricks to catch Raisey off guard, whether it came down to fake rocket jumps, jumping on the spot so that you hear Ranger go, huh, you know, whatever it was that might try and trick Raisey into moving. Raisey didn't take the bait at any point. Every single time Maxter tried something, it just didn't work. And this has got to be frustrating, because it's already a frustrating game plan to fight anyway. And now the next level of that is you're doing really smart stuff to try and bait someone to actually getting there. You know, maybe you can get the frag or something, and they're just not taking it.
No, not at all. Raisey's just a pure example, just valuing his life to the highest point. And you're right, though, it's not falling for any baits or any situation. So, 4-2 first map. Interesting map in itself, and it looks like we've got that kind of vibe where Raisey's not copying Kilsan, but he's got the same idea. He's like, okay, let's play a bit more defensively. This be a bit more cautious on the decisions you need to make. And we're now going to go on to Blood Covenant, the Visor versus the Anarchy player. Of course, and Anarchy, a great champion nonetheless, especially on a map like Blood Covenant. Maxter will have that piercing sight to help him prep for some of his items and, of course, get a read. And especially in this matchup as well, it's like we said before, a lot of these players, especially Kilsan and Raisey, not giving Maxter enough info to really decide how aggressive he wants to be and where he could physically be overall, especially now we're going on to a larger map here. But the piercing sight should definitely do itself justice, and of course a fight for the hourglasses will play a big part as well. But Maxter just needs this just one map win just to boost his confidence and get his morale back, because this is literally 4 straight maps in a row, including the Kilsan one in the winners finals, which he hasn't taken yet.
Now, I think in this kind of position, Blood Covenant is, in theory, a map that can, again, lend itself to slow play like we've seen all weekend long. The one difference here is that Maxter has the Visor. So there is going to be that just automatic information that's being gathered. And if Raisey decides to channel elements of that deep embrace and really wants to slow things down, play the game of angles, and just don't bring yourself to Maxter. Maxter wants to fight. Maxter likes to play fast and aggressive, and that matches perfectly if you're kind of cycling around the map as well. You're happy to bump into him. You're happy to take these fights. What we're seeing so far across both series that recently Maxter has played is that when the gameplay changes distinctly to just keep away from him, it is starting to yield some better results. Now, I'm not just saying, hey, do that and you'll beat Maxter. It has to be done, clearly, by players that are of this caliber. It was Kilsan. It's now Raisey. We might not even see it all series long, but what I'm saying is that as we go into Blood Covenant, I wonder if the Anarchy is going to be able to work out as well, because you're going to have the mobility, you're going to have the sustainability, but Maxter, surely that piercing sight is going to be paramount to how he's going to play this map.
Certainly will be indeed. Let's see what Maxter's going to be up to at the very beginning, going straight away with that heavy machine gun. Really trying to lay down a lot of damage, but has to back away again. Mega is still up, remember. So good delay, as Raisey's not going to have the timing for that at all, depending on if he makes that rotation. So Maxter could contest a heavy if he likes, but if Raisey decides to go for the Mega instead, definitely going to cause a few issues, but I'm sure he's going to be getting a good idea of that. Most of the players anyway, high or low tier, delay the Mega at the start anyway, but let's see what Maxter can do. Looking to try and stay alive. Heavy is still up at the moment. Raisey see if he can get another angle, as Maxter does have that piercing sight, so he's got the info he needs, knows not to push.
But that info is going to be needed just to survive at this point. Maxter taking a ton of damage and trying to play real defensive, as Raisey clearly able to pick up a decent amount of stack there. Heavy's in play, and Raisey's doing that thing he likes to do, right? Just delay it, you know, wait some time. Maybe you can catch the opponent beforehand, get some damage, then you can go and pick it while at the same time putting a fat delay on there. So kind of works out in every way. Raisey now looking out for Maxter. Ooh, actually temporarily I'm able to catch sight of Maxter sitting down there near Rocket, so Maxter gets away with just a little bit of damage not taken, and there's the piercing sight activated.
So Heavy up in the next couple of seconds. Raisey's in position to at least get some damage done as he's picking that up. Misses the first one, hits the second. Very crucial there. Now Mega's up in the next 15. How is Raisey going to go and prep for this? Good little bit of LG there, but oh, Maxter caught him just a tad, but the rail straight afterwards is going to be paramount for Raisey. Gets that first frag. Took a couple of minutes, but we got there in the end. Mega is going to be up any second, but with the timings as it is, it does mean that Raisey can go back and forth and contest him as he sees fit, or just pick him up straight up, depending on Maxter's stack. So this is looking very good so far for Raisey. Max needs to figure out exactly how to get that chip damage in.
It all comes down to being able to establish a decent lead. Now, the moment Raisey has the lead here, Maxter trying to be patient and get some surprise rockets, but not really able to get the damage to warrant sitting there. But like I was going to say, now Raisey has the frag lead. This style of play where Raisey is, again, playing kind of hard to pin down, hard to find, it's going to become a lot more advantageous the bigger your frag lead starts to become. Maxter has never really been able to outstack Raisey so far. Raisey has had free reign over the majority of this map, even though Maxter has the ability to see where Raisey is every 40 seconds or so. all it's really doing is show the safe places to avoid rather than opportunities to assert yourself. And Maxter, once again, playing from behind. It's what's been happening for so much of the later stage of this day for poor old Maxter. Something needs to change, but at this point, it's hard to pinpoint what it is. Raisey's hitting every shot. His angles are fantastic. He has the game sense to know where you are most of the time. I mean, scary stuff, Harry.
And Maxter hasn't fired a single rail, and it's been 3 minutes. It's yeah, very uncharacteristic, as now Raisey just using that tri-bolt to see if he can get the info there. Piercing sight, of course, was in use by Maxter at the time. Raisey's going to push on forward. The Shoddy didn't get a massive amount done, but he was looking for the frag, but Maxter read that like a book and got out straight away. But look at this stack. It's getting a bit out of control now. Maxter does a fair amount of damage with that heavy machine gun, which is definitely a start. It's only a 1 frag lead. He still has plenty of time to work with, just barely misses that tri-bolt. Heavy is up. Raisey now looking to see if he can push a bit more with that LG, but instead, it's now could be having a tougher time. Contestants considering how much damage Maxter collected and inflicted against Raisey.
It's going to be a little bit scary though, isn't it? Because Maxter hasn't actually had a rail for a considerable amount of time. So when he chooses to go down there and take heavy, he had to be damn sure it was going to be safe to do it. And of course, he had the heavy machine gun ready to sort of counter that. Raisey missing a few of these rails at the moment, so it has left Maxter a bit more confident to take these ranged fights. Don't think realistically that's going to last forever though. And as we can see now, Maxter was able to get himself a rail anyway, so he's going to be able to fight back from that range, something you desperately need to do. And here comes that heavy. The aggressive push, some opening. Oh, LG into rail. God, that hurts so much. Maxter doing a really good job of actually staying out of the way of LG, sitting at the back section, but it's not going to be enough to survive. He was able to get around a little bit of that LG being too far away, but a rail, that's going to catch you no matter where you stand.
Certainly is indeed. Is good catch here from Raisey once again, halfway stage. Currently 2-0, but Raisey's so weak, and there's no light in the area either, so he's going to have a bit of an issue just trying to stay alive, but lucky for Maxter, or lucky for Raisey rather, Maxter did not pursue it. As Raisey now still very weak, Maxter just bouncing on up to collect all the weapons in his arsenal once again. Raisey hits the first rail, important chip damage there, and using an inject just in case. But things are Mega was up anyway. I could say it was a little bit wasted, but Heavy now is up in 10, so it depends how Raisey's going to go and contest that, just heading straight forward. But he's stopping once again. He may just let Maxter have this.
There's no rush to force yourself onto every single item. One thing Raisey does need to do actually though is get some railgun ammo, because without it, he's in a little bit of bother. Staying there nice and safe. We'll just take a nice little basic nail jump across there. Make sure we're guaranteed to make it. And we have, well, as you can clearly see on the top of the screen, we've bypassed that 5-minute warning. 4 minutes left to go here of Blood Covenant. And it, like the previous map, hasn't been particularly eventful. I just think this slow play is something that we could see all series long. And if it works in the second map, then surely we'll be seeing it in map 3. Because so far, Raisey, highly comfortable in this setting. But Maxter, when Maxter's the one that needs to push and kind of make those plays, it just seems like there's not the same level of efficiency, which is bizarre to say with how well Maxter has done all weekend. But I see. So we've seen both Kilsan and now Raisey adopting a similar style here, and it's something that Maxter is really struggling with.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be about maps or champions, it's just the style of play in general. It's a very hard counter to what Maxter is normally used to. As Raisey now just waiting for Maxter to make the next move. Mega's up in 5 seconds. And it's not even just that as well, it's just the defense from Raisey and from Kilsan earlier, just making the correct reads, knowing or assuming what Maxter could be doing or what his plan of action could be. And what a lot of chunk of damage there from that last rocket from Raisey, and has the inject once again. So, and you can see, like, every time he gets a little bit of chip here and there, Maxter has to spend 10-20 seconds recovering again. And it can be a real pain in the backside. 2.5 minutes left. Maxter still looking for that first frag on this map, very similar to what we've seen in the previous 4 maps already. And Raisey just holding his own for now, just standing his ground.
It's kind of hard to think what Maxter can do to turn this round. Every time there's a play to be made on one of the items, Raisey does tend to be there first. If he's not, it's because he's kind of happy to concede it. He'll get some other kind of advantage from you picking it up, whether it comes to another item, maybe it will just be a strong position. That position being used to negate the damage that you picked up. You know, being able to hit you with that rail and shut down the mega that you've just collected, or whatever the case may be. There's 2 minutes now on the clock. Only a 2-frag map. But really, just from how we saw that first map, I was really expecting to see this. Like this has not surprised me one bit. But now Maxter, the chips will be down. These rails are going to be a total nightmare if you keep getting hit, but you can't return them. Maxter, you got to hit one at some point. Now swapping out for the machine gun. It's just not good. And another one. Raisey, super, super healthy. Able to fall back down there on the light, no matter what. Doesn't even matter if you get hit. And that whole sequence took 30 seconds. That's a quarter of the match already gone with what remains.
Kind of feel what Max is going through at the moment. Just Raisey just making his life a living hell, but just playing it in such a high strategic fashion. And Raisey now just waiting for this next mega. Heavy's up in 5. And the funny thing is the fact that it's not like anything spiraled out of control. Maxter hasn't been overextending or get himself in a bad position or taking so many risks that he can't go back in his matchup. He definitely can, but this is where he's just going to have to literally plus forward and just do the best he can to try and make anything good out of a bad situation. And Raisey knows this. He's just dancing around at this stage, just playing the clock. And Maxter now needs to decide what he wants to do to try and pin him down. But that first rail will definitely help.
We're not even going to play any games. That inject, I think if that was earlier in the map, Raisey might have peeked one more time and then probably injected, but seeing as there's 30 seconds left to go, and the goal here is survival. Don't give up anything. We pop that injector, we play no games whatsoever. The hourglasses are certainly going to help that. 15 seconds left on the clock, and a plan like map 1 executed to perfection, the way it seems. 10 seconds left. If Maxter finds him right now, maybe if he finds the spawn, but Raisey's going to delay it anyway. And he spawns the total opposite end of the map. So that's going to be a GG on the Blood Covenant. And I mean, look, that's why you delay your respawns. You know, the second you hit the later stage of that map, you want to delay it. You can mess up where you spawn. You know, they're not going to be able to constantly get a lockdown on you. And hey, you're wasting the time that's left.
And look at the damage done. Only 2,100 from Raisey and only 1,724 from Maxter. So low. Like, even that Deep Embrace game in the first map, that was probably one of the lowest scoring Deep Embrace games we've seen. Normally, we're used to, what, a median of 15, 20, maybe 25 frags. And, yeah, we're seeing barely that at all. A third of that, if we're lucky. And, yeah, it's, again, just a very calculated and methodical process here. And then Raisey just making sure he's got a get out of jail free card with the rocket jumps he's doing, but also just being very unorthodox of where he's going to go after that. Of course, like you've seen where he's going from the blood pool to mega as well, pretend to go to mega to rails, back and forth, just consistently creating that decision tree. So Maxter will continue to feel frustrated. And again, I do feel like these scores don't reflect what we've been seeing coming out of Raisey. And you see there, 52% rail there for Raisey. 1,478 damage, not too shabby here.
I mean, you look at the rest of his weapons. 246 with LG, 224 with rocket. Like, that was an entire, almost exclusive rail game. And if the rail is the one and only thing being used realistically, it kind of goes to show what the game plan was. I'm going to stay at rail range all game long. And if there is going to be a close range fight, there is no close range fight. I'll see you later. So, really smart play there from Raisey. Now we're going to be going into another dimension. This, again, is kind of like what we saw in the last series that Maxter featured in versus Kilsan. We're going into a map where that level of slow play, much harder to obtain. A map that kind of forces fights to take place. It was Corrupted Keep before. It's going to be Veil. Now, Death Knight for another time picked in by Maxter, the Strogan Peeker for Raisey. Now, Raisey is more than happy to take fights, but I think using that style to win the first 2 maps has given him a fantastic buffer as we go into Veil.
Certainly has done. And did I see no rocket damage in that last map? I don't know if my eyes perceived me in any way, but
I think he had about 200 or so with the rocket. It was rocket and LG.
I think that was with Raisey though, wasn't it?
Oh, you're looking at Maxter?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I saw 0. And if it's true, unless my eyes are just playing at me, or maybe because I haven't got my glasses on, that's When did we see that
It was
ever?
a very different match. It's kind of like you said, the fact that it was 2-1, you'd kind of look at that on paper and it doesn't really justify how the match went. You really needed to watch that match to see it. But as we now jump into what could be the final map here. Could be is the key word. There could always be a comeback here, but this is a mountain and a half if you're in Maxter's position. Maxter has done so amazingly well all weekend long. Let's not forget, Maxter's first LAN is this event. Maxter has been a wonderful player for a long time. This is the best result he's ever obtained, but this just seems to be a brick wall and a half in terms of how much he's having to deal with. And now he has to get a reverse sweep. He's got to win 3 maps in a row if he wants to get the victory here. This is like mental fortitude unlike anything he's faced before.
Yeah, we've seen games like this before, and it's just so demoralizing. Knowing that you've got to beat this style of play 3 times in a row. He's lost 5 maps back-to-back. Raisey, as cold as ice there, literally a rock, just getting ready to play that style not that we all know and love, but what we know that will definitely work and hard counter against Maxter. Let's get straight into the game here. Potentially the final map here before we go into the grand final. Let's see how Raisey's going to do and what mischief he's going to get up to in this potential final map.
The last stand of Maxter begins. Is it going to end here, or are we going to get a few maps there in the tank, maybe even a map 5? This map is going to naturally encourage a different style of play, hence the champion picks you can see before you. The 2 mediums, the strength, the mobility, and the Pika. And then, of course, the Death Knight who lives to shred Incendivus. But, I mean, as we jump in with the Mega being the next objective, Raisey getting that early information thanks to the Pika. Kind of disengaging, we trade an item each. Maxter gets a beautiful rail to totally nullify that stack that Raisey was able to build up. So all in all, a pretty good start for the Death Knight.
Certainly is indeed. Maxter's also very good on this map, depending on the person he plays against. We've seen him beat Rafa on this a few times, which is something you definitely don't see every day. Raisey now just recovering from that last engagement. Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. Heavy's just about in front, but good LG from Raisey. Max is also going to keep him at bay, but the problem is he needs to get out. But Maxter, he's going to be sitting pretty. He's going to be getting ready to try and clean that up, which he has done and has that early lead.
Double damage over time right there. Set on fire while you're standing in the acid. That's not an amazing place to get caught, possibly the worst ever. But early days still. It's been a minute and a half with Maxter able to take that first frag on the board, able to get that rail too. Looking for a second one. That was a worthy attempt through that hole, because that would have put Raisey in a weird situation. Because again, hitting that and just having to pick up regular stuff to stack back up, we're just about to have heavy. So Raisey being healthy enough to maybe do something about this does kind of seem like he's happy to give it up. Maxter looking towards the Mega. Raisey's going to take it, and Maxter happy to let it go, it seems. So we're now going to pick up ammo for the railgun. That's going to be so important for later. So I think getting rail ammo for them taking Mega when you've been hitting good shots, a worthy trade.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. He's going to be coming up shortly, and you can see Maxter tempted to go for that TP, but Raisey has got too much info to even try and challenge that. Decides to go really late anyway. He can still go through for the Mega. It's going to be a bit risky. Oh, he doesn't make the jump, which means Raisey does have the advantage in terms of going straight forward, and now the stack advantage is heavily in Raisey's favor. Max is still going in to do some damage, but Raisey's going to take full advantage of that little hiccup. Now Heavy's already back in 10. Diving straight on in with the LG, knowing that he hasn't got any weapons in his arsenal to not really contend with. May have to give up the Heavy considering, but he's going to jump up, but he doesn't want him to let him get anything here, Ryan. Gets the Heavy anyways, and Maxter is just knocking on death's door. Waiting for him to go for the TP with his back turned, but looks like the Pika could finish the job. Will it be able to? Yes, it does. And that's going to be the lead for Raisey.
Tragically, from Maxter's point of view, just straight up missed the rail on the Pika. Granted, it was a weird encounter. It was around the corner where you had a split second to react to it, but it did result in that frag being given up, as now Raisey takes the lead by 1 frag. And with the nature of Veil and the fact that there's a pretty decent delay between these 2 items, Raisey's in quite a good position, to say the least. But there comes out the Flame Strike. Shuts down the usefulness of that teleporter. The rocket jump up, though, perfectly placed as Raisey can just get in and out. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of damage over time, but there's plenty of small health bubbles down there, and if anyone's played this game, you'll know that flames and acid damage over time gets nullified by picking up the health. They'll take a trade there, 2 to 3 currently, but the question's going to be what's the spawn. Heavy's going to be next. Looks like Raisey's in position to get an LG, but doesn't want to get railed for it. And we'll have to just wait some time for it.
At least Maxter took the Mega and took Raisey down with him, considering the scenario he was in. Heavy is up. Maxter hits that first round. Needs to be careful with his rockets. Very, very close. Perfect timing go for the Heavy, but the LG so good from Raisey. Will he be able to hit next? No, he does not. Raisey playing it safe and just whipping out the rocket straight away. 4-2 now, 4 minutes in. He's going to try and at least be a bit of a pain as Maxter goes for that Mega, but does get that anyway. As Heavy will be up in the next 10 seconds. Raisey here's the fact that he's gone straight up that jump pad for the light towards Mega. Now give Raisey the option now to get the light, but again have to deal with the LG. Says no, thank you very much. He's going to instantly take him down with a shotgun. Heavy is still up, but Raisey's going to prioritise the light instead.
It was a good attempt there from Maxter. He faked out that jump pad. He knew that Raisey was going to move forward and then try and use that as a safe push. But the damage in defense was just so extreme that, simply put, the play didn't work out. You know, the play leads towards the fight. You're not always going to win that fight. Raisey today has proven that some last-minute bursts of damage are something that he's able to do. I mean, look back at Raisey versus Rafa, for crying out loud. That was one of the best endings to a series that we've ever had in this game. So now with the Heavy about to spawn, Maxter is the one that's in position for it. Plenty of armor. But with how much damage Raisey's been doing on this map, those rails have been fantastic. The opportunistic LG, catching him around a corner, whatever the case may be. It's been on point, and it's been enough now to make Maxter sweat, where the control you might have doesn't really mean the be-all, end-all. If we look at the damage that both players have been able to do, it's actually a split down the middle. Raisey on 1600, Maxter only 20 less before that last shot connected. So you can definitely say even, Steven.
It certainly is. Raisey's depleted his stack just a tad, still daring him to go towards the Heavy. Maxter did it perfect timing again, but catching with the LG, Ryan. My goodness, that's one way to chip away at that damage and take it. Hit the first rail though, looking to try and go in for the second, not given the opportunity there. Maxter backs up straight away. He knows that his tournament life is on the line. Still got that 4 frag deficit. And if Raisey keeps playing the way he's playing, I worry for Maxter's life here in this tournament.
That is not the first time that Maxter has used a aggressive rocket jump. We saw it near the Heavy about 4 minutes ago, and we just saw it there. You look at the stack, you think, right, let's go in. Let's get ourselves back into it. But Raisey's reactionary LG on this map has been the stuff of legend, where I don't know how he's even able to get so much damage. And remember, folks, we're on land. Stuff's just going to feel better, isn't it? As now 7-2, Maxter has such a large amount of work to do, and things are going to get a little bit critical here. Raisey has just continued to cycle this map, and just like the other two, it's those defensive rails. It's those defensive plays when Maxter goes in to make a decision. He doesn't want to just get ran away from all game. The fact that Raisey is ready to capitalize, it's the most Raisey thing you can imagine. It's the versatility, Harry, of this player that has him be where he is as he secures yet another frag with 3 minutes left to go. Raisey can taste that grand finals, and he's so close to achieving his goal.
Oh, he certainly is. Raisey's just ready for every situation in terms of what Max is going to do, what weapon choice he should use before Maxter does approach him in any way. Just everything is just adding up, all the pieces to the puzzle to really take Maxter down, and Maxter just hasn't had an answer for it. Of course, he will be going back to the drawing board to figure out exactly how to break through this wall. Some good rockets here from Raisey. Still quite weird. Of course, Maxter's not going to go for it. Raisey certainly will, considering the stack difference. They're looking to go for him onto a great first rail. Coming in with the Pika. Oh, dear, what about to get it? He does get a little bit of damage there still. My goodness.
That Pika was all over the place. The master pilot that is Maestro Raisey. And that's an immediate rail dropping down there towards Heavy, and we are absolutely reaching that point of no return. 10-2, 2 minutes left to go. Yeah, it's a small map, but with how Raisey's been playing, I do not see this being possible, and I don't even think it's mathematically possible anymore.
No.
But this has just been such a wonderful series of Raisey keeping that razor-sharp focus all the way through, because he has had to go on so many marathons today, Lethal. He's had so many close games, final games, game 5s, and it's not even over for him. So this has been a hard road, but it doesn't end here for Raisey, but it will for Maxter, unfortunately. And I mean, we really have to use this opportunity while we're here and we're closing out this map I imagine the GGs will even come in soon, but what a performance from Maxter. Top 3 at your first LAN, and that LAN's the World Championships. I mean, that's definitely something to tell the kids about one day.
Yeah, of course, representing the South American scene, showing them what they're really made of, and it's nice to see him get this top 3. And Raisey's probably thinking, do you know, it makes a nice change not going to damn map 5, because he's done that the last couple of matches, hasn't he? So at least he's got some energy left in the tank to give Kilsan a real good run for his money. But I've been very impressed by Raisey's performance here, just knowing exactly how to play against Maxter. And I can tell you what, the grand final is definitely going to be an interesting one in itself. If Raisey continues to play like this, then who knows who's going to take that grand final.
This is not the gameplay of someone that is fatigued, someone that is not tired. That's really what I'm starting to pay attention to, is that I don't know how he's able to keep this endurance going. The sheer amount that he's been playing, the magnitude of the opponents that he's been having to take down match after match after match, and yet it still feels like he's playing at his absolute best. This focus is inspirational almost, as the 10 seconds will proc down, will close out this series, and a GG to Raisey, who has played his heart out. And there's one more challenge left to go.
Certainly is indeed. GG's all round. Raisey will be in the grand final. Maxter, the Argentinian prodigy, sadly will fall out before the grand final. But third place, you know, can't complain about that. His first LAN as well, and it's only up from here. But definitely a good series and very interesting in itself.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what Ketchup said. Doesn't look like someone who's got fatigue, who is dealing with any sort of endurance or stamina at this point. There's nothing better than a second chance, and that's exactly what Raisey just gave himself. The grand finals right around the corner. Yo, Maxter. Dude, good job, man.
I wish we could echo these claps a bit more, to be honest, because that was such a wonderful performance.
Amazing, amazing play throughout the weekend. Also, Raisey, I couldn't be more impressed. I'm actually quite excited that we get to see that semifinal rematch between Kilsan and Raisey, because Raisey's looking good. I feel like he's only gotten better since that match. So he even said here, right, like that he thinks he understands why Kilsan was tough. Let's see if he might be able to make those adjustments. But big deal for Raisey. Tired of getting second. Here's his opportunity. Kilsan wants it just as bad. Gentlemen, makes for a pretty damn good grand final.
It certainly does. Another opportunity to get another second place right there, possibly in a nutshell. But I think the great thing is for Raisey now, he's been in this position in the grand final so many times in the losers side, it's just second nature to him, isn't it? Because a lot of people will be like, right, okay, you know, I've got to prepare for a long series, I'm already a map down, etc. But he's done it so many times before, he's more than ready to try and attempt to take this championship. And it's like I said before from the scoreline. So his first 2 maps definitely don't reflect how Raisey performed. It was just nothing but spectacular. Of course, on Veil it did, but Maxter just had to continue with those aggressive pushes in order to try and tie things up and take us to a map 4. But sadly for Maxter, not going to happen, but I think we're all very proud of him, especially the South American scene.
Absolutely. Well, normally we would do an interview with the winner, but as you obviously know, Raisey's now got a setup for Kilsan. Picks and bans come in. So we are probably going to be taking a little bit of an extended break to set up for that. That means that's time for you to take a quick break. Grab your popcorn. You're going to need it for this one. The drama is exceptionally high. Grab yourself a drink. Use the restroom, whatever that might be. The Day 3 finals comes to a wrap right here for the Quake World Championship. It is going to be Raisey now facing off versus Kilsan. Kilsan with the 1 map advantage. When we come back, we'll explain it all in a best-of-7 to crown the Season 3 champion. Thanks for joining us, and don't go away, because after this break, it is the grand finals. 3 days of Quake, 24 players, and it all comes down to this. 2 players remaining, Kilsan and Raisey. Kilsan coming in from the winner bracket to the grand finals. That means he'll have a 1-map advantage. We'll break that down in just a second. Of course, Raisey fighting his way, clawing his way, if you will, not only through his own teammates, but through an incredible pool of talent here to face off again versus Kilsan, a rematch from the semifinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of it all. The winner is going to grab that belt behind Flea. There it is. And they will be the Season 3 Quake World Champion. Welcome back, Flea and Lethal. We've got quite a series ahead of us. As we mentioned, a rematch between these two. During that game, Kilsan took it 3-1 versus Raisey. Still pretty close, but Kilsan looking pretty nice. Let's talk about these players. They're still going through their final picks and bans, so we should be getting there soon. But first, let's just go ahead and talk about these two.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly deserve to be in the grand finals, right? I think there's no doubt about it. The 2 top competitors of the Quake World Championships are here duking it out for that beautiful belt right behind me.
Well, Kilsan has only dropped 2 maps, hasn't he? So can't really complain in that department. He's been doing a phenomenal job throughout the entire process of his competition. The only shaky start he had was against Dan the King, and that was back at the start of day 1, which is quite unheard of here. So it just depends on whether Raisey has the stamina to take it. It's not exactly a bracket reset or any of that kind of shenanigans. It has to do with that, obviously, 1 map advantage for Kilsan. And I'm excited for this. It's hard to predict, and it gets to a point where Raisey is used to this setup with the amount of second places he's had, always coming from the loser side. There's a amount of Kilsan can just put a stamp of authority and just end it before Raisey gets going.
Yeah, so just to break it down, it's a best of 7, right? However, because Kilsan fought his way through the winner bracket, as an advantage, he automatically gets that map 1 win. That then will be applied all over. So we start the matchup basically Kilsan up 1-0. Now, you mentioned Kilsan has been pretty consistent in his play. He's fought a wide variety, a diverse set of talent here, only losing that very first map to Dan the King. A lot of people are like, what? I thought Kilsan was #1 seed, but he showed us why he was #1 seed, had something to prove. And Raisey, he's either going to be the Quake player who has had more second places in Quake Champions, or he's going to finally break that curse and become the new champion.
5 second place finishes within the history of the Quake Pro League. Raisey has come so close time and time again. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but maybe today things will be different.
I hope so for his sake. I think a lot of us have tried to predict how this is going to turn out, but we have absolutely no idea, do we? Even with that 1 map advantage, it doesn't really change the scenario here for Raisey, because it's like I said before, not only is he used to this environment, he's used to being in this situation time and time again, and it's the hunger he's had it for. Like Flea's already mentioned, 5 second place finishes. How many more does he need? How many does he want to add to the collection? That's going to be obviously another question here coming into this grand finals. But is it? Is this the time for Raisey to finally come out on top?
Yeah, there is I don't know if you heard, because Kilsan did mention it, but a long time ago when Kilsan won again, we talked a little bit about the idea of winning, making it to the grand finals, but then having to kind of stop playing, right? And this idea that, Raisey or whoever it was that was fighting through, they got to stay warm and keep going. And it's like, yeah, it's a stamina run. There's endurance involved, but there also is some benefit to stay warm, to stay in that zone, to keep going. I don't think that's necessarily going to come into play, but let's just break down just real quickly for Raisey. Other than not only fighting through the lower bracket, he did something else that was a pretty big accomplishment. He even said it right here, that it was something that he was wanting to break through, and that was to defeat Rafa. And he did so 3-2 in some incredibly close games. But it doesn't matter how close it was, you just got to be the winner. So, how do you think that could factor into it? Like, do you think we saw a more complete, a solid, confident Raisey after that matchup?
Personally, I do think so. Yes,
Yeah.
that really was a big confidence boost for him. We know that Rafa has been a bit of a roadblock in the past, right? They've been in the grand finals against one another several times, so him finally being able to take down that big boss must have really helped him moving forward, because after beating Rafa, he had to go up against his teammate, Wenger, managed to take him down, then he had to go up against Maxter, who had been having a phenomenal tournament so far, wiped him clean, 3-0, so Raisey is absolutely on a roll right now. The only thing that worries me a bit, Wheat, the endurance, the exhaustion, right? Best of 5 games back to back to back against some of the best players in the world, that gets to you.
Yeah, it certainly does. And this is why a lot of these players, especially the top level, have been scrimming 3 or 4 times a day, not a week, a day leading up to it. But there's a difference between having the stamina to play all those scrims and having the stamina in the tournament setting. It's an entirely different court in general. So this is where we get to see if his stamina does kick in or not. But it's like you mentioned earlier, Wheat, with the fact that for Raisey, he's already warm, he's ready, his aim skill's going to be absolutely solid. And Kilsan, this is what I remember, he needs to put a stamp of authority. He needs to really try and shut him down early if he can. What style are we going to see? Because we see multiple different styles coming out from Kilsan, but the problem is for him now is against a player who's adapting very well to all his opponents. So this is where things are going to shake up a little bit.
Yep. Well, I just got note that picks and bans are ready. Keep in mind, too, because it's a best of 7, it means that, you know, there's no avoiding your worst map or this or that. And so we're going to see a lot. Kilsan, he gets the win, quote unquote, on Veil. That means that the first, or rather second map will be Awoken. Then we're going to go to Corrupted Keep. Insomnia after that. I'm writing these down that's why it's like I sound like an idiot right now. Deep Embrace is going to be Raisey for the 4th map. Blood Covenant after that, and should we need to go to a final map, it will be Ruins. Now, other important aspect, of course, is going to be those champion picks. Poor Athena, we didn't get to see you at all during the finals day, but who wants to break these down for us?
No clutch either. That stands out. We've seen Raisey player for him for the very first time today. Other than that, starting off on Awoken, we're getting Nyx versus Anarchy, 2 very fast light champions. Then Stroke versus Ranger on Corrupted Keep. Insomnia, the Death Knight, is going to face off against Slash. That's quite a contrast. Deep Embrace, Doomslayer versus Galena. Blood Covenant, Ison versus Visor. And then last but certainly not least, if we get to it, Sorlag versus Keel.
I love how with Kilsan, he's banned Veil in almost every single match at bar 1. And of course, coming from the winner's side, it gets the opportunity Wheat. And of course, he bans Veil straight outright, which is not a surprise at all in the slightest. Sadly, won't see the Athena off the bat, which is perfectly understandable. But I'm going to agree with Flea here. The champion choices are quite meta, but the problem is the only one I'm quite unsure of and we haven't seen much of is the Death Knight. We've seen a lot of that in Insomnia, but not the Slash, which is a very interesting pick. So it depends how experienced Kilsan is in that matchup. And I don't really see anything coming out of woodwork in terms of anything too drastic. Even the final map between the Sorlag and the Kill, we have seen it on rare occasions, but it's not exactly a champion pick on that final map, which heavily unfavors one person in particular.
That's right. I mean, anything else that, you know, a Flea that like sticks out that you're like, oh, this is kind of interesting. That we could see that. I mean, definitely the DK Slash comes into mind. Does everything look pretty straightforward? Is there any games there where you're like, this one will be a tough one for Raisey, or this one might be a tough one for Kilsan?
Well, let's take a closer look. Galena versus Deep Embrace could be tough if Kilsan gets into the flow of things. If he can maintain consistent control, those totems really aren't going to be that useful for Raisey. But that is, of course, provided that Kilsan is able to take them down consistently, because if the tables are turned and things go the other way around, then those totems could really help him out. But on Deep Embrace, I would somewhat favor the Doomslayer. Other than that, really nothing all that special. Ruins of Sarnath, the 2 heavies, the tanks, they had to come out at some point, right? They have done their absolute best at avoiding them till the very final map. Keel, we've actually seen played on Ruins a decent amount, right? There was a time where he was really being picked consistently. Sorlag, not so much, though.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree with this, Fleet, but the champion choices for Kilsan are actually quite heavily in his favour in these first few maps. For Nyx, he's been playing lights out with that champion, especially on Awoken, so this will give him a nice little advantage here and in that comfort zone. And Strog is so good on Corrupt to keep the peak. The amount of damage you can do in more ways than one without that rail, it can be a very tough task. And Death Knight, again, on Insomnia, very difficult to contend with. So the Slash, I just find that such an interesting way to maybe try and avoid some of the situations there. Doom, pretty standard on Deep Embrace. And we don't see, obviously, a lot of Eisen on Blood Covenant, so I kind of feel like Raisey does have a slight advantage with that piercing sight on the visor. But the last one is just going to be interesting in itself. But it's not, again, a rarity. Like, Kill isn't a bad pick on Ruins. We've seen it on very rare occasion. It has worked out for some of these players.
Yeah, and with the map advantage that Kilsan gets from being in the upper bracket winner, you know, one thing that comes into mind, too, is momentum, right? It is, in any case, right, we rarely see things like reverse sweeps coming in. So, obviously, a win for Kilsan automatically puts him in that first map, automatically puts him in a great position moving forward, which means that that pressure on Awoken is really on Raisey's shoulders, right? To try to stop that short and equalize thing in that first map.
And I really would not be surprised if Kilsan gets that first win.
I mean,
Anarchy is a good pick. Anarchy is a good pick. Let's be clear about it.
Kilsan's
pretty
right?
I mean, so many of these top players kind of have like their signature champion, right? For Raisey, of course, it's Clutch, which is extremely difficult to use on land, so we haven't seen the robot played all that often, but Kilsan's go-to champion, the one that he is so famous for having mastered, is, of course, Nyx, and that is immediately what he's coming out of, so he's not pulling his punches, right? Flying out of the gates. That's going to be a difficult one for Raisey.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I respect these two both so much. Do we even do predictions? Maybe we just leave it up to chat right now. Like, this is your moment to spam. Use those channel points that you've undoubtedly, there's got to be some channel point millionaires out there after some of the matches that we have had today, 100%. So whether you are out there supporting Kilsan or supporting Maestro and Raisey or Big and Kilsan, like, spam it right now. I hope that I'm not getting people banned right now, but now's the time to show your support, and thank you for being along for the ride all weekend long. It has been absolutely phenomenal. We've said it time and time again, but I'll repeat it one more time. It's definitely been one of the best tournaments that we've seen in Quake Champions, just apart from the way that the game is developed, the talent that we have here, the challengers coming in and making such a significant impact on things, that even new blood. I mean, I remember a couple years ago, we were like, oh yeah, it's really interesting. We have all this new blood, like Wenger and Raisey, and they're going up against, and now we have like another set. Suddenly, Wenger, Raisey, these guys are getting upgraded now. Veteran status, they've been winning, they've been performing very well. Now we have some potential, you know, some new challengers, literally.
We actually really do, right? There's just so many new names. Strong Sage, Yup, a whole bunch of those new challengers. Also recurring names, right? Huron, for example, Toxic. All of these really, really big veterans in the scene that haven't quite been with the Quake Pro League for the entirety of its duration, but are now really making a comeback.
Yeah. Been very, very impressed with every single player in challenges. Even seeing the likes of Proximo again and Buckster, these names who we haven't really been too familiar with in recent times, and seeing them coming back like Tox, like I said, been around for so many years. And it just proves with the new bloods and new players coming in that it doesn't matter how much veteran experience some of the players have. It's all about the hunger and the drive to try and either catch up and even if not overtake all these players, which we've seen it time and time again. Like, you know, look at Raisey. He was a good example years back, coming into it now. Look at Wenger now, 19+4 at this stage, coming in and just, you know, doing a good job of himself already. So I love to see it. Love to see more of it, of course, with the new players coming into the scene. But in terms of the challenges and everyone coming for the qualifiers, every single one of them deserve to be it and causing upsets left, right, and center.
Yeah. We're just giving the players a few more moments to kind of gear up, get ready. Once we hop into it, it's probably going to be pedal to the metal. Quick, from both of you, any like games, moments that just stand out as some of your favorite of the tournament?
Rafa Raisey was an incredible series. Any specific moments, I would have to give a bit of a throwback to CNC versus Dramas. There was that one moment where CNC just somehow survived for 2 minutes into overtime, came down to 1 HP, not once, but twice, literally 1 HP, and somehow turned it around. Excellent defensive, masterclass on out-of-control play, and he managed to win the map. Didn't go on to win the series, but that was an extremely hype moment.
Yeah.
Probably Rafa Zeneku for me. That last flick shot with the shotgun, it just... The way Rafa said it's like, played it perfectly.
Yeah.
And he did. And that's the worst thing about it. He was, I swear, okay, it's on land, etc., and obviously damage can be a bit different, but he must have been like almost perfectly in that blast radius to get that much damage done. It was just incredible. And just so many other players in the scene, like Sirius, everyone was talking about his aim skill, and he probably had the best aim in this tournament. Everyone's going, oh, he's not going to do it on land. Well, he just clearly did, like for like the first 2 days, and he was just lights out incredible. And if that kind of player starts adapting more with that dueling experience, he's going to be another very scary player depending on that consistency.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with you on the Zeneku versus Rafa matchup. Like my jaw dropped for those one rare moments. I'm like speechless for a little bit because looking through Zeneku's eyes, for me, I was wait, how this doesn't compute. It looked like the LG had him dead to rights, but it was quite amazing. Now, then we got to see, of course, the perspective coming from Rafa, and it's like, okay, it makes a lot more sense. But if I was Zeneku at that moment, I understood how he must have felt, you know. And then, you know, day one, we definitely saw, I mean, other notable stories. Obviously, Maxter, but Shane kind of having his second comeback, if you will. And the big question, I think, as we, you know, continue on is, okay, like we've been here before where we've said, wow, Shane, there's something here. Look, keep an eye on him. Will he be able to keep that momentum going on there? It does seem like this was the tournament where something sort of clicked for him.
I mean, he said it himself, right? He came as close to what he considered perfection for his own playstyle as he could achieve. I just hope that he's able to, you know, allot enough time to continuing his practice regimen, going into the future for Quake Champions, right? Because, yeah, he said it himself, during much of the season, I really hadn't much of an opportunity to practice, to grind, to really get into top shape. It is only towards the end, and we could tell that that paid off in dividends, right?
Yeah.
Just the shape that he came out swinging here, excellent. He ended 11th out of 13th of players in the Quake Pro League, and then he made it so far.
Yeah.
And Kron, 23rd seed, top 8.
Yeah.
Don't need to say anything else.
Yeah, I mean, brought definitely a unique style to things. I believe it was Ron and Toxic that had the 10-minute overtime, right?
Yeah,
breaking the record. Yeah, you were casting that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Actually, we were talking about it, and we felt like the longest overtime we'd seen up to that point was about 9 minutes. So broke it by about a minute and a half.
It was only 1-0. It was actually 0-0
yeah,
for
it was
20
0-0.
minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
It's mad.
That was and was probably one of the slowest but most meticulous games that I'd seen on Blood Covenant. And I felt like after that game, every game on Blood Covenant seemed to slow down and be more of that long-range battle versus, you know, what we have seen in the past. So Kilsan versus Raisey is just moments away. It looks like the match has been found, and we're going to go in. I don't know if we can generate enough applause in here for these two guys, but they both deserve it. So good luck, you guys.
Oh, I love that. Eyes from Kilsan. He's ready to take it, isn't he?
He is ready to go. We're loading into our first map, or actually, I'm going to correct. We're loading into our second map. Kilsan is up 1-0. The map is Awoken. It's going to be Kilsan's Nyx versus Raisey Anarchy. I'm going to cast this first map with Lethal. Lethal, it's been great all weekend, casting with the whole crew. Shout out to 40 Lions, too. He couldn't be here, but held down the B stream the whole weekend. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate that. Solid effort on his side. And we can't wait to see you next time. And warm-up is counting down. Good luck, have fun's being exchanged. And we are officially live here for the grand finals of the Season 3 Quake World Championship.
We saw how good Kilsan's Nyx was earlier on Awoken. Let's see if it will bring that style forward. And now, still holding top mid just a tad. Just find those try bots to see if we can get any more information onto Raisey. Doesn't get enough. but knows Raisey's going to be around that proximity. It's now 20 seconds in. Mega's up in the next few seconds. Raisey's actually going to try and attempt to go for the same item, or at least contest it enough to put Kilsan away.
Drops down, knows exactly where his opponent's at. Obviously, Ghost Walk going to come into play here. Raisey with that inject, should it be needed. And I am not surprised to see a slow start here to what is going to be a long series. You know, you got to keep gas in the tank, so might as well play it as slow and as intelligently as you possibly can.
Of course, it's, again, both of them using the same defensive style, or reactive style, you could say, as they use it against Maxter. But now they're just using it on each other. Of course, this is the higher echelon in terms of the tier of skill we're witnessing right now. Both of them just taking every decision with a lot of caution. And I like that from Kilsan, faking that nail jump as well to potentially think he top mid, but now still got the ankle on that heavy. Raisey just sitting there waiting. Got the info he needs now, backing away, got the Mega, and actually decides to lay it only a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, we've talked about throughout the tournament, like there can be some danger in delaying it too much. If you lose a battle, you can basically hand control to your opponent, but you know, working it a little bit, especially given he's on Nyx, I kind of I get why he's going to do that. And this is going to be a slow start. Now, someone's like, this doesn't look like a grand finals. It's so slow. But you have to imagine what is on the line for both of these. You know, Kilsan looking for a championship that's eluded him for quite a while. Raisey does not want to be the king of second place any longer. There's so much on the line. Not only the belt, but the prize money, of course, the status, and just the fact that you can call yourself Season 3 champ.
So Heavy will be coming up first, and it does mean Kilsan may have a chance to contest it if he gets it just a couple of seconds after that. Heavy. Kilsan now just waiting for him to pop on down, but Raisey just playing little mind games at the moment, as Raisey does hit the first wave, hits 2 in the end, and this is where Kilsan's got to be a little bit careful. He was second guessing whether he should continue to contest that Mega, decided to back away, does hit the first rail, uses the Ghost Walk on top of that, and could be chasing him down. Not going to chase him heavily, but at least get some height advantage, but that was a very important rail there, but Raisey responds with one of his own, coming straight on up, 19 HP, Kilsan looking to stay alive, and Raisey comes out with that shotty.
I mean, he knew that he did a significant amount of damage to go back up that jump pad, but the amount of respect that we saw there too, that Ghost Walk popped almost immediately by Kilsan after that rail. Neither wants to be given up. Mistake or an inch, and oh, Kilsan actually blowing himself up as he goes in for the attack on the Mega. That means now Raisey up by 2 after getting that first frag.
Yeah, Raisey looking very confident, took a huge risk going up that Mega jump pad earlier on, but it seemed to pay off. It's currently up -1 to 1. Raisey not going for the TP as of yet. Kilsan just holding that advantageous position as Raisey almost caught him with that last rail. Still got the Heavy, huge stack to work with. Of course, Kilsan does have that Ghost Walk, don't get me wrong, and it's coming up with the LG, using the Ghost Walk straight away. And of course, Raisey needs to keep an eye on the patterns he's using for the hourglasses. He caught him off straight away, back-to-back rails. He knew what route he was going to take and caught him with his trousers down.
Yeah, -1 to 2 now, as Kilsan needs to crawl his way back to at least a 0, obviously, to start climbing this mountain. 4 minutes in, and we are seeing some surgical rails come out, Lethal. Both players look to be incredibly warm right now, and, you know, I think we're already seeing a different series than what we saw earlier when they faced off.
Not wrong at all. Raisey just biding his time once again. And we're closing to the halfway stage. Raisey with that free frag lead. As they both have their abilities, but Raisey is going to be ready for it. But Kilsan, good rocket from him as he jumps on down. Raisey used the inject straight away and was considering going for the TP, but Kilsan just dives in straight away. Beautiful rockets, beautiful read as well. And is almost going to tie things up, but even if Raisey gets taken out, at least he burned the Heavy away from Kilsan.
He did do some damage too, but that was the thing that is going to allow Kilsan to bring it back. So he's got to be feeling good, being above 0, and only a 1-point game, being 5 minutes in. We talked about the importance of this game and how it could set the momentum, considering that Kilsan already has a map win going into this. Now, because it's a best of 7, you need 4 maps to be the winner. That means that Kilsan basically has to win 3 in order to grab that belt and be champion. Raisey needs 4.
And you can see both players played it very slow to begin with. Now both players are trying to fight towards that aggression, trying to dictate the pace and the tempo of this matchup. Now it's Kilsan's turn for the first time in this matchup with a huge stack. Raisey just trying to see if Kilsan's still lurking around top mid, which of course did manage to find, but an aggressive Ghost Walk here could be able to catch him, and you can see Raisey preemptively used that injure just in case that happened, and that was a good return rail there from Raisey. Doesn't hit the second, but he's done enough to keep Kilsan away.
Yeah, and he knows the Ghost Walk is down. LG's going to come out, and we're going to have it answered here. Very, very close. Both players low, and it is Raisey who gets the frag with that one. Nice done. Some great decision-making coming out by both of these players. Really making sure if they are going to be aggressive or they are going to go for it, they can hopefully close it out. And that LG battle, it was Raisey who got the better of it.
Certainly did indeed. Kilsan hasn't got all the weapons in his arsenal as of yet. Still pick up LG, which he will do now. And Raisey. Oh, I like that. Just back himself away. Fake it, fix out, but he's got that aggressive Ghost Walk. But in the end, Raisey does pick up that Mega. So Kilsan had a plan as he's trying to get around and still has that inject, remember. But Raisey looking for the bit of armor.
I mean, this truly is Quake chess right now, as neither player wants to give up any pieces, knowing that everyone is going to be important to get that king. 7 minutes now on the clock. 3 minutes left to go. Great rail coming out from Raisey, immediately answered by that inject. Oh my gosh, down to 1, lands the rail, but Kilsan with the LG is going to make it 2-3. And gets 1 step closer to tying this game up.
Again, he did manage to burn that heavy, so not giving Kilsan a lot of leeway after that. Wasn't the cleanest of frags, of course. And Raisey just looking to try and stay alive, but focus on Kilsan for now, as he's gone back towards top mid to pick up that light. Now just rotating around to see where Raisey could be, but of course prioritizing that heavy will be uncontested due to the fact that Raisey definitely doesn't have to stack to contend.
Yeah, he does.
And doesn't go for any bouts at the moment.
It's where that scary moment where that rail can be the end of you. Inject coming out yet again, looking for that light in the back hallway. Been waiting for that one for a while. And both players slowing it down. Raisey knowing with this 1 frag lead, if he does not give Kilsan the opportunity, he might have a chance to take and tie this series up. But Kilsan, he knows what's on the line. He knows that he's going to have to get aggressive at some point to try to bring this one back, at least to tie, potentially for the win. Rail as he drops down. Raisey does hit it. Ghost Walk does come out. Mega's picked up. Raisey's going to go around. Great exit rail. Coming out and injects back up.
And I love these aggressive Ghost Walks as well. Even if he doesn't get the frag, a chip damage enough to try and clean him up later on, but he can't fight this any further. He hasn't got an Unfella Light because, of course, this spot is extremely risky for any player. And now he's going to go back towards that choke point onto the Mega. But looking to see if he can catch Raisey. He doesn't, but look at the stack of Raisey here. Wheat is now, still hasn't got the inject for a while. Only just used it recently. He's looking to do his best to stay alive. 1 minute left remaining. Kilsan will have another Ghost Walk in hand to use aggressively to try and catch Raisey. But it depends if Raisey will be far back enough depending on the range he's at.
Yeah, there it is. Ghost Walk coming out. Gonna go into the armor room. Does see his opponent. Drops down. Lands, or does not land the rail. Misses the second shot as well. 40 seconds left on the clock. Both players looking good. Ready for a battle. Kilsan needs to win, try to win it clean, and then potentially try to get an additional frag or let it force itself to sudden death. You can see Raisey is now in a defensive mode. 20 seconds left. Kilsan needs to go on the attack. There it is. Rocket coming out. Does land the rail. Is going to go ahead and chase it down. Rail back out again. Through the teleporter. 10 seconds remaining. 1 rail is landed. Going up that jump pad. LG does come out. Ghost Walk once again. 3, 2, 1 on the end. Doesn't have the rail shot. And a 1-point game for our second match. And we are already tied 1-1.
And you saw that as well. With the timing of that Ghost Walk, he wouldn't have been able to do enough damage in any way with any weaponry to type things. I think he had about 3 or 4 seconds left, so wouldn't have given him the opportunity, but I like that from Raisey. That was a great spot. Stand on the tri-bolt area, using that LG to make sure just to keep him away and just waste as much time as possible and waste down the clock.
Yeah, just like you said, Weed. It's been reset, right?
It's
the
been
one
reset.
map advantage that Kilsan had coming from the upper bracket has already been lost, and Raisey is now on perfectly equal footing to his opponent.
Yeah. Now, I mean, from, and there's that first frag, that was pretty big. Going up that jump pad, that was Raisey saying, I'm going to take a risk here to take the lead, and it paid off, but you could have seen how that could have easily gone either way. Now, I think one of the bigger things about that map win is that Nyx is off the table now, right? That was, we were even saying, like, that could be a tough one. I do think Raisey chose to slow it down, try to force the game to be played on at his tempo. Kilsan did try some aggressive ghost walks to change it up a little bit, but ultimately Raisey takes it by just a single frag.
Yeah, it was a real struggle, wasn't it, Flea, just looking at that, because Kilsan is very, very good on the Nyx, but the problem is Raisey would preemptively sometimes use the inject if he's getting chased upon or chased behind. So these little minuscule plays here and there, which Kilsan realized that he couldn't take advantage of compared to what he did to his other opponents, was just unbelievable. But even some other small detail, like just burning the heavy on those 2 occasions so that Kilsan wouldn't have a huge stack to continue contesting the Mega straight afterwards. Little things like this is starting to add up. But you're right, though, it is one apiece, and Kilsan now will be feeling a little bit more pressure now he hasn't got that advantage anymore.
Yeah.
I think Raisey's map awareness was just exquisite. Just knowing how the game was going and then using that injection, like you mentioned, to avoid those ghost walks, right? Wheat, you said it yourself. There were a handful of occasions where Kilsan used that ghost walk aggressively, but it rarely amounted to much. And that is just because Raisey is so aware of that. He can almost tell that it's going to happen, and he realizes, wait, this would be the perfect opportunity for an aggressive ghost walk. I'm just going to juke him out, go down here through a teleporter, use the injection, and even if he just used it to try and catch me or cut me off, it's not going to work. And very often, he had the right idea.
Now, I think what's interesting, if you look at not just the next map, Corrupted Keep, but the next 3 maps, what you've got here is Corrupted Keep, traditionally a bit faster-paced map. Things can slow down on Insomnia. That's going to be up to the players, but that could be and play out a little bit more like Awoken did. But then going back to Deep Embrace, what we're going to see is these players kind of be forced into a faster pace, maybe a little bit slower pace, faster pace, because it's harder to slow down on Corrupted Keep. It's harder to slow things down on Deep Embrace. So that will be interesting to see how the players will adjust to those particular maps and I would say the tempo in which they're normally played.
Yeah, and it's on Corrupted Keep, heavily relying on your mechanics and your fundamentals and just being able to just outplay your opponent in multiple different ways now that the rail is not involved. And with the Strog, we know how difficult it is to deal with that Pika without that rail. On so many times, people taking so much damage, but at least with the Ranger, you can at least get a huge amount of damage done in one place or catch your opponent, which is probably what Raisey's going to have to do due to the ability and speed of that Strog.
You also have to be extra careful using the Pika when you're up against the Ranger, right? Because we've seen it happen several times. Someone thinks they're safe, they pop the Peeker, Ranger Orb flies straight on by, rather, up in your face, and before you know it, you're done while you're sitting there in stasis. So that adds another element to this equation.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that work both ways, right? So it's not always a surefire, but it absolutely is something. You've got to be pretty certain. Now, I believe it was Avik actually played Corrupted Keep Strog in one of his matchups and just had some remarkable execution when it came to the Peeker, always making sure that as he was moving, he was putting his self in positions where it was going to be next to impossible for them. They'd had to deal with the Peeker, and I think obviously Kilsan needs to do that right here. So we're now jumping into our 3rd map, tied 1 apiece. GLHFs are announced, and Flea, this is going to be an interesting one. I wonder if we might see a forced fast pace here, depending on just how this first few minutes unfold.
Expecting things to open somewhat slowly. Usually when it comes to Corrupted Keep, either you have one player just rushing off the spawn, right? They pick up Super Shotgun, just straight up rush into the room with their orb at the ready. But if that doesn't happen, things typically tend to see a slower start, and that's exactly what we're getting right now. Both players looking to delay the items a fair bit. Ultimately, Kilsan is the one to pick it up the latest, so there's around 6 seconds between the Mega and the Heavy.
Yep, you kind of divide a line across the map and say, you
Yep.
stay over there, I'm gonna stay right over here, and let's do the dance. But of course, that line starts to dissolve as the game goes on. However, both players still holding onto their side. Now, Kilsan looking for an opportunity to come in, raising up top, throws out the orb, does make Kilsan at least look over there. Now, not a whole lot of damage, not much of a yield out of that, but still manages to grab that Heavy.
Kilsan very quick on just sending the Peeker to its doom, right? He figured that he was in a vulnerable spot. If Raisey just jumps clean down, he can take that damage and get an unpredictable shot in on him. Now, Raisey's still lacking the lightning gun. That is the one component that he's still missing, and it is so dangerous to go for it. Look, he makes a move. Kilsan is at the ready. Yep.
Yeah.
That was what Kilsan had been playing for that opening 90 seconds, Wheat, hoping that Raisey would have to overextend into picking up that item, or that weapon rather, which he had been denying. And ultimately, Raisey gets a hold of it, but he pays the ultimate price.
Yeah, Raisey also has to kind of burn the orb in order to put himself in a position to guarantee that he's going to get that Heavy, which, you know, some might say, why would you waste the orb like it? But I think that Heavy was worth grabbing at this point. The line is drawn again across the map, but to your point, Raisey still not without an LG. So I don't know if that is a strategy that you can maintain for 10 minutes, but Kilsan knows that his options are limited without that LG, that he can do a few things that Raisey can't.
Now the upside for Raisey is that that frag happened at a moment where there was no opportunity really for Kilsan to chain both of the items together. So he was able to pick up Mega, but Raisey had the Heavy to fall back on. But, oh wait, what? Is he just sneaking on by? He just did it!
He did.
Kilsan was still, I was still on Kilsan's point of view. He was looking straight at the Heavy. He had no idea that Raisey was just crouch walking underneath him, stole away the Mega, and now he looped around for Heavy as well.
Yeah, threw out the orb, didn't manage to take it, or just chose not to take it, but then somehow gained control here. Is going to pick up those hourglasses as well. And I would say that was definitely a pretty good bamboozle there. Did the whole Metal Gear Solid, got inside a cardboard box and managed to sneak away. Great LG coming out there, at least to do a little bit of damage, but Kilsan with the majority of that damage on his side. Orb does come in. He decides to take it to grab that Heavy. Some risky moves here, but they're paying off for Raisey.
I have to say, very little respect given by Raisey, and that was also obvious from the start of Awoken. There were some very gutsy pushes from both of these players, and now Raisey just orbing right on top of the item, even though Kilsan's holding down the angle. Oh, gets caught by surprise there, though.
Oh, if that rocket would have hit, that would have been obviously completely different, but giving Kilsan the opportunity. Raisey, though, even though he's been in some situations that haven't necessarily played on his advantage, he's recovered nicely from those. Kilsan, though, still doing the damage. Now Orb is up, Peeker is up, 4 minutes on the clock. It's been a little bit slower version of Corrupted Keep, but what we're seeing is an incredibly strategic and intelligent way to play this map.
Still a 1 frag lead for Kilsan. He's got the setup on the Heavy as well, but Raisey, omnipresent, looking to apply pressure wherever possible. And now Kilsan trying to take a page out of his opponents. Oh, just look at these tiny little gaps. It's beautiful what these players have managed to uncover on these maps. No nook or cranny left unturned.
So much walking as well taking place here, but that's okay. Being stealthy, not letting their opponent know where they are. Looking for that Heavy once again. Lots of damage coming out from the LG by Raisey. Kilsan now going to need some health, but Kilsan now above his opponent. Raisey can only take the jump pad. What is he going to decide to do? Comes around. Still a little bit early. Peeker does come out. Now Kilsan knows exactly where his opponent's at. He can't escape through that teleporter, but instead's just going to back up and set up for that Heavy. Oh,
nice. Good play by Kilsan, baiting Raisey into a false sense of security, giving him the impression that Kilsan just made a move and a play for the Heavy, but no. He was just sitting pretty, waiting for Raisey to go up that bounce pad. Very calculated and good read by Kilsan.
Orb is still up.
Peeker not, still 10 seconds.
he heard him right above him. He's getting a lock on him. He sees exactly where he's at. Does fire the rocket, doesn't happen, but oh, Kilsan did not get that. There's an opportunity for him. Orb does go out, but Raisey not willing to risk the situation there to try to go for the frag as he took a significant amount of damage himself. Will recover though by grabbing that heavy. Now there is an opportunity here, but what? Raisey's just, he's not going to take the opportunity unless he knows for certain that it will result in the frag.
He's going to push in, LG on LG, mega spawns for Kilsan. Oh, another one. Kilsan knocked back down. Peeker comes out, but he cannot get escape. No, no way. No escape for you, says Raisey. This might be the start of a consistent rotation. Yeah, he took a fair bit of damage, but he's got heavy and there's plenty of health bubbles to work with. If he can avoid taking too much damage in this fight, Raisey might establish full control.
And knows that Peeker's going to be down for a little bit, so options limited by Kilsan. We're tied 1-1. Orbs up, rocket on the exit. It does not manage to hit. Ooh, rocket jump, missed rocket jump. And those are not the type of things you want to do. Even though it's a little bit of damage, it still can hurt. And going down on top of that heavy, does grab it going through. I also forget Rangers, or Raisey's Rangers, so it's not big of a deal.
That almost went wrong for Raisey. That orb,
yeah.
Perhaps a little too transparent. Kilsan got into position perhaps a second sooner than he anticipated. He ate a lot of LG damage there. I think he was lucky to escape right there, and now he's kind of paying the price. Stack significantly lower than his opponents. He needs to land these good rockets. That's one, that's two. Oh, he's dropping down.
He went for it, did manage to take it away. Has to be careful, avoid that LG, and will take that back ledge to grab the health, but stole away the heavy, didn't really walk away with much armor.
I like what Kilsan's doing. He's been doing an excellent job at denying those small armors, making it so that Raisey only has the heavy to rely on, but every time that Raisey takes away the heavy, Kilsan's there to punish him for it. Big peeker as well. Oh, but that relentation rocket. Kilsan had an opportunity if it wasn't for that rocket.
Orb is up. There is the light steal. And less than 2 minutes left to go. And neither player wants to give an inch flea.
Absolutely not. Let's take a look at the statistics. Item pickups heavily favoring Raisey right now, but the damage is going in the direction of Kilsan.
A lot of mind games here, just in terms of making noise one way, switching directions, going back, trying to fake out his opponent. Raisey now, middle doors on the top. Is he going to rotate around right behind his opponent? Kilsan most certainly heard that rocket's going to drop on top of that. Meg is in a good spot right now with his stack. Does have orb up. Is going to head over to the heavy. Wow. 1 minute left to go, and we may be going into overtime here.
Sure is looking likely, based on how these two champions have been playing. See what Raisey can do. They're slow playing it. Kilsan knows that if he goes up the bounce pad, he's in such a vulnerable position. Raisey spots that rocket, knows exactly where his opponent is at. I like what Kilsan's doing, trying to position himself between Raisey and the next item, trying to catch him up maybe with a good burst of LG or heavy machine gun. Ooh. These orbs are risky though, Weed. If that lands in just the wrong spot, Kilsan gets a nice burst of LG, one solid rocket. LG LNG.
Yeah,
this could settle it.
Oh, wow. And it was a risky orb, but it allowed him to grab that heavy, have the stack to go in and even force a battle like that. And Raisey is going to pull it out, suddenly taking the lead 2-1 after that very, very low scoring game. Dan now joining us on, right?
Just in time.
Even though very, very slow, any tiny mistake, especially at that speed, can also be a disaster.
Yeah, you can see both players completely unwilling to commit to any fight that might cause any sort of chaos just in case that situation happens. But at any one point in time, if you push the initiative, the chaos happens, and Raisey came out on top this time. We've seen 2 maps now separated by 1 score frag. We've seen, what, 5 frags from Raisey across 2 maps? That's pretty much unheard of, but it's just the level they're playing at, that they're unwilling to take a bigger risk unless they have absolute certainty in what they're playing on.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very slow, calculated game of chess within the realm of Quake, as you put it earlier, Reed. 51% LG by Kilsan versus 33 by Raisey. And if you just look at the damage, right? Kilsan significantly out-damaging his opponent, but Raisey had such good control of the items. Latched onto a rotation around halfway through the map. Didn't fully run it through till the end, of course, but had still control for most of that period.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on now to Insomnia, where Kilsan's going to be on the DK and Raisey on the Slash. If you recall the earlier interview that we did before the tournament, and Raisey said, yeah, man, Slash is pretty sweet. I like this champion. Now, Insomnia, that's the big question mark here. We've seen DK on Insomnia, but also this is a map that had been taken, the back seat for a lot of this season. It's certainly a map that these two have practiced and played. It's not like they're going to get lost on it, but certainly not the most comfortable of what we've got in the pool.
No, and what we saw from the seasonal stage in anyhow was that Kilsan was a little bit more comfortable. He was generally the one playing it, and in my opinion, it suits his style very nicely. You have that clear ledge, that clear area around the upper heavy, just to play slow, play with the rail. We've seen it earlier, Maxter doing it to perfection up against Wenger, I believe. That's a play style Kilsan likes, and to force him out of there as a Slash without the stack, that's hard. And then you're getting bumped all over the place with a really rocky map that you can't even get the speed up anyway. I'm going to be really interested to see how Raisey plays this one out, because if he runs in with no stack, gets blown up by a fire strike, it might be over at 1-0. We've seen in low-score games.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, if Raisey can get the lead and hang on to it, he's going to be so difficult to catch. Dan and I, we were just talking about it off stream. No player can just stop moving the way Raisey can. He can absolutely just position himself somewhere. His enemy will know where he is, and he will just stop. And he'll just stand still. He says, if you're going to come from left, I'm going to run right, and vice versa. And he will just hold on to that without budging an inch. So if that happens, Insomnia is a map that allows for that.
What I will say is that this map, I haven't seen a Slash on it. It seems really difficult to actually play the items with a Slash, right? Like, you can't speed in, steal away the heavy. You can't speed in, steal away the mega. You actually have to fight. So this is tricky.
I would agree. It's a tough one to visualize how this might play out. I mean, certainly, I think it's pretty easy with the DK to go, yeah, I could see how this will play. I mean, Flame Strike seems quite good here in this situation. So it also should be said that, Kilsan needs to bring this back again, right? He doesn't want to leave Raisey with a potential game point if he were to win this one. So
no, absolutely not. And these two have a history, So there is a world where Raisey's starting to get into Kilsan's head a bit, and so keeping rational, keeping calm is also part of the equation. This is a one-on-one game after all, where the mental game is probably just important, if not more important than skill level. So.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating because, Kilsan slowed it down a little bit for Maxter, slowed it down a little bit for Raisey, and now Raisey kind of answering that call, and Kilsan might need to be the one who goes a little aggressive to try to mix things up a bit.
I would agree, and so far we've seen that. He's stolen away the heavy, did a lot of damage for that, but now he's in position for the mega. He's limiting the resources for Raisey, and I definitely agree. I think we've seen a bit of a stalemate at the moment in the first 2 maps. I want to see more aggression from Kilsan. Really take the game to this Slash. You're not going to catch him, no, but you can bully her off the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be those opening rails that will be really big, especially for Kilsan, right? I mean, just look at Raisey's stack by comparison. One rail, so I don't care how fast you go, eventually you're going to get choked out of potential health and armor resources, and it's going to just be a battle of attrition to the point where Kilsan will ultimately win that one. So I tend to favor him and this champion pick a little bit more than what we see out of Raisey, but that hasn't stopped players in the past.
No, we can always see the trepidatious nature of Raisey evacuating the area whenever his opponent shows face. He's built the starting stack, so that's okay, but as you've pointed out, the stack difference otherwise is huge. Raisey's setting up a trap here. Kilsan actually jumps into it. The Flame Strike comes out, doesn't do anything.
coming up a second time with the rocket jump. He knows how important these items are. He does take it away, but as you can see, priority for Kilsan. Keep control of those items. A, B, C. Raisey doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Now he doesn't even have that starting stack either, so he's definitely not going to show an inch to Kilsan.
The walk key has never been used more.
No, it's going to be broken soon.
In this matchup, 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And, you know, you might have someone tune in and say, what is going on? I saw the most just brutal, aggressive matches today. And honestly, there's a lot of things you can break down from this. First off, respect from both of these players, knowing how deadly their opponent is. Hold on, we got a surprise.
Wow.
And that was huge by Kilsan. The game, the set, the trap, it was big. Raisey now going to pick up that aggression a little bit. Lands 2 nice rockets as Kilsan's trying to convert off this one and give himself a potential lead in the game. And that's how it can explode right there, Dan. All it takes is that moment. And this time it was Kilsan who stopped and slowed it down, saw an opportunity for that burst damage, and was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Raisey like a book. And the problem for me as he walks in again is the fact that Raisey's strategy so far has been avoid conflict. He's taken one major item in the game. How does he get into this one unless he tries to bait Kilsan into overextending, which is a hard task at the best of times. And Kilsan continues to rotate the items and doesn't let Raisey even have a sniff of them. So it's difficult to see what the game plan is for Raisey as he's been struggling with stacks, struggling to find damage. But he's going to have to before this game is over.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Kilsan now, 3 minutes in this, he's figured out, like, okay, I've kind of got a game plan here, right? Like, I've got a significant stack advantage. I've got control. If I land a single rail or catch my opponent while I've got this flame strike, then I'm going to be in a real good spot. He keeps that up. Even if you were to get a 1-2 frag lead, you know, I think it was you mentioned, like, Slash is, you know, able to get some speed on this one. There's the rail. Is it going to open up an opportunity? Well, that caused Raisey almost to go into panic mode to slow down behind that column, and it works out perfectly. LG by Kilsan, 4 minutes, 20 seconds in. He's up by 2.
Yeah, and it's really rough for Raisey, if I'm completely honest. That's the first item he's trying to take since the first time into the game, and he got punished for it.
Punished, yeah.
Like, he's feeling kind of worthless. You can see him looking at the angles, trying to work it out, but anytime Kilsan makes a move, it's more about Raisey retreating than really trying to punish that. Doesn't see him drop down, but he'll know where he's coming from now. He's going to peek over. He needs to contest, and I think this is what he has to do. He doesn't have anything to work with, but you need to take that risk. The fire strike comes out from Kilsan, and that is the sign for Raisey to leave. He goes up, but what a rocket to rail combo that was.
Excellently done. 3-0 now, and, you know, to your point, you know, halfway in, but I think with that slow start, Raisey's kind of like, there might not be a clear way to win this one. Like, he would just, I don't even know, Dan. I mean, speculating, it could be like, yeah, he needs to play a longer distance game, but like Kilsan's rails looking on point. He hits that one, and then, you know, what can he do? There he does land one. There's a second one. So maybe Raisey, I'll show you how you can win this one. In fact, the third rail and the machine gun. All right, patience, landing those shots. There is a way, but heck, can you convert with Slash? Flame strikes out again. You have to be careful because if that's up, you can't necessarily do what we just saw right there.
Yeah, and the thing is, to your point, as he goes in aggressively, actually, he tried to take the fight to Kilsan, surprises him, and in fact, he does. There you go. There's a great use of the Slash, and it's like, well, you've been not running at me for 5 minutes. He didn't expect it, but to your point, this map isn't necessarily about using that speed because the Slash is really difficult to use that speed. It's more about the angle play, and Raisey's not been playing the angles particularly well until now. And now the comeback is on. He just can't find the edge of Kilsan there as he gets away, but with what? 8 seconds towards the heavy, and Raisey's got a bit of momentum behind him. He's felt some confidence.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was literally some kind of five-head mood, giving Kilsan a little bit of a lead and some confidence because I think now Kilsan's kind of asking himself, wait a second, what was working so well, does not seem to be as effective. He was using the rail, definitely LG, and of course the flame strike in several different spots. Just needs to keep at that, still up by 1, about 3.5 minutes remaining. Big rocket, a second follow-up, a little bit of damage coming out by Raisey too. No opportunity to capitalize on that one.
But that amazing split that Kilsan built into these 2 items is now being used by Raisey. The one item he started with has now been converted into an absolute multitude, and this overbearing stack of Raisey is being built into this game, but Kilsan's coming back into it. A good rail has equalized that stack. He's being forced away from this Mega, though. He wants to contest it so damn badly. He's got it for the He's got the flame strike, and it comes out, and that'll be a certain death.
Yikes, yeah, I mean, right in the face, eat it up. It burns out.
I understand the move by Raisey, but it felt, watching it from afar, so obvious as to what was happened once Kilsan started moving back in. He was waiting and hoping the slasher was going to commit, and Raisey took that bait.
Yeah, and it's a mistake you've got to learn from. Unfortunately, did you learn it too late in the game? Because up by 2, still going to be pretty tough. You know, Kilsan's going to be able to use that flame defensively if need be. Well, opening up with a rail. Some Tri-Bolt comes out. Can't find a second one. Flames are back up here for Kilsan.
Raisey's beginning to find a good rotation, a good pathing that he's enjoying and finding success with. Kilsan, as you rightly put it now, is in a position where he's like, maybe I just play the corner game.
Yeah.
Hope the slash comes at me and I can use my flame shot, because I don't need to engage her. I don't need to give her free angles, just like this. Luckily, Kilsan does make that a trade, but it is damage that he can't really afford to take because he's not being able to get these major items, and that pressure will continue to build. He has got a 2-frag buffer. Here comes Raisey. He's taking a lot of damage with the flame strike, and he's actually going to go down himself. That probably wins Kilsan the game, but Raisey has a little bit more time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kilsan being a little bit more patient on that point. What was working out so well for him early on kind of stopped by Raisey, which was a good indication that Raisey was kind of adapting, but Kilsan firing right back.
There we go.
Another big frag, 2 rockets, 1 minute left. That's probably going to result in the GG.
Absolutely, and he did exactly what we were talking about, Weed. It was like, well, yeah, I can't get control, but what I can do is wait around this corner until you fly into my rockets, and I have an amazing ability that will just eliminate you.
Yeah, I mean, the big takeaways from that is great job by Raisey kind of figuring out a way to get through that stack wall that Kilsan had built up, but then a shout out to Kilsan for kind of realizing what Raisey was doing, adjusting his game accordingly. 30 seconds remaining. Might be able to get another frag here, but then what happens after that? Raisey does get it, but actually it's a trade, so it won't matter anyway as 20 seconds left. Raisey calls the GG, and we are tied up yet again, 2-2, moving on to Deep Embrace.
The big thing for me is the what-ifs in that matchup, right? Because it felt that Raisey was walking around like little lost lamb for the first 5 minutes of the game. No items to his name. Didn't even try to pressure Kilsan for a lot of it, in part because of the way in which Kilsan was cutting off the angles before he could, but I definitely felt that Raisey could have been more creative on the defense. It just felt that he was playing a game of staying alive rather than how do I actually take control and take the lead. So bit of self-reflection from Raisey, but it's only a 2-2 game in terms of map score. We've got a long way to go.
Yeah. When we started this best of 7, it became a best of 5.
Yeah.
Now we're back to a best of 3 all over again. Deep Embrace, Blood Covenant, Ruins, our last 3 maps. Both players definitely playing well. Welcome to the desk, Ketchup.
Hello, hello, hello. But a key moment in this series, a chance for Kilsan to come back online after a rough couple. And, well, importantly, that we're back to an even scenario. So, as you quite rightly said, having a bit of a rough start there, Kilsan kind of just keeping that momentum as we go. Nice to know there's still life in him, and that's an important element to have.
Yeah, it's 2-2, but he's only won 1 map, so it won't feel as good as being a 2-2 mentally.
I don't know. 2-2 is 2-2. I mean, you get that map for a reason, but certainly, I don't know. Maybe it comes into mind. But now we're going to shift over to Deep Embrace. So we got Kilsan on the Doom and Raisey on the Galena. Definitely a little bit different than what normally we might see on Deep Embrace, but will this be another map where, you know, Doom, some mobility, might be able to have a bit more utility that's beneficial? Galena is kind of good utility as well. So how do you measure this one, Dan?
Like, Raisey would definitely rather have played the Doom. I think this is the exact pairing we saw Raisey versus Wenger, Doom versus Galena, if I remember rightly. Raisey definitely prefers the Doom, but the reason you pick a Galena is, well, one, there's not a lot of champions left, to put it bluntly, so you have to have one of them. But the reason you pick a Galena over what's left on that board there is the totems in fight. You want to keep your stack high. You want to use them strategically just to make sure you can dodge back into them, retop yourself off, because this is a high combat map. I don't expect Raisey to really go out of his way to search for that overstack. If you get it, great, it's a bonus, but it's about being efficient with the usage and a little bit of information. But from a Doom perspective, like, we know what we get with that particular champion. Good mobility, causes a little bit of chaos in fights, and got the Berserk if you need it as a get out of free jail card.
But I think at the same time, too, we kind of look at the champions that are there, and with the totems, should be quite good for Raisey, who's likely going to be maybe a little bit out-positioned. I think I'm kind of looking at Deep Embrace on paper, and I'm thinking Doom's going to have that double jump to kind of just go from point A to point B miles faster than Galena can possibly do it outside of a rocket jump. So having that little bit of extra padding, if you will, to kind of cover his back when Kilsan's more than likely going to be the one to initiate a lot of these fights, least of all with those kind of ranged rail shots that he's going to be in position for first. I think this is a good situation for Kilsan. The important thing, though, is going to be to just lay that pressure on thick when the opportunity arises. Any amount of time to disengage in between those items, Raisey's just going to bring himself back up to healthy, and it's just another thing that Kilsan doesn't want to have to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, after this map, one of these players will most certainly be on game point, right? Raisey had the opportunity to be there on a map win on Insomnia. Didn't happen. We're tied back up. Whoever wins this map has a potential game point possibility and could become the Quake World Champion for Season 3.
Well, it looks like we're jumping into Deep Embrace,
Yes,
a often favorite map at this point. Thank you very much, ZSX. We might be seeing you later, who knows, as we now jump into where things begin. An early fight is going to break out now with Kilsan back in the heavy position. Such a common thing now where players will push forward early because, I mean, you're going to spawn on one side of the map each.
Yep.
There's no immediate rush to pick the item up. You may as well get the damage first and then pick it up later. Kilsan still delaying the heavy. We can see the degree of setup right now.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, a little bit similar to what we saw in that start with Corrupted Keep. First totems do happen to be down. Big rocket from Kilsan to open things up, following up with a rail and a second rail, and an explosive start to Deep Embrace here by Kilsan, already up by 1.
That's a fantastic start if you're in Kilsan's position, and he's already kind of on the hunt as we have this next cycle of items. Now, Raisey is going to try and somewhat play it safe by sitting near heavy side, but really nothing to be had. A heavy pickup, Raisey picking up that mega because, truthfully, you have to. You can't sit around and wait at this point because Kilsan has all the weapons and all the momentum. He's going to drop down, look for an opening rail. Lovely positioning for Kilsan just to make sure the teleporter was there to retreat to. And I love that little maneuver. Keep yourself covered. But where are we going to go from this point on? You can see Kilsan doing Kilsan things, sitting in the center point of the map, listening out for Raisey. But Raisey will know that and trying very hard not to make some noise in return.
And Kilsan did get that first frag, but what Raisey's looking for is to not allow a snowball to take place. Nice double rail coming out by Kilsan. Not going to be able to land a third as that mega is picked up by Raisey. He's very happy that it was there. These rails coming up by Kilsan, super patient, definitely accurate and on point. And that's how he is going to try to control this top area here. As another rail comes out, and he's sporting a 77% with 9 shots. Raisey in the danger zone. Misses that rail, but he recovered. The LG as he hops down. I'm not sure if he missed that or what, but... Oh, and another rail off the spawn. Kilsan is no longer here. It's Railson.
Wheat, there is nowhere Raisey can go that Kilsan isn't making the perfect read on. We saw it on the frag previously where Kilsan fakes out the double jump, drops round on the bottom location, knows where Raisey's going to retreat, catches the perfect chase down near Heavy. I mean, everything Raisey's trying to do to survive, Kilsan just seems to be one or maybe even two steps ahead. And we said that Kilsan is going to have to stick to Raisey like glue. What opportunities has Raisey had to actually set up anything? The rocket, knowing that the totem's going to get dropped 4-0. We're not even 3 minutes in. Kilsan's back in this series and then some. And that's what you need for grand finals, mate.
Absolutely, 4-0. And I think the big problem is that Raisey isn't even being given room to set anything up, where Kilsan, again, we mentioned the double jump, but it's not just the double jump, it's that rail too. 69% as he's hitting
nice.
A huge amount of those shots, and the ones that really count. Up by 4. Is there snowball potential? Yes, but Kilsan in the first 3 minutes and 20 seconds already setting himself up nicely here on Deep Embrace.
They're the frightening kind of rails. The most fearsome, the ones where Kilsan, there is a split second where Raisey is visible and somehow Kilsan just has the angle lined up. That's the most impressive thing. I mean, he's not kind of reacting to it. There's this element of going around a corner and knowing that if he's there, I'll catch him. So I've already got my crosshair laid out, and it's just that degree of minute knowledge at this point. That's what world-class Quake is all about. And there's the defensive rail. Does not hit its mark there, Raisey. Forced to second guess. What am I going to do here? Actually chooses to run all the way round for Heavy, but it hasn't really done anything. Kilsan is on the hunt regardless. You've got to go all the way around. Mate, I've got a double jump.
Yeah, and then what is there for him? The mega opportunity to rocket jump up is exactly what he does. And every single time, Kilsan always has a place to go to if he frags Raisey, right? Like, first he's going to look for that spawn, but second of all, he knows that Raisey's going to want that rail because that's going to be a key item to trying to open things up here in this matchup. Another direct rocket, a second time too, but Raisey gets the frag down just a little bit. Even Kilsan, surprised by that one. I'm kind of shocked.
Just shy of 1 HP, but that's going to be swiftly healed up thanks to the totem, but gotta be honest, that fight did feel a little bit fortunate for Raisey. You know, that last-minute teleport, kind of mixing him up a little bit, if you will, and catching Kilsan off guard. You're going to need more than that to bring this thing back, because it's still 5-1. We've just hit the 5-minute warning, and the pace of Kilsan continues. Now, there's going to be one major factor, and I'm kind of not surprised that Raisey's still sitting around, not just for the Heavy, the rail. Kilsan hasn't been able to pick up a rail yet, and that has been the nightmare tool that has kept Raisey behind.
He sees his opponent behind him. He quickly gets out of there. More totems going down. One away from an overstack here. And now he's got to slow this down, try to open it up in a way that's going to be beneficial to him. Heavy is almost up. Mega's sitting over there just waiting to be picked up. And Raisey's going to now, for the first time, be in some sort of control here of the major items.
Kilsan had to play it safe there. He's only got an LG and a tri-bolt, so knowing he didn't have the rail, knowing he didn't have the rocket launcher, sitting around on Heavy, all it took was one brave push from Raisey, and there was just a chance Kilsan was going to get out-fragged. And with this much of a lead, it's kind of not worth taking that risk. You still have 4 frags to work with, and it took a minute to build this whole series up, so if Kilsan is able to keep this strong, cautious game plan in check, by all means, he can take this map all the way. Another rotation of the items for another time. Raisey being nice and careful, but there is going to come a point where he's going to have to pounce. Now, there's a little bit of damage here, but this isn't going to be the moment. Jump pad! No! Totem for you! Kilsan gets another one!
Now, is he going to try to rush this one down? He does see his opponent, does not decide to go after him. All he had was rocket and a LG. Nice rail coming out. That Heavy almost up. Kilsan still up by 5. Big LG damage. Rail does hit. Oh, big rocket too through that murder hole as well. No armor now on Raisey's side. But Kilsan takes a lot of damage there in the danger zone now.
Hitting that rail sometimes felt a little bit like a needle in a haystack.
Yep.
The fact that Kilsan's been able to find so many of these is ridiculous in its own right, but it has been the rail that's consistently kept Raisey in this not so fortunate position. Kilsan, ooh, lovely rocket placement straight through the wooden holes. And now the pressure could be on. The jump pad there, Raisey second-guessed it. Okay, never mind. Maybe I shouldn't go up here. Get some bonus spam maybe, but that's as good as we're going to get. Another rail to hit its mark. Thankfully now for Raisey, able to get the Mega afterwards, so it's not going to be as disastrous, but now we're going to have to focus on some armor. Without armor, the rails, the rockets, the LG, everything is going to punish Raisey so much heavier, and there's not much of this map left to go, Wheat.
Ooh, nice tribal as he makes the rocket jump up. That heavy is going to be there. LG on top of the tower. Oh, and exchanging a rail right there, too. Can't follow up with the second one. Raisey flashing, hurt. Light is picked up by Kilsan. 2 minutes left to go. 5 frags, that's a lot. Yes, there's snowball potential here on Deep Embrace, but not the way that Kilsan's playing.
It doesn't matter at all that Kilsan took a bunch of damage right there near heavy because he got the better win. He had more options to recover. He had more options to even pick up some armor. And then there was a Mega lying in wait. That's just Kilsan's plan B coming into effect. You've always got to have a backup plan for these situations. And he knew, I'll get some damage, and if I take too much damage, that's totally fine. I've got plenty of the map to fall back on. And right now, one rocket to begin, and there's the rail out of nowhere. A minute and a half. 4 frags needed. Technically possible, but it's going to be one hell of a comeback if Raisey can get this.
It would be one hell of a comeback, but he's going to try to go for it. Rail through the back. A second rail up the jump pad. 6-3, minute 15 in order to make something happen. Knows his opponent doesn't have a rail, but spawned over by that LG. Then we're going to have the heavy picked up on the top. LG versus LG. Oh, no! Kilsan does go down. Very, very low, though. Raisey's got to be careful here. He's hanging out in the back hallway. 2 frags and 1 minute in order to make those up.
50 seconds right as Raisey picks up a fresh Mega health. And with that light armor, these rails make me very nervous with what's on the line here. This is the opportunity to break away, to put yourself onto championship point. And only 2 frags for Raisey lies in the balance. Kilsan has to play this so carefully. A Berserk is ready. Might be used for an emergency escape, but it won't be until the last closing minutes. You're going to be stuck in melee for a set time. That's not what you want right now. The Mega is about to spawn, but I don't think Raisey even has time to go for it.
No, he did finally catch a glimpse of where his opponent was. Nice rail. He's going to make the rocket jump up. He does, but the LG's there. It was a big risk. He had to take it. The rail from Kilsan. That will seal the deal on the game. You know, why did Raisey rocket jump? He had to. There had to be an opportunity to try to get that frag back. Kilsan so elegantly avoiding the situation. Yeah.
And the fact that he gets that win with a Doomslayer that's currently wearing the belt in-game. That's a message to send. You see that? That's going to be mine soon. Or maybe not. But I got to say, yeah, that play near the end, you're right. If Raisey didn't rocket jump there, it was over. You can't chase him. Can't get it in time. You can't even get up that jump pad. Would have been a bigger risk than a surprise rocket jump. So sometimes you just have to go for it. But Kilsan had just done such an amazing job early. And we have got to give a shout out to those world-famous rail shots. There's a reason people call Kilsan Railson. You saw a perfect example for that right now. And just look at these replays, right? 5-0 when we were about halfway through. The amount Raisey had to do to come back, I mean, it's a miracle he got so close.
Agreed.
Yeah, I completely agree as well. And Raisey, that could have been much worse. That could have been 10-0 at one stage, considering how bad of a spot he had to be put himself in under defensive stance to try and recover. It was so difficult. And Kilsan, I kind of feel like all of a sudden he's come to life, and this is going to be dangerous territory here for Raisey. But now we're coming to the map cycle where Raisey has a lot more space, but of course a lot more rail action from Kilsan's end. So it may be pros and cons from both sides, but yeah, it'll be interesting if we do get to these both maps, not just one.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, folks. I'm looking at that map that we're coming up to next, Blood Covenant. We are obviously entering a dimension where there's only a little bit left. You don't have a lot of champions to choose from, and I think Kilsan might be on the slightly negative side of that, because Raisey gets to go in with a conventional champion in Visor. Ison on Blood Covenant, I mean, it wouldn't be a first pick, would it? It really wouldn't. No. So you're going up against someone who has the same stack as you, slightly better movement, and at the same time, I mean, the piercing sight, man. I mean, that just has such a huge benefit for players. on Blood Covenant because it's super rail heavy. It can be super ambush heavy. You know, you can see where people spawn. It does everything. And you've just got a little turret that might not do much. I'm a bit worried.
You know, Kilsan now being on game point. He wins this next match. He is the Season 3 champion. I don't think either of these players, I mean, Raisey has no choice. He's got to win this game, force it to a final game. If that happens, the interesting thing is, of Sorlag and Keel, which of these players has played that champion on that map this weekend, right? Like maybe in the past, but suddenly there's this sort of unpracticed thing this weekend.
And there's also the talking point of Keel was not picked. Keel was the last one left. So
true.
By purest definition, the last choice.
But the thing is, though, the kill pick on Ruins isn't that bad. It used to be quite good. The fact you can use those pineapples around the T-junction on Mega, for Heavy especially,
right.
So easy for them to try and bag that, just find a couple just to be on the safety side, you know. Even on Courtyard, if they're trapped, find some of those pineapples to kind of move them a bit into your advantageous position. There's a lot of things you can do with it, but obviously we need to get to that point. Of course, we have to focus on Blood Covenant and the Visor, you know, definitely more of a viable option here.
Absolutely. Well, we're moving on to the 6th map, and that means Kilsan is on game point. It is currently 3-2 in our grand final of Kilsan versus Raisey. Map 7, should we go to it, will be on Ruins, but Blood Covenant is first. Raisey's tournament life is on the line. He has already made 2nd place, but he said, Lethal, I don't want 2nd place. If he wants to crawl past this, he has got to defeat Kilsan here on Blood Covenant.
He certainly does, but Visor is still a decent pick considering the champion pool he had left remaining. So this could be Raisey's time to get these 2 maps back-to-back and claim the title for himself. As now currently Mega's up in its couple of seconds, and look at this here, Raisey in a better spot for this Mega, and if he grabs this and then instantly goes for the Heavy, he can try and contest that at the exact same time, but at the same time as well, Raisey just been a little bit cautious with that decision to either just go for the Mega or just try and fool Kilsan in some way.
Coming around the corner, that turret waiting for him right there. Kilsan did grab that Heavy. And, you know, Kilsan had a pretty mighty rail on that last map. Let's hope he packed it in a suitcase and brought it over here to Blood Covenant, because I do think that rails are going to help decide the winner of this one. Kilsan can close it out right here. He's been wanting that championship for a while. Raisey's no different. And everything's on the line here with Kilsan and game point.
Good rails from both players, but Raisey's going to take the risk here, but will he be able to survive and get the Heavy? Yes, he does, and now does a little bit of heavy machine gun damage, and the rail as well. Kilsan is on the back foot, Raisey's on the hunt, looking to try and track him down, but of course he's just directly above, and I love that as well, just eating the lights away. Going to go through, and now he has the chance to get the Mega, and Kilsan knows this.
Yeah, absolutely. Kilsan's still fairly low. And although Raisey doesn't have the most respectable stack in the world, he will grab that Mega. Piercing Sight comes out, knows exactly where his opponent is at, but it doesn't matter. He uses it to push away and zone his opponent so he can grab that Heavy. He's focusing on that item control to see if he can't help him net that first frag. Nice rail from Kilsan as we're 2 minutes in, 0-0.
You saw that as well. The turret gave a little bit of info on where Raisey could be lurking, and Kilsan got a clear eye view around that hourglass area. And Raisey now just holding the angles once again. Knows that he can't go for the Mega and doesn't want to risk taking too much damage, as if he does drop for the Heavy and he's already consumed 1 rail, then it could be curtains for him and giving Kilsan that first frag, as both players now just playing it a lot slow as he's just directly underneath.
Yep. And I thought he might just rocket jump up there, but no. There's likely, I don't know if he dropped his turret up there, but he's waiting for him around the corner. Oh, catch him with the LG, 100 damage right off the bat. Doesn't decide to go in for the kill. That just doing that damage is enough.
And that's going to make Kilsan make a split decision on where he wants to go. Oh, what a great rail there from Kilsan, just to try and knuckle down on the stack. And oh, you saw that, it got a little bit dicey, but just throwing those audio cues about here and there, basically saying to Raisey, I'm not scared of you, I'm not scared to just push on up by any means, just firing that turret back down, and Mega's up in the next couple of seconds. But I love the prioritization of these hourglasses as well, to make sure to have consistent reads every single time. And Mega and Heavy, Mega's been up for at least 5 to 7 seconds now. Heavy's only just come up, but it looks like there is going to be a GA in terms of going for each other's items. So almost in sync again, so we won't see full map control for a while.
Another incredibly intense game where the mind games are present. Neither player really wanting to commit, using the full utility that their champs have. Oh, narrowly missing that rocket as Mega is about up, but these items are so close to one another, separated by 3 seconds.
And now Raisey still just directly underneath. We're already approaching the halfway stage. I'm getting the Hron Tox flashbacks at the moment, as he is trapped, but Raisey should be okay if he can at least get that first rail in. And Kilsan knows that he's still there. Look at that. Good read from Kilsan, just getting ready to try and Ferrari peek away from the Rockets to try and catch at least one rail onto Raisey. But Kilsan just biding his time, listening for his audio cues, using the tri-buck to see if he can get a little bit of damage in both items again. Been up for a while.
Yeah, immediately goes down, and he didn't immediately go for that heavy. Sees him on top. Kilsan's immediately just gonna turn around and say, cool, I'm gonna go grab the Mega. And again, the respect lethal of these two. We're halfway through, 0-0. Not an uncommon score that we have seen here on Blood Covenant, and even more so considering what is at risk and what is on the line. Potentially a championship win for Kilsan, Raisey's tournament life for him.
I love that from Kilsan, trying to potentially dive on in with the turret to consume some of that damage. Good first rail there from Kilsan. Raisey's just straight up out of there. And Mega is up. He's got to be careful here, just trying to abuse the map geometry of these pillars. Does get the Mega. Kilsan looking to try and go for another one. Look how patient Raisey is with that rail, just to try and hit one of his shots, and Kilsan preemptively rocketing around that light. But Raisey knows better than that and goes for the other one instead.
Oh, I like that, though. Turning back around. We'll be able to pick up those vials. Let's see what Kilsan is up to here. As I think he thought his opponent might have gone underneath to head over that heavy. He realized that's not the case, so he's going to grab that. While Raisey is likely to grab that Mega, which he does. And, you know, Rail's been very key here, but neither players really wanted to show themselves to even let their opponent hit rails.
And Raisey now just continue to be very patient. Kilsan's just walking around bottom Mega to see what he can find. Both of them have no info on each other, but you know what? That piercing sight could come in handy, but instead comes for the TP, and Raisey was more than ready for that approach. As Raisey right now still got a slightly bigger stack, as piercing sight is coming up in the next 15 seconds, and the Mega has been delayed again by Kilsan.
Right, but I think that was smart too, knowing like, hey, I could put myself out here, might land a rail, could get hit by one, it's okay, I can go back and grab that Mega. It's exactly what he does, but gets tagged with another one. Does Raisey sense an opening? Turret is up, turret is down, now another rail coming out. The Tri-Bolt, Raisey definitely looking for an opportunity here. He's got the armor stack, Kilsan's hurting. Rocket jumps up, then the jump pad, trying to fake out Kilsan, and Kilsan's just gonna head on over and grab that Mega.
Raisey's creating some good flanks, but instead, Kilsan's got plenty of time to kind of rotate round or get away. This is going to be the issue, but Raisey just taking that last rail. He's not going to be up for a little bit of time, but neither is the Mega either. Does have the piercing sight once again. 2 minutes and 15 left. Knows he's at the rail now from that try button, of course, with the piercing sight. Looking to see what the best situation could be for himself in order to approach that heavy and also get some damage done. But as he's trying to take out that turret, Kilsan had eyes on him. couple of missed rockets. Kilsan directly underneath him, but the turret's been a little bit of a pain. That does mean that Kilsan will get that heavy. Nice little strategy there from Kilsan. Nova is on limited time. He's trying to go for the Mega at the same time. Raisey heard that straight away. Just tanked that last rail. Does pick up the Mega, but this is Kilsan's opportunity. He's just going back-to-back rails. Still somehow alive, just barely, but the light will stop him from being railable, and Raisey just needs to get out of there.
Yeah, fix the rocket. Trying to provide Raisey with some wrong information here. A rail would be huge, potentially set up a potential here for that first frag. We also could go right into sudden death here. I don't think either player necessarily wants that added pressure to things, but it might be the only choice. They both have 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. Kilsan with the better stack. Grabs another rail. He hit 3 phenomenal rails lethal earlier on. Raisey still kind of recovering from that. Very, very close one on that one. Heavy's about up.
Kilsan's still got full map control. Raisey needs to try and get some chip damage, but it's Kilsan still continuing with these rails, and Kilsan still has the angle there. Raisey is actually playing this quite risky and wants to try and attempt to go for this rail, but I love this as well. Putting on a bit more pressure. Has picked up the Mega, but Kilsan is still at the bottom, knows not to go up that jump pad. It's basically dangerous territory for him, but that was a decent rocket there as Raisey having to try and get away as Kilsan still trying to find out more info with that tripod. Goes in, almost gets it with Darrell, goes through the TP, back and forth. I don't know what's going to happen here. 7 HP, still staying alive. Both of them are so weak. Trying to finish it with the shotty, but neither player wants to go for it. So tempting. How on earth was there no kill from either side?
Unbelievable little dance there through the teleporter. I definitely clenched a little bit. Raisey still trying to recover from that one, and there's the time. Sudden death. The next map will either determine whether we go to a final map or if we have a new champion here in Season 3. Kilsan attacked with that rail.
And Kilsan now, will he be able to stay alive at this point? Still into sudden death, and if he just makes the wrong peak, or pushes out too far, then that's him done. If Heavy is up, Raisey, of course, going to go for it uncontested. As Kilsan's still looking for some lights, but he's got the piercing sight. Hits the first shot. He's going to push straight on forward, but the problem is he's already picked up the Mega here. Still hasn't found any armor to his name. Raisey desperately trying to get this first and, of course, last frag, but the light has already been picked up, and Kilsan slowly being able to recover.
I mean, we could see another 10 minutes away that they are playing right now. It's super intense. I mean, to think about how close both of them came to death through that teleporter dance is just unbelievable. Love to see that one in slow-mo again. 1 minute in now. Both players looking pretty good on their stacks. They'll swap the items yet again. Piercing sight's about to be back up. Quite a while till next turret.
This is the first rail, but Kilsan still trying to use that tribal to full effect. But look how aggressive Raisey is here. I'm liking this play, and Kilsan is going to get a little bit worried here with the pressure that Raisey's putting on at the moment, but does back away, does take down that turret. Kilsan still directly above him, picking up the hourglasses, piercing sight in the next 12 seconds. He may just have to let him get a Mega, but Heavy is still up, and Raisey's just running his best as he can. But Kilsan, he's already done a lot of LG damage. We might take him down, and yes, he does. And it does look like we're going to the final map. It took 12 minutes rather. I can't speak, but how long was he waiting for that opportunity? I can't believe that was how it ended.
Unbelievable. The patience there, the mental fortitude and all of that. I totally get where Kilsan was coming from. He had the potential rocket jump to the momentum, but you never want to be in the air and have your opponent's LG pointed at you. It was lit, and you know what? It was at that point, that first cell hit, I'm certain that Kilsan thought, shoot, I probably just lost that game because of that.
That one moment, guys, that one moment at the teleporter down towards Heavy Machine Gun. How did it not end there? They both got out like...
Look at this.
We don't get to see the entire thing, but they both got out with 5 to 10 points of health, and then they still are looking for the angle, and here we go, the final float. Raisey all tied up. It all comes down to the next one.
But Kilsan should have taken that battle, should have won that battle.
He should have. He
with the
absolutely
stack he
should have.
had.
I do agree, but you know what? You know, the telefrag, like all sorts of different things can go wrong in that situation. I think that Raisey probably went through and was hoping to go back through for an escape. I don't even know if Kilsan was expecting that to happen, right? It's like, think about the number of decisions that were made just in that 2-second period of time. And I think both of them were probably looking at their own health going like, oh my God, get out of here. But didn't realize that, like, no, they both dished out a lot of damage to one another.
And they were both still looking at each other, like, just by a fraction, like a frame. And I still could, they were so tempted. But the thing is, though, Kilsan, that one rail could have won in the championship. That's the crazy thing. But going into this last map, also Raisey looking good with that kill pick.
I agree. I agree. We were actually talking about it behind the scenes at the Sex and he was like, wait, you favor Kiel over Sorlek on this matchup? And
that was a good impression of him.
I was being very, very polite, very generous in that impression. But we were talking about it, and there's definitely people who would favor Kiel in this matchup. Why? Because those grenades can help so much in a number of choke points. Because on the one hand, yes, Ruins, it's a larger map. It's got quite a few open spaces. That is not where Kiel shines. But think of the choke point near the Mega. Think of the heavy area. Think of the rail, the LG. There's several areas where those grenades really do shine.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure then all of the Sorlag lovers are like, yeah, but I can zone with my spit. I can, like, set things up. But, you know, I do tend to agree with you. I think that the grenades can be much more punishing, can zone just as well. A little bit different, right? There's a solution to the spit. That's right? And that's like, whereas there's not always a solution if a well-placed grenade. I mean, we did see Chain earlier not only use that as a zoning, but ultimately earning himself a frag, different map, but an example of how that could happen. Now, on the flip side, Kilsan's got some nice air control, has some speed, so I don't know how this one breaks down, Flea, but I am so stoked that we are going to the final game. We are tied 3-3, and it all comes down to this.
Chat, make some noise. I want to see some focus for Kilsan. I want to see some Raisey. Let us hear it. It all comes down to this. These 3 days of grueling matches. One map to decide it all.
Oh, around the corner, big rocket to open things up. Raisey, no armor stack left, and I don't know that we're gonna get much. It might be slow, but I think it'll be a calculated game, and then when the opportunities arise, we're gonna see an explosive action coming out. Already using those grenades for a little bit of zoning, but great rail coming out from Kilsan. Raisey already on the back foot, gonna be heading down. Mega has not been picked up, still being held on. Huge delay. There it is. That is a massive gap. Oh! Not expecting it. Probably not even knowing where his opponent was. And Kilsan's on the board with one.
I was not expecting Raisey to stick around when he was railable. He was so close to just getting over that threshold, but apparently didn't feel confident to pick up one of those health levels up there. Now Kilsan attempting to zone a bit with the toxic spit. Nice spread between the items too. We eat 10 seconds between Mega and Heavy, and that favors the more mobile one of the two, and that is Kilsan.
Yeah, I mean, look at these rails already coming out. Look at that stack that we're already seeing. And then down below, yeah, we do have the grenades coming out, but big opportunity. Huge rockets, but Raisey very, very low. The rocket to finish him up. Kilsan now with his second frag. He wants to set the tempo of this one. He wants to use that speed to his advantage. Spit comes out as he drops down to that Heavy. Still a long time before that one spawns, but can head on over to the Mega. It is about ready to go, and he cannot get there in time. That's going to go to Raisey.
Raisey is relentless in his aggression right now. Spawns, gets a decent stack because he's a heavy tank, picks up LG, and he charges in, pushes, kills, and manages to outmaneuver him, but still, Raisey applying constant pressure, has secured Mega, now takes himself Heavy too. All he needs is one good rail to open things up fully.
Yeah, I mean, and the tables are turned right here in this situation. Gonna grab some hourglasses, have his spit ready again. Raisey with a great stack. Kilsan waiting just above that jump pad. Knows the timing of that Heavy. I think heard his opponent drop down, decides to go ahead and get that light. And, you know, a couple of grenades getting eaten down there, and suddenly you're not so sure about going in there.
I like that play from Kilsan. Just preempting Raisey going through the teleporter, laying down some of that spit, making sure that if you do go through, you have to waste another few seconds to get a bubble, nullify the effect of that AoE.
Kilsan also starting things off with an 80% rail. Those first few shots were immaculate, and there is going to be one answered back by Kilsan and by Raisey, and a second one coming out as well. Suddenly, Sorlag trying to get out of there. Opponent knows exactly where Kilsan is at this point, and so things slow down. The back hallway, an explosive start for Kilsan. He'd be happy to keep this lead.
Still very early in the game, Wheat. Not even 4 minutes in. Kilsan absolutely cannot just plus back and be on the defensive for the entirety of this map. He needs to still show presence. He needs to challenge Raisey on the items. Not necessarily go all in, not even attempt to take them for himself, but he needs to consistently swindle down that stack of his opponent.
Ooh, good positioning there by Kilsan. Can't really get a shot or make it happen. Raisey does catch the foot of his opponent there, peeking out of the side. Heard him go up that jump pad. And Raisey just right now controlling all of the major items. Fortunately, there we go, first damage. Not the first damage, but opening up with this particular cycle with the rail.
This is the situation in which the Sorlag shines, though. A frag lead, significantly faster and more nimble than the opponent.
Yeah.
Kilsan is doing a very good job at being evasive, at being slippery. Reading Raisey perfectly. And all Raisey's been able to do is land a few rails here and there, but more often than not, Kilsan responds in kind. Nice rocket.
Yeah, I like that by Kilsan, right? Setting up is like, if my opponent's going to go ahead and be on a rotation, how can I break that a little bit? LG from the top to the mid. Both players doing a lot of damage. Going to commit to this one, and Kilsan takes it with a third frag, 5 minutes in. A little surprised to see that one. Thought that Raisey might have the advantage there, but Kilsan held his ground, and nicely done.
Absolutely. 18 points of health. That was all separating him from death. And now Raisey has to focus on recollecting those crucial weapons. Doesn't have everything in his arsenal that he needs to challenge Kilsan. And in doing so, he's basically giving Kilsan so much time, so much freedom to start that own cycle of the major items.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the fact that the Sorlag likes to be a few frags up, and where it gets really scary is when that time begins to tick away. Kilsan's also landing his rails. He's not going to give you that room. He's been aggressive with his rails. He's been defensive with his rails. So you've got to deal with those and these flicks that are coming out from Kilsan. He was at 80% before. He's still at 75, Flea.
Railgun is really what has given Kilsan that leg up in this fight. This could have gone so differently if Kilsan had not landed 80% rail in those opening few minutes, and Raisey had instead retaliated with that same intensity to get himself a lead.
Peeked down, saw his opponent, had the rocket launcher out. Wasn't a whole lot he could do, but said, don't want to be here. 6 minutes, 40 seconds. And what does Raisey do? Kilsan now not giving him the opportunity to really make any sort of a moves. He might have to chase this one. Does go up the jump pad. Eats a lot of LG damage. Kilsan, though, a little bit low. Raisey still with a decent stack. Another LG battle.
Somehow Kilsan is actually just winning these fights. All rail misses. This is an opportunity for Raisey. Can he get away? Yes. First frag on the board for Raisey. Took a fair bit of damage. Kilsan spawns on a small armor as well. But it's Raisey who is first on top of the Mega. No, he actually decides to drop down instead, prioritize the heavy. No, rocket jumps back up. Raisey just trying to go for both of them.
A big opportunity there to try to get that, but read it nicely, knew that that was probably where Kilsan was going. Wasn't really in a position to do that damage. Did try to stop from that LG, and ooh, big damage. with that LG. He drops back down. That was a risky move, but he managed to get out of there. 7 minutes, 45 seconds. That's still, the time's ticking away. 2 frag lead through the teleporter. Spit comes down as well, delaying Raisey a little bit more.
Heavy taken by Kilsan. Mega goes to Raisey. Kilsan with a slight stack advantage at this point. Plus 2 frags of a lead and a significantly faster champion. This is an uphill battle for Raisey, to be sure.
Absolutely. Here's his opponent above him. Has a lot of different ways can exit up that jump pad. Typically pretty safe to stay up there if your opponent has to go up. Now right above him, Spit is ready. Minute and 30, 90 seconds away from potentially being the champion.
One of the biggest issues that Raisey is facing right now is that there's no time between the items.
Yep.
And this late in the game, Wheat, he doesn't have the opportunity to start offsetting them either. He can't just sit around and delay it for 15 seconds because with a minute left on the clock, he needs to make something happen, and he needs to make it happen now.
Yep. Now Kilsan aimed outside that teleporter exit. Some of that stack ticking down, but Kilsan is not going to give Raisey an inch. It could be a strategic win here for the final game after an explosive 2 frags at the beginning. Less than 45 seconds remaining. Kilsan looking for his plus back victory here. He has fought so hard all weekend long. Lost that very first map. People wondered if he could make it to here, Flea. 30 seconds remaining. And it may end like this, where Raisey's gonna go in for the attack. Spit comes out, he's gotta make the shots. He can't, he's so low. Kilsan has plenty of stack, it ticks away. And Raisey says GG. And Kilsan is your Quake World Champion for Season 3, winning this one down, taking it to the wire, 4-3. Raisey picking up another 2nd place, but Kilsan is your champion.
And look at him, the enthusiasm, the excitement, the relief. This was an extremely hard-fought battle, but he gets to claim the belt, and what a beautiful prize it is. Kilsan, congratulations.
It was hard fought, you think, especially after that Blood Covenant game that came down to the wire, the crazy, crazy teleporter. It obviously slowed down a bit there on Ruins, but you know there's an age-old saying when it comes to competitive gaming, and that is that you have got to play to win, and that is exactly what Kilsan did. Whenever he is ready, we'll bring him down to the desk to see how he feels. Congratulations to Kilsan.
Thank you.
Dan, welcome to desk. You got a question here for Kilsan?
I've got a statement first before a question, which is...
Oh my God.
Yeah, Kiel, hey?
Oh, the shade. Shade.
He knows what I'm talking about.
I just want to say that behind the scenes, we went around and we asked who's going to win. Everyone said Raisey except for me. I said Kilsan.
Well done.
And that
well
happened.
done.
There we go.
Thanks,
there we go.
thanks for believing.
I need to clap back.
The double shade, the double shade. But forget all that. Kilsan, you did it. You brought it back. You had such a remarkable regular season. Came in as the #1 seed. You know, you had that first game, or that first series, and you lost that map there. And you know, I'm sure there are some people like, I don't know, like Kilsan doesn't look like he's in great shape. But here you are holding the belt. I know this is what you expect of yourself. You've worked so hard, but tell us, right, after a long series that went all the way, were you a little bit nervous going into that final game on Ruins, and how were you thinking about that matchup?
Like, I wasn't, I didn't know what to expect at all, because we didn't play this matchup a single time offline. That's just the thing. So I knew, I was just like thinking Sorlek, his movement, yeah, works well on Ruins, so I'm gonna pick him. But I wasn't sure about Kiel. Like you can also set up quite good traps on ruins with Kiel. So it kind of got me worried a bit. But in the beginning, like I kept hitting my rails, rail after rail, and yeah, then I had the exact idea like what he's gonna do next, and yeah, I totally played him, outplayed him, and. Yeah, I mean, found him exactly in the spots where I wanted him to be, and then he needed to hunt me, and yeah, you're hunting a Sorlek on the ruins, so
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's kind of lame that kind of playstyle, but I mean. I did it for a reason, you know. That's
what you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't lame. It's all of these other incredible matches that we had going into it. I mean, you had the one map advantage. Did you expect that it was going to go the distance? Clearly, you were respecting one another in these matchups. We were watching it, and it was like we were commenting amazing amount of respect. But did you think it was going to go all the way to that final map?
I mean, there's always, it's Quake Champions, always the possibility, and I also saw like Raisey has been stepping up his gameplay since I played him, so I knew he's gonna come here even stronger. I was like putting my bet a little that he's kind of feeling a little exhausted, but he didn't at all. So he still kept landing his shots, you know, and playing really patient, really. Yeah, he always knew what to do, so he made it quite difficult. And you know, on any other day, this could be his. And I'm, you know, shit, he's second again. It's kind of really, I can't believe like that I made it. Really,
you made it.
You sure did. Kilsan, I just want to ask, how close do you feel that this is to your top performance? This is a question that I know we've asked in the past, and you're always like, I'm at 90%, 95% of what I'm capable of. What was this?
I mean. We all have seen my fail on DM6, right?
We did see that, yeah.
I could have just clicked like ESC and click respawn, would have been the same effect, actually. So it's not like the, I mean, QuakeCon 3 years ago, I was at like 120%. And right now, I mean, I've been at 100 for such a long time now throughout the stage, and you know, I just got the 100 just in time, and yeah, to make it happen actually.
Okay.
And maybe there were a few moments even there was like the 105 because my readings overall were actually quite well, and yeah, that's something that is not so easy to pull off when you're sitting at home and you know, just in front of your PC, and it's a different feeling.
Absolutely.
Well, congrats again, Kilsan. Well played.
You.
You mentioned you're at 100 now, and I think like you've put yourself onto the belt again for the second time, I believe, and you know you're reaching that level of Rafa in terms of. Is it? Oh gosh! All right.
How dare you?
Yeah, I actually feel right. Third time, so you're up there with the level of Rafa. So my question builds on that: is what is next for Kilsan? You know, what do the people at home expect to see over the next 6 months, year? Where are you going to take this forward? Can you be 120 again? Where are we going to go?
I mean, that's for sure where I want to be. Like, I felt the game so much 3 years ago, knew every step my opponents are going to make, and if they didn't appear in a certain amount of time, I knew exactly they're going to take some other route, and I exactly knew what kind of route they're actually going, and I could time every single route like to the second and knew every move. So that's where I would like to be again. So I'm always looking for that kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's ever going to happen again. That was like I was just in the zone there. But yeah, even now, like I've been in the zone. Like I knew what to do, and yeah, made it work.
Yeah, nice one.
Let's talk a little bit about the state of this tournament, right? As the winner, I think that you have a really probably great temperature in terms of one of the things that we've been saying, and we've said, wow, this is clearly one of the best tournaments that we've seen from day one all the way to the end. You know, no one was quite sure what might happen. There was absolutely a lot of open avenues for upsets and surprises. Would you agree, as champion of Season 3, that this was one of the most sort of diverse and talent-filled tournaments that we've seen in Quake Champions?
On the one hand, yes. I mean, some guys have been increasing in skill, but Yeah. Also, the game has changed a little bit.
Sure.
Some players might not have been able to adjust as quickly as others. That's how I would say it. It's not like that they are all shrunk together that much. It's just that some had like really big time issues to adjust to how it plays here on LAN. And I think a lot comes down to that because all of us were a little surprised.
So what you're saying is that there is a level above this. We just have to wait for it, and we'll get there.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. I can live with that.
So I hear that more lands, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Must be. Gentlemen, any other questions?
I just want to know, like, to correct myself now, third time, is this the sweetest one for you?
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah, really. I have to say, because of all the work I put in, like, it's such a relief to be able to hold this belt right now in my hands. You can't imagine. Like, I could literally cry right now. That's how I feel. How overwhelming this is to achieve this, because I sacrificed so much time into practicing. I started practicing so early before the stage even started. You know, with the mindset of defeating Rafa. That was my first goal of the QPL stage, and I made it happen. Then I had a little knockdown by Wenger, and came back up again. And yeah, all the way. Like, it was so much work, it was so much sacrifice, and so much support from everyone. You know, like my girlfriend, my son, me also. I mean, I had to sacrifice time with him because I had to practice, especially last 3 weeks before the tournament. He had like holidays from school and everything, and yeah, you know, like it's one crying eye, one laughing eye. And,
yeah,
it's a good way.
So yeah, that's actually how I feel. Like,
right. Yeah. Just to build on that, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone you want to thank? Clean in the camera, because you're clearly talking about people that mean a lot to you. So here's your chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to thank the Kilsan fam, the big fam. Like, you know, always supporting. Big thanks for the chat. You know, always believing in me, even sometimes I'm not delivering. And yeah, you know, always supporting, believing. I mean, my girlfriend, my family. Yeah, my son. Yeah, he's also been wearing, like at home, has been wearing my jersey. So. You know, cheering for me. It's so it's just crazy, actually. Yeah, well, thank you, everyone. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry about it. But yeah, I mean, I'm just speechless.
That is okay. You just became the Quake World champion for Season 3. Once again, congratulations, Kilsan. Hard-fought battle through and through, and you absolutely deserved it. So thank you once again. I know you probably want to go and celebrate and take a breather, and you can do that right now. Thank you again so much. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Thanks.
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it. Watch as the champion walks off with his belt there. Nicely done once again. Took it to the final game of the last series. So incredible what we saw here. Flea and Dan, thanks so much. It's been amazing. Obviously, want to give a shout out to the other broadcasters as well. Ketchup. I want to give a shout out to Lethal. Also want to give a big shout out to 40. Couldn't be here with us, but was holding it down over on the B stream. Was in chat the whole time, rooting along the way. Big thank you to PGL, Bethesda, all of the players, the fans, those challengers that brought it here, and we can't wait to do it again. Thank you so much for joining us over the course of 3 days. It's been absolutely amazing. Go check out Play Quake. Let this be your motivation. You could be standing right there, but you got to beat Kilsan first. Thanks so much for joining us on behalf of everyone here, the talent, the production crew, in Bethesda, the Quake team. Thank you so much, chat. You've been good. I hope you behaved yourself. We will see you next year. We're out of here. Peace.